Chapter 241 Belief in God. Because he was worried that something might happen to the goat man on the way, such as death from a tiger's mouth or something. Owen specially sent the upgraded goat demon out. The upgraded goat demon is even taller, carrying a huge scythe with cold light and stroking a goatee. It is really majestic. When it appears, it overwhelms all the rams and becomes the well-deserved leader. The work efficiency also enhances the cohesion of the goat people, and there is a faint tendency to form a larger tribe. Seeing this, Owen took advantage of the situation and deliberately promoted this matter, and felt that he had found a way to effectively utilize the beast-like demi-humans, Ella cats, goat demons, minotaurs, and if Owen hadn't been worried about sudden changes in the territory, Irving would have even dragged Bella to pretend to be a centaur. However, the effect is still good. Under Maya's arrangement, he has integrated well into the beast demi-humans and gained a lot of reputation. After all, the beast demi-humans respect strength and have the final say among the members of the same race. It's just that Owen didn't expect that just when he was having fun, the Mountain Mother clan would send an envoy to Glen Town to buy the decoction to relieve the plague. Obviously, he couldn't hold on any longer. It seems that the gods of the Mountain Mother clan are weaker than imagined, Owen murmured to himself. But he has not yet made up his mind whether to kill the gods or not. After all, killing the gods is not a joke. For this reason, he called the former devil angel and dragon mother to discuss the matter together in the space of authority. If you are a demigod, I will advise the master not to take risks. But if you believe in gods, you may not have no chance. And she swung her heart-shaped tail that was specially transformed, folded her hands around her chest, and said, pretending to be serious, not to mention, if you don't know what her true nature is, I feel quite cute. What's the difference? Owen raised his head and glanced at the confused dragon mother, and sighed. This god's transformation depends entirely on time, and he has been imprisoned for thousands of years. How can he have any experience to refer to? If he didn't have no choice, he wouldn't bother to take care of this for her. Forget it. Just squat aside and be a mascot. Demigods are divine creatures who have reached the pinnacle of the material world at the level of life. They possess powerful strength, long lifespan, amazing intuition, and terrifying vitality. Therefore, regardless of sneak attacks, assassinations, or poisoning, their effects are it's not big. So I can only choose to kill hard, and it's not easy to provoke. And she analyzed. But belief in God is just a divine spirit. It seems powerful, but in fact it relies very heavily on faith. If a believer loses too much, he will inevitably fall into a deep sleep. Even if he is divided, he will not be able to wake up. Angel confidence, said Man, because the devil likes to use conspiracy and tricks to make devout believers betray their faith, make the gods weak, and finally eat the gods of faith, even if they cannot get divinity. The souls of believers in the false god's kingdom are also rare delicacies. Owen suddenly understood that if demigods are compared to immortals who are free in the mortal world, then the gods of faith are gods who are busy in their duties. Only true gods are immortals who transcend everything. Although the three of them all have the word fairy, they are fundamentally different. First of all, because demigods are still alive, they have unlimited possibilities in the future. Even if the possibilities are very small, there may not be a day when they truly become gods. That is to say, don't bully young people into being poor. Unfortunately, divinity is immortal, but demigods are not. So no matter how carefree they are in the human world, they will still be threatened by aging and death. Usually at this time, one would either try hard to see if he could become a god, or he would find a place to give up his body and believe in a god to retire. Belief in God is not the real God. He cannot hold the throne high and can only live by relying on faith. To a certain extent, it is tantamount to parasitizing in human faith. It is a rootless root and a sourceless water. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, otherwise, no demigod would choose this path. Not to mention that relying on faith to survive is not without cost. It's okay to have little faith, but as time goes by, it will inevitably be penetrated by faith and completely become a believer. It can be said that belief in God is what God is like in the hearts of believers. And even irreversible changes are much more powerful than three people becoming tigers. For example, if God is omnipotent in the hearts of believers, then even if he believes in God, and it is clearly impossible, he will still think that he is omnipotent. Therefore, he will end up with all kinds of strange consequences, such as arrogantly offending a god he cannot afford to offend, or even trying to rule H.L. The abyss or the attack on the kingdom of God in the sky are things that cannot be described even with a weak mind. The consequences of doing this can be imagined. So in order not to become a madman, it is best to find a primitive race as a believer, because such believers have the least distracting thoughts. At most, they can pray for a full hunting harvest, a safe return, and then more children. The purpose of prayer is simple and direct. If you develop faith in a place like the Empire, 10 people have 99 minds. If you absorb this kind of faith, you will go crazy even if you are not stupid, because they rely too much on faith. Once something goes wrong with a believer, the God of faith cannot escape, no matter what. The two parties are bound. Without the believer, even a hair of the God of faith will have to dissipate. Only the true God can exalt the kingdom of God above all things, and completely transcend the constraints of the world. The God of Mountain Mother is a God of faith. So the current situation of the Mountain Mother clan is definitely not good. Even the plague cannot be solved. It is obvious that there is something wrong with their God. And the problem is still huge, which makes Owen very excited. A god who is powerless to resist, but whose name sounds like a goddess. Owen cannot help but not act. Therefore, under the instruction of Owen, the envoys of the Mountain Mother clan only took away some herbs. Not much, which could at most satisfy the needs of hundreds of people. But it was a drop in the bucket for thousands of plague-infected people. However, Maya said that she would speed up the collection and deliver the herbs herself, which made the envoy of the Shanmu clan very satisfied and generously left a lot of mithril gold as a deposit. A bunch of worthless herbs were exchanged for priceless mithril gold. Owen was a little embarrassed to continue to trick the opponent. Of course, I'm just a little embarrassed. In fact, the plan is proceeding normally, and no one can stop him from finding the goddess. After Maya returned, the relevant intelligence was improved and the operation began. At night, 10 witch hunters sneaked into the Shanmu clan tribe silently and accurately found the totem altar located no matter how deep it was. The place where the totem is located is a sacred place. Even the priests cannot stay here when they are not performing sacrifices. So there is no one here at night. However, in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, Wu Sun also specially lit the soothing incense made from pure natural materials. This spice is specially prepared for meditation. It has a light and elegant fragrance, which can soothe your mood and help you sleep. But it is not toxic at all. Therefore, even the most vigilant people can hardly detect the abnormality. So the lizard people of the Shanmu clan around the altar sleep more. It smells good, but as long as you don't beat gongs and drums in their ears, they won't wake up at all. Chapter 242 The Kingdom of God on Earth. After receiving the safe signal, Owen, who had been hiding far away, came to the altar through the tunnel dug by the Rat Man. His sneaky appearance was no worse than that of the Rat Man. There was no way. This was a goddess. How could Owen not be nervous? He covered his pounding chest with his hands, and unconsciously thought about what he needed to prepare for his first visit to the goddess's house. Should he come here to be soft, or come here hard? Irving was wondering whether to convince the other party with words, or to fight hard. And he decided to use both methods to convince the goddess with his strength. After his excited heartbeat calmed down, and he regained his senses, Owen kept comforting himself that if nothing unexpected happened, there would be no danger in this trip. So he calmed down, expanded the space of authority, and looked for the entrance to the kingdom of God on earth. The kingdom of God on earth is not as grand as imagined. First, it refers to the place where the totem temple is located, indicating that the gods belong to the inviolable people. Second, it refers to the spiritual space opened up by divine power and faith, which is the final residence of gods and believers. In fact, the latter is the foundation of belief in God. It is not only a shelter to hide oneself, but also the resting place for believers' souls. It's a pity that such an important place cannot be completely hidden. Otherwise, how would faith come from, and how would the souls of believers enter? At most, there would be a door and a password. As Owen unfolds the space of authority, the passage anchored on the totem altar is forced to reveal itself. This is a signal tower that collects faith, and is also the entrance for believers' souls to the kingdom of God on earth. It's a pity that there is no cooperation from the priest. Otherwise it would be much easier to just open the passage, Owen thought. Although the kingdom of God on earth is in the material world, its essence is an invisible and immaterial spiritual space, which cannot be opened by ordinary methods. However, Irving was well prepared for this. He turned the authority space into a stick shape, then pushed it in hard, forcibly opening the passage that had only a crack, and then went back and forth dozens of times. With his own toughness, he was stunned. The channel folds are smoothed out and become very smooth. This is a delicate job. And it cannot be done simply by force. You must first be steady, and then push hard when you are aiming. And the first few strokes should not be too fast. Let the passage of time to adapt. And then repeat it in deep and shallow strokes. Only in this way can it be completely opened up. The rest is up to you, said a busy and sweaty Owen. Dragon Mother and Enchi, who were staying in the authority space, knew that the time was right and immediately rushed down the pipe into the earthly kingdom of the Mountain Mother God. Owen was also prepared for the worst. Once the Mountain Mother God still has the power to resist and cannot be captured in a short period of time, Owen will issue a killing order. At that time, the witch hunters carrying highly toxic potions and the ultramarines who are waiting will take action immediately, regardless of the consequences. Simultaneous attacks by both sides can cause thousands of casualties to the Shanmu clan in a very short period of time, and the casualties will continue to increase over time. This was mainly because they were afraid that the god of Mountain Mother would summon believers to besiege them, and also to interrupt the other party's belief collection and give Dragon Mother and Enchi a chance to turn defeat into victory. But unless it was absolutely necessary, Owen would not choose to use this method to win, because even if he defeated the god of Mountain Mother, the hatred between the two sides would become greater, and his plan to conquer the Mountain Mother clan would completely fail. After entering the earthly kingdom of the Mountain Mother God, Dragon Mother and Enchi showed their respective forms. The Dragon Mother in human form is taller than Emil, and retains many dragon characteristics, such as horns, tail, wings, and claw-like limbs. Only the torso is in a normal human form, if you ignore the levels that humans cannot reach and in terms of arc. Compared to Enchi, who looked calm, Dragon Mother seemed a little nervous. After all, this was the first god she had ever met. Even if she only believed in a god, he was still a god. Don't be nervous. Didn't you notice that we came in very smoothly without any obstruction? And she knew that the Dragon Mother was the main force in this operation. So she said soothingly. The Mother of Dragons heard the words and figured it out. So she nodded and took the lead in walking in front. At the same time, she looked around and planned to absorb some experience. After all, she was now taking the route of believing in God. The above-ground divine kingdom of the Mountain Mother God is like a huge egg, and the internal space is not very large. Judging from the curvature of the top, the entire above-ground divine kingdom is smaller than a gymnasium. Of course, such a small space cannot accommodate too many things, but it is mainly used for believers to rest. Since the soul is intangible and qualityless, the size is only relative, so it is much more convenient. Dragon Mother and Enchi saw egg-sized light eggs that were like glowing balloons spread throughout the space. If they looked carefully through the light, they could see that the light eggs were sleeping like babies with their knees curled up and their tails curled up. Little lizard man. These are the most devout believers of the Mountain Mother God. After death, their souls come to the kingdom of God on earth to enjoy a long sleep and provide faith by the way. However, every once in a while, the God of the Mountain Mother will put the souls of devout believers whose light eggs have begun to dim into the newly born lizard man eggs, so that they can be reborn. Because as time goes by, the souls will become tired. The faith that can be provided is greatly reduced. With such continuous reincarnation from generation to generation, the wealth of people who believe in God will become stronger and stronger. It's a pity that this place has been polluted. The power of the Voodoo King has eroded this place, as evidenced by the large black spot on the dome. The most unlucky ones are the light eggs near the black spot. I don't know how many sleeping lizard men were corrupted by the power of the Voodoo King. They woke up from their sleep and turned into ferocious monsters, constantly destroying those intact light eggs. But more monsters gathered together, staring greedily at the only mountain range in the entire space. This is a lizard man that can only be described as huge. If the ordinary lizard man is a velociraptor, then this one is a Tyrannosaurus rex. So lying there, for a small lizard man monster that is only the size of a chicken. This is a mountain range with mountains, valleys and woods. Obviously this person, who is obviously a lizard man, but shows obvious female characteristics, is the god of the Mountain Mother. It is a pity that he fell into a deep sleep after being attacked by the King of Voodoo, and could not respond to the outside world. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit back and watch the pollution on himself, spreading in the kingdom of God on earth, destroying more and more light eggs. You must know that the lizardman sleepers in the kingdom of God on earth are not just for show. Each of them will provide a little faith to the Mountain Mother God. Although it is not much, the number is here. The most important thing is that the faith provided is pure and stable. After all, there will be no random thoughts in a sleeping state. Only the subconscious reverence for the god of the Mountain Mother. Lizardman sleepers, who can provide pure faith, are the most important basis for the Mountain Mother god to maintain itself. It is impossible to sit back and watch it be destroyed by pollution. This also shows how bad the situation of the Mountain Mother god is at this time. Chapter 243 The Shape of the Dragon Mother. It seems that the situation is better than expected. The terrible situation in China made Enchi narrow her eyes, and said with a smile, "Don't blame her for not being sympathetic. For Angel, the former devil and blood princess, she has never had this kind of thing before. Let alone they are not here as guests now. For them as intruders. The Mountain Mother god was in just the right state, lying half dead and half alive. So they could pick it up. Although it was certain that the Mountain Mother god would not wake up in a short time. And she, who was holding the black magic book, still did not approach rashly, but started casting spells from a distance. Billowing black smoke and strange lights and shadows kept appearing, including evil magic from H.L. and strange curses from witches. In Angel's hands, they were constantly used to weaken the god of the Mountain Mother. She even cleverly borrowed the spells left by the king of voodoo. The power below greatly weakened the god of Mountain Mother, the goddess of the Mountain Mother, whose eyelids kept shaking because they were too close to her, was trying to wake up. It was as if she had been force-fed half a bottle of sleep, and she fell asleep completely. "It's almost done. You move faster." And she, who had consumed a lot of strength, urged the mother of dragons without taking a breath. The dragon mother, who had already adjusted her condition, nodded, transformed into her original form, and turned into a red dragon that was taller and more ferocious than the Mountain Mother god. Then she lowered her head and started biting, facing the biting bites of the dragon mother. The god of the Mountain Mother seemed to be trapped in a nightmare. He wanted to struggle but couldn't even open his eyes, allowing the large pieces of flesh to turn into pure faith and be swallowed up. And this was just the beginning. After losing the body of the power of faith, the core of the Mountain Mother god, that is, the spirit, was exposed. The so-called gods are spirits with divinity, because they are not encumbered by the physical body. They are theoretically as eternal and immortal as divinity. This is why some demigods choose to follow the path of belief in gods when their lifespan is about to end. The god with a faint golden light was stuffed into the mother's mouth and chewed hard. The useless parts turned into light flakes and scattered, and the useful ones were absorbed. The two most critical points of divinity were retained because they were left to Owen to deal with. Not even the dragon mother dared to take it for herself, leaving the mother dragon on the ground and continuing to devour the kingdom of God. Angel came to Owen's side with 2 points of divinity. "Successful?" Owen said in disbelief, because he just waited for the whole process without even moving his hands. "It was smoother than expected." And she could only say that the lizard man lacked any knowledge. Even as a god, he could do nothing except the most basic abilities, which made her prepare a lot in vain. If it were a god of faith in a higher world, even if they ended up falling into a deep sleep, the various means left in advance would make any intruder miserable, and even risk their own death. "Master, this is the divinity of the Mountain Mother god. There are 2 points in total." Speaking of this, and she put the 2 points of divinity into the authority space with a strange expression. Because divinity cannot be touched by mortal things. Yes, it can easily lead to disaster. After all, there are no ordinary people who can sense the existence of divinity. It's different when it's placed in the authority space. Unless it's higher than the god of reality and illusion who's been dead for who knows how many years. It's impossible to see through it. Owen, who controlled the space of authority, didn't need to guess. He saw 2 details of divinity at a glance. He was speechless and understood why Enchi's expression was so weird. Theoretically, divinity has no attributes. But the purer it is, the more susceptible it is to contamination. What's more, not having attributes is not a good thing. Just like in special industries, general tools are definitely not as easy to use as professional tools. And the same is true for divinity. The problem is that there are 2 divinities. One is Lizardman, and the other is fertility. If Owen doesn't want to become a lizardman who can breastfeed, it's best not to touch them. Forget it. Give it all to the dragon mother. Owen just felt it was a pity. Not to the point of being reluctant to part with it. Not to mention that he had expected this. The lizard people believe in the mother goddess, who is in charge of fertility. And they can only use their heels to know what kind of divinity they can give birth to. After getting 2 points of divinity, the dragon mother saw that Owen's indifferent expression was not fake. So she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, swallowed 2 points of divinity in one gulp, and then entered the earthly kingdom of the Mountain Mother to digest it. Originally, after the death of the gods, the kingdom of the gods on the earth would also collapse. But Owen used the authority space to cover it and maintain it intact, allowing the Mother of Dragons enough time to strengthen and digest. This way, the legacy of the god of the Mountain Mother can be preserved to the greatest extent of wealth. This also means that Owen cannot leave for a short time. Otherwise, he will lose the support of the authority space. The Dragon Mother alone cannot support an earthly divine kingdom that has lost its original owner. Even if this divine kingdom is not big, there is no way. If the kingdom of God on earth is compared to an egg, then the soul of the believer is the egg white, and the gods are the yolk. Without either one, it will not work. However, after it is retained, how to deal with it becomes a problem. After the kingdom of God on earth is stabilized, it would be easiest to leave it intact and let the Mother of Dragons slowly digest it. But this also means that the Mother of Dragons must stay in it all the time. And there is a possibility of breeding tigers. After all, this is equivalent to being out of Owen's control. Another way is to let the authority space completely swallow up the kingdom of God on earth, which will bring more benefits. First of all, the Mother of Dragons does not need to stay in this world, which can reassure Owen. Secondly, the faith provided by the lizard people will be filtered by the authority space and will not affect the Mother of Dragons, making her become more and more like a lizard cow. In addition, it is safer, and you will not be forced into the house like the god of the Mountain Mother. He does this and then that, and finally ends up being completely devoured. Without thinking too much, Owen exchanged a dungeon secret room under the altar and lived there directly. As for the opinions of the Dragon Mother, even though she has mastered 3 points of divinity now, she still looks down and down when facing Owen. How dare she have any opinions? What's interesting is that the Mother of Dragons is not pretending to be like this, but she is really afraid of Owen. She is obviously a noble god, but she is still afraid of Owen, who is still a mortal, not even a legend. Obviously Owen's plan is successful. She lives safely in the authority space and enjoys free faith. Dragon Mother has begun to pay the price, which is the inevitable assimilation, being absorbed into the authority space, being populated by the system, and gradually becoming Owen's shape. The process of fusion is very simple, but it is a bit time-consuming. It requires breaking up the underground kingdom of God bit by bit, and then allowing the authority space to absorb and replace it. If there is no authority space to cheat, this method will not work at all. If it is broken, it will be really broken, and there will be no time to absorb it. The Dragon Mother cannot maintain the broken kingdom of God on earth. However, how to deal with the lizardman sleepers in the space is a problem, because they believe in the god of the Mountain Mother. Even if the Dragon Mother devours them, this part of their faith will still not be absorbed. In addition, the faith of the Shanmu clan will also be greatly reduced. So changes must be made to let them believe in the Dragon Mother, so that they can absorb the faith more efficiently. Owen touched his chin and thought of a way, which was to change his name and go public through a backdoor. And she is very good at this. After all, she is a former devil. So she personally designed a plan that impressed Owen when he saw it. Chapter 244 The Love History of the Mother Goddess. One night, the high priest of the Shanmu clan, who was worried and unable to sleep, fell into a rare sleep again after many days. The nearby witch hunter put away the requiem incense and left quietly, hiding his merits and fame. Deep sleep is the best way to recover for people who are physically and mentally tired. The high priest is like lying on a cloud. His whole body is soft, and he can even feel the warm sunshine shining on his body. "Wake up, my child!" A gentle voice, like a mother, woke up the high priest. Only then did she realize that she had come to a strange space in a daze. She suddenly woke up because she recognized that this was the kingdom of the god of the Mountain Mother. On the day of the priesthood, she was very honored to be summoned here by the god of the Mountain Mother. She immediately knelt on the ground in excitement and prayed loudly, praising the greatness of the god. Her eyes were wild and full of expectation, because their god finally woke up and the clan was saved. When he woke up the next day, the high priest was full of energy and even a little excited and couldn't wait to find the clan leader. As a maternal tribe, of course the clan leader is female, and the characteristics are very obvious. Although they are not mammals, the female lizard men of the Shanmu clan still have obvious female characteristics in their bodies, such as the 2 lumps on their chests. This was due to the influence of the Mountain Mother god, and the form began to transform into the appearance of a god. In other lizardmen tribes, this is a deformity. After all, lizardmen are not mammals, and there is no part of breastfeeding at all. But in the Shanmu clan, this is proof of being favored by the mother goddess. The more obvious the morphological characteristics, the more it represents the favor of the mother goddess. Therefore, no matter the high priest or the clan leader, they have extremely good figures. And they are the kind who will never hit the wall with their faces in this life. Unfortunately, they only look alike in appearance. Lizardmen do not have the internal structures of mammals, so they are all muscles. Therefore, the more developed the chest muscles are, the higher the combat effectiveness will be. Son of God? Upon hearing the words of the high priest, the patriarch with the exaggerated chest muscles looked as if he had seen a ghost. The mother goddess, they believed it actually had a son of God? She couldn't help but be shocked. The high priest is obviously a little embarrassed. But there is nothing he can do now. The voodoo clan is aggressive, and the clan has suffered too much loss. Otherwise, the mother goddess would not have told what happened back then. It is not because they believers are not living up to expectations. Hundreds of years ago, the mother goddess fell in love with a foreign dragon god. Although they did not stay together in the end, she still left behind a descendant. But she has been sleeping in the mountains. The mother goddess wanted us to wake up the son of God. Protect the clan during this period of slumber, the high priest said to the clan leader, but had no intention of going into details. The patriarch's eyes were full of desire for gossip. But thinking about the target of the gossip, he still gave up the idea of seeking death. After all, the mother goddess was forced to tell the story of her relationship back then. If she continued to inquire without knowing what was good, I'm afraid it's going to end. As the first and second in command of the Shanmu clan, the two reached a consensus, and the matter was basically settled. Then the high priest and his priests compiled the legend about the Son of God. That's right. Except for one name. The rest is all made up. The priests all know this very well. After all, it is impossible for the vast majority of believers to be able to feel the existence of the gods as close as the priests. For the sake of the gods, for faith, for stability, and for rule, appropriate propaganda and writing techniques are necessary. Everything is for the stability of the clan. Fortunately, there are only a very small number of intelligent elites among the lizard people, and they are either priests or subordinates of the clan leader. They belong to the powerful class of the clan. They will not have any objections to this, but will support this approach, thus creating a layer of hypocrisy. The consciousness shrouded the entire clan from top to bottom. The vast majority of ordinary lizard people are very simple. They pray, hunt, eat, sleep, and fight. This is their entire life. And they must obey the arrangements of the priests and clan leaders without questioning them. Therefore, although the appearance of the Son of God was quite sudden, the people of the Shanmu clan were convinced of it. And they soon became obsessed with the fantasy of awakening the Son of God to reverse their current disadvantage. So under the leadership of the high priest, they went to the place where the Son of God slept to hold a grand sacrifice in preparation for awakening him. According to what the mother goddess said, the Son of God turned into a rock and slept somewhere in the mountains. This was perfectly in line with the goddess of the mountains. Both the high priest and the clan leader believed this statement, and successfully found a rock as huge as a hill. Present sacrifices, then play music, then dance. The respected high priest raised his hands excitedly, and presided over the grand sacrifice in front of her loudly, because this would be the most glorious moment in her life. After all, she was the first to wake up, the high priest of the Son of God. Unless the mother goddess gives birth to a second child, she is the only one. Under her command, the brave warriors of the clan leader, offered fresh blood and flesh as sacrifices. At the same time, the old priests beat ancient musical instruments, and the young priests danced hard and chased the tail. The strange dance, as for the ordinary lizardmen who followed, could only watch it on their knees. As the sacrifice progressed, the dragon mother, who had been paying attention, began to inject her consciousness into the female fire dragon. Yes, the so-called Son of God is actually a female fire dragon. But the mother of dragons used the divinity of the mountain mother, and spent a lot of faith to transform it into more obvious lizard and female characteristics. In simple terms, the body became more slender, and a pair of extremely developed pectoralis, major muscles, appeared on the chest. It was almost done. The dragon mother, whose consciousness had replaced the female fire dragon, began to break away from the old rock SHL on her body, revealing her true body, and let out a deafening roar. She also spit out a pillar of fire dozens of meters high. She was really majestic and domineering. This undoubtedly convinced the high priest and clan leader of the Shanmu clan to the identity of her divine son. Did the Dragon Mother ask you to wake me up? The Dragon Mother used her specially modified throat to make a thunderous sound. Although it was scary, she could still tell that she was a woman. This undoubtedly made the High Priest and the clan leader even more excited. The idea that God would be succeeded by humans. In addition, the High Priest didn't think there was anything wrong with the Son of God calling the Mother Goddess Dragon Mother. After all, the Son of God had the blood of a dragon. So it was reasonable to call the Mother Goddess Dragon Mother. In order to make the Son of God happy, she even planned to give it to the Mother Goddess when she returned. Add a godly name. But from then on, he has fallen into the calculation of Owen's side. Gods only die. But there is no such thing as retirement. Therefore, if you want Dragon Mother to replace Mountain Mother, there must be a reasonable transition. Don't be afraid of flaws in this process, because there is no evidence. Besides, given the current situation of the Shanmu clan, even if they know there is a problem, no one dares to speak out. Because if it is true, doesn't it mean that something is wrong with the Mother Goddess? The Shanmu clan cannot bear this change. And intelligent creatures have a sense of luck. Even the High Priest and clan leader will force themselves to think on the bright side. And out of faith, it is impossible to actively doubt all this. After all, this is the Mother Clan. God's arrangement. Chapter 245 divided into 3 kingdoms. Everything was just as designed by An-Chi. As the Son of God, the female fire dragon perfectly integrated into the Shanmu clan and brought several heart-pounding victories. Then the entire Shanmu clan burst into cheers praising the Son of God. Before the enhancement, the female fire dragon has the strength to surpass most of the giant beasts in the wild continent. After all, this world lacks magic power and cannot breed powerful monsters. If you want to defeat the monsters that can fly, fight, resist, and spray based on their size alone, the female fire dragon who releases poison from fire is completely overthinking. Especially after being strengthened by the Dragon Mother. The strength of the female fire dragon is close to that of the pure-blooded dragons in their prime. The only thing they lack is wisdom and dragon language magic. But in this low mystery world, the female fire dragon already has crushing power. Strength. If it weren't for the possessed Dragon Mother Yinming, as the Son of God, it was inconvenient to intervene too much in the battle between believers. The Voodoo clan would have been defeated long ago. There is no way to face the female fire dragon, unless the King of Voodoo takes action personally. Otherwise, with the help of the lizard warriors of the Voodoo clan, even if the female fire dragon cannot fly, it is not easy for 1 or 2,000 people to take down the female fire dragon. You must know that the female fire dragon, the land charge, is more terrifying than the heavy tank. Not to mention that the Shanmu clan, which has great morale at this time, cannot just ignore it. They are not afraid of death for the sake of the Son of God. With Owen's intervention, the war between the two clans once again reached a stalemate. But this time the Voodoo clan was at a disadvantage. It was useless even if they brought out plague zombies, because Glen Town continuously provided herbs that could cure the plague. As for the Voodoo zombies, they were burned to charcoal under the fiery breath of the female fire dragon, no matter how invulnerable they were. There was a limit. Fortunately, during this period, the Shanmu clan entered a period of reproduction, which involved a lot of energy and gave the Voodoo clan a chance to breathe. The Mountain Mother clan knew this very well. But when they saw a large number of eggs piled on the altar, and after the High Priest performed a ceremony, an unknown number of light eggs were thrown into the lizard eggs, they knew that the future of the clan was bright. They knew very well that these light eggs were the elites of the Mother clan, who lived in the Shongshan Mountain Kingdom of the Mother Goddess. They had not appeared before. Each one grew up to be the backbone of the clan. But their appearance on such a large scale was unprecedented. That is, it is said that as long as these little lizardmen grow up, the Mountain Mother clan will enter its true peak period. Whenever they think of this, the High Priest and the clan leader can't help but be impulsive and add several bigger eggs, contributing their own part to the development of the clan. Everything is under control. Owen, like the villain, played with the chess pieces in his hand with a mysterious smile. Owen was proud at this time, because with his intervention, the Mountain Mother clan regained its disadvantage, preventing the Voodoo clan from invading the mountains, and maintained the scale of the war to keep the mountains in a state of tension, creating a strange situation among the 3 parties. Balance. The advantage of this is that the limited intervention is not enough for the Shanmu clan to achieve final victory when facing the Voodoo clan, and they have to continue to spend a lot of energy to maintain the war. In this way, even if he has no influence on the Shanmu clan, the layout reveals the slightest bit of flaws, and there is no way to conduct in-depth investigation and understanding. At the same time, they will increasingly rely on the female fire dragon as the core of the war to condense the belief of the Son of God. With the title of Son of God, the Mountain Mother clan will associate the Dragon Mother with the Mother Goddess. Together, let the Dragon Mother gain more faith and eventually replace her. As for why the Voodoo clan was not completely defeated, the main reason was to maintain the situation where the two tigers were fighting so that neither side had time to take care of the mountains. This layout is obviously because Owen's next development focus is not on the Mountain Mother clan, but on the mountains. This is mainly because the lizard people are a single race, too exclusive, and they all worship gods. Owen does not intend to continue to interfere with the lizard people's affairs before the Mother of Dragons has digested the dividends from the Mountain Mother clan. After Owen's layout, although the mountains are weak, they occupy a favorable location in a corner. At the same time, the world is divided into 3 parts, allowing Owen to make plans. Although the 3 parties are simple-minded and the situation is clear, Owen's ability to make such a layout clearly shows that his vision and means have grown a lot, and he can no longer be said to be a political novice. Of course, Maya also helped to check and fill in the gaps during the whole process. But the main decisions came from Irving. The whole process seemed to Owen, who was familiar with the romance of the 3 kingdoms, and Maya, who was familiar with the overt and covert struggles of the imperial aristocrats. Just fun. Not even intrigues. But for Shulia, who came with the boat and has been studying with Maya, it was like opening up a new world. And for Maya, I was so impressed that I fell to the ground. As for why it was to Maya instead of Owen, it was mainly because he had been staying in the secret room of the dungeon under the altar to control the authority space to dismantle the earthly kingdom of the Mountain Mother. Most of the orders were executed through Maya. In any case, when facing Maya, Shulia turned into a little fangirl and hung around her all day asking for advice, which made Owen want to castrate this guy. Owen just thought that Maya would not spoil Shulia. In her opinion, Shulia was the owner's plaything, and playthings should look like playthings. So the whip flew up and whipped Shulia all over the floor. But that the expression on Owen's face made him feel perverted. You must know that Owen's bottom line evaluation of himself is quite low nowadays. He even thinks it is abnormal. You can imagine how abnormal Shulia is. Seeing the two of them indulging in Zhou Yu's little game of beating Huang Gai, Owen shuddered and decided that it would be better to go on a long trip recently. Just as the Mountain Mother's above-ground kingdom was dismantled, Owen was finally able to escape from the secret room in the dungeon, and the birds of prey were back. So he decided to start the adventure template again to satisfy his little hobby. Traveling this time was much more convenient, because some of the underground tunnels of the Rat Engineering Brigade had been widened to accommodate human counterparts. So Owen and the others passed directly underground through the war zones of the 2 clans and arrived in the swamp area smoothly. The swamp is definitely AHL in the eyes of any traveler. There is no safe area to speak of here, from the huge monsters like whales lurking in the swamp to the smallest microorganisms. A little negligence will cost your life. Fortunately, their destination was not deep in the swamp, but somewhere close to the periphery. Although the air was so humid that it dripped water, and the ground was like clay, there was no need to worry about being swallowed by the ground. Owen thought happily. After arriving at the place, and the others did not approach rashly. Apparently they had suffered a lot before, so they handed over the command of the operation to Owen. The strength shown by Irving during this period made the 3 of them very clear that the 2 parties were no longer in a cooperative relationship, so they no longer planned to distribute according to the previous agreement, but accepted Irving's employment to help out. The advantage is that the safety is greatly increased, but the disadvantage is that the benefits are small. But compared to holding a big thick leg, this benefit is insignificant. Chapter 246, Who Dares to Believe It? The mausoleum is located underground, and is completely covered by clay-like soil. Only the entrance is buried by an inconspicuous earth bag. Due to the characteristics of the soil, no traces will be left after being washed away by rain, so it is difficult to be discovered according to common sense. But who asked me to dig a hole with itchy hands when I stayed here for the night? And I really found a treasure. After hearing this, Owen planned to take the Rat Engineering team back to its original world. After all, there were more than 1 ruins in that world. She dug the cave again, revealing the tunnel entrance, and several people got into the narrow cave one after another. Owen released Wan Bao Bao, and the big crystal eyes released light beams to illuminate the surrounding environment, and at the same time began to scan and analyze the data. Unsurprisingly, this was another passage deep underground. According to the angle of the ground, it was at least 100 meters underground, and Owen knew that he had found a local rat again. The passage in front of him looked like it was hundreds of years old. But the data displayed by Nguyen Bao Bao was a bit strange. Owen was overly cautious and didn't dare to leave without taking a step. At this time, the three of them were looking at Owen, waiting for him to make a decision. Apparently they had suffered losses here before, which aroused his vigilance. If it were the previous world, Owen would have mobilized manpower to demolish it by force. I really thought that the Goblin engineering team he formed was just for show. Regardless of machinery or blasting, he would have gained a lot of experience by now, especially for underground buildings. Then I can literally tear down a brick with my eyes closed. However, there was no suitable manpower at the moment. So Owen summoned the Slime Queen. Since she came to this world, the Slime Queen has been eating and drinking with her large group of slimes all day long, causing her size to swell again. After being summoned, she poured into the passage in front like a torrent, with fireworks and lightning all the way, poisonous smoke and traps. And the sound and light effects are directly maxed out. Unfortunately, for the gelatinous Slime Queen, these injuries can hardly make her react more, and they are not as big as the stimulation given to her by her master. Let's go! Owen was already used to this. He waved to the Shakya trio, then rode on the dragon sheep and walked in front. The Slime Queen licked it very clean, and all the hidden weapons in the entire passage were swallowed up, not to mention the residue. There was no ash left. It was as if it had just been maintained, and the stone walls were smooth to the touch. When he reached the end of the underground passage, Owen realized that this was some sort of mage's tomb. Someone had clearly discovered the spacecraft that had sunk here and built the underground passage specifically. Alas, Owen sighed. Although he had discovered the origin of mankind in this world that he had longed for, he no longer had any hope. After all, the passages had been built. So what else could be expected to be left behind? If he had demolished all the bricks, worried that they would encounter a trap next, Owen asked Ya and the others to stay where they were and threw himself into Queen Slime's body. Just like piloting Unit 1. The Slime Queen has been obsessed with this feeling since she last merged with her master. Like giving birth to a baby. So even Owen noticed her excitement at this time, but didn't understand why, and couldn't ask, because the Slime Queen cannot speak. But it was not an important matter. So Owen put it aside and moved forward under the protection of the Slime Queen. As the distance got closer, Owen finally saw the entire spacecraft. Unexpectedly, it was only part of the wreckage of the spacecraft. Nguyen Bao Bao completed the structure of the entire spacecraft through data scanning. I don't know whether it is accurate or not, but the difference should not be too big. After all, no matter what technology, there are rules, especially large-scale creations. If the calculation is correct, the length of the entire spaceship is more than 600 meters. It is similar in shape to an airship. It is round and has a metal frame. However, most of the exterior and interior are made of wood. It looks like an oversized armored battleship. This thing can actually sail into the void. In other words, it can conduct interstellar travel. Do you dare to believe this? Or dare to sit down? Irving didn't even know what to say. It was even more advanced than black technology. I'm afraid even if Iron Man is brought here, he won't be able to build a spaceship simply using wood and metal. And it will be about the same if he replaces it with Grey Wolf. Although he discovered the black tech spaceship where humans originated in this world, Owen was not very happy. Because judging from the underground passages built, it had obviously been dug here, and its strength was not weak. The scale of the tunnel was still large. There are pitfalls along the way to prove it. When I went in and took a look, sure enough, even the pipelines inside the spacecraft had been completely dismantled. Apart from the layout and the hard hull, they were worthless. Owen couldn't help but shook his head. He was about to leave, but he heard the Slime Queen saying that there was something wrong with the ground. Slime has no legs and relies entirely on the flow of gelatin to move. Therefore, it is most sensitive to the ground. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is very tight. So you can feel every difference. Owen immediately asked the Slime Queen to find the entrance, but she was never able to get in. Even the corrosion could not affect the ground. But this is not surprising. It can sail in the void, so the material of this thing cannot be bad. Owen became interested, so he took out Zaku, intending to do it hard. After many modifications, Zaku's overall performance has been improved a lot. After receiving the order, he quickly picked up the chainsaw axe and hit it hard. The ground was chopped by the chainsaw, and he soon couldn't hold it anymore. The restriction was triggered, and two rays of light hit the wide and heavy Zaku at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. One of the rays hit Zaku without any reaction, but the other ray directly caused most of the steel body to decompose. Finger of Death. Great disintegration technique. Owen's face turned green. These two kinds of magic are very few that can pose a huge threat to demigods. Demigods and below will die if they touch each other, and they will be injured if they rub against each other. It is very scary. Especially the Finger of Death. A probabilistic instant death magic. If you memorize it, it will become a legend. The Great Disintegration technique is also known to be able to cause damage to artifacts. Although Owen has a lot of tricks, if he is hit by one shot, he will probably end up with the same disastrous outcome. This scene completely dispelled Owen's little idea of adventure. He decided to go out on adventures in the future and guard the few 3-digit doors without even taking a step forward. Putting away Zaku, who was almost scrapped, Owen couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that Depu was a fate that Zaku couldn't escape? Since he obviously didn't meet Gundam. I released the new puppet and checked it, and found that the trap only had these two magics. But yes, if these two magics are ineffective, other traps may not have any effect. So it is better to save effort. The lid opened, revealing a space the size of a safe underneath, and inside was a corpse. Judging from the mage robe on the other party, and the equipment that still shines with magic aura, it can be seen that this is a mage, and most likely a legendary mage. This trip was full of twists and turns, but unexpectedly, Rangya and the three of them managed to find the legendary mage's tomb, although it was a bit small. Chapter 247 Diary of a Female Mage. Let the top hat puppet carefully move the body out. Before that, Owen, who still felt not safe enough in Queen Slime's body, chose to hide far away, completely broadcasting it in real time through Nuonbobo, fully displaying his fear of death. There is no other way. The Slime Queen may be able to withstand the Great Disintegration technique, but there is no guarantee of death magic like the Finger of Death. And who knows what other tricks this corpse may be hiding. Owen's good days have just begun, and he has no intention of risking his life. After some inspection, Owen was able to confirm that this was a legendary mage, or a female legendary mage, because under the influence of magic power, the corpse was still lifelike and soft to the touch, which was breathtaking. Next, the top hat puppet began to dismantle the opponent's equipment. However, no matter the precious magic equipment, rare staffs, rare potions, or special materials, none of these attracted Owen's attention at all. He concentrated on controlling the top hat puppet to open it. A magic book. This is a magic book similar to a spiritual crystal ball. It looks like a book, but it is actually a book-shaped storage device that cannot be turned to the end. It contains the books and information collected by this legendary mage, as well as various magic research data. It was originally restricted, but unfortunately it couldn't withstand Nuonbobo's cracking and was easily opened. The value of the things inside is completely immeasurable. Any research by the legendary mage costs a lot of gold and silver, not counting the time and energy spent. For many legendary mages, the most precious thing is not money or rare materials, but time. Even legendary mages will die. For this reason, there are countless mages who transform themselves into constructs or undead. This legendary female mage is very lucky. She comes from a family of legendary mage. Therefore, she not only has resources that are unimaginable for ordinary mage, but also has personal guidance from a senior mage. When she grew up, she even studied with a legendary mage in her family, without making any detours. Became a legendary mage before the age of 40, which shocked many people at the time. Even so, death would not let her go. If she did not become a god, she would eventually decay. So the female mage embarked on a journey to find a way to become a god. On the way, she met a handsome wizard, a hot-blooded warrior, and a ruthless young assassin. One woman and 3 men traveled together, creating many legends belonging to them in their shameless daily lives. The whole process is just like a female-channeled novel. If you add a male protagonist, it will be an otherworldly version of Meteor Garden. But the 4 of them were really lucky. After finding an ancient ruins, they happened to find a teleportation array that was still functioning and captured new coordinates. After trying it, the 4 of them came to this world smoothly. This is a very primitive world. The low level of mystery makes the whole world of little value. Whether it is a huge behemoth or a large number of lizardmen, it is meaningless to the legendary mage. But they were soon surprised to find that those ignorant lizard people actually gave birth to precious divinities with their primitive beliefs. This made the 4 of them ecstatic. But the ending was not as beautiful as they imagined. The female mage knew very well how precious divinity was. So although she came up with a reasonable distribution plan, she did not take it lightly, but made a lot of preparations. The result was just as she expected. The three companions suddenly attacked her just because she was the strongest among the four, and wanted to occupy half of the divinity. She thought that the happy daily life of the four of them would end in her own hands. The female mage was still a little emotional, but she did not expect that the wizard had already broken through to the legend and imposed a strange compound curse on her. A kind of poison hidden in body fluids. Curse, or a mixture of the three. Obviously both the warrior and the assassin were bribed by the wizard. Yet there is only this little surprise. The female mage is not afraid. As a cautious mage, it is very normal and reasonable to prepare more than a dozen plans in advance. She still has the trump card to turn defeat into victory. But she miscalculated two things again. The carefree warrior hunk actually had demon blood, and he transformed into a legendary demon and gave her a hard blow. And the assassin boy actually hit a fragment of an artifact. In the end, the female mage was filled with hatred on the spot. But her dying counterattack also destroyed the bodies of the three people, making their plan fail. They could only give up becoming a demigod and choose to become a god of faith. She used her last remaining strength to convert her. The body is hidden here. From this diary of a scumbag. Owen realized that if you don't have such a big pond, you shouldn't raise so many fish. You see, it's not a big deal. Owen shook his head. But he also learned from this where the gods believed by the three major lizard clans, Voodoo, Bloodskull, and Black Claw, came from. After putting away all his things, Owen prepared to return to his original world. As for the three, he planned to take them back and let them go to Green Shade Town to do some publicity in preparation for attracting adventurers to come here in the future. Adventurers are a bunch of guys who love the new and hate the old. In order to ensure that there is enough freshness, Owen needs to constantly provide them with new adventure playgrounds so that they can easily obtain more benefits. But before that, he still needs to solve the problem of teleportation. The teleportation array in Glen Town is not original to the world, but fragments that fell from the spaceship. They were activated by accidental contact with the local magic node. It's just that it's not bound, and the magic node here is too weak, so it will only be activated when there is a magic tide in the magic node. Now all Owen has to do is to bind the teleportation array to the magic node, and build a teleportation gate on this basis to control the spatial coordinates of this world in his own hands. The next thing to do is to arrange the stay. Maya definitely can't stay. Owen doesn't want to manage the territory personally. Neither can Emil. She is a professor at the school. After some thought, Owen handed this place over to Shulia. Don't you want to be a queen? Let's start here, Owen said while looking at the wage earner with a smile, without giving Shulia a chance to choose. Next, Owen and Maya crammed Glen Town, Hydra Island, and the balance of the three forces into Shulia's stomach, choking and rolling her eyes. However, Owen is not such a ruthless person. He first gave Shulia the position of deputy mayor of Rivendell Town, and then left her with 10 witch hunters as a team, as well as Ella cats, goat demons, minotaurs, and slimes, with the queen staying, plus the female fire dragon who stayed in the Mountain Mother clan. She couldn't control the situation. The students were accepted for nothing, and they were given to Maya as toys. At this time, Shulia realized how ridiculous her original ambition was. Just having such a team left by her teacher felt tremendous pressure. She was so naive that she wanted to seek the throne of Queen Island alone. But after coming back to her senses, Shulia cheered up and left Queen's Island behind. After seeing a broader world, my original ambitions and dreams have become insignificant. Now Shulia just wants to be a good student of the teacher, to learn, to grow, and to see a wider world. As for her ambitions, she has plenty of time to realize them. And the teacher doesn't care. Chapter 248 New Template and Improved Progress Value. Back in the territory, Maya was busy dealing with the backlog of affairs during this period. Owen originally wanted to run away, but he misjudged the length of the snake's tail, and was swept away by Maya, who transformed into Medusa. He could only pick it up helplessly. Quill followed to deal with the official duties that looked like a headache, although they were not around during this period. Based on the already formed internal affairs system, the territory has been developing rapidly and has not stagnated. Therefore, after completing the preliminary summary, Owen was shocked. He was greatly surprised that the territory's population exceeded 30,000. After all, population is the basis of everything. Besides, based on the progress value exchange alone, How many years and months would he have to accumulate? It would be more cost-effective to assimilate the indigenous people. The first thing to do, when the population increases, is to expand the army. Now is no longer the time to keep a low profile. Owen must become as powerful as possible before the Empire sets its sights on him. The key is that he doesn't know how intense the attention will be in the future, and what reaction the Empire will make. Whether to accept it or suppress it. Suppress it first, and then accept it. Or accept it first, and then suppress it. These are all unpredictable. Even if you are familiar with the imperial nobles. Maya is also unpredictable. Because different nobles, different forces, plus the royal family, and the degree of development of Hydra. When these combinations collide with each other, no one can predict what kind of reaction there will be. Just like fattening the Northland this time. According to common sense, there is no need to do this, and it can easily get out of control. But the Empire still does it. In this case, instead of wasting time and effort trying to guess what the other person is thinking, it is better to spend all your energy on developing yourself. However, Owen, who wanted to expand the army, found that he still lacked independent talents, even though he now had Maya in charge of the overall situation. Howard and his son, and the Junton trios supported the formation of the army. Outside, there were also Corinth, Bella, Emil and Farrier support Mara Town, Nomad Alliance, Greenshade Town and Farrier Town, as well as Dell, Seal, Samui, Ren, Professor McGonagall, Brian, Domi, etc. Talent. But it's not enough. Especially for the military. In fact, it's not like Irving has never thought about exchanging generals directly from the system game. The problem is that the generals and counselors in the Three Kingdoms series do not conform to the rules of this world. Ordinary soldiers are much more expensive than the troops in the Empire era. Let alone those who are too strong to be human. There are tens of thousands of enemies, as well as advisors who are as smart as demons. With Owen's current upper limit of progress, it is not cost-effective to summon some second- and third-rate generals and advisors at most. As for the talents in the West, they were either medieval knights or generals from the firearms age. The former were not strong enough, while the latter were too weak. They were just ordinary people. They had to be strengthened after being summoned. Therefore, Owen simply gave up, and just built on the original foundation of the army. Make a small amount of expansion. After Owen set the tone for the subsequent development of the territory, Maya naturally controlled the rest of the development. So she planned to leave. But seeing the progress accumulated during this period, she simply gave the hard-working Maya a template. The template Owen chose for Maya was Zhuge Kongming, who was the top talent of the Three Kingdoms. The template alone was not expensive and was within his affordability. Everyone says that Zhuge Kongming has no shortage of strategies. In fact, this person has been overly mythologized. Zhuge Liang is actually best at politics, followed by layout. In a real confrontation between two armies, he can only say that his level is not low. But it may not be comparable to him. Guan Yu has been polished for decades. But it was just right for Maya. Owen didn't need her to go to the battlefield. She just needed to be in charge of the rear. Name, Maya. Age, 43. Lineage, Medusa. Occupation, maid/interior officer/warlock. Template, Zhuge Kongming. Magic value 800/800. Command 60/85. Force 50. Intelligence 80 out of 100. Politics 85 of 100. Charisma 90. Specialties. Dedicate oneself to one's work. Calculate all strategies. Take care of every situation. 7 stars to extend one's life. Bagua Ray. Skills. Petrified Eyes. Snake Hair Winding. Curse Kiss. Serpent Summoning. Equipment. Snake Scale Armor. Snake Soft Sword. Snake Staff. Snake Amulet. Spiritual Power Ring. Looking at Maya's current attributes, there are no changes in skills and equipment. But the maximum level of intelligence and political attributes means that Owen no longer has to worry about the territory he has conquered being left unmanaged. Moreover, with the characteristic of devoting oneself to everything, Maya cannot help but not work hard. Coupled with her endless calculations and daily management, she has become a ruthless but efficient office machine. From then on, Owen can live a carefree and happy life. My teeth look really tough. Owen touched his chin and smiled proudly or self-deprecatingly. The territory of tens of thousands of people was not as big as a county, which was not enough for the upgraded Maya. So she had nowhere to vent her energy. So she simply deduced the situation in the north and predicted the Empire's next plan. And make a double-digit plan. Just looking at the catalog, Owen felt like his head was spinning. This was a warning from his IQ. So he hurriedly left. Owen, who rarely had free time, went to find Delwyn for a few days, and then went to the dungeon to sort out the harvest of his trip. He had already delayed for too long. First of all, they brought a large amount of rare materials, including mithril, fine gold, and magic crystals. The amount was quite astonishing, which greatly enriched the territory's reserves. It also proved that the world, regardless of its originality, was indeed very likely to be from a higher world. Fragments or residues. Otherwise the ordinary world would not produce materials of this level. This situation is not uncommon. And Owen has no intention of pursuing the truth of that world, because the world will eventually be destroyed. But it has nothing to do with him. After all, by the time the world is destroyed, he will have become a god in such a long time. The thighs are so confident. Rare and precious materials can further improve the ultramarines and puppets in Owen's hands. But they are not his biggest gain. In fact, apart from divinity and the kingdom of God, the greatest gain from this trip was the magic book left by the female mage who failed to raise a dog and was bitten by a dog. This is the only systematic learning and upgrading route from ordinary people to legends in Owen's hands. And there is even a method envisioned by the female mage to advance to demigod and god of faith. There are 3 successful cases. And it turns out that the method envisioned by the other party to advance to the level of belief in God is correct, which is enough to save the dragon mother from many detours. As for the method to advance to the level of demigod, Owen tested it through the process of the dragon mother transforming the female fire dragon, and found that the success rate was also above the 8th level. In this way, he had mastered the growth system from mortal to demigod. At this moment, the system limit, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly increased, finally reaching 50%. Owen was shocked. No need to guess this time. Owen can be sure that the increase in the upper limit of the system's progress value is related to the complete upgrade system he just mastered. But it is of no use. Therefore, the upper limit of the progress value has been increased several times for different reasons, and he has not found it yet. What a rule. But it doesn't prevent him from enjoying the benefits of the increase in the upper limit of progress value. Chapter 249 Shocking Reward. Every increase in the upper limit of progress value is a qualitative change for Owen. From the beginning of the Age of Empire and horseback slashing, which did not have much mystery, to the wizards and witchers and Hogwarts, the mystery contained in it is gradually increasing. The promotion has helped and influenced him more and more. Now the upper limit of the progress value has reached 50%. And the fully open games include Onmyoji, 3 Eyes, and some Invincible Heroes and Old Ring, making Owen full of expectations for the future. In terms of the upper limit of mystery, Heroes Invincible and Old Tuhuan are no longer inferior to this world. At least the world he understands now. But the real realm of God may have to wait until the system progress value exceeds 50%. Only by stepping into the realm of God can Owen have the capital to truly settle down. Now Owen doesn't want to think about the conditions for another breakthrough. So he simply clicks on the reward this time. The 4 rewards provided every time the system progress value breaks through the upper limit are the links that Irving looks forward to the most. And this time is no exception. Just looking at them, I took a deep breath and expressed shock. They are really good things. Abyss Demon 10. Diablo Druid Profession. Wisdom Spell. Great Sword of Hunting God. Abyss Demon. A 6th level unit of the Invincible Hell Camp. Is said to be a demon. But it is actually a demon. In addition, despite its appearance, it is as powerful as a red dragon mad warrior. But it is a master of both magic and martial arts. It can decapitate with a sword in close combat and attack from a distance. There is also a beautiful fireball technique, which can better see the enemy's weaknesses. It is very powerful. Each one has legendary level combat power. The only problem is that it cannot easily enter the material world, and it will be rejected over time. What is the material world? It generally refers to places other than the abyss, hell, and void. It actually refers to the inside of the world. Hell is the stomach. The abyss is the intestines. And devils are the digestive juices and fungi in the intestines. The problem is that the probiotics are in the intestines and stomach. But if they spread to other internal organs, they can be fatal. Therefore, every world will instinctively reject outsiders, especially devils and demons. Although the abyss demon in Owen's hand comes from the game, it must conform to the rules of the current world after it is realized. Otherwise, it will not distort reality, but modify the rules. So even though he had 10 more powerful thugs, Owen could only place the abyss demon in the authority space to avoid being ostracized by the world. What follows is a pity, rather than a profession. Owen wants the hybrid of angels and demons in Diablo. Although the professions in Diablo are not weak. After all, they can be so weak if they can kill angels and demons. However, compared to the hybrids of angels and demons, which are said to have unlimited potential, the latter is a truly valuable treasure. But it's better than nothing. And Owen, who already has a bunch of professions, doesn't mind adding another druid profession. Unexpectedly, after integrating the druid profession, Owen realized that he had underestimated this profession from the world of gods and demons. He was indeed a professional who fought with gods and demons. The core had touched the law, and the theoretical upper limit was even demigod. Above all, the most important thing is that he has the monster fighting upgrade that he has been obsessed with. As expected, Owen's attribute column has changed. But first, we must deal with the remaining two rewards. The wisdom technique is the same as the mystery technique, and it also comes from the invincible heroes. When it is turned on, it is like having an enlightenment. It is called a burst of inspiration. Applying one example to other cases is to say the least. But the hardware cannot bear it. To put it simply, the wisdom technique is overclocking, which forcibly activates untapped areas of the brain. Just like adding a server, the computing power will naturally increase. And if used regularly, the degree of brain development will become higher and higher. In theory, it can reach 100% and bear the fruit of wisdom. But this is not without its shortcomings. That is, the hardware is under too much pressure, which is okay for a short time. Over time, it may not only break your brain, but also consume a lot of mental energy. So you should take your time when using it. The last great sword of the hunting god comes from the Ring of Elden. It is a very strange sword. The upper half of the sword looks like it has been split and twisted several times. There is no blade at all. It is said to be a stick or art. It's fine, but it can't be called a sword. But this thing is a sword, with black flame as the blade. When it is swung, the black flame spurts out like fire, burning everything. And the damage is very shocking. Owen felt that the Queen's black flame released by this sword was the same as the fierce fire in Hogwarts. But the damage was greater. Whether it was to matter, body, or soul, it's just too powerful. Especially the darkness inside, which is like an abyss. Even though he is the master of this sword and has the guarantee of the system, Owen still has a strong sense of crisis with the fuse in his hand. Obviously, his current strength is as strong as the power of this sword is too different. So the instinct is to give a trembling reminder. Even if this thing isn't an artifact, it's almost enough. Owen carefully placed the sword in the authority space. The Dragon Mother, who was carefully observing a group of abyssal demons, suddenly wailed in her heart and returned. Originally, the entire space of authority was the Mother of Dragons' comfort zone. Now not only did a group of devils come, but a sword capable of killing gods was also released. She was under a lot of pressure. Okay, Owen, who originally planned to leave directly, was stunned for a moment, and then began to transform the authority space, which can be regarded as employee benefits. After all, Dragon Mother is in the developmental stage, and she will have to wait for her to truly play her role. During this period, the salary cannot be low. Absorbing an earthly kingdom did not increase the area of the authority space much. After all, the quality of the two sides was very different, but it made the authority space a little more solid. At present, he divided the authority space into 3 layers, and the bottom layer was for the Dragon Mother. The comfort zone is about the same size as the earthly kingdom of the Mountain Mother God. The second floor was filled with black flames because of the sword stuck in it. But the Abyss demons liked the environment here very much, and they were responsible for guarding it. The top space is for Owen's daily use. In this way, if he encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, he can first expand the authority space, then release the Abyss demon and Dragon Mother, and finally draw his sword and stab the enemy to death, causing the ashes to rise. Only then did Owen have the mood to take a look at the new attribute board. Name, Owen. Age, 24. Profession, Mage/Wizard/Druid. Level, 40. Magic value, 600/600. Intelligence, 60. Spirit, 60. Strength, 30. Constitution, 30. Agility, 20. Talents, Mystery. Wisdom. Ancient Blood. Fragments of Authority. Specialties, Elementary Telekinesis. Intermediate Mental Power. Intermediate Meditation. Elementary Alchemy. Elementary Air Magic. Intermediate Spells. Intermediate Onmyoji. Elementary runes. Elementary witch literature. Elementary devil aura. Elementary monster summoning. Skill. Equipment, electronic muscle girdle. Steel robe. Unicorn sword. Brave staff. Spirit ring. Holy Ares power armor. Thunder shock hammer. Seiko heavy bolter. Seiko high speed chain sword. Portable universal furnace. Mount, mithril dragon sheep. Pet, Ella cat. Shikigami, steel fist war beast. Giant side goat demon. Female fire dragon. Slime queen. Minotaur. Great witch Emil. Demon centaur Bella. Blood princess angel. Mother of dragons Daenerys. Puppet, top hat. Ninja kill. Zaku, battle damage. Warm baby. One-eyed giant eagle. The current attribute board is more suitable for individuals, while the previous attributes are more suitable for counselors and generals. Generally speaking, Owen prefers the current attribute board. Chapter 250 How to use wisdom technique correctly. After some research, Irving already had an understanding of the new attribute board. Overall, the changes were not small. Mysteries and other things became talents, and the original skills became specialties. Later I found out that this was to make room for the skills of the new druid profession. Fighting monsters and upgrading. Upgrading and adding points. These are just the basics. The most incredible thing for Owen is the skills. You can upgrade and master them by just using skill points, completely ignoring the learning process. I have to say that this is very powerful and very suitable for cheaters like him. After all, he has traveled through time. Why does Mal still have to study hard? Wouldn't it be nice to just upgrade and add some of it? Unfortunately, the level is based on his original attributes. There are no extra attribute points, but he does have a lot of skill points. Each level can gain 5 attribute points and 1 skill point. So at level 40, there are 40 skill points available for use. However, Owen did not use these precious skill points rashly. Firstly, the number of skill points was limited. And secondly, he wanted to see if he could master the skills through learning as before, so as to maximize the benefits. This matter cannot be rushed. Irving will not act rashly without having an overall understanding of the druid profession. Not to mention that he still has a lot of things to deal with. Master, after testing the materials, the optimization of the existing equipment has been completed. The Flame Queen projected various data in front of Owen, mainly using mithril, fine gold, and magic crystal to replace some of the materials of the existing equipment. Looking at the projection, even though he was quite familiar with it, Owen still felt dazzled. So he planned to try his newly acquired wisdom technique to see if it was that magical. As expected, it was worthy of the name of wisdom. Owen's eyes immediately lit up. The data that was originally so complex that it took a lot of time to think about came out almost instantly. Countless data were summarized and fused to generate a lot of inspiration. Owen quickly moved his hands to make modifications. Later, I thought this was too slow, so I put on a mental power ring and used my mental power to resonate with the Flame Queen. While transmitting the data, I also borrowed the Flame Queen's computing power to complete further improvements. However, Owen's state was soon interrupted by Nguyen Bao Bao, so he was very dissatisfied. But after Nguyen Bao Bao displayed his physical condition data, he understood in an instant and immediately stopped using wisdom. The strong feeling of weakness, high temperature and dizziness made Owen almost faint on the spot. Fortunately, he was strengthened and could hold on. The slime made on the side moved over and began to transform, turning into a close-fitting and soft chair, allowing Owen to sit down and rest very relaxedly. She took the white sugar honey juice from another slime made, drank half the cup in one gulp, and added water to dissolve the remaining half cup. Owen lay there with his eyes closed and resting, waiting for the sugar in his stomach to be converted into energy to replenish his body's consumption. After taking a nap, Owen's head was still groggy and his body was limp, which made him somewhat resistant to the use of wisdom because it was too uncomfortable. But looking back at the time when he seemed to be omnipotent, Owen knew that this was just a delusion, and he couldn't refuse to become an intellectual Superman again. Rubbing his brows, Owen asked Nguyen Bao Bao to post the previously scanned body data. Although Nguyen Bao Bao is a sub-program of the Flame Queen, compared to the Flame Queen who controls the overall situation, Nguyen Bao Bao is only responsible for Irving. The most important point is the monitoring of body data. Therefore, when he realizes that Irving's physical condition is approaching the red line, he immediately takes action. Warning: if it continues to deteriorate, they may even actively use the high-level potion stored internally, all in order to maintain Owen's life. After analyzing the data, Irving learned about the changes in his body just now. The sugar in the body is consumed too fast, and there is no time to replenish it, forcing fat to be decomposed quickly to replenish the energy consumed, which also causes secretion disorders in the body. In addition, the highest temperature reached 40 degrees, which made Owen couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. He couldn't soak glucose in ice water when using wisdom in the future. However, Owen still found a way. That is, to return to the warm embrace of the Slime Queen. When the time comes, the upper and lower parts are connected, and a large amount of easily digestible nutrient solution is directly added to the body, making full use of every inch of the gastrointestinal space for absorption and digestion. Compare how thick the infusion tube is with how thick the human intestine is, and you will know which one is more efficient. But the posture is a bit inelegant and detrimental to the bottom line. Owen felt that if it were the time when he had just traveled through time, he would never believe what he was doing now. In addition, while staying in the Slime Queen's body to obtain nutrient infusion, it can also lower the body temperature and regulate endocrine. It is simply perfect, and can double the time of using wisdom. As for what to do if he summoned the Slime Queen to shoot Leah, Owen actually left behind a lot of slimes that had been modified to be able to directly condense nutrient blocks. He only needed to collect the excrement of these slimes regularly to maintain consumption. After finding the trick to use it, Owen's wisdom skill improved very quickly during this period. Especially the use of mental power allowed him to advance to a higher level in puppetry and alchemy. He even had a bold idea. So he came to Brian's laboratory. During this time, Brian made a lot of modifications to his body, but he did not replace the crawler and can body, because it is faster, more stable, and can install more instruments, which is very convenient for experiments. This makes Owen dare not compliment him. At this time, Brian was studying a corpse. A large number of probes were pierced into the corpse, like hedgehogs, but they could complete the diagnosis efficiently and display detailed data, which made him addicted to it. Owen turned on the wisdom technique, turned it off immediately after understanding the data, and then skillfully took out the candy from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. It's incredible that this corpse has not completely lost its vitality. Owen frowned and swallowed the candy in his mouth. During this period, he had eaten more candy than his body weight, and his hands were shaking when he untied them. The feeling of maltose is so sticky that even when peeing, it's so sticky that it's stringy. It's really unbearable. But sugar is the fastest and best way to replenish the brain's consumption. So he has planned to develop more flavors of sugar, at least to get rid of the damn sweetness. Yes, it's a miracle. Even a legendary mage shouldn't have this phenomenon. Although Brian is not a legendary mage yet, he already has a good understanding of the legend after seeing the mage system that Owen entered into the database. Therefore concluded that there was something wrong with this corpse. So they have been studying it continuously, and did not use rough slicing methods, just for fear of damaging the integrity of the corpse. Now the cells of the corpse are in hibernation. No, it should be said to be in a state of zombie. So we can first inject activity to activate these cells, and then we can see the secrets hidden underneath, Owen said, touching his chin. I have to say that Owen's idea is bold, but it is not without the possibility of success because they have the T virus. Chapter 251 Living Corpse Emily. Just as they were told, the two modified the culture chamber, put the female corpse that had been pre-processed into it, and then injected it with a nutrient solution mixed with the T virus. The T virus in the nutrient solution was very active and began to actively penetrate into the cells of the female corpse, re-injecting vitality into the dead cells. This shows that those cells are really not safe to death. It's unbelievable. How did she do it? Owen was really curious about how the other party kept his cells immortal for hundreds of years. It seemed that he would have to wait until he awakened the other party to find out. The cells of the epidermis soften after being awakened. But this is not enough. Artificial blood mixed with trace amounts of T virus is then injected into the dry blood vessels, and the external heart is started to imitate the pulsation of the heart to allow the injected artificial blood to flow. Moisturize this body. A large number of probes were not pulled out, so Owen and Brian were able to carefully observe every change of the body from head to toe, inside and out. As the artificial blood flows, blood circulation slowly forms, muscle activity increases, the body becomes softer, and the artificial blood begins to flow toward the internal organs. Start adding artificial hormones. Brian, who was responsible for observing the activity of the internal organs, saw that the time was almost up and added the hormones that had taken a lot of effort to synthesize into the new artificial blood to replace the previous artificial blood that had been depleted of nutrients. Owen on the side showed a satisfied smile after noticing that his internal organs began to recover under the stimulation of various hormones. The mysteries of the human body are endless. Even if there is a system, Owen has never stopped researching this aspect. After all, he will definitely need to carry out compound strengthening in the future. He does not want to become a monster or die suddenly due to the conflict of strengthening. Next, Owen discovered that he was happy too early because there were constant problems. First of all, the activity of the spine could not be activated deeply. It could not play the role of nerve conduction. And it could not form blood. Then the internal organs began to fail one after another, and the intestines were unable to move and exhale. It was obvious that the internal circulation was out of balance. After all, the T-virus was not omnipotent. Otherwise, how would the zombies have come about? Start the preparation plan. Owen frowned and then said to Brian. As soon as he finished speaking, Brian's barrel-shaped body opened up and stretched out 7 or 8 mechanical arms. He was equipped with axes, knives and forks, and a chainsaw and hammer were all standard equipment. He was obviously prepared and waited for Owen to speak. Owen was speechless. But this was the only way. While trying to maintain activity as much as possible, the two replaced the spine with a mechanical spine and implanted biochemical devices into the internal organs to assist in mediation. Finally, when they saw the bones that had lost their hematopoietic function, Owen simply coated them with a layer of mithril and restored them. Steel claw. The chance of success of the experiment was very slim. Owen simply had to indulge in hand addiction. At worst, he would be transformed into a puppet when the time came. Anyway, it would not be wasted. After forcibly completing the internal circulation, the next step is the most important part. The brain. Unexpectedly, this part turned out to be the smoothest. Sure enough, you can't underestimate her. Owen understood after thinking about it for a while. Before she died, the female mage knew that her soul could not be saved. So she used her body as a carrier of memory and used some kind of magic to keep her brain almost intact. And her body was just incidental. She was betting that the person who discovered her body was a mage. At least a legal professional. And no legal professional would ignore the well-preserved corpse of a legendary mage. So that she would have the opportunity to activate the memory in her brain. Memory. Resurrected in another way. Even if you become a living corpse without a soul, you still have to keep your memories. You are truly worthy of being a legendary mage. This is an admirable realization. Brian put away his mechanical arm and said in a smooth mechanical voice. Owen looked at the mage who had transformed himself into a mechanical barrel and secretly thought that you are more ruthless than her. Is there something wrong with this brain wave? Owen said with a frown, looking at the fairly smooth lines on the instrument. It's mechanical thinking. Brian was quite familiar with this state, so he put it bluntly. That means the other party is already awake. Owen's subtle tone made the female mage in the training cabin open her eyes. Obviously she understood that she needed to communicate next, instead of pretending to be stupid all the time. After changing places, the three of them were ready to talk. But everyone could see that Irving was the one who could make the decision. Miss Emily, please sit down. Owen pointed out his hand and asked the slime maid to bring 3 cups of nutrient solution. Brian, who now has almost only one brain left, relies on soaking in nutrient solution to survive, while the female mage Emily has just been resurrected. Most of her body organs rely on biochemical equipment to maintain, and now she can only drink nutrient solution. As for Owen, he is purely to get that damn sweetness off your tongue. Emily returned the favor gracefully, then sat down and started to talk about her experience, not hiding anything because she didn't need to. The description was no different from the records in the other party's diary. So Owen asked about the other party's family. Emily still had no intention of keeping it secret, and happily told many family secrets. However, Owen didn't pay much attention. After all, it happened hundreds of years ago. Whether the other family still exists is a question. Even if it exists, it is not in this world. So it is just to express an attitude. So does Miss Emily want to go back? Owen asked a pointed question. The mage values the soul, not the body. If I go back, I will either be locked up or used as an experiment. There is no difference between the two. Obviously Emily is not that naive, let alone whether Owen will let him go. Everything goes well, and she returns to her family. As a living corpse from hundreds of years ago, she doesn't think she will be treated like an ancestor. The most likely thing is that she will be arrested and all the memories in her mind will be extracted, and her body will be reduced to an experimental product. She will do the same thing. In that case, Then Ms. Emily will stay and do research with Master Brian. In addition, there is a magic school in the territory. If you become a professor, you can get additional resources. Although Owen has the other party's magic notes. But the knowledge recorded above is dead. And people seem to be dead too. However, Emily's value is indeed not low. And Owen is willing to give her some preferential treatment. As for hidden dangers, do you really think that he and Brian didn't leave any backup on each other's body? What's more, Owen is very interested in Emily's current state. She can breathe, have a heartbeat, eat, and even do some impulsive things. Physically, she is no different from normal humans. In theory, she is no different from normal humans. They can also give birth to healthy offspring. But she is neither a living person nor an undead. Because her cell vitality relies on the T-virus to maintain her vitality. And even the undead have souls. But she does not. She is said to be a living corpse. But she has complete consciousness and normal thinking ability. No wonder she said that she can only become a test subject when she returns. Because her way of existence is too special. Emily is actually in confusion. Because according to her memory, she knows that she is dead. And what is alive now is just the original body. So even she herself cannot tell what she is. As for what to do next, she didn't even know. So she nodded and agreed to Owen's arrangement without hesitation. Because she wanted to find the meaning of living. If not, then let others give her a reason. Chapter 252 Emily's Self-Transformation. Emily and the three of them brought by Owen were different. Compared to the three of them, who had already become involved with the Greenshade Town adventurers, Emily seemed more withdrawn. Sometimes she could just be in a daze for a whole day. Later, Owen and Brian performed a detailed examination on her before discovering the problem. Endocrine disorders? That's Emily's problem. Although magic is magical and can keep a dead body alive for hundreds of years. Emily was severely injured at the time and was out of shape. So she could only focus on saving her brain. Therefore, even if the cells were resurrected by the T-virus, various problems occurred. The mechanical spine and implanted biochemical equipment can only maintain her vitality. But they cannot allow her to gain human emotions. People's emotions are affected by the body's endocrine system. Emily's problem now is that she wants to be happy or sad. But her body doesn't let her. Owen thought of a way to implant a crystal in her head that was similar to a spiritual power ring. And then linked it to the biochemical equipment in the body. In this way, the fluctuations in mental power caused by emotions would affect the concentration of hormones released by the biochemical equipment in the body. It sounds like mechanical control. But in fact it is still the person who makes the decision. Because normal human emotional fluctuations do affect the secretion of hormones in the body. And Owen just makes this process controllable. After the completion of the new round of transformation, Emily's situation has indeed improved a lot. In addition, Owen has opened some permissions for her. The massive knowledge in the Flame Queen's database has allowed her to rediscover the meaning of life, learn knowledge, transform her body, and create her soul. This is the goal that Emily has set for herself. Especially the last one. I am afraid that God cannot create a soul out of thin air. And I don't know where she got the confidence. Next, it was time for Owen to witness the miracle. To be honest, he underestimated the legendary mage because the mage never relied on brute force. As a legendary mage, although Emily now has no soul, her brain development is still far beyond that of ordinary people. And she quickly reawakened her spiritual power. I don't know whether it was the T-virus or the background of the legendary mage. Anyway, she regained the ability to cast spells. Unfortunately, because she has no soul, her mental strength has never been able to increase. As if something is missing. However, a real mage never relies on magic power, but knowledge. Therefore, even if there is no corresponding magic power, the value that Emily can exert is still higher than that of Brian. And in many fields. First of all, Emily studied the T-virus. She was very interested in this virus, which had similar effects to the undead natural disasters. In addition, the Flame Queen had complete information, and she quickly achieved some success based on the original basis. This made Owen amazed. What others achieved in a lifetime was not as good as the other person in a few months. God is so unfair. If Owen hadn't cheated with the wisdom skill now, he would probably feel inferior. Emily prepared special T-virus and hormones according to her own situation, enhanced the activity and lifespan of cells, and expanded her research direction into the field of cloning. Emily's current self is based on the consciousness generated by the original memory, excluding the soul component. She is not much different from the artificial intelligence that generated the self. In theory, she can fully back up her consciousness and even clone countless cells. After Owen learned this, he took several breaths of air conditioning to express his respect and opened up this part of the information to her, because he also wanted to see what Emily could do. But soon, he had to temporarily interrupt Emily's research and ask her to help deal with the underground ruins. The underground ruins in Green Shade Town are nothing to Emily. She has explored at least 2 digits of similar ruins, and even dismantled a magic well with her own hands and participated in the construction of a mage tower. This is the advantage of being born in a mage family. With her help, Owen finally solved the mithril golem on the 3rd floor of the ruins. This is a good thing. If the technology hadn't been figured out long ago, the legendary mage would be scratching his head when he saw it, especially in a place with limited space. But if you understand it thoroughly, it's not difficult to solve it. Of course, there are prerequisites for this. The ruins must be in disrepair. Most of the defense mechanisms are damaged, and the intelligence of the ruins similar to the tower spirit has failed. Otherwise, the difficulty will increase more than 10 times. After solving the mithril golem guarding the door, Emily cracked the door of the magic well, and Owen finally witnessed the long-famous magic well. The magic well is like a wellhead made of crystal bricks, or a special engine nozzle, because strong magic power spurts out like flames at all times, and then turns into liquid under the constraints of the magic well and falls back, becoming the water in the well. Magic reserve. As far as the shape is concerned, it is as exquisite as a work of art. The gaps are all glued with mithril, and there are fine gold textures. It has quite artistic value. But if you look at it with a microscope, you can see that both the mithril fine gold and the crystal tiles are densely packed. It is engraved with numerous witchcraft texts. It's a void magic well. Although the model is old, it can be used in a world with low or even no magic. It's pretty good. Emily recognized the model of the magic well and explained it to Owen. Magic wells are divided into ordinary magic wells and void magic wells. Ordinary magic wells use magic crystals and mithril, and are mainly built on magic nodes. It is simple, convenient and fast, and the cost is low. Unfortunately, the supply is affected by magic nodes, just like the flood season and dry season. Likewise, if the magic node is destroyed, most of the mage tower will be destroyed. The void magic well does not have these problems, because it can communicate with the void and directly extract the power of the void for transformation. However, the conversion efficiency is very low, just like extracting trace elements from seawater. Of course, the void magic well can also be connected to magic nodes, and the same is true for the ruins. Unfortunately, the magic nodes here have entered a period of decline, just like the water veins have dried up. So the magic power provided by the ruins is so small. Emily simply performed some maintenance on the void magic well, and then needed to repair the magic transmission lines scattered throughout the ruins. This was a big project, but she enjoyed it, because only by being busy could she find a living feel. In order to increase work efficiency, Emily made herself 4 mechanical tentacles, directly linked to the mechanical spine, and transformed into Dr. Octopus. Owen found it interesting, so he specially made her a set of non-inner armor and external armor. She weighed 4 mechanical tentacles, and was qualified to guard the boss. Not to mention, with these equipment, Emily's work efficiency has greatly increased, especially after she connected with the Flame Queen through the implanted spiritual crystal. She had flying puppets to scan. The Flame Queen's data was analyzed, and she finally repaired it. This efficiency is very good. It didn't take long for the industrial area on the 2nd floor of the ruins to complete basic repairs. The factories and defense mechanisms still needed some time, but the magic supply was no problem. Owen planned to move the heavy industry in the dungeon to a more open place, leaving only high-level buildings in the dungeon. Precision Production Line. Chapter 253, Divide the Northland. With the magic circuit repaired and the energy supply becoming stable under Emily's maintenance, Owen's world door plan can be launched. It didn't take long for Owen to build a portal in the square in front of the Shidong Tavern and start selling time travel tickets. Reaching other worlds through teleportation is a new thing even for adventurers. In fact, even ordinary cross-regional teleportation has never been experienced by most adventurers. Firstly, it is rare, and secondly, it is expensive. Therefore, the new portal becomes, after all, they are adventurers. This cannot be called unclean hands and feet. It can only be said to be part of the adventure. It is just like smashing pots and kicking boxes in private houses. It is a necessary process for readers. But the portal is integrated and has a magic barrier. Let alone petty theft. Even if you try hard and violently, you can't even think of leaving any traces. What's more, if you are the guard in front of the portal, you will die. It doesn't matter if you touch it. With a knife and a gun, why don't you act as a guard and not dare to kill you? Revealing the portal was of course risky. But Owen knew that he had to give these adventurers a little hope. Otherwise, they would cause who knows what trouble. Besides, there are countless precious minerals buried in the mountains, and he alone could exploit them for years and months. Although adventurers are disgusting, you have to admit that they are extremely talented at hunting for treasures and getting good things. Regardless of whether they are buried deep underground or are guarded by monsters, they can find a way to get them for you, as long as you issue a mission. Owen has made full preparations for this, providing everything adventurers need, whether it is equipment, skills, knowledge, treasures, mounts or enjoyment. In addition, 2 nodes, whether Greenshade Town or Glen Town, are under his control, which is enough to ensure good fortune. There will be no exodus, and he only has to pay a small price. Owen even offered 10 quotas every month, which could be redeemed with the contribution points of the Greenshade Town Adventurer Guild. This greatly encouraged those adventurers. After all, who didn't want to see the other world? It also increased their interest in the Greenshade Town adventurers. The sense of identity of the guild serves multiple purposes. While Owen was busy dealing with the energetic adventurers in Greenshade Town, Mara Town entered a state of war readiness. In fact, Mara Town has never relaxed. After all, it is always facing the impact of the mob, and it has also fought against the aberrants once before. How dare it relax? Isn't this a joke with one's life? After many expansions, Mara Town can now accommodate thousands of people. At the same time, the walls have been heightened and reinforced, and the arrow towers have been transformed into turrets. Hundreds of soldiers and horses are stationed there, which is enough to fight 3 to 5 times the enemy. If 2 people on the left and right are added, there is a military camp, and even 3 to 5,000 people dare not take action. And they may not win if they take action. But this time, the opponent is extraordinary because it is a regular army. The so-called regular army is well-trained and uniformly equipped. These 2 points may seem simple, but not everyone can do it, let alone scale it up, because the former requires sufficient human resources, as well as sufficient training venues, food and equipment. The latter itself represents financial resources, material resources and production. Without sufficient power, it is impossible to achieve it. At present, this force has 2 to 3,000 people, more than 1,000 soldiers, a dozen knights, and the rest are auxiliary soldiers and coolies. It is already a force that can change the world in the north. It is a pity that it met Hydra. Corinth raised his binoculars and saw no flags or signs from anywhere in the enemy formation. Even the knights did not raise their pennants and wear their badges, obviously to conceal their identities. But he didn't need to guess to know that these people were either from the frontier army or from the influence of a certain noble in the empire. They couldn't wait to start grabbing the cake. The question for Corinth now is not whether to fight, but how to fight. In the first 2 years after arriving, Kalunsi would have been a little worried about the situation before him. But now, with his order, Mara Town is full of guns and cannons, and the presence of military camps on both sides is even more intense. If it is more powerful than a tiger, it is just waiting to eat people. The nobles who were leading the army on the opposite side turned green when they saw this. Not only were all the opponents equipped with firearms, but they also had trenches to hold back their horses. It was simply unrealistic to defeat them with the troops and horses in their hands, unless it rained or they used their trump cards. If the trump card can be used easily, can the trump card still be called? As for waiting for rain, there is little rain in the north, and it is not the rainy season now. When it rains, his soldiers and horses will eat him up. This is not an empire. Just looting supplies cannot meet the demand, because there are too few people in the north. And coupled with the scourge of chaos, they are all eating people. So where can the food come from? Therefore, data still relies on transportation from the empire. But this long distance means that at most 3 layers of materials are left. The rest are consumed in transit, and the transportation cost is too high. Therefore, if the battle cannot be resolved quickly, this battle will not only be about losing money, but may also cost the whole family. After weighing it up, this mysterious team finally chose to leave. Through the Nomadic Alliance's intelligence network, Corinth learned that the other party had captured another north-south transit station similar to Mara Town, and captured many insurgents, and was busy working on it. Construction. After reporting the matter, Corrins continued to strengthen his vigilance, and at the same time increased his efforts to capture the riders. Because he knew that this was just the beginning. As all forces in the Empire came to an end, the riders in the north would become delicious meat. Everyone wants to take a bite. But if you don't hurry up now, you won't be able to eat it later. The facts were as expected by Collins. Then many inexplicable forces emerged in the Northland, ranging from hundreds of small ones to thousands of large ones. When they arrived in the Northland, they attacked them if they could. If they couldn't, they avoided them and found a piece of them. I occupied the land with good feng shui, and then began to search out the refugees for construction, as if I wanted to contribute to the development of the Northland. Although these people are not named, they should know each other and have a tacit understanding. They rarely conflict. Unless the interests are too great, they will abide by the first come, first served rule. In a short period of time, there have been more than a dozen powerful forces in the north, and each of them is not weak in strength, if they are not new here, and their background is not enough. Each of them started as a Northland Earl. Although Owen had the title of Viscount at the beginning, his strength could not compare with these forces. So it is not wrong to say that they have the strength of the Earl of Northland. However, the emergence of these forces also quickly calmed down the Northland, because the influx of chaos was divided up, and there was no one left to cause chaos. This is a good thing and a bad thing, because it means that the big cake of Northland has been completely divided. All forces in the Empire have settled in the north, and the next step is the time for a battle of wits. The question is, how can someone be allowed to watch the big boss fight? Sooner or later, Irving will be forced to choose a side. But once he takes a side, it means that he will be infiltrated and suppressed by the side who takes the side, and will be targeted by all other forces. He is what people say. Owen had anticipated this. So he chose another path and stood up to represent the local aristocrats of Northland and cut a slice of the cake in Northland. To do this, he needs to unite with the other two earls of the north. Presumably, they will not watch half of their hard work being swallowed up by the hungry wolves of the Empire. Chapter 254. The Crisis of the Northland Lordship. To make iron, you need to be strong. Irving's idea is good, but he also needs to be strong enough to support the plan. Fortunately, although Hydra is far away and is not in the most densely populated area, it took action early and grabbed the tail of the crowd to eat. Now the population has reached 50,000. Owen immediately upgraded the town center to level 5, raising the population limit to 100,000. In case the population limit was exceeded and the excess population could not be assimilated. After the upgrade, in addition to the increase in the population limit, the potential in technology, military, talent, etc. has also been deepened. For example, firearms, in addition to more advanced muskets, can also cast heavy artillery and explosive SH/LS, which already have the strength for modern warfare. Even if it is close to the sea, the territory can also build ironclad ships to compete for hegemony on the sea. It's a pity that a heavy rain can wipe out the entire firearms army, and the legend can even kill a ship by one person. So Owen knows very well that these are just the basis of the territory, not the real support. Just when Owen had a rare moment to calm down and develop his territory, Farrier contacted him through the double-sided mirror. Looking at her haggard face and unconcealable irritability, it was clear that she was under a lot of pressure during this period. When Owen asked, he realized that the pressure on Farrier was greater than he imagined. After all, the opponent's territory was closer to the Empire's border than Hydra, and it was also more susceptible to the Empire's power extending into the north. Therefore, during this period of time, the number of spies in Farrier Town increased sharply again. Almost all the townspeople had side jobs, and even openly sold various information, including her lord's personality, appearance, and hobbies. Even the furnishings of her room and her favorite jewelry are all being sold for information. Just to know what kind of underwear she wears every day and what shape her pussy is. How can this not drive her crazy? After complaining, Farrier calmed down and told Owen some very bad news. The Empire will re-examine the northern nobles and grant new titles based on the territory's land and population. Real imperial titles. Now Irving understands why he lets unruly people enter the north to fatten him up. It's all for the sake of the imperial title. As for why it is bad news, it is that everyone needs to go to the imperial capital to accept the emperor's canonization, for the forces who came from the empire to share the cake in the north. This was like returning home in glory. But for a pure north noble like Owen, The dangers they faced along the way were enough to make anyone's scalp numb. In particular, Owen has no connections in the Empire. When faced with threats from various forces to take sides, he is in danger of disappearing if he disagrees with him. Therefore, after listening to this, Owen's expression was no better than Farrell's. But this is also an incredible opportunity. If successful, Hydra will break through the shackles of the North and truly step into the power center of the Empire. After thinking about it and realizing that he actually had no choice, Owen gave up other means and began to prepare for entering the Empire. It stands to reason that Irving should first send intelligence personnel from the base into the Empire. The problem is that the Empire is so big and there are only a few people at the base. It will not have any effect at all, but it will be easy to alert the enemy. Therefore, Irving plans to come in an upright manner this time, showing enough strength and background to make people feel that it is more appropriate to win over rather than to be tough. Start the city construction plan immediately. Owen called Maya over and said excitedly, "Is there any change in the Empire? Are we going to recanonize the nobles of the North?" After integrating Zhuge Liang's template, Maya, who was already politically sensitive, became more and more sharp, and she hit the mark with one sentence. Owen nodded and told Ferrier the news he got from him. After pondering for a moment, Maya sorted out the whole thing and thought Owen's plan was very good. With Hydra's strength in the North, all forces in the Empire cannot skip it, let alone ignore it. There are only two options, wooing or suppressing it. The stronger the territory is, the more goodwill it will face. On the contrary, the more it shows its weak side, the more malice will swarm in. That's why Owen is eager to build a city. For the construction of the city, Maya has already made plans. After the internal affairs system was formed, they made early preparations. The biggest problem now is how to deal with the canonization of the Empire. Although this is in line with their previous plan to find allies in the Empire. After all, the Northland is vast, but has limited potential. The more development they have, the greater the limitations. Therefore, early deployment in the Empire is to cope with future development trends. But one was fully prepared to go, and the other was somewhat passive. What's more, going to the Empire to receive canonization this time was like being put in the spotlight, which gave Owen a headache. "Perhaps you can use your status as Madam," Maya suddenly said. Owen was stunned for a moment, thinking that he wasn't married yet, and then realized that Maya was referring to his mother, the eldest lady of the High Ray Chamber of Commerce. Her status is nothing. But what if she is a rebellious witch? It is said that his grandma is not a simple person. She is a big shot in Duelin Tower, the holy land of wizards. Although witches are not popular, they are an integral part of the wizarding system. After all, wizards rely entirely on magical blood. The offspring of a wizard and an ordinary woman obviously do not have greater potential than the offspring of a wizard and a witch. Therefore, the holy land of wizards there are many witches, and they have a lot of power. As a holy land for wizards, Duelin Tower is not weak in strength. There are more than one or two legends, and there are even rumors that there are even higher ones. I don't know if it's true or not, but as one of the extraordinary forces, it is the consensus of all the upper-class people that Duelin Tower is not easy to bully. Everyone knows that witches are powerful, let alone an organized group of wizards. It's not enough. My gender is the biggest problem. Owen touched his chin and said, because his mother belongs to the witch lineage, and as a boy, he is destined to not get much support. What do you think about adding Hydra across the world? Owen suddenly thought of something, refreshed, and said to Maya, since the strength of the mother's side is not enough, then add the strength of the father's side. The legendary witch and the rebellious witch can disguise themselves as the eldest lady of a small chamber of commerce on the border of the Empire. So they will not allow the prince from another world to disguise himself as the son of a down-and-out northern nobleman and have a love-hate story with him. The identity and background Owen fabricated for himself is indeed powerful, and his mother's side is completely traceable and has enough evidence. As for his father's side, Hydra's strange development speed and the existence of the cross-border teleportation array are all evidence. As for the biggest question in this matter, whether Owen's mother would cooperate, he didn't care at all. Her identity and Owen's strength are all irrefutable evidence. Even if she denies it personally, there are few people who dare to take the words of the rebellious witch seriously. What's more, as long as Owen's acting is real enough, maybe even she will doubt her own family. Did the man fake his own death to get away? Owen didn't care at all whether his father's grave would be dug up by his own mother to verify his identity afterwards. He pulled Maya to enrich this plan. Chapter 255 Pony and Tsunade. Build cities. expand the army, develop territories, and strive to fully demonstrate the appearance of a powerful force before the imperial inspectors arrive. To pull off a tiger's skin to promote a banner, you must first have a tiger's skin. The project of saving face is also a project. Irving understands this deeply. But these are not enough. As an extraordinary world, the role of top combat power cannot be ignored. There must be enough masters to block the temptation of the outside world. One char alone is not enough. What's more, when he went to the Empire to accept the canonization, he wanted to take away a group of masters. But the territory was equally important. And he also needed to leave enough strong men to guard it. Otherwise, a fire in the backyard would take a long time for him in the Empire. Now it is no better than before. The territory has consumed too much of his efforts. Even though he knows that as long as he lives, it will only be a matter of time before he starts a business again. But the second marriage always felt a bit worse. Owen felt that it was better to keep his eldest wife as much as possible. This time Seal will go with him. So 1 or 2 legends must be left behind for the territory. Bella is a good choice. As a demonized centaur with a Ma Chao template, she has unique talents and huge potential. She has initially achieved legendary level strength. But she is not close to it after all. So Owen wants to give her a new training. The strengthening helped her break the current bottleneck. But Bella's situation is a bit special. She is a demonized creature that swallowed demon eggs. So ordinary methods have little effect. For example, the T-virus commonly used by Owen has no effect on her. After thinking for a long time, Owen found the strengthening ability suitable for her in a mini-game, which was derived from the marks in the My Little Pony world. Thanks to the experience of watching cartoons with his daughter since childhood, Owen is not ignorant about the world. In the world of My Little Pony, marks are very important. When a pony is focused or good at something, a mark unique to it will appear on its butt. In Owen's view, this mark is more like the recognition of every pony in the My Little Pony world and the legal authority granted to them. As for why, it's because it's obviously just a small game for children. But Owen's current progress value limit can't be fully opened. This means that the mystery of the My Little Pony world is higher than on My OG and 3 Eyes. It's simply off the mark. But if you think about it carefully, the Universe Princess and the Moon Princess in the My Little Pony world control the movement of the sun and the moon respectively. Among them, the Universe Princess also sealed the Moon Princess to the moon. It is strange that she is a great god who is placed in this world, and is not very mysterious. Owen spent a lot of progress points to redeem a blank mark from the system, and slap Bella's high butt in front of him. From now on, she was no longer a barebutt pony, but a mature woman who had the honor of having a mark. Pony. When Owen gave Bella the mark, Emile also came. She was very curious about Bella's changes, because even Owen couldn't tell what changes there would be, because this thing looks at people. No, it looks at horses. After Owen slapped her down, Bella's ass was glowing, which was great, very My Little Pony style. When the light dissipated, an abstract devil pattern appeared on Bella's butt, making both Owen and Emile very curious. The ability given by the pattern was more like an instinct, and Bella quickly mastered the new ability. Bella can now transform into 3 forms: human, horse, and centaur. Except for 1 extra leg. There is nothing wrong with her. Anyway, Emile is quite satisfied. If this were all, it would mean nothing to Owen except to make Emile more satisfied. In fact, the real ability that the pattern gave Bella was demonization. Not demonization, but demonization. And even her race changed. Name, Bella. Age 28. Race, devil. Profession, general. Template, Ma Chao. Strength 80-90. Constitution 80-90. Agility 80-93. Combat skills 75/95. Charisma 70-85. Specialties: literary and military skills, bravery and staunchness. Devil transformation. Skills: 1 ride can equal 1,000, and every shot will hit the target. Equipment: tiger armor, tiger head golden spear, horse slaying sword, treasure bow and feather arrows, iron claw flying rope, and 36 short spears. The 2 attribute values are the changes of Bella's normal form and demonic form. It can be said that once she transforms, she will fully exert all the power of Ma Chao's template. And her combat power is comparable to Seal. It's just that due to the rejection of the world, Bella's demon form cannot be maintained for too long. Otherwise she is likely to be thrown out of the world. After seeing Bella's horse form, Owen wanted to ride her to the Empire. After all, Who would have thought that the mount under his crotch was actually a legendary demon warrior? Just like the white dragon horse that Tang Monk rode. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous white horse turned out to be a little white dragon? Unfortunately, taking into account Emil's thoughts, and the fact that the territory really needed a master with sufficient authority to be in charge, Owen had no choice but to give up this idea. In addition to Bella, Emil is also on Owen's enhancement list. But he has been unable to decide which aspect to enhance. Emil is a master of potions, and is also good at magic enhancement. He can not only save people's lives, but also beat them into a pulp. Based on these two characteristics, Owen finally redeemed a template for her. This time the template is not from the Three Kingdoms, but from Tsunade in Naruto. Needless to say, Tsunade's medical ability is even more ferocious in hand-to-hand combat, and her physical characteristics are quite consistent, even better than Emil's. Name, Emil. Age, 46. Occupation, witch/ninja/shikigami. Template, Tsunade. Strength 80. Constitution 80. Agility 85. Charisma 90. Ninjutsu 80. Taijutsu 95. Medical 98. Seal 95. Specialties, Extraordinary Physique. Enhanced Magic Power. Creation and Regeneration. Skills, Master of Potions. Advanced Charms. Advanced Transformation. Invoking God Guard. In Seal. Strange Power. Equipment, Super Broomstick. Mason Wand. Tsunade's template fully developed the potential of Emil's extraordinary physique. Even if the charm attribute reaches 90, it is still quite amazing. What's more, Tsunade's decades of skills and experience are the most terrifying. The masters in the Naruto world are notoriously fragile, even if they are as strong as Senju Hashirama. Although their vitality is ridiculously strong, they are not invulnerable without chakra protection. Therefore, even though Tsunade has the blood of the Senju clan, and her physical fitness and potential are far superior to ordinary people, she cannot compare with Emil in terms of strength and physique. The difference in height and size is too big. Using the skills that Tsunade has honed over decades on the basis of Emil's extraordinary physique, the power that comes out is even greater than Tsunade's, and can only be described as terrifying. As strong as Seal and Bella. If he was hit by a solid punch, it would probably be a pill. So he became the third legend in the territory. Now Irving has summarized some rules. Compared with rigid reinforcement, strengthening and supplementing according to each person's characteristics will save more effort and have better results. So he is thinking about who else. Chapter 256 Orochi's Matching Wheel. While waiting for the progress value to be restored, Owen thought about the third enhancer, which was Ren. Although Sammy is the top leader at the root, her ability is more suitable for overviewing the overall situation, rather than being on the front line and doing it herself. So it is enough to give her a pair of white eyes. Shinobu is different. She has been trained as a murder weapon from the day she was born. Even a hair is a murder weapon. 1 point of strength can produce a very effective effect. Owen has a lot of strength and can only use one on her. In addition, her legs are prone to weakness, so strengthening her will have the best effect. Ninja already has chakra. Owen had previously exchanged Orochimaru-related ninjutsu information for her, and also gave her the Shikigami snake demon and the snakes in the dungeon as psychic beasts. Their strength is only below the legend, so she only needs to use it. Just give her Orochimaru's template. Later, after thinking about it, he gave Shinobu the Sharingan eye that Orochimaru has been obsessed with all his life. The image of a big snake paired with a riding wheel makes Owen feel excited just thinking about it. Name, Shinobu. Age, 19. Occupation, ninja. Template, Orochimaru. Strength 30. Constitution 30. Agility 95. Charisma 85. Ninjutsu 98. Taijutsu 80. Medical 80. Seal 90. Specialties, Sharingan. Ninja skills. Software modification. Skills, face erasing technique. Hidden shadow snake hand. Formation of 10,000 snakes. 5 elements seal. Reincarnation from the dirty land. Equipment, shuriken. Kunai. Smoke bomb. Kusanagi sword. Psychic beast, snake demon. Snake group. This is the attribute of Shinobi. Compared with Emil who obtained the Tsunade template, her physical attributes are much worse, especially in terms of strength and physical strength, and she can only bully ordinary soldiers. But Shinobi's fighting style does not require such high strength and physique, especially after obtaining Orochimaru's template. After the Kusanagi sword is added with chakra, I dare not say that it can cut everything. There are really not many that can be blocked. so it does not require much strength attribute. The software transformation and Orokiryu ninjutsu allow her to reduce the physical damage she receives, while also having first-class life-saving abilities. Orochimaru's talent and research was wasted. Shinobi only knew how to use it, but could not develop or improve on the original basis. So he uploaded this part of the knowledge to the Fire Queen's database. Although there are currently 4 legends in the territory, there are no pure legal legends, which makes Owen feel a little regretful. Although there are 2 mages in the territory, unfortunately they are both half disabled, and their preferences are more focused on research and have little interest in fighting. Of course, if these 2 really want to take action, with the help of a lot of new knowledge and the assistance of the Flame Queen, even Owen doesn't know how much lethality they can unleash. In fact, if any legal professional has enough time and materials, it may be difficult to destroy the world without anyone stopping him. But when it comes to creating a disaster, the difference is only a matter of efficiency. Owen has long recognized the power of legal professionals, which is why he spent so much energy building a magic school. Unfortunately, the only ones that can be taught in batches now are witches and sorceresses, and mages are still too difficult. After all, a mage does not rely on blood, but knowledge. It takes more than 10 years to train a college student, let alone a mage who can be called a scientific researcher. It is not that easy. With 4 legends, Irving feels much more at ease, and can focus on other aspects. With Maya in building the city, and the entire territory united, it was only a matter of time before the construction was completed. Owen did not need to intervene at all. He only needed to open the authority to mobilize a batch of construction machinery. So his main focus was on improving the routes and the Lord. Enter the escort. The routes must be strengthened more. Entering the Empire this time is a rare plan. It is embarrassing to go without inserting a few nails. As for the Lord's guards, they are put out for people to see, and they are also the first line of defense to stop some people with bad intentions. In fact, not only Owen, but the entire Northland is busy. Every force is working hard to develop its own territory. The amount of material shipped from the Empire to the Northland in just a few months exceeds the total of the past 20 years. And this is just the beginning. And there are with signs of getting worse. The entire Northland has fallen into a tense atmosphere similar to a military competition. In fact, this is normal. Although everyone in the Empire is well aware of their rush to the north to share the cake, they still have to do it. Not only must it be done, but it must be done enough so that no one can find fault. After all, who is a noble? There are not hundreds of enemies, and it is never a good experience to be caught one after another. So we try our best to do a good job in saving face. Fortunately, these people are not bad in strength, except for the territory of the 2 earls, which is too close to the border of the Empire and is difficult to attack. Hydra did not expect to be so strong. There are still many places left to grab. Now almost the entire Northland, every village and town with a surname has changed its people. With the previous foundation in place, and the resource inclination of various domestic forces, the development speed is really not slow. The only problem is that although the news of the Empire's recanonization of the northern nobles was released very early, it has been a year since it was actually implemented, and the Imperial envoy arrived at the border of the Empire. Owen was tired of waiting. He never expected that the Empire's ability to move would be so slow. But this is also a good thing. In almost a year, with Owen's cheating speed, the overall strength of the territory has directly improved to a level even he himself sometimes feels unreal. After absorbing the last wave of chaos, the territory's population reached 60,000. At the same time, Akita Town was renamed Beicheng after completing its expansion, with 30,000 residents in the city and 30,000 outside the city. In addition, there are 5 sub-cities with a maximum population of 10,000, namely Green Shade Town, Mara Town, Nomadic Alliance, and Bison Tribe. Due to the inhuman reproductive ability of goblins, the population of Green Shade Town has reached 4,000. If it were not for the underground city ruins that diverted some of the population away, the town would not have had time to expand. In comparison, the population of Mara Town is only more than 1,000. This is mainly because the large number of captured rebels are returned to the territory, and not much is retained. After all, the geographical location of Mara Town is too prominent, and is not suitable for living. Large population. The Nomad Alliance has the largest population growth, reaching 5,000. This is because the previous wave of chaos drove the nomads from the central Northland. Compared with farmers who rely on the land, the movement speed of nomads depends entirely on the livestock they raise. so they can run and run very fast. After realizing this, Bella immediately took action. Using the salt and iron provided by the territory, she effortlessly got these frightened nomads to agree to join the alliance and eventually become a member of the territory. The population of the barbarian tribes settled in the Buffalo territory has also increased significantly. There are almost 2,000 people. It is obviously impossible to double the population in such a short period of time relying on their own reproduction. Humans are not goblins. This was mainly because Owen provided them with many boats, allowing the Bison tribe to cross the river to go further north to trade with the northern barbarians, exchanging salt and iron for fine furs, gold, silver, gems, and people. Furs, gold, silver and gems are of little value to the northern barbarians. As for the population, one tribe cannot support many people. At least the hunting range owned by the tribe cannot support so many people. Therefore, there are many northern barbarians who have just grown up every year. The barbarians left the tribe with a wooden spear and went to the wilderness to survive. If they were lucky, they could join other tribes, or they could steal women and give birth to a tribe of their own. There are only a few such lucky people, and the vast majority can only die in the wilderness. Therefore, being accepted by a powerful tribe is the dream of any wandering barbarian. So they did not hesitate to choose the Bison tribe, which would give them an iron one-handed axe as soon as they joined. Chapter 257 Imperial Envoy. In addition to the people's livelihood in the territory, the army is not unchanged. First of all, the military camp of 1,500 people was integrated into the main army, which greatly strengthened Hydra's ability to fight foreign wars. With the addition of Charlie, Monk, and Kayla, Howard's command and control of the army has also been raised to a higher level. In addition, the city defense army has also been greatly expanded, with the number of soldiers reaching 1,500. Although it is not as large as the main corps, it has the right to mobilize conscripts to assist in patrolling, public security, and city defense. You must know that with the territory's recruitment system, a territory with a population of 60,000 can recruit tens of thousands of conscripts at any time, even if they are not professional soldiers. Their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. After all living beings are equal under the gun. What's more, the recruitment is not just one wave. It is not an exaggeration to say that all the people are mobilized, and it will definitely make any enemy feel a toothache. In addition to the army, the roots have also been strengthened, and Owen has increased the number of ninja squads while exchanging some A and BU from Naruto. These ninjas who have devoted themselves to darkness are real elites, not just cannon fodder or background boards. Just look at who among Naruto has been an A and BU, and you will know how valuable they are. Another area that has been strengthened is the religious system of the territory. This is an area that Owen proposed very early, but has been difficult to improve. Even with the emergence of the Dragon Mother, it has not changed much. Nowadays, the construction of the Holy Light Cathedral has been completed, and branch temples have been built in various branch cities. Priests from the heroic world and monks from the Empire era are now in charge, and the missionary aspect has been quite complete. The tendon-loving priest who masters healing skills and can also hit, and the eloquent scholar-type monk don't need Owen to worry about it all. As for force, Irving formed the Knights Templar as the armed force of the Cathedral of Holy Light. All Templars are good-looking and capable of fighting, and they have all the respect. Although a lot of energy and resources were spent, the Cathedral of Holy Light did not believe in a true god. Not even a god, because that was Owen wearing power armor. Owen is not even a legend, so he naturally cannot sense the existence of faith. Therefore, in order to avoid waste, each temple enshrines a piece of equipment that integrates holy objects to absorb and store the power of faith. This is not easy to do. You must know that apart from artifacts, even legendary weapons have nothing to do with faith. This shows the magic of holy objects. Although the holy object comes from the Low Mystery Empire era, it can condense faith and create miracles. It is a low power but high level existence, so it can do this. The holy artifacts that are fused with holy objects are not just for good looks. Each has unique abilities under the blessing of faith. It is also Owen's faith storage device. When necessary, with the blessing of a full set of holy artifacts, even a demigod would dare to take action. While Owen was busy making final preparations, Farrier Town also welcomed the Imperial Envoy. There is only one special envoy, but there cannot be only one special envoy. In addition to the Chief Envoy and Deputy Envoy, there are also supervisors and servants to protect them, as many as hundreds of people. Among them, The emperor's personally appointed special envoy is the Marquis of Pegasus, and his deputy envoys are Count Decra and Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess. There are also royal mages and royal knights guarding the journey, and there are hundreds of servants and soldiers. Farrier has known this information for a long time. After all, her connections are here. If the secret is important, don't expect those people to help. But she is willing to sell her personal favors for trivial matters, so Farrier can prepare in advance to welcome the arrival of the special envoy. As the imperial envoy, Marquis Pegasus was an old man with gray hair and a strong body. He came from a traditional aristocratic family. However, because he had no inheritance rights, he was arranged to study in the imperial capital. Later, by chance, he became a follower of a prince who had not yet become the emperor, forged a deep friendship, and is still a very trusted confidant of the emperor. He is an important figure in the royalist faction. He was canonized as a marquis and a viscounty. Count Decra, the deputy envoy, is a standard traditional aristocrat who is proud of the glory of his family. Therefore, when faced with the Marquis of Pegasus, who was born in a traditional aristocracy but chose to be the emperor's lackey, he never concealed his disgust, thinking that he was a thief, a clown who wears the garb of a marquis but can only please the emperor. The conflict between the two is not a special case, but an irreconcilable contradiction between the imperial aristocracy and the traditional aristocracy. In fact, the main reason for the opposition between the two sides is the uneven distribution of land and power. Not simply because the imperial nobles are royalists. The empire is so big, and its land rights are limited, because the traditional aristocracy has a history almost as long as the empire, and occupies more than half of the empire's land. They often ignore it even when facing the emperor. Isn't this a slap in the emperor's face? Therefore, the royal family has been trying to take back the land and rights entrusted in the early days of the empire. The question is, how could the traditional aristocrats give up the land and power in their hands? Even because of the connection of interests. The traditional aristocrats once banded together to force an emperor in his prime to abdicate, and soon died of cold. Everyone knows the truth. With this precedent, even the emperor did not dare to force it. So the nobility with false titles in the name of the empire was born. The imperial nobles had high titles and few fiefs, and most of them did not even have actual fiefs. Therefore, they were naturally inferior to the traditional nobles. However, they also became more and more thirsty for land. There was no need for the emperor to urge them. The irreconcilable two sides fought to the death. And the emperor only there is no need to pull the strings. And there is no need to end it personally. Even in a certain respect, the emergence of the imperial aristocracy has become a stabilizer for the internal struggle in the empire. Because both the emperor and the traditional nobles knew very well that the imperial nobles could not achieve anything because they had no foundation. Therefore, traditional nobles hate imperial nobles. But they do not take it too seriously. Just like when they encounter a dog that barks at them. They can beat it to death. But it is not necessary. Firstly, when beating a dog, it depends on the owner. Secondly, there are too many people who want to be dogs. It's impossible to kill them cleanly. So the emperor would instruct the imperial nobles to make trouble for the traditional nobles to vent their anger. If the traditional nobles were annoyed, they would kill a few imperial nobles to show the emperor's face. But in fact, neither party had much to lose. The only pain was to be caught in the middle. The imperial nobles had to rely on the emperor. It can be said that the imperial nobles perfectly acted as a punching bag between the emperor and the traditional nobles. In addition to these two, Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess is here as a supervisor. In other words, her existence is the emperor's eyes and ears. She can see and hear, but cannot speak. Nothing special happens. She is almost like a mascot. Can be ignored. As for pretending to be a princess, the emperor has dozens of children. The older ones will not be able to talk to the younger ones until they are middle-aged. Judging from the appearance, the emperor will have more than 100 children in his lifetime. So princesses and princes are really worthless. Only a few have a higher status, and the rest are tools for marriage. However, the ninth princess is not all for show. She is already a senior knight at a young age, and can be called a genius at her age. If she can break through to legend in the future, she may not have a place in the royal family. Chapter 258: A Complicated Struggle. When it came to her family's title, Farrier didn't dare to be careless. After the imperial envoy arrived, she tried her best to hold a very high-end banquet, and invited nearby nobles to come and celebrate. To say that it is high-end is only for the north. In fact, most of these people are small nobles from the border of the empire. Most of them have never been to the imperial capital in their lives, let alone meet the big nobles from the imperial capital. So one by one, they lost their reserve. Just like bees meeting a flower, and surrounding them, and not leaving. Marquis Pegasus often travels, as an envoy to various parts of the empire, and has long been accustomed to the scenes in front of him. Although he is surrounded by a group of little people, who look down on him, and they are constantly patting him with low-level flattery. He is not angry, but a little bit. Observing Farrier's laughter, and laughter with interest, Marquis Pegasus never forgot the mission assigned to him by the Emperor. So from the moment he stepped into the banquet, he had already started his work as a special envoy. The development of the Northland is a strategy that the Empire has long formulated, because there is no excess land within the Empire to develop. The unrest that breaks out every few decades is an obvious omen, and the Empire's methods of eliminating unrest seem to be effective. Every time, you can successfully achieve decades of peace. But the Emperor knew that he was playing with fire, and there was a risk of changing the situation if he made a slight mistake. At that time, the nobles will still be nobles, and whether the Emperor will be his Emperor will be another matter. In fact, the royal family had the intention to expand northward many years ago. Otherwise, what would be the use of maintaining a large number of imperial frontier troops? However, due to the obstruction of the conservative forces of the Empire, it has been unable to launch. It was barely able to form a pioneering group 20 years ago, and it has been hanging on half-dead. However, as the turmoil has shown signs of resurgence in recent years, the imperial nobles who are eager for fiefdoms have taken advantage of the trend to bring up old matters and try to speed up the development of the Northland, because only in this way can they obtain it. So the Emperor followed suit and formed the 2nd Northland Pioneer Regiment, which also included many members of the imperial nobility. As for bringing unruly people into the north to fatten them up, it was actually a method used by traditional nobles, with the cooperation of the imperial nobles. Think about it, and you will know that besides the traditional nobles, who else can bring hundreds of thousands of chaos into the north? Not even the Emperor. Only the traditional nobles, and other local emperors can do this. So why are the imperial nobles, who have always been at odds with the traditional nobles, willing to cooperate, and even dare to deceive the Emperor? It is purely because only with the emergence of new lands, they, the imperial nobles with only false titles, have the opportunity to obtain fiefdoms. It is simply unrealistic to snatch it from the hands of the traditional nobles. The imperial nobles know this very well, and even know that the Emperor is always painting them an impossible pie. The illusory pie that looks good but cannot be used to fill the stomach cannot last for long. In addition to the newcomers who were still grateful to the Emperor not long after the canonization, most of the imperial nobles understood that the Emperor was treating them like dogs and swordsmen. So let alone being deceived. If you kill the Emperor, you will get a fief. And they all need to queue up and draw numbers to decide who has the chance to take action. The poor Emperor had been kept in the dark until now. When he found out, he could only acquiesce to this matter even if he got angry again. What else could he do? The traditional aristocrats couldn't do anything. The imperial aristocrats were supported by the royal family, and came to fight against the traditional aristocrats. You can't cut off your own limbs. The acquiescence does not mean that the Emperor will let the matter develop. No. The idea of recanonizing the northern nobles, as imperial nobles, will seize the initiative. Even if the traditional nobles install a deputy envoy, they will not do much about it. Good idea. In the imperial pyramid, the royal family stands at the top, followed by the traditional aristocracy, the imperial aristocracy, the knight class, and finally the northern aristocracy. It can be said that the nobles of the north are completely excluded from the mainstream circle of the empire. So no one is willing to give up the opportunity to be canonized as an imperial noble. What's more, the imperial nobility is only in name only because of the lack of territory. The problem is that the northern nobles never lack territory. As long as they develop for a few generations, it may not be impossible to become a traditional noble. Therefore, anyone who stands in the way is an enemy. At the banquet, Marquis Pegasus was observing. Count Decro was not idle either. And even the ninth princess, who had been smiling and keeping her princess manner, was secretly observing everything in front of her. The Northland is a treasure land for anyone with ambitions. The imperial nobles want the land here to become a long-lasting traditional nobility. And the traditional nobles are extremely greedy for the land. It was because of them that they prevented the empire from opening up the Northland before. They are not willing to sit back and watch the royal family grow bigger because of this. But once they open up, they are the craziest group of people. Even the ninth princess, who seems to be indifferent to the world, has her own plans, because no one wants to be a dispensable marriage tool. This banquet made Farrier feel mentally and physically exhausted. For the first time, she asked herself whether she had made the right choice. She likes the grand pomp and luxurious life of the nobles. But that doesn't mean she likes the intrigues and mutual crushing among the nobles, let alone the political struggles among the upper echelons of the empire. This was just a banquet. So Farrier didn't even take off her makeup after returning, and immediately contacted Irving. The two people looked at each other in the double-sided mirror. But they looked at each other speechlessly, because the frequent exchange of information before had made both parties already anticipate the situation at hand. But there was still a gap between the assumption and the reality. Your situation is too complicated. Owen rubbed his brows and said tiredly. This is not Owen's nonsense. He has supported many talents for Farrier before. But so far her control over the territory is less than 3 levels. And even Farrier herself cannot tell how much water there is in it. It can be said that Farrier's territory is basically useless, unless Owen gives the last subsidy quota to Farrier Town and relies on the power of the system to assimilate it. The key is that there are too many informants in Farrier Town, and any slightest disturbance will be spread widely. Although Owen has confidence in the system's assimilation ability, there is no guarantee that no one will notice anything strange. Just like the little finger of Black Hand. This person had been staying in Akita Town at first. Later, I don't know whether it was because things were busy or because he felt something. He hadn't been here for a long time. And Black Hand's intelligence station in the north had unknowingly turned into the shape of the roots. Irving doesn't know whether Little Thumb is aware of this. Therefore, although the system's assimilation ability is easy to use, it must be used with caution. So although Farrier and her territory were valuable, they were not high enough for Owen to take risks. After all, the ability to assimilate silently and almost change the root is really scary. If this ability were not under his control, Owen would have felt that people with this ability are absolutely heinous and must be destroyed in a humane way. They must be tied to mushroom eggs and launched. The kind that reaches the sun and spreads throughout the universe with the help of the solar wind. It is conceivable what kind of blow Irving will face after this matter is exposed. Therefore, he clearly holds a branch city quota in his hand, but dare not use it in the town of Farrier. Moreover, all branch cities are in the remote Northland. That is fear of exposure. Chapter 259 Leaked Information. In any case, Farrier passed this level. The special envoy just walked around her town before heading to Count Solari's territory. And this one also passed the level smoothly. This is not surprising, because these two are the only earls in the north. If they are not qualified, then the Imperial envoy should just read the small note in their hand. And there is no need to continue acting. After learning the news, Owen guessed that this was because the 3 parties and the special envoy were involved with each other. So no one could act arbitrarily. There was no other way but to do business. Otherwise, if someone caught the pigtails, it would not be as simple as being reprimanded by the Emperor, but will lose the right to intervene in the Northland. Guesses are guesses. But Irving will not be careless or even offend others, because even if business matters are official, it is too easy to embarrass someone in official matters. Going through a process, covering a dozen chapters, and running for a month or 2 in the previous life is not just a joke. Nor is it an exception to let a dead person withdraw money. It can only be said that everything is possible within the rules, because the special envoy needs to travel all over the north. And Hydra, which is located at the northernmost point, will definitely be the last one. So the other party will not be able to arrive for 2 or 3 months. Therefore, Irving decided to continue to accumulate progress points and see if 50 points of progress points can be redeemed. What? In fact, Owen had long wanted to strengthen himself again, but found that he couldn't do it, because the previous enhancements have not yet been fully digested, such as the original puppet master profession. He has not yet broken through to the advanced level to become a puppet master, let alone the mage system, wizard system, alchemy system, and the newly obtained druid system. As for the bloodline, although it only strengthened the ancient blood, he had not fully mastered the time travel ability it brought, let alone tapped all its potential. In this case, simple overlapping reinforcement cannot be said to be meaningless. It can only be said that it is of little significance because it cannot be used flexibly. For ordinary people, there is not much difference in whether they are holding a pig butchering knife or a dragon slaying knife. They can cut others and hurt themselves. That's all. Owen was very distressed about this, but there was not much he could do. For Owen, who possesses wisdom and is assisted by the Flame Queen, simple accumulation of knowledge is no longer a problem. The only problem is too much knowledge. If I were to write out all of Owen's professions, one line wouldn't be enough. and each profession involves multiple branches. In this case, unless it is an unreasonable super genius like Shinguda, anyone else, even Iron Man, would have to sacrifice half of his hair to master it. Owen's intelligence attribute is not low, and he also has wisdom to help him cheat. Theoretically, he is also a genius at the pinnacle level of human beings. However, he has always lacked something inexplicable in some aspects, causing him to fall into the rice trap. Like a mouse in a tank, it seems to have as much wealth as gold and silver, but in fact it can only eat so much. So Owen understood that simple superposition of reinforcements would not mean much to him unless he was an exceptional being like Superman who could overcome all obstacles. Because he couldn't figure it out? Owen asked Maya, Brian, Emily, Emil and Professor McGonagall. They can be said to be the smartest and most knowledgeable people in the territory, and they may be able to provide him with some ideas. As a result, these people all gave the same suggestion, which is to specialize in one thing first, and then spend a few years settling down, and then become compatible with other systems as the main body's nutrients when they grow up. Maya, Brian, and Emil also suggested that Owen go to Imperial College to study for a while. The history of Imperial College is as old as the history of the Empire. After nearly 1,000 years of development, the college has expanded into an independent city. The Imperial Academy is not only vast in area, but also has the richest collection of books and the most outstanding scholars in the Empire. The most important of them are outstanding talents. I dare not say that it has all the top talents in the entire Empire, but it is the most comprehensive. However, not everyone can go to the Imperial Academy, except for some specially recruited civilian geniuses. Most of the students are from nobles or businessmen, and the age requirement cannot exceed 20 years old. Logically speaking, Owen does not meet the requirements. After all, he is in his 20s, but because he is fused with ancient blood, it is not wrong to say that he is an elf. As an immortal species, elves have a longer growth cycle, so the Academy has another set of standards. The special and pure high elf blood might add more credibility to the special background he designed, Owen thought. In fact, he was already moved, and compared to the complex and cruel Imperial capital, the Imperial Academy, which had a richer learning atmosphere, might be a more suitable place for him to settle down after entering the Empire. When Owen was thinking about how to break through the bottleneck, his information was also placed in the hands of the 3 members of the Special Envoy. And it was Little Thumb who sent this information. Little Thumb's departure was not because he noticed something, but because he received changes in the Empire's policy towards the north. So he hurried to the Empire. Only in the Empire could he grasp the pulse of this huge empire and be able to timely make the right response. No. With the network he had laid in the north before, he made a lot of money in the process of the Empire transporting resources to the north. He also sent a lot of relevant information before the Imperial Envoy arrived in the north, all of which were in vain. Deliver. Littlefinger is not only an information dealer, but is one of the fingers of the Black Hand. His overall view is not bad. If it were not for his young age and lack of accumulation, he would not have been sent to the north. According to normal development, Little Thumb will have to accumulate in the Northland for at least 10 years before he can truly grasp the rights of Black Hand Little Thumb. The reason is very simple. Because rights are not given by others, but taken by yourself. If you don't have your own territory and followers, you won't be able to keep your rights even if they are given to you. But Pinky doesn't want to wait that long, so he needs to do something to speed up the process. Giving information about the Northland to the Imperial Envoy for free is just a stepping stone. The real Jade is his bargaining chip. As for whether the Hydra family is willing to be treated as Jade, who cares? From the departure of the mother of the Hydra family to the rapid rise during the Chaos period, this information about Hydra is quite detailed. But no matter how you look at it, it feels like some important part is missing. Little Thumb knows this, and the people who got the information know this. But it doesn't matter, because they don't care. Interesting. The Marquis of Bergassa / Count Decra / Her Royal Highness the Ninth Princess. Different people gave the same evaluation after seeing the information. Although it was interesting, it was not enough for the 3 to change the envoy's itinerary. Because it was just interesting. Just like the inspection team from the Imperial capital hearing about the rich history of a certain county's richest man. What kind of evaluation do you expect them to give? Or make a special trip? Chapter 260. The Bud determines the head. Ahead is the town of Mara, one of the territories belonging to the Hydra family. The mayor is Baron Current. Little Thumb, who acted as a guide, introduced the 3 members of the Special Envoy very competently. Facing the little finger, Marquis Pegasus always smiled, acting as if he had never cared about the identity of the little finger, but had a great time chatting with him. Count Decra's attitude was a bit worse. He did not hide his inner arrogance at all, but looked down on the little finger like a mouse in the gutter. The ninth princess still watched quietly, and never expressed an opinion. The difference in status between the three people can be seen from the attitude towards the little finger, because the butt determines the head. As an imperial aristocrat, behind the friendly attitude of Marquis Pegasus was both the helplessness of his own lack of background and his sympathy for the Black Hand organization. The Black Hand is not a civil organization, but one specially formed by a certain emperor of the empire to do dirty work, because during that period, the power of the traditional aristocrats increased greatly, almost occupying the political power of the seventh level of the empire. In theory, as long as more than 3/3 of the EP2 of the traditional nobles reach an agreement, they can replace the emperor. If all of them reach an agreement, they can even split up the royal family. No ruler could tolerate a minister who was too powerful, so he would not hesitate to harm himself. And the struggle evolved from the court to a horrific massacre in the dark. The Black Hand organization, which represented the emperor's anger, did not hesitate to raise its butcher knife against the traditional nobles, killing those traditional nobles who dared to offend the emperor's dignity, and plundering the wealth accumulated in their era. But this process did not last long. First of all, traditional nobles were not easy to mess with, and the real big nobles could not be provoked or killed by the Black Hands. Therefore, although many people were killed, it was only the small and medium-sized nobles who were unlucky. The deaths of these people will only make the big nobles salivate. After all, wealth can be plundered. How can land and population be plundered? Even the emperor cannot directly occupy these lands, because according to the tradition of the nobility, as long as the bloodline is not extinct, someone will always come out to inherit the title and land. The traditional marriages between nobles have resulted in genealogies that are as outrageous as a spider web. It is simply unrealistic to kill them all. Some bloodlines even extend to the royal family. How to kill them? Not to mention the land. Even most of the stolen goods were dealt with to the traditional nobles. This shows that the killings ordered by the emperor's Black Hands did not hurt the foundation of the traditional nobles at all. Although Black Hands killing has brought some benefits to many traditional nobles, this does not mean that the traditional nobles will continue to tolerate this behavior, because Black Hand represents the emperor, and the emperor's behavior is destroying the ancient traditions of both parties. You must know that almost all traditional nobles are founding fathers. They are directly loyal to the emperor, and the relationship is between monarch and minister. The problem is that this gentleman is always thinking about his family background. Who can bear this? Of course he will resist. But no matter what, both sides have a tacit understanding to limit the struggle within a certain range, because once the two sides really break up, the empire will collapse immediately, which no one wants to see. We are all in the same boat. We will scold and beat each other. It is not possible to dismantle the boat. But the emperor who formed the Black Hand broke the tacit understanding between the two parties and crossed the line. So after a brutal political struggle, the emperor had to abdicate early in embarrassment, and died soon after falling into the water while swimming in a lake. Emperors are like this. How can a Black Hand who is a butcher's knife be any better? Even if the new emperor thought that the Black Hand was useful and wanted to keep it, he would not dare to do it blatantly. So he declared that the Black Hand was an illegal organization of the empire, and would be severely punished. This is very similar to the situation of the imperial nobles. They are both dogs under the emperor, but one is in the dark and the other is in the open. But they are all the kind who are thrown out to vent their anger on their opponents when something goes wrong. At this time, Corinth had already changed into the clothes of a baron, and was preparing to welcome the arrival of the special envoy. Because the rebellion ended and the military camps were merged into the main corps, there were not so many soldiers stationed in Mara town. However, as the first front to the south, we couldn't rely solely on musket militiamen. So Irving gave Currents a group of soldiers were deployed, including 100 halberdiers and 100 cuirassiers, as a unit worth 5 progress points. Not to mention its strength. Its appearance is more than one level above ordinary soldiers. With strong energy, strict discipline, neat formation, and sophisticated equipment, they are considered elite soldiers in the empire. Marquis Pegasus, Count Decra, and the ninth princess were all impressed. They were not surprised by the combat effectiveness of these soldiers. In fact, even if the number increased tenfold, it would not mean much to them. Seeing through the surface and understanding the inner self is an essential ability for a superior person. Marquis Pegasus, who often travels as an envoy to various places. Has amazing observation skills. As a traditional nobleman, Count Dekra is very familiar with the training of soldiers. The two immediately realized that these soldiers were mass-produced because of the cooperation of the soldiers. The battle with the Q is completely prepared for large-scale battles. Not a small fight with dozens or hundreds of people, but a real war with tens of thousands of people. If not, then there is no need to train such soldiers because the cost-effectiveness is too low. Then this is interesting. Apart from the empire and the traditional nobles, who has the ability to train elite soldiers of this scale? What do you want to do with these elite soldiers at the same time? The attitude of the three members of the special envoy, who were originally indifferent, changed immediately when they saw these elite soldiers. The little finger on the side watched the whole process and showed a smile. Because this was exactly what he expected. The stronger Hydra is, the higher the value of the information in his hands. But if he doesn't see the real thing, it's useless even if he talks about it. No. The three members of the special envoy, who had ignored him before, had become much more cordial now. Including Count Dekra. Count Dekra is arrogant, but not stupid. Traditional nobles rely on land. But that does not mean they are country bumpkins. In fact, they are the largest source of students in the Imperial College. What's more, alliances and marriages have been carried out almost throughout the lives of traditional nobles. Therefore, when faced with a possible powerful lord, his first consideration was not whether to report it to the empire, or how to guard against it, but how to form an alliance. For traditional nobles, the enemies of the empire are not necessarily their enemies. In fact, as long as they do not touch their land, anyone has the possibility of becoming their friend. Faced with the hidden problems, Count Dekra cannot care, but Marquis Bergassus and Ninth Princess cannot. The former is the emperor's envoy, and the latter has to shoulder the responsibilities of the royal family. So any unstable factors need to be paid attention to and eliminated. The goal? In any case, Corin's reception went smoothly. But the special envoy did not stay longer, and went directly to the core of the Hydra territory. The North City. Chapter 261 Shocking Ornaments. Owen, who was staying in the castle at this time, was a little nervous, because Maya's advice to him was to pursue the ninth Princess Thea, form an alliance with Count Dekra, a traditional noble, and then make friends with the imperial noble Marquis Pegasus. This is a three-party take-all approach. But what seems to be a simple-minded approach is actually a routine operation for nobles. No nobleman would casually make enemies. It is truly good to be good to everyone. At most, when a good friend is down, he can kick him into the well, and move a few good-looking stones to solidify it to stop him from turning over. This is the elegance of a nobleman. Owen understood this. He was worried about another thing, which was how to pursue a princess. The few women he has met in this life have never been rejected as long as he is willing. So they have no reference value. As for my previous life, I had been on blind dates dozens of times without ever seeing each other again. Being able to get married was all due to good luck. And it didn't seem to have any reference value. Spending money like water. Acting handsome and cool. Gentle. Mysterious and cold. Owen thought about the character of the character he wanted to play for a while, but finally gave up on this idea because he didn't feel that his acting skills were hidden from the two old foxes. Although the other one was young. But she is a princess, who has been immersed in politics and palace battles since she was born. She is naive, stupid, and love-minded. These descriptions have nothing to do with them. Besides, Irving's current nature is not bad. Maybe he couldn't see it at first. But after creating the current foundation with his own hands, and making great achievements in personal strength and knowledge accumulation, he has long been reborn. In other words, get rid of the mediocre temperament and become more confident. At the same time, as a time traveler and a cheater with the system, Owen has full confidence and inner pride, which makes him instinctively think that he is no worse than anyone else. After all, he has a system. This is because in his previous life, when he was middle-aged, he had already been tortured physically and mentally by life. Even if he traveled through time, it would be difficult for him to completely let himself go. But thanks to this, Owen is not like Teddy in the spring, spending all day searching for fertile soil or digging holes. And he will not kill everyone just because he said something rude to him. It is said that the character of this kind of protagonist is simply anti-human. No one who has received 9 years of compulsory education can produce such a thing. And the devil knows how this kind of idiot who kills people at the slightest disagreement can live so long without being beaten to death or shot. Yes, maybe because he likes to pretend to be innocent waste when he has no power. In any case, After deciding not to pretend, Owen actually relaxed a lot and quietly waited for the arrival of the guests, which would also be the first step for Hydra to extend its tentacles into the Empire. As the carriage continued to drive closer and closer to the castle, the three of them saw that the castle in front of them had no walls or moat. But none of the three dared to underestimate the castle in front of them, because the magic ornaments on their bodies kept warning them how dangerous it was here. This is an extraordinary world with fighting spirit and magic. Therefore, as a powerful person, in addition to ordinary assassination methods, all kinds of incredible magic are also the focus of prevention. For example, accessories that can sense magic fluctuations have become standard equipment for almost all nobles. In this way, as long as people or objects with magical powers come close to a certain range, they will be reminded to avoid danger. The three people had high-end goods and were very sensitive. Through different vibration frequencies, they knew that the entire castle was shrouded by one or several secret magic barriers. Although they did not know the function of the magic barriers, they were better than the city wall, useful with moats. I am the butler of the castle. The master is waiting for you all in the banquet hall. Please come with me. Garen, wearing a fitting butler's attire, appeared in front of the four people with a sound of bubbles. He put one hand behind his back and the other in front of him, said with a touch of British style. Through the reminder of the magic sensing ornaments, the three knew that this was an intelligent magical creature, and if they had seen it correctly just now, it was a rare space teleportation. With its small size and ability to teleport at will, few people would not be afraid of such a creature if it were to become an assassin. Hydra was actually used as a housekeeper. It was such a terrifying family. Compared with the relatively ugly appearance of the house elves, the three of them paid more attention to each other's abilities, so they received a not low evaluation. The vigilance in their hearts caused the three of them to unanimously increase the sensitivity of their magic sensing accessories to prevent them from being attacked. However, when they entered the castle, they had to turn off this function because there were too many magics and magic items, such as portraits that moved, talked and visited, and armor that was curious about guests and could move. As for magic restrictions, and guard golems are located in every corner of the castle, causing the magic sensing ornaments of the three of them to vibrate once they take a few steps. And the vibration frequency will be adjusted according to the perceived strength of the magic power. Who can stand this? 9 Princess Thea could hardly lift her legs. After turning it off, Thea couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In order to hide the numbness on her body, she focused her eyes on the decorations in the corridor to distract her attention. As a princess, even if she is treated as a vase, royal education is essential, including art and appreciation, because these two things are of no use to those who have no power and they are not qualified to learn from capital. They have never seen how to learn, so those who know it are the upper class people. Therefore, in the early days, art and appreciation were distinguished between ordinary people and upper class people. One of the thresholds. Later, the number of people who attached themselves to elegance increased a lot, but due to the limited horizons and limited contexts, the real threshold still blocked the vast majority of non-aristocratic people. Thea is not a real connoisseur, but she was born into a royal family, so she is familiar with it. After all, daily necessities and furnishings are all related to art and antiques. She has a good eye for it, so she will quickly identify the items placed everywhere in the castle. The items are all genuine antiques with hundreds or thousands of years of history. With the 9th princess's eyesight, how could Marquis Pergasus and Count Decker fail to recognize them? It's just that they were more curious about each other's identity, because the style of these ancient items was something they had never seen before. Visitors from another world. The three of them thought of this one after another, but the deep city prevented the three of them from revealing any flaws, and they walked into the banquet hall of the castle one by one. The original castle hall was not very big, but after being combined with the Hogwarts Hall, the area was enough for fighting. There is a gorgeous long table in the middle, with exquisite silk tablecloths as the background, embellished with gold dinner plates and mithril knives and forks. Candlesticks lit at regular intervals in the middle are like fire trees, illuminating the surroundings. It also exudes a light and elegant fragrance. After judging through experience that there was no problem with the fragrance, the three Marquises of Pegasus were in the mood to look at the mysterious Hydra 3. Chapter 262 Arriving at Beicheng. It's really scary that the city has already been built. On the way to the North City, Marquis Pergasus murmured to himself. The establishment of a city means that the population exceeds 10,000. Even in the Empire, it is the beginning of a powerful count. And judging from what has been seen and heard in Mara Town, It is not the kind where serfs and farmers are used to make up the number. The ninth princess was also concerned about Hydra, whom she had heard about frequently since she came to the north. Especially when she heard that Hydra 3 was still a young man. She became even more thoughtful. As a princess, marriage is Thea's only destiny in this life. Even if she becomes a legend, it will only change from a marriage tool to a royal weapon. The essence has not changed. Therefore, Thea has been paying attention to the younger generation of the Empire and plans to find someone to marry in advance. The reason is simple. Since she can't resist, the only thing she can do is to choose a better partner to marry. The Emperor doesn't care who his daughter marries. He only cares about whether his son-in-law is strong enough and can strengthen his rule over the Empire. It's stable. That's all. Although a young lord from the north is not strong enough and lacks some background, his position is very crucial, and he barely meets the marriage requirements. After all, once he marries the princess, the royal family will have reasons and ways to intervene in the north. Thea calmly made an evaluation of Owen's value in her heart, and did not think that the other party would refuse. First of all, the other party does not have a wife. And secondly, the other party will understand that only by marrying a princess can Hydra continue to exist. In addition, she is very confident in her appearance and figure, and even knows the 36 secret formulas of the royal family by heart. So she couldn't think of a reason for the other party's refusal. But her confidence dropped immediately after seeing Bei Chung. Maybe the other party was stronger than she thought. The completed expansion of the North City already has the coveted city wall. The 5-meter-high and 3-meter-thick city wall is made of stone strips weighing 100 kilograms. It is considered indestructible. There is a gun emplacement every 30 meters on the city wall. There are elite soldiers patrolling with weapons closely intertwined, leaving no blind spots, which can make any attacker feel desperate. The three of them knew how much it would cost to build such a strong city, especially in the remote Northland where there was a lack of resources and manpower. The cost was more than 10 times higher. It seemed that they still underestimated Hydra. Naturally, the arrival of the special envoy could not be hidden from Irving, and he even knew that his own information was given to the other party by Little Thumb as a stepping stone. But this did not mean that he needed to welcome it in person, because the heirs must be held up, and he must be held in check. Looking at it from a high position makes people dare not act rashly. The speed is difficult to control. So Maya was the first to come forward to greet her. As soon as the dazzling red hair came into view, the three Marquises of Bergassus understood each other's identities, because the information sent by Little Thumb was quite detailed. However, compared to the fact that he dared to show up in Mara town, the little finger disappeared before he reached the North City, because he knew very well that there was a powerful and deadly existence hidden in the dark side of Bei Chung, and several attempts yielded no results. This made him more vigilant and afraid to expose himself. "It's been a long time, Miss Maya." The first one to speak was Count Dekra, who was always arrogant along the way, because he really knew Maya and had met several times when he visited the Counts of Carlo. He was very interested in this legendary figure. The head maid was very impressed. After all, there are many maids and many head maids. But at its peak, there is only one head maid who can influence an earldom and a marquisdom. Even the arrogant Count Declara will look at each other high and does not mind showing his goodwill. Moreover, at this time, Maya no longer dressed as a maid, but was dressed in decent aristocratic clothes, with the wisdom accumulated over time and wisdom. She looked like an elegant and noble female aristocrat. Count Dekra immediately recognized her identity. Change. So I didn't call the other party the head maid, even though the other party was a maid. Although no maid had ever become a noble, and even being promoted to a noblewoman was extremely rare. Count Dekra immediately accepted this fact, because the existence of Bei Chung was enough to make him change his attitude. "It's been a long time indeed. The last time I met Count Dekra was at that unforgettable banquet." Feeling the kindness released by the other party, Maya responded with a slightly meaningful smile. "Welcome the special envoy of Marquis Pegasus. Welcome Count Dekra, and the distinguished ninth princess. Please get in the car. The lords are already waiting for the three of them at the castle." Maya smiled elegantly and gave a slight salute before inviting the three of them. "Climb into the carriage." "About Hydra 3. We have been hearing about it since we came to the north. I really want to meet him immediately." Marquis Pegasus ignored his title and age gap and acted very sincerely. Even though he knew it was pretentious attitude, Maya still had a smile on her face, allowing the coachman to set off. Of course, it is estimated that no one except herself knows what Maya is thinking at this time. Anyway, She will not take the other party's words seriously. The carriage uses metal bearings and shock-absorbing technology. It is as smooth as sliding on the clean and tidy stone streets. And people do not feel any bumps. This is just a glimpse of what the three Marquis of Burgasses observed after entering the North City. Because of the bonuses in various aspects of the system building, the development of the territory is cheating. With Owen's constant additions, the wealth of the territory is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. This is evident from the fact that all roads in the city are all stone roads. Let alone there are sidewalks on both sides of the road and street lights at regular intervals. These are all manifestations of strength. For this reason, tens of thousands of people in the entire territory, plus construction machinery, and everyone from the magic school, all joined in to create the miracle in front of them. In addition to these hardware, a clean and tidy environment, neat and uniform houses, elegant courtyards, and shops with rich products are all important bases for evaluating a territory. However, the foundation of a territory is still people, because only people can do nothing. So the three of them quickly focused on the pedestrians on both sides of the road. In the eyes of the three people, the residents of Beicheng are a bit too clean. You must know that even many nobles do not have such good hygiene habits. Moreover, although the clothes worn by most people are not good, they are quite neat. And there are almost no rags. You must know that these are civilians. In addition, people with status will not be too obsessed with gorgeous clothes, treat others generously and politely, and look quite well educated. At the same time, the three of them also noticed that the residents here had rosy and healthy faces and bulging muscles. It was obvious that they not only lived a prosperous life, but also had the habit of being armed. Although there was no exchange of words or glances at each other, the three of them all understood that this was their biggest gain from coming to Northland. And now it was up to them to see who was more skillful. As for the mysterious origins of Hydra, it was never an issue. The huge empire never lacks people with mysterious origins. So you don't need to look at the other person's origin, but what the other person does. Developing territory, seeking titles, and accepting canonization are enough for the empire, the emperor, and the nobility, because it means that the other party is willing to accept the rules of the game and is willing to play together, as long as the new player is qualified. The old player actually doesn't mind one more person. Not to mention that the other party represents a brand new piece of cake. Chapter 263 Imperial Border. Irving, who is sitting quietly, looks inconspicuous. Although he is handsome, his plain temperament cannot leave an unforgettable impression on people who meet him for the first time, because it is difficult to see impressive traits in the other person, such as arrogance, suspicion, greed, and other common noble characters seem to have been polished and restrained. They did not look aggressive or threatening, and were not even as eye-catching as the legendary female warrior standing next to him, because the three of them had never seen each other. The legend of wearing a maid uniform. Although Owen looks ordinary, no one will underestimate him because of this. Not to mention the legendary warriors guarding him. What they saw and heard along the way made the three Marquis Burgassos elevate each other to the next level, equal to themselves, or even in a higher status. Because with their strength, they simply cannot build such a strong city in the north. Whether it is a commoner, a noble, or a professional, a strong fist and a strong force are capital, and the weak must have the consciousness of the weak. So he threw away useless temptations and arrogance and quickly entered the conversation. Communication between nobles is actually not that cumbersome. If you haven't gotten to the point after talking for a long time, it means that the other party is not willing to talk at all, or the interests are not enough. So it is best to leave consciously. After some exchanges, Marquis Pegasus keenly discovered that the other party was not good at words. But he was very knowledgeable, and turned out to be a very rare scholar-type noble. Marquis Pegasus did not take it lightly, although the magic sensing ornament was not shaken. For an aristocratic scholar whose family is full of magic and who has elven blood, saying that the other party does not understand magic is simply deceiving himself. For a mage, no matter how cautious you are, what's more, the other person may not have a high emotional intelligence, but his IQ is absolutely fine. So Marquis Pegasus is very cautious when he speaks. When the conversation came to an end, Owen clapped his hands, and the house elf Sickle, the castle's cook, quickly used magic to deliver the carefully cooked food to the table. Because he was born in a country of gourmet food in his previous life, it was okay if he didn't have the conditions. Once he had the conditions, Owen not only wanted to recreate the food from his previous life, but also the food from other worlds and many game worlds in the system. Of course, all of this is left to the lovely Shiko. Although the cook doesn't look very good, Her craftsmanship is really amazing. The gourmet magic of Hogwarts is paired with countless recipes and rare ingredients. And even the ninth Princess Thea, who was born into the royal family, can't stop eating. If the magic ornaments on their bodies hadn't set off an alarm, they would have thought they were cursed or given a magic potion. Regardless of the city, good food always makes people feel happy and can easily bring the two parties closer together. So after the dinner plates were removed and replaced with desserts, the second round of conversation became much easier. Owen showed no resistance to going to the imperial capital to receive the canonization, which made Marquis Pegasus, the special envoy, relieved. Hydra can be said to be the strongest force in the north. If it does not accept the canonization of the Empire, it will definitely have some negative effects. Although the Empire is not incapable of destroying the opponent, the problem is that it is unnecessary, and it is not that easy. Just using the legendary warrior as a maid was enough to make the Emperor think for a while. Although a legendary warrior can at most affect the winning rate of both sides on the battlefield, it is not enough to pose a threat to the Empire. The question is, a force that displays magic everywhere will not have a legendary mage. Legendary warriors and legendary mages are basically two different concepts. The former can affect a war, and the latter can affect an empire. No one knew how much damage a legendary mage seeking to cause disaster could wreak, and no one wanted to see it. Therefore, even if Hydra explicitly refuses to be ennobled with a title, the Empire may not necessarily use strong measures. But he, the Imperial envoy who went to the Northland to handle affairs, will be in trouble by then, and he will have to be used as a scapegoat. Fortunately, the other party has a good attitude and seems to be very interested in Imperial College. Thinking of this, Marquis Pegasus was moved in his heart. But on the surface, he remained calm. But in fact, the topic began to sway towards the Imperial College, especially since the ninth Princess Thea was a student of the Imperial College. So the topic arose. Count Dekra had no intention of interrupting the two men's cooperation in guiding the conversation, because it would be good for him for Hydra to join the Empire or even enter the Imperial Academy. This is a consensus, because for the three of them, only if Irving joins a circle can it be possible to go further. So no one will do anything bad at this time. Compared with other one-day tours of other northern lords, the special envoy stayed in the North City for 3 days before preparing to return, because they were going to the imperial capital to receive canonization. The nobles from the north, who had passed the special envoy examination, had to go with them. So Irving also had to go with him, which would save a lot of trouble along the way. It was naturally impossible for Owen to go on the road alone. In addition to Charles's personal bodyguards, Shinobu secretly followed. There were also 10 witch hunters, Teutonic warriors, and Templar knights, as well as 100 cuirassiers. It can be said that there were thousands of ordinary soldiers. People posed no threat to him at all. Seeing the elite soldiers and generals brought by Owen, the three Marquis of Pegasus were not surprised. Even in the city, the nobleman was not accompanied by soldiers and horses when he went out. He really thought that the world was peaceful, and anyone who casually went out to wander around would be dead. They met while walking along the way. By the time they arrived at the border of the Empire, the entire team numbered more than 2,000 people. Without the presence of the Imperial envoy, they would not have been allowed to approach the border of the Empire, let alone pass through the border. When they came to a pass, the 3 members of the special envoy did not show up at all, and their subordinates went over to deal with it. Owen had good eyesight, and he could see from a distance that the person from the special envoy had no intention of producing the document. He just scolded him a few times, and the officer guarding the door obediently ordered his men to open the door. Both parties were completely accustomed to this, and no one felt anything wrong. Question. In the eyes of the people in the special envoy, they were noble people from the imperial capital, and there was no need to look at the faces of anyone there. Coincidentally, the imperial frontiers thought so too. The vast majority of the imperial frontier troops are just messing around, and they know very well the consequences of being strictly on duty, which will only result in the superiors sending them to the nobles, who have offended them, to vent their anger. So they will not offend them if they can. As for whether the other party is an enemy in disguise, don't be ridiculous. Ever since their grandfather's generation, they have never seen any foreign enemies. Even if hundreds of thousands of people poured out of the border some time ago, few would dare to defend the imperial border. There is no need to be vigilant in such a situation as those who are guarding the place and making trouble. Owen felt somewhat complicated as he followed the special envoy through the majestic gates that were more than 10 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide. The city gate alone had 4 majestic gates. If he led the troops to attack, I am afraid that not even 10,000 or 8,000 people would die. Even the city walls. I can't get over it. After all, this cannon is not a decoration. But the guards are acting like this. I don't know if it's good or bad for him. In any case, taking this step out of the border means that he has finally arrived at the Empire after quietly farming in the north for many years. Even if it is only at the border of the Empire. Chapter 264 The Lax Frontier Army. After crossing the border and entering the Empire's territory, Owen, who had been farming in the north for several years, was not as excited or fearful as he had imagined. Now he is no longer a dispensable little shrimp. With Hydra's current power in the north, even if the Emperor wants to get rid of him, he has to consider the gains and losses first. Not to mention that he does not have no escape route or means of revenge. If everything goes to death, the Empire will not feel better either. This is the self-confidence of having a system. As for other forces, except for the Devil's Head and the Flesh Church, no one wants to offend an enemy who is remote but has development potential. The best way is to become friends, even if they are only superficial friends. Owen calmed down and appreciated the differences between the Empire and the North. From this journey, he first understood why the Empire's border did not advance northward. The main reason is that there is no geographical advantage after passing the border. The entire northern land is extremely empty and flat, and there is no danger to defend. Even if hundreds of thousands of border troops are dispersed, there will be loopholes everywhere, which is of little significance. The current border of the Empire is selected based on the terrain. It is not a straight line. It is winding and steep. The natural danger is that it is difficult for humans and animals to travel. Therefore, it is only necessary to build passes at key points or station troops for inspection, which can save a lot of manpower and material resources. Even hundreds of thousands of border troops can be allocated to 3 lines of defense, creating more depth. Recalling that he had just seen the mountain-like tall and generous pass and the huge number of border troops, Owen shook his head. According to common sense, even if he formed an army of 100,000 firearms, it would not be easy to conquer the Empire's border. After all, the Empire is not without firearms, and there are still a large number of heavy artillery placed at the pass. The only good thing is that although the Imperial Frontier Army has a large number of extraordinary professionals, because it has not encountered foreign enemies for a long time, the overall armament is lax and discipline is loose. In this case, the combat effectiveness cannot be used at all. Although Owen was not good at military affairs, he was not blind. He could see that many of the soldiers' equipment was probably passed down from their ancestors and could barely keep their shape. They were not meant for fighting. Everyone knows this. The problem is that if there is no war all year round, who will allocate funds to this aspect? Wouldn't it be better to use it for corruption? As for the armament warehouse, looking at the current situation, it probably only exists on paper. The real situation is known to the rats in the warehouse and the upper echelons of the border army. The soldiers are like this, and the officers are even too lazy to clock into work. The patrols are better, and they always come every 3 to 5 days. The officers guarding the gate are much more comfortable. Firstly, there is no shortage of business and entertainment around them. And secondly, they are in an important pass. It is safe enough. So it is common not to see anyone for 10.5 months. As for the training of the army, it is perfunctory from top to bottom. Only a few elites are maintained as a facade, and most of the rest are given quotas or directly receive empty pay. Owen estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of frontier troops, excluding logistics and auxiliary troops. It was hard to say whether there were 100,000 real soldiers. If there were more elites, it was estimated to be at most 10,000 or 20,000. This number was far lower than that of the Imperial Frontier troops. The number of external claims. There was no way. There used to be northern barbarians as a threat. But since the war 20 years ago, even the shadow of the barbarians can no longer be seen, and their existence has become meaningless. And in 20 years, no matter how long the service is, it is time to retire. After losing the only group of veterans with war experience as the backbone of the army, today's border army is only superficial. And even whether it retains the ability to conduct expeditions is a question. An expedition is not a hike. Even if there are only 1,000 people, it will be a big test for logistics, let alone an army of tens of thousands, or even 100,000 people. After leaving the ready-made garrison, just marching and setting up camp can make many people cry. But this has nothing to do with Owen, although he has no intention of conquering the empire and becoming emperor. As the military group closest to the territory, the weaker the better. Thinking of this, Owen felt a lot more relaxed and agreed to the private party invited by Ferrier and Solari. In fact, Owen had already expected the purpose of this gathering, which was to bond together. In the Northland, even if so many river-crossing dragons poured in, they were still the three giants. But in the Empire, they were nothing. Not to mention that only 3 of them in the ennoble group belonged to the real northern nobles. The others are all outsiders who came to pick peaches. So it would be strange to get together. But Solari probably didn't expect that Ferrier was also his. Owen smiled and took seal to the appointment. As soon as the 3 of them met, Ferrier's familiar attitude towards Owen made Solari feel a little uncomfortable. And the following conversation proved that his hunch was right. It was 2-1. So there was nothing left to talk about. So the small group of 3 people quickly determined who was the boss, who was the second, and who was the third. To which Solari could only smile bitterly. But Solari has no intention of going back on his word. Because Owen is indeed the strongest. Just the elite soldiers he brought made him understand this. Not to mention the fact that he just learned that the ridiculously strong may turn out to be legendary warrior. This is nothing to argue about. Solari thinks very highly of himself. But he also knows himself. In addition, although he did not confirm that the other party had an extraordinary origin like the special envoy, Solari was still aware of it, and vaguely felt Owen's inexplicable confidence. The most important thing is that Solari understands Ferrier. She is not several times stronger than her. So don't expect her to have a good attitude. As soon as the 3-person group was formed, Owen saw the somewhat thoughtful look in Marquis Bergass's eyes the next day. Apparently he sensed something from Solari and Ferrier's attitude towards him. But Owen just smiled back. After all, everyone knows. And no one will ask directly. In fact, the grouping of the 3 of Irving is not an exception, but a beginning. Because the other members of the SEAL group are trying to communicate with each other. But the ingredients between them are too complicated. Not as simple as the 3 of Irving. Or that there is no choice. There is still room for success. So it is still early to form a successful alliance. Because they took the official route, and most of them were cavalry. The special envoys and the entrusted regiments traveled at a very slow speed, and could cover more than 100 miles in a day. This is not an empty and desolate northern land. Even if it is the border of the Empire, there will be no shortage of towns along the official road. In addition, with the privileges of the special envoy, the road will be smooth. Just hurry up. And of course, it will be fast. Traveling so quickly, it would be inconvenient for Owen to inquire about the surrounding information. So he had to be patient first. But in such a hurry, even riding a horse and a carriage would not be able to carry it. After crossing the border and gradually approaching the hinterland of the Empire, the speed of the special envoy slowed down. And the entrusted regiment, following them naturally, also slowed down. Only then did Irving have time to organize. Let's take a look at what we learned along the way. Chapter 265 Secret Auction. How can I put it that way? The Empire gave Owen the feeling that it was too divided. The place on the border of the Empire looked completely like the Middle Ages. The farmers were rude. The nobles were domineering. And the knights were flamboyant. Everyone was showing off their teeth and claws, trying to prove that they were not easy to mess with. Even the farmers frequently fought and bullied each other. This is mainly because they are too poor and unstable. The difficult life makes them have to put up every thorn in their body, while reminding others not to get close. They also hurt themselves. As we get closer to the hinterland, the situation changes and seems to become more civilized. The farmers here are also illiterate, but because most of them are landowners, they are more honest and diligent. While the common people are mostly handicraftsmen with a skill and a stable income. The gentry and knights are more cultivated than those on the northern border and are very famous in the local area. Therefore, if there is a conflict between farmers and common people, they will ask them to decide the right and wrong, regardless of whether the result is in line with their wishes. They will not refute, let alone have any objections. Opinion. As for the lords, they are awe-inspiring and rarely come into contact with the common people. They are like people from 2 worlds. Owen found that this way of ruling was unexpectedly stable. After thinking about it carefully, he discovered the mystery. In fact, the most critical point of the entire class is that there are a large number of homesteaders and craftsmen who form the solid foundation of the upper class rule. The 2 groups with the largest number naturally long for peace after they have a stable income. Because only in peace can they farm and do business. Therefore, anyone who causes unrest is their enemy. Even a green forest hero like Robin Hood. There is no way to survive in such a ruling atmosphere. Because what the vast majority of ordinary people need is not an occasional benefit, but a stable enough life. As for the gentry and knights, their identity and status came from the local lords, and the lords also needed to rely on them to guide the thoughts of the grassroots. And the two sides complemented each other. Therefore, the seemingly simple class division makes the rule of the local lords rock solid. No wonder even if turmoil breaks out every few decades, it will not break the bones, let alone shake the rule of the lords. This is exactly the confidence of every traditional noble, because each of them has ruled this land for hundreds of years, and every inch of the place has deeply left their mark. Even the emperor cannot go beyond their control of this land. Any action? In fact, it was the same in ancient times in my previous life, but it was called the aristocratic family. A flowing dynasty and an ironclad family are no joke. This stubborn class cannot be solved without breaking everything and repeatedly hammering it into a ball. As long as classes exist, it will be impossible to achieve leapfrog, let alone development. The empire obviously has extraordinary power, and a group of mages comparable to Leonardo da Vinci. However, apart from getting more and more bloated, the empire has not changed much for thousands of years. In addition, underneath the seemingly peaceful surface, there is not without a dark and cruel side. If everything was so beautiful, where did the chaotic evil organizations in the empire come from? And where did the turmoil every dozens of times come from? I can't wait to go to the north. Where did the pioneers come from? They were just maintaining superficial peace. Auction? Owen put down the book in his hand and looked curiously at Earl Dekra, who was selling high-quality black tea. Yes, a secret auction is being held nearby. I received the invitation. I wonder if you are interested in going and taking a look. After Earl Dekra thought about it for a while, he put down the black tea in his hand and said to Owen indifferently, being secretive means being invisible, and being invisible means being illegal. No, there is no question of whether it is legal or not, unless you auction nobles. Otherwise, even taking out the emperor's underwear for auction is legal. As for slaves, it is even more customary. It is commonplace. Although there is no large-scale slave trade in the empire, it does not mean that there are no slaves. In fact, many nobles have the habit of buying slaves. As for where these slaves ended up, it is not a matter for civilians to ask. Then go and see it. Although Owen knew that there would definitely be things going on in this auction that were inconsistent with his three views, his inner curiosity about the darkness drove him to agree and treat it as gathering information. When we get to the Imperial City, I will take you to participate in a top-secret auction. Where can you find the real good things? The auction here will just pass the time. Because of the fatigue of the journey, the special envoy and the entrusted group have to be here. After a few days of repairing, he happened to receive an invitation. Count Dekra planned to take this opportunity to deepen his relationship with the other party. After all, he was a young man and had little resistance to some things at the secret auction. Earl Deklara made an appointment with Owen with a weird smile, and slowly returned with the complimentary black tea. Walking so slowly, Count Dekra was deliberately showing it to the two of them. Who doesn't want potential stocks depends on who has quick hands. After the other party left, Owen pondered for a moment, snapped his fingers, and Shinobu immediately emerged from the shadows. You go with me tomorrow, and Charles stays behind to take care of you. Judging from Count Dekra's attitude, the secret auction should not be dangerous. But as a time traveler, it is the first time to come to the Empire. So what emergencies will happen? Owen would not be surprised by the situation. For example, a few hot-blooded teenagers rushed in to save people at the auction, or met a beautiful girl assassin with a tragic life experience who wanted to assassinate a fat noble, or someone came to assassinate Count Dekra, resulting in if you are involved. You need to consider these things in advance. At night, 8 black knights with black horses and black armor escorted a strange pure black carriage to arrive quietly. Owen, who was wearing a mask and a robe, boarded the carriage, and inside sat Count Dekra, who was also dressed. Neither of them spoke, because there was a magic restriction inside the carriage. In addition to eliminating the sound, it was also impossible to see outside. In addition, it had a function similar to a suspended chassis, which made people inside feel like they were isolated from the world, and they were not aware of things outside, knowing nothing, and unable to predict where the carriage is going through other senses. This is mainly for confidentiality. Obviously, the secret auction does not want people to know the route and location. But this method is only effective for ordinary people. Not to mention Owen. There are more than a dozen ways to crack it. Just looking at Count Dekra's calm look, you know that he is also prepared. 2 more people came up on the way. They were all wearing masks and black robes. If the soles of the shoes and shoulder pads were used, and some hands and feet were used, it would be difficult to determine even the height and shape. The main reason for dressing up in such a secretive way is that they are afraid that others will know who they are. After all, the things in the secret auction are not only a bit tricky, but there are also some special items that make it easy for people to guess their own XP. Everyone is concerned about face. There are some things you can do, but you can't say. You have to hide them. Chapter 266 Auction News. Knowing that this time it would not be so peaceful, Owen looked at the two people sitting opposite him speechlessly. Although the other party tried his best to hide his nervousness, he was still too young and didn't even notice that the weapon was pushing up the black robe. At this level, he didn't know where he got the invitation. He must have stolen it from his parents. If true, that would be fun. Not only Owen, but also Count Decra saw that there was something wrong with the two of them. But neither of them meant to meddle in other people's business. They attended the secret auction this time just to pass the boring time. It made no difference to them whether they wanted to buy something seriously or watch someone make a big fuss at the auction. It's just that the secret auction has existed for so many years. There are a lot of people making trouble, but not many can survive. Looking at the other party's guilty look before taking action, I'm afraid the fun won't last too long, because they don't know the other party. If you are an adventurer who doesn't know the origins of the world, you may be a pill. If you have some background, you will have to wait for the other person's parents to pay for the ransom. The four of them were silent all the way. When the car door opened, they realized they had arrived. The secret auction was held not in a dark and damp underground, nor in a dilapidated warehouse, but in a noble castle belonging to a rather respectable family. The main reason why the auction was held in the castle was because the auction was only for ordinary people. Most nobles, and a small number of gentry and knights knew about it. For the big nobles, even the organizers are very clear, because they are shareholders. Otherwise you would think that they are blind, and let people make a lot of money in their sphere of influence. However, there should still be some cover-up. For example, the owner of this castle is currently taking his whole family out for fun, seemingly unaware of the secret auction. Regardless of whether it is true or not, there is a reasonable alibi. The real situation is that the owner of the castle will receive a few % of the profit from the entire auction as a reward for lending the castle to a secret auction. This is not a small amount. Ignoring the two people who got out of the car and hurriedly got into the crowd, Owen looked around carefully. It was his first time here, so he was naturally curious. Unfortunately, just like what Count Decra said before, the secret auction in front of him was really not of a high level. There were stalls in the open space of the castle, so the level was immediately lowered. But for Owen, who was here for the first time, it was still a high level. There is a lot to see. Seeing that Owen was interested in these things, Count Decra was afraid that he would be too embarrassed to let go. So he said low and separated, waiting for the auction to start before rejoining. After Count Declara left, Owen started walking in the open space of the castle with his hands behind his back. Even if they set up a stall, the things here are not cheap. They just don't qualify for auction. But ordinary people can't afford these things, so they paid money to the secret auction to set up a stall here and look for customers. Owen looked around and saw that most of them were magic items and materials. Some were used to protect oneself and kill enemies, and more were used to increase charm or daily necessities. For example, he saw a stall owner holding a metal piece slightly larger than a ring. Circle. I pulled a customer whose black robe couldn't cover her bulging belly to introduce the magical enchanting ability of the circle, such as increasing the hardness, increasing word resistance, and elongating and enlarging effects. The customer mentioned was a little tempted, but because of the price and doubts about the effect, he didn't pay immediately. The stall owner immediately took out his trump card. He took out a wilted mushroom from his pocket and waved it in front of the customer. The customer's eyes were on fire, and he almost hit him, slapping someone in the face or calling him names without revealing his shortcomings. You not only imply that he is weak, but also call him short-sighted. That man can bear it. The stall owner must have had some experience, so he hurriedly put a metal ring on the mushrooms. Not only did the enoki mushrooms turn into Komeda's drumsticks, but they were also hard. When he tapped the palm of his hand, the customer immediately lost all anger and decided to pay. Owen was not the only one who saw this scene. So soon the stall owner was surrounded by a group of men in black robes. They probably all had something to hide, and some of them were women. They were not multiple parts, but for other people. I bought it from a guy who had really good intentions. In addition to this kind of magic props, there are also things like love potions that are selling well. A lot of them are sold in a short time, and the transaction volume is around hundreds of gold coins. Owen wasn't interested in any of this. It was all leftover from his fun. So he continued to move forward. The front is the area where slaves are sold. But there are no wooden cages or iron ropes. After all, the customers here are people with status. And safety is the most important issue. By displaying these things, doesn't it make it clear that your own slaves are not safe? Instead, there are small stages. Young and beautiful slaves of all races, regardless of gender, stand on the stage one by one, trying to show their worth, twisting and shaking their hips, trying to be taken away. But with Owen's eyesight, he immediately saw the problem. These slaves have obviously had plastic surgery, and they have also been sprayed with something similar to a love potion. With the special lighting around the stage, they completely show their most attractive side. If they are not strong-willed, they can easily be tempted. Money buys it. It's just that after the effect of the medicine wears off, the situation will be similar to turning off the beauty. Although I won't have to carry the carriage and run away all night, I will probably be nauseated. After all, without the effect of the medicine, my trimmed appearance and figure will be very good. It's easy to see the problem. This has nothing to do with Owen. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. As for the origin of these slaves, he does not care and cannot care about them. After all, even if he becomes the emperor, the situation will not be much better. So he just takes a look and not talking. After an unknown amount of time, the stalls in the open space began to evacuate, and the gate to the castle opened. It was obvious that the real auction had begun. A man who looked like a mage, escorted by several black knights, stood in front of the door and began to check the invitation. This is not done to prevent undercover agents from sneaking in, but to verify identity. Only with status can you have money, and only with money can you participate in the auction. Otherwise, a stupid person with no money sneaks in and pretends to be a big boss. As a result, he can't get the money out of the auction. Even if he is killed at the auction, he will not be able to recover the loss. The money was fine, but the key was that it would have a huge impact on credibility. So a mage was responsible for checking the invitations. Owen was originally not qualified to receive the invitation, but Count Decro was responsible for guaranteeing it. So not only did he receive it, he was placed in the front row near the auction table. As soon as Owen sat down, Count Decro came over with a wine glass. Apparently he had met someone he knew before, but compared to those casual acquaintances, Owen was more important. So he came over as soon as he saw him. After a while, the surrounding lights gradually went out, leaving only a beam of light on the auction table. And the auctioneer in charge of the auction also walked onto the stage wearing a mask to preside over the next auction. Chapter 267: The Incomplete Legendary Assassin. Welcome, gentlemen and ladies. Tonight's auction is about to officially begin. I hope everyone will have a satisfactory harvest. The auctioneer's words were very brief. He bent down to salute and clapped his hands. The Black Knight in the background while the first exhibit is delivered. The items at the auction are naturally much more precious than those sold at stalls outside. At least, they are more technologically advanced than the mushroom ring. Even the love potion is a high-end product that can penetrate into the flesh and stay there all year round. Apply a bottle on your toes. I can even lick your bald skin. But for Owen, it was just like that. Not to mention being excited. It was troublesome to even look at it more. And he even started to feel a little bored. Although Count Decro is a high-ranking aristocrat, it does not mean that he does not know how to observe people's emotions. He immediately realized that these auction items would not let Owen know much, and could not even attract more attention. But he decided to participate in this auction. The meeting was not without reason. So he smiled slightly, and waited for the final thing to appear later. Magic equipment, rare potions, special materials, beautiful slaves regardless of gender, and even titles and land. But it wasn't until the last 3 auction items appeared that Owen became interested. The first is an elf. Not a half-elf or a wood elf, but a rare high elf. I don't know where he got it from the secret auction. Regardless of where they got it from, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. Many rich women couldn't sit still on the spot and raise signs to shout out prices. It's not that the rich woman has a conscience and plans to give her husband a benefit, but because this is a male high elf. Compared with humans, high elves are more than superior in appearance, smell, and feel. The most important thing is that there is no need to consider the problem of middle-aged people. Use them sparingly, and pass them on from generation to generation. Of course, There are some rich women who sneer at this. After all, what's the use of a good-looking man? Thick, tall, muscular men with lots of meat are the best ones to quench addiction and thirst. What's interesting is that many rich women are bidding in front of their men, which makes Owen's openness to the nobles amazing. This is no longer just for everyone. It's simply abnormal. Count Decra was not surprised. After all, the marriage of most nobles was for the purpose of marriage. And the purpose of giving birth to offspring was just to complete the task. As for after that, of course, they were allowed to play. No one cared about it. And in the future, in the eyes of the young noble, these slaves purchased are just living tools. And it is not worth getting angry about tools. Well, Owen said that the auction didn't make him see much. But the daily life of the nobility opened his eyes. Then he decided not to marry the daughter of the nobility. He would marry anyone who bought toys from home every 2 days. What is the difference between this and drinking, dancing, dating, and claiming to be a good woman? Although Owen's behavior after time travel could not be said to be a serious person, it did not mean that he was willing to accept that his other half was not serious either. So he shook his head, and then looked at the second auction item. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a coffin. "Here we come," Count Decra suddenly said, obviously knowing what was in this coffin. And he might even have come here for this purpose. "The Count is interested in this coffin?" Owen asked. "No. I came here just to meet the famous legendary assassin, the Death Sword Vanessa," Count Decra said with a smile. Hearing this name, Owen didn't know where to start complaining. Since he is an assassin, there is no one who uses a big sword. Is this the legendary violent assassin who kills all witnesses and successfully infiltrates? Perhaps for the convenience of display. The coffin was not laid flat, but stood upright to face the customers, which looked quite scary. The auctioneer carefully took out the key and inserted it into the secret lock in the coffin. After hearing a click, he quickly stepped back and asked the Black Knight on the side to come over and lift the lid of the coffin. The Black Knight also hesitated before stepping forward, obviously fearful. The two Black Knights stepped forward together and opened the heavy coffin lid, revealing the legendary assassin inside. The auctioneers sitting in the front row had already known about this, so they were eagerly waiting for it. But when they saw what was in the coffin, they were immediately disappointed. And many people even yelled. No wonder these people were so rude. I thought I had the chance to buy a legendary assassin, even if there was a risk of losing control. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. But now there was a man in the coffin who had lost all his limbs and had no idea whether to live or die. An iron rope had penetrated the wound. Hanging inside, even the blood accumulated at the bottom of the coffin continued to flow out as the coffin was opened. Is this a legendary assassin? Then isn't the cook holding a kitchen knife a legendary warrior? Sure enough, the rumors are true. Vanessa did fall into the hands of her mortal enemy and was sent to the auction to humiliate her. Count Declara nodded and said, not surprised by the situation in the coffin. And then, after seeing Owen's curious eyes, he explained to him, Vanessa is indeed a legend. And just like Owen guessed, she likes to use a big sword as a weapon and is extremely powerful in combat. She even has an amazing record of killing a legendary swordsman head-on. It's a pity that the tree attracts the wind. As an assassin, he is so arrogant. So it is not surprising that he ended up like this. Naturally, such an auction item will not have much value. Even a necromancer will not be interested in a legendary assassin with missing limbs. So there is a high chance that the auction will fail. But there may be surprises. After all, Vanessa's appearance is as famous as her strength. Even if she is so mutilated, she will still attract some perverted nobles. Unfortunately, Owen has also taken a liking to her, thanks to Kun Shan and his party. Owen really has no shortage of gold and gems. And those nobles can't compete with him. In fact, it's mainly because Vanessa doesn't have much value now. Otherwise, a legendary assassin wouldn't end up in this low-class secret auction. At least it would have to be an Imperial Capital level secret auction. After taking the photo, Owen couldn't wait to pay the money, and then came to the room where the coffin was placed. The lid of the coffin was not closed, so Owen could directly see his mutilated body, which was only covered by blood-stained blonde hair. In addition, it was hung in the coffin by iron ropes, which gave people a strange impulse. Owen stretched out his hand and touched it. The skin was still elastic. Although the body temperature was low and the heartbeat was extremely slow, the vitality was still there. He suddenly understood. Don't look at the miserable appearance of the other party. In fact, he will not die if he hangs for a few more days. After all, Looking at the capital, you can tell that the reserves are abundant and can withstand consumption. And if he really dares to act recklessly, the other party may not be able to fight to the death. The simplest way is to crush a tooth and spit it out. With the ability of the legendary assassin, it is enough to penetrate the hardest human skull. As for other methods, he can name at least a dozen of them after being taught by Shinobu. So he has always been vigilant. Chapter 268: The Young Man Who Took the Wrong Path. Owen injected Vanessa with a tube of medicine, which is a therapeutic medicine mixed with high-energy nutrient solution. It can repair most damage to the flesh and blood body, but it cannot regenerate amputated limbs, because it not only involves cell regeneration, but also a little bit. If there are errors, deformities will occur. Although there are some restrictions, I have to say that Owen's special treatment potion is really effective. After a while, Vanessa regained some of her color, and her heartbeat became much stronger. The rapid improvement of her body awakened Vanessa, who had fallen into a state of suspended animation through some method. She opened her blue eyes and looked at Owen calmly. She didn't seem to care about her own state or the surrounding environment. But Owen, who had a keen sense, could sensing the suppressed fire of revenge in her heart. This is a petty-minded woman who must avenge herself. Let's make a deal. Owen smiled and played with the potion in his hand and said to Vanessa, "Do I still have a choice now? Or is there still value in making a deal?" Vanessa tilted her head and said a little mischievously, "Of course. Talent is talent no matter what the situation. Not to mention now I am absolutely sure that you have this value," Irving said with a sigh. If you think about it from his perspective, if he was chopped into a stick and hung in a coffin, and was auctioned off as a slave, he would probably be left with only the despair after being incompetent and furious. And then he just wants to die. Obviously this is the escape mentality of the weak. Vanessa, no matter how angry she was in her heart, how mutilated and painful her body was, her facial expression management was still on point. Her IQ was also online, and she used all means to make the other party relax their vigilance. The most important thing was that she never gave up hope. This is Owen's most important thing. An important point. I'll help you get revenge, and you'll be loyal to me. It's fair, isn't it? Irving also tilted his head and said, now he kind of likes the feeling of collecting talents. Yes, that's fair, Vanessa said with a smile. But probably no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Owen continued to inject her with medicine to repair the damage to her body and replenish the lost blood. But the effect became worse and worse. Legend is not that simple. Breaking the sound barrier with flesh and blood is something that normal people can do. Like Vanessa, her limbs were cut off and hung in a coffin with iron ropes. The blood loss and lack of oxygen alone would make a normal person die 18 times. But even if Vanessa loses consciousness, she still relies on instinct to contract the muscles at the wound and squeeze the blood vessels to reduce the rate of blood loss. At the same time, she suppresses her heartbeat and falls into a state of suspended animation to reduce the loss of life. This is almost using her will to break the limitations of the body and create the impossible. Under this terrible will, coupled with inhuman training, Legend's body has also evolved, becoming stronger, faster and smarter. Therefore, ordinary treatment methods are not as fast as Legend's self-healing ability. But on the other hand, once you are irreparably injured, especially by a strong person who is also a legend, it is not so easy to recover. The healing potion in Owen's hand can make an ordinary person who has just undergone a major disembowelment surgery immediately run 3 times on the ground. But for Vanessa, it can only prevent her condition from getting worse. Your injury is really a headache, Owen said with some helplessness, because the wounds caused by the legendary strongman were not as simple as he imagined. They were not just pure physical injuries, but also had the power of mind and consciousness. For example, in Vanessa's wound, the therapeutic effect brought by the healing potion was actually erased at the broken limbs. It was simply impossible to explain scientifically. Owen tried several methods, but nothing worked. Just as Owen was about to inspect it further, the auction ended. The 4 black knights lifted the coffin and followed Owen out of the castle. But they didn't expect that there would be much excitement before leaving. There were 2 people hanging at the gate of the castle. Although the secret auction house preserved their last bit of dignity and did not take off their masks. After taking off their black robes, their clothes still had badges that they were stupid enough not to take off. Which all proved that these 2 people were a direct descendant of a certain nobleman. Many guests who came out of the auction were pointing at the 2 people and laughing at their stupidity. At this moment, a noble couple hurried over, paid the ransom with livid faces, and then led the two young people away. It is estimated that even if their legs are not broken, they will not be able to get out of bed for 10 days and a half. After watching the excitement, Count Decra came over and told Owen what happened. These two young men were the sons of a certain local viscount. While hunting in the mountains, they accidentally bumped into a high elf bathing in a lake. It was quite a poetic scene. The two parties got acquainted, and for some reason, the two couldn't help but fall in love with the high elf. And what else happened? Therefore, after learning that the other party was captured and auctioned tonight, the two gathered together courage, stole the invitation from his parents, and took weapons to save people. "I remember there was only one high elf being auctioned tonight," Owen said in a strange tone. "You're right. Just like you thought. But no one is young yet." Count Decra shrugged and said with some understanding. At the same time, his eyes were full of memories, as if he was missing his lost youth. "Hold the grass." Owen suddenly seemed to understand something, and he resisted to stay away from the other party. But he had a deeper understanding of the bottom line of the noble. "I just didn't expect that Count Decra, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes full of middle-aged charm, would actually have such a history." At the same time, Owen also understood that the nobles who had just surrounded the two young men and laughed were not laughing at them for falling in love with a high elf who was bought by a rich woman, but laughing at them for being easily caught and not knowing how to hide their identities when they got into trouble. There is no way. The moral values of ordinary people are nothing to the aristocrats, because they are the law and the rules. So accept for the rules to maintain the rule. Other aspects, especially private life, are not subject to any restrictions at all. In theory, as long as it catches the eye, gender, race, or even beauty or ugliness don't matter. What matters is that it can bring them happiness. Well, Owen suddenly felt that his increasingly crumbling outlook on life and morality were still above their standards when compared with them. Even Julia, a student, has a lot in common with them. What a shame. Owen was smiling on the outside, but in his heart, he didn't know whether he was scolding the shamelessness of those nobles or insinuating his own depravity. In any case, this incident is just an incident. In addition to being circulated among the local nobles for decades and causing a huge psychological shadow to two impulsive and wrong-headed young people, it will also have a negative impact on most ordinary people. There won't be any changes. It had nothing to do with the physical and mental health of the two young people. Irving and Count Declara got in the carriage and returned. However, halfway through, Count Declara suddenly looked up at Irving, and Irving just nodded. This was not a sudden connection between the two, but the discovery that someone outside was following them. Obviously, the magic restrictions on the carriage are not very reliable. Both Owen and Count Decra have ways to bypass the restrictions and still maintain communication with the outside world. Chapter 269, a legend that cannot be underestimated. Although being followed, the other party had no intention of taking action. According to Shinobu's report, the other party's attention was mostly on the coffin at the back. He was obviously Vanessa's enemy, because in her current state, she had no other value at all. Except enemies. No one would care about or rob a legendary assassin who could only move with his mouth. Owen had been mentally prepared for this. Compared with the nobles who had no profit and could not afford it early. For those with extraordinary power, simple interests were not enough to completely influence their behavior. In other words, they did not obey the king's law. So he made nothing would come as a surprise, such as an attack on a noble. The strange thing is that the other party has no intention of taking action. In contrast, the people hiding in the dark are more concerned about Vanessa's treatment. "It's interesting. It's better to kill someone than to kill someone. I'm afraid that Vanessa will live a good life." Owen immediately understood what the other party meant. How much hatred and resentment this must have. But unfortunately, he had no intention of following it. After getting out of the car, Count Decra looked at the coffin, bid farewell to him, and left in a sensible manner. His goal has been achieved. Owen's relationship with him is obviously closer than before going to the secret auction. This is enough. He also understands the principle of too much is not enough. And being too positive will not be conducive to the relationship between the two parties in the future. So the scale the same need to be paid attention to. For Teutonic warriors, who looked like steel cans, took the coffin from the Black Knights, which shocked the 4 Black Knights. The Black Knights are thugs carefully trained in the secret auction. Each one is a master of awakened fighting spirit, with sophisticated armor and weapons. Each one can be said to be the enemy of 100 people. But when facing the Teutonic warriors, who were nearly 2 heads taller, it was like a little wolf dog meeting a big tiger. His body couldn't stop shaking. This was a warning from his survival instinct. Fortunately, the Teutonic warriors were not interested in him, and carried the coffin into the tent step by step. Owen smiled at the Black Knight, paid a tip, and walked into the tent. This tent comes from the world of Hogwarts. The interior space is beyond imagination. The 4 Teutonic warriors, who came in carrying the coffin, did not occupy much space. "Seal, take her out. Remember to be gentle," Owen said to Charles while tidying up the workbench. The taciturn Charles nodded and opened the coffin with one hand. In Vanessa's surprised eyes, he cut the iron rope with his halberd. During the whole process, his speed and power were so fast that he did not cause the iron rope to vibrate at all, showing how strong the control is. "Legendary warrior?" After Vanessa noticed Seal's maid uniform, she looked more highly at Owen. Let alone asking a beautiful but thick legendary female warrior to wear a maid outfit and become perverted. There are only a few people who can do this. So Vanessa has 3 points more confidence in Owen's promise. But it was only 3 points, because her injury was too serious. Just wiping out the legendary level will and fighting spirit in the wound was not something that could be easily accomplished. Not to mention that legendary level repair and regeneration was also not an easy task. The price alone is enough to create a legendary level of combat power. And she doesn't think the other party is willing to pay this price. When Vanessa was put on the workbench by Seal, Owen also changed into a white coat and put on a mask. "Nguyen Bao Bao, start scanning." Owen gave the order, and Nguyen Bao Bao, who was waiting aside, immediately started, suspended in midair, and repeatedly scanned Vanessa in detail. The legendary powerhouse can be regarded as a radioactive source to a certain extent. Ordinary methods cannot scan deeply at all. Emily helped perfect the technology in Owen's hands. With the continuous adjustment of the waveBand, the powerful scan that could burn ordinary people gradually deepened. Vanessa's body data was gradually improved and displayed in front of Owen in a 3-dimensional projection. The large amount of red made Owen's face look increasingly ugly. And he still underestimated Vanessa's injury. Just cutting off limbs will not put a legend into a dying state. This is too underestimated the vitality of the legend. If she had attached the severed limb to the wound at that time, Vanessa could even use fighting energy to glue the broken muscle fibers together. I dare not say that the recovery would be as good as before. But she could rely on her legendary level of vitality and self-healing power. At least in a short time. There is still no problem with his ability to move. If he can get timely and effective treatment afterwards, there will still be no problem in retaining 80% of his combat power after recovery. It's a pity that Vanessa's limbs were cut off after she was severely injured. As a result, her injuries got out of hand, and she ended up like this. "Your bones are too broken. I thought the spider webs fell on them. And there are also missing internal organs." Owen kept zooming in on the injury, frowning as he looked at it. This was no longer something he could handle. Originally, Owen wanted to use the T-virus to enhance Vanessa's self-healing ability, and then carry out mechanical transformation. The problem was that he discovered that the T-virus had almost no effect on the legend. In other words, it would not defeat the immune system of the legendary strong person. Even if Vanessa is so weak, she still loses against the T-virus. How can this make sense? In this case, the success rate of mechanical transformation of Vanessa is too low. And through scanning her data, Owen found that it is difficult to fully restore the opponent's strength with the technology he currently possesses. Irving is not willing to admit defeat, because this only means that the conventional means at his disposal are ineffective. Not that there is no way at all. Anyway, this guy is not really one of his own now. After a moment of hesitation, Owen simply let go and formulated a super bold transformation plan, trying to create a perfect living weapon, which is still warm, although she didn't know what Owen was doing. Her perverted expression and perverted laughter made Vanessa feel regretful, and she even suddenly had the idea of asking him to cut her free. However, the flame of revenge in her heart was still burning fiercely. In the end, Vanessa simply closed her eyes and turned her back. Anyway, she had no room to resist now, and her only hope of revenge was in the hands of the other party. Owen took out the portable multi-purpose stove that had been improved many times and began to make complicated adjustments. Because the workload was too heavy, Owen also connected Emily and Brian, and with the support of the Flame Queen's computing power, this transformation plan was completed. After putting Vanessa into the universal stove, Nuambobo was directly embedded into the card slot specially reserved for it in the universal stove for data linking. While strengthening the scanning, the construction was completed, and a more intuitive data model was put into Owen in front of you. It is convenient for the next operation, which is very considerate. Not sure about the next experiment. Owen simply expanded the authority space directly, and used the ability to distort reality to interfere with the next experiment. In other words, he stopped pretending and wanted to cheat. Chapter 270 Borrowing a Child. The remaining legendary fighting spirit and will in the wound were easily decomposed and cleared by the authority space. The wound that had lost its resistance began to heal, and the damaged internal organs were also slowly repaired. But this is not enough. This thing is none other than the old assassin of the Church of the Flesh, the bloody witch Chima. But it has changed a bit. From a beautiful witch to a large intestine sashimi. Because it has been studied since being caught by Owen. And now it has no value. And has been reduced to synthetic raw materials. Ignoring the twists and turns of his pink intestines, and begging for mercy, Owen ruthlessly extracted the consciousness and soul of the bloody witch Chima. That's right. Owen gave up on mechanical transformation and simple system enhancement, and instead chose to use Vanessa's belly to give birth to a child. He gave himself a 99 score for this operation. As the cells continue to divide and the embryo gradually takes shape, Owen links Vanessa's soul with it. Then, as the embryo grows and the mother's body weakens, the soul and consciousness will gradually be transferred to the conceived fetus, eventually completing rebirth. I didn't expect that I would be a mother and give birth to a child one day. At this time, Vanessa completely ignored Owen's demonstrated ability, and didn't care that she was giving birth to her own trumpet, and focused all her energy on her own. A motherly smile appeared on her belly. Owen looked at the data and found that it was affected by hormone secretion during pregnancy, so he ignored her. The coffin was modified, and a life support system was installed. Owen fixed Vanessa, who had fallen into a deep sleep at some point, in it, set it to inject nutrients as her body changed, and then closed it. But before Owen could squint for a while, the sound of getting ready and setting out was heard outside. So he had no choice but to drink a cup of coffee and set off. Along the way, Irving would bring the coffin back to his tent every day, connect with Brian and make various targeted adjustments. Others felt very strange about this. After all, sleeping with a coffin every day was hard not to make people feel weird. Only Count Decra smiled a little ambiguously, thinking that young people like surprising things. Isn't it? The legendary stick is naturally very rare, but ordinary people can't enjoy it. However, this move caused fewer and fewer people to follow, apparently mistakenly thinking that Owen had done something bad to Vanessa. And the worse and more painful her life was, the happier and happier those people were. So not paying attention all the time also made Owen give up the idea of letting Shinobu bury all these people. Time passed quickly, and it was already half a month later when Owen and the others could see the walls of the imperial capital as high as a cliff. Instead of entering the city directly, they were placed in an independent manner outside the city. There were soldiers and horses stationed around them to guard against them. No one has an opinion about this, nor dares to. The imperial capital not only has despairingly tall city walls, but also the most elite legions. There are more than 1 or 2 knights composed entirely of fighting knights. And there are so many overt or covert forces that it is outrageous. Owen even don't dare to let Shinobu go out to test easily, in case someone catches you by the tail. After settling the entrusted group, the 3 members of the special envoy could not rest. Instead, they went to the palace to resume their duties as soon as possible. Even if the emperor did not have time, they must be there. As for when the emperor will receive the conferees, and when they will be conferred, no one can say for sure. It mainly depends on the emperor's mood. In fact, the emperor's mood came much faster than they imagined. Early the next morning, after not sleeping all night, the tired Marquis Pegasus hurried over and brought the etiquette officer to teach them some etiquette, because the emperor will receive them this evening. Although the etiquette officer is not a noble, he is proficient in all kinds of etiquette and has very strict requirements. Many members of the ennoble group, who come from noble families, are reprimanded like grandsons. These people are unable to inherit the title, so they have some deficiencies in aristocratic education. And these shortcomings are intolerable mistakes in front of the etiquette officer. Only Farrier made the etiquette officer nod. And then it was Owen who made the etiquette officer a little confused. In terms of image, there is nothing wrong with the etiquette officer. Secondly, Owen's words and deeds are obviously well educated, and his scholarly aura cannot be deceived. As for etiquette, although it is a bit unfamiliar, it is undeniable that it is self-contained and it's quite mature etiquette, and they don't know if they should change it. In the end, Marquis Pegasus asked the etiquette officer to just teach him what not to do when he saw the emperor, After receiving some etiquette instruction, everyone changed into gorgeous and complicated aristocratic costumes, then boarded a special royal carriage and headed to the palace under the escort of royal knights. The whole process was not what Owen imagined, because the curtains of the carriage were not allowed to be opened, let alone the palace. He didn't even know what the emperor's capital was, and he couldn't even hear any human voices, because there was a special road leading to the palace, and ordinary people are not allowed to even approach this avenue, let alone step into it, and they may be killed if they even take a second look. Only those summoned by the emperor and the royal knights can enter. Sitting in the carriage, Owen did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. This was not a showy secret auction. He was keenly aware that there were many powerful restrictions inside the carriage. The power of these restrictions may not pose a fatal threat to him, but once triggered, there is no explanation at all, and there is a high probability that he will be caught on the spot by the royal knights. The avenue outside is also not simple. It has some kind of acceleration ability. Whether it is a carriage or a royal knight, the speed of walking on it is much faster than normal. It has the feeling of a suspended train, which makes Owen couldn't help but sigh at the empire's heritage. Therefore, the group of people arrived at the palace very quickly. Unfortunately, Owen and the others did not see what the palace looked like. When they got off the carriage, they had already entered somewhere inside the palace. They were not allowed to move around at will, and because it was an informal summons, the location they entered was a bit remote. In addition to the high-walled compound, they couldn't see the surrounding situation at all, and they didn't know what to do next. The group of people looked at each other, and they didn't know how long they waited before the emperor finally summoned them. The emperor is a middle-aged man who looks very majestic. There is nothing special about him, and he does not have any amazing momentum. If he were not guarded by a legendary swordsman, it would be difficult to equate him with the emperor. Facing this scene, Owen always had a strange feeling, but it was over before he came to his senses and came to receive him. The emperor came in a hurry, only gave a few words of encouragement, and then left. The whole process took no more than a minute, and they had traveled nearly 2 months for this, and also spent a day studying etiquette. Compared to Owen, who was thinking wildly, the others were too excited to control themselves. In desperation, he had no choice but to get on the carriage first. On the way back, Owen wondered whether any of them were the emperor's stand-ins. This possibility was really high, because they were not worthy enough for the emperor to make a special trip, and because of his existence, the danger could not be determined. Chapter 271: The 5 Rings of the Imperial Capital. In fact, Owen's guess was correct. That person was indeed one of the emperor's stand-ins, and there were actually similar stand-ins. They appeared randomly throughout the palace and the imperial capital, handling some unimportant but cumbersome affairs in the appearance and name of the emperor, such as meeting or attending certain banquet ceremonies, etc. But don't underestimate these emperor's substitutes, because no one knows where the real emperor is or whether he will appear as a substitute. You think he is the emperor's stand-in, but who can guarantee that he is not the emperor himself? Even the Marquis of Pegasus, who was a close confidant of the emperor, sometimes could not be sure whether the person he was meeting was the emperor himself. It's just that he is very smart and never tests whether the person in front of him is the emperor himself. He remains respectful at all times and executes orders without hesitation. This is why he is still the emperor's confidant today. Unlike before, his companion disappeared without realizing it. On the way back to Owen and his party, the stand-in had already reported the entire meeting to the emperor, who was dealing with government affairs in detail, without adding any personal opinions. Like a ruthless retelling machine, the emperor didn't know whether he heard it or not, but he wrote a note and sent the substitute away. In fact, the north is important to the emperor, but the nobles of the north are not. Therefore, it doesn't matter who comes. Even if there is an Owen of unknown origin mixed in, it will still not arouse the emperor's slightest interest. Controlling such a large empire cost the emperor too much energy, and decades of rule have allowed him to see too much. It can be said that even if Owen directly rebels, he will still be ranked 3rd in the order of matters that the emperor needs to deal with. Number of digits. It's not that he doesn't pay attention to it, but it's unnecessary. The entire empire has a population of hundreds of millions. Does the emperor need to care about a small lord with a population of only tens of thousands? Perhaps this was the first and last time he heard this name, so the emperor didn't even need to remember it, and just dealt with it casually. Owen thought too highly of himself before. In front of the huge empire, he was just a little bug. No matter how happy he was, it would only attract the attention of his opponents, who were also bugs. A real boss would not waste energy paying attention to such trivial matters. So none of his worries happened and everything went smoothly. After 2 days of repairs at the manor, Marquis Bergassus, who had received the emperor's permission, was going to take them to the nobles' assembly for registration. Only when they completed the registration in the nobles' assembly could they truly become a noble and be eligible to accept the emperor's canonization as a northern noble. Landlord. A noble is a noble. A lord is a lord. A noble is not necessarily a lord, but a lord must be a noble. At this time, the Marquis of Bergassus was actually very envious of Owen and the others deep down in his heart, because he had been busy for half his life before he had a viscounty. And these people started with a viscounty, and there was no upper limit. As long as they worked hard for a few years, they could become earls. It's just a matter of time. But he was unwilling to let the Marquis of Bergassus trade with them. After all, this was the imperial capital. Even if there were as many viscounts as dogs and the earls walked all over the place, the Marquis could only shake his head. But it would not change the fact that this was the core of the entire empire. This time the ride was not a royal carriage. So Owen and the others were finally able to take a good look at the imperial capital. Needless to say, the majesty of the imperial capital is undeniable. Millions of people gather here. It is impossible not to be spectacular. And because there are not many high-rise buildings, there is no situation where one community can accommodate tens of thousands of people. Therefore, it covers an area bigger, terrifyingly big, with as many as 5 city walls alone, which are traces of continuous expansion over thousands of years. However, the city wall does not become more majestic as it is built further back. On the contrary, the city walls become smaller and smaller one by one, like terraces. For example, the outermost city wall is only 6 meters high and 4 meters wide. It is not built with solid stones, but with fired city bricks. The interior is only filled with steamed soil, so its defense is not as strong as imagined. Powerful. But the city walls that go further inside are more terrifying, especially the 3-ring city wall, which is more than 10 meters high. There are caves for hiding soldiers, armaments warehouses, canteens, and hospitals inside. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a war fortress. But the most powerful ones have to be the 1st-ring city wall that protects the palace and the 2nd-ring city wall that protects the inner city, because these 2 city walls are integrated with a magic barrier and are not just as simple as physical defense. After learning this, Owen's expression was a little strange, and he was about to start a song of the 5 rings, but he held it back in the end. According to the division, the 1st ring of the palace is the core, followed by the 2nd ring of the inner city, the 3rd ring of the aristocratic area, the 4th ring of commercial area, the 5th ring of civilian areas, and beyond that is the 6th and 7th rings without city walls, which is a supply circle composed of towns, mainly responsible for production and transportation in order to maintain the operation and vitality of the imperial capital. Just like Owen's North City, it is impossible for all the people in the territory to be the population of the city. A considerable amount of settlement must be reserved outside the city to facilitate farming and production. After all, with the size of Beicheng, it is impossible to sustain it for a long time just by transporting materials from place to place. The local area must also have a sufficient amount of planting and production capacity. After passing through the 1st city gate and entering the 5-ring city wall, Owen found that this place was not as good as his northern city, because both the buildings and the roads gave people a feeling of disrepair, and the uneven roads were occasionally covered with water and horseshoes. The wheels sputtered out, making pedestrians avoid it. From this alone, it can be seen that the imperial capital is not as good as imagined. If the dilapidated construction roads only made Owen frown, then the civilians here were unpleasant. It's not that he is sloppily dressed or ugly, but his depressed and numb expression makes people feel breathless. Owen didn't need to ask to know what kind of exploitation and pressure the common people in the imperial capital endured, and the occasional glimpse of the slums confirmed his thoughts. If you don't work hard to learn, work and pay taxes, you will be reduced to a lish slum. This is the cruel reality that every person in the imperial capital will face from the day he is born. The upper space is so big that only one person can inherit the title of a noble, and the rest can only find other ways to make a living, such as doing business or being loyal to other nobles. The business competition in the imperial capital is also fierce. It is natural for the big fish to eat the small fish, and countless people go bankrupt and end up in civilian areas. Not to mention the civilians, who are under the greatest pressure. An accident or illness may knock the entire family into H.L. and become consumables, or the living dead in the slums. Owen is keenly aware that the dark side of the imperial capital may be beyond his imagination. But he is unable to change anything. Because class means exploitation. And exploitation means poverty. And poverty breeds suffering. And suffering brings disaster. It is like a noose around the neck. No one can escape. And no one can change. Not even the emperor. Chapter 272 What I Saw in the Imperial Capital. After leaving the lifeless civilian area and entering the fourth ring commercial district, the lively and prosperous scene immediately attracted the attention of the group. Especially Farrier, whose eyes were shining. Because no woman can resist the temptation of new products and discount sales of the season. It can be said that there are shops everywhere. From high-end luxury stores to bustling markets specializing in various department stores. Even the air smells of gold coins. And the sound of coins colliding can be heard from morning to night. You could always see hard-working shop assistants with smiles trying to sell products to passers-by. And you could also see generous customers spending a lot of money to buy goods. The commercial area claims to gather all the items in the entire empire. Although it is a bit exaggerated. The number of products and the complete variety are still amazing. Even Owen is interested in many of the products here. In addition to goods, services are also sold here. There are no restrictions on men and women. And there are no restrictions on the types. The whole street exudes the charm of pink. Even Owen, who has seen the alleys in Gunshan Valley Town, has a lot of experience. It feels like a secret passage. You must understand it in depth when you come back. But only in this way can it look like an imperial capital. Owen thought. It's a pity that few people know that there are no pure businessmen in the imperial capital. These businessmen who make a lot of money on the surface have to pay for the big guys behind them. After a year of busy work, they can only leave a little bit of soup in their hands. Although for civilians, it is said that it is already an unattainable wealth. But for the businessmen who regularly cut meat for offerings, it is simply the most painful thing in the world. The problem is that they have no choice. This is an imperial capital that eats people without spitting out their bones. Without a backstage, anyone can kill you. It's okay if you don't make money, but you die faster if you make money. In other words, how successful you can be in business in the imperial capital does not depend on your ability, but on the power of the big boss behind you. The big boss is so powerful that he can make money even if he lies down without spreading his legs. Otherwise, he will just run away like most common people. Even with a broken leg. I can't make enough money to fill my stomach. Although the place was prosperous, everyone did not stay too long. After all, there were still important things to do. Marquis Pegasus led everyone to the aristocratic area. Compared with the civilian areas that were in disrepair and the lively and noisy commercial area, the aristocratic area reflected the exquisite and luxurious side of the imperial capital. The roads here are smooth, and it would be an exaggeration to say they are spotless. But there is no stagnant water or garbage, let alone open defecation. Even the lampposts beside the road are wiped and cleaned by dedicated people, who will light them in the evening. Bright. In addition, Owen also saw that there is a fairly complete water supply system and sewer network here. Even the buildings are composed of large and small mansions and courtyards. And there is no place for civilians at all. In fact, the prerequisite for owning a property here is to have a title. Otherwise you are not even qualified to ask for a price. Even so, not everyone can buy it, especially nobles from other places. If you want to buy a house in the aristocratic district of the imperial capital, you don't just have to have money. Firstly, the aristocratic circle of the imperial capital is exclusive. And secondly, most of the properties here are as a price but no market. And there is no place to buy it. As a close confidant of the emperor, Marquis Pegasus has been around the imperial capital for half his life. He only bought a small property here 10 years ago and has not paid off the mortgage yet. This shows that the imperial capital real estate has how difficult it is to buy, and how insanely expensive it is. Even so, when mentioning this matter, Marquis Pegasus was still modest and somewhat proud. Skipping this short episode, everyone arrived at the gate of the inner city. Owen was keenly aware that the invisible magic barrier enveloped the entire inner city, and it was also a composite type. That is to say, there were more than one layer. Simple cracking methods were ineffective at all, but could easily trigger hidden restrictions. I just don't know how deep the magic barrier is underground, Owen thought with some curiosity. After arriving in the inner city, even the Marquis of Pegasus was in trouble. He had to show the Emperor's handwriting before he could bring anyone in. However, ordinary guards were not qualified to check his ID. So the guards in red came. The status of Hani in the Empire is similar to that of Jinui. For most people, They have the right to kill first and question later. Yes, they like to kill people and then pull them up for questioning. Because many times the dead cannot lie. Because of the special nature of the Red Guard, Marquis Pegasus did not dare to put on airs and took out the oracle and handed it to the other party in compliance with the procedure. After carefully checking the oracle, the leader of the Red Guards returned the Emperor's oracle to Marquis Pegasus and then waved his hand. 2 Red Guards stood up behind him. They would follow Marquis Pegasus and his party until leave the inner city. Yes, this was surveillance. They didn't ride in the royal carriage this time. And there were no royal knights following them. So they naturally didn't have any privileges. Even though they had to be monitored all the way. No one dared to have any objections. Before arriving, Marquis Pegasus had repeatedly stressed to them the importance of the inner city and the privileges of the Red Guards. Once something went wrong, no one could save them, even if they were nobles. Mainly because the inner city is the political core of the empire, where almost all important departments are located. Once something goes wrong, it will cause shock to the entire empire. This is no joke. If the imperial decree is not received within 3 days, problems of all sizes will occur in various places. If it is extended to a month, chaos will occur. No one can bear this responsibility. So they have the various privileges of the Red Guards. But privilege also means responsibility. So despite the appearance of the Red Guard, he is actually very nervous in his heart. Because if nothing happens, it's okay. And if something happens, it won't be a matter of a few people dying. Owen is very interested in the Red Guards, who are responsible for monitoring them. These people wear red windbreakers and pale masks. They are equipped with long swords and magic equipment. They also have magic reactions. Obviously, they are just like witch hunters with both magic and martial arts skills. Only in this way can we deal with various complex situations. The red-clothed guards are very sensitive to gazes. Irving just stared for a little longer when a red-clothed guard turned his head and stared at him with a pair of sharp eyes. However, Owen's temperament was gentle and elegant, more like a scholar than an aristocrat, and he seemed to have elven blood. So the red-clothed guard just glanced at him and turned away, while lowering his threat level by 1 level. Although the Red Guard looks at everyone as a prisoner, he has limited energy and must follow a certain order. Naturally, he will focus on those with high threats first. And Owen has an extraordinary appearance and temperament. Unless there is suspicion, he will not be specifically targeted. Although they were being watched by the Red Guards, this also meant that they were qualified to operate in the inner city. So Marquis Pegasus took the lead and led everyone forward. After walking for a while, everyone realized that they had underestimated the vigilance in the inner city. It's not as simple as a patrol. But there are heavily guarded checkpoints at every intersection. And each building is built like an independent castle, with a suspension bridge and a moat. It looks like an office space. And it's completely for prepare for war. This is actually true. In theory. As long as this place does not fall, the Empire will not lose control. And the inner city is also the last and strongest line of defense for the palace. Chapter 273 Parliament of Nobles. The Noble Parliament, which represents the aristocracy, is actually not far from the palace, which represents the imperial power. There is only a wall between them. But just like the relationship between the two parties, it seems that they complement each other. In fact, there is an insurmountable high wall between the two parties, and they both like to throw garbage, knives and thunder at the opposite side. In short, they will disgust each other even if they are not killed. Such as the emperor canonizing the imperial nobility is one of the most disgusting methods of traditional nobility, second only to the royal marriage. There is no way. Both sides are naturally enemies. Both want to push the wall to the opposite side and monopolize all the territory. This is a conflict of interests that cannot be resolved at all. Owen also got some secrets about the noble council from Count Decra. For example, there was no noble council at first. Only the noble goddess temple. Later, the nobles discovered that the emperor's power was too great. After the empire was stabilized, they began to find reasons to kill people and take back the infeft territories. While strengthening the imperial power, they also infect the royal family wantonly, squeezing the living space of the traditional nobles. There are only so many land rights. If there are more royal families, there will be fewer nobles. Who can be willing? This has touched the foundation of the survival of the traditional nobles. So they naturally launched a resistance. But the nobles soon discovered that their resistance was too weak, which only made the emperor more and more excited. When the nobles understood that they would have no room to resist if they did not unite, the Council of Nobles emerged. The original Parliament of Nobles was a secret organization, illegal, and was the target of severe crackdowns by the emperor. Because the emperor knew very well how much of a threat the existence of the Parliament of Nobles posed to imperial power. It's a pity that not every emperor is wise and powerful, especially the emperor who is supported by the nobles. Without the support of the royal family, he lacked resistance to certain demands of the nobles. Therefore, the noble council changed its identity, and not only became legal, and it was built magnificently outside the palace, next to the temple of the noble goddess. Later, the royal family reacted, and the emperor, who agreed to the establishment of the noble council, fell from his horse and died. However, the noble council had already become a climate. The emperor, who was carrying a butcher knife, thought for a long time, and finally did not dare to attack the entire aristocratic class because he did not dare to take the risk, in order to face the danger of the empire splitting. In the end, it was natural that the tail would be too big to lose. The noble council gradually became a behemoth second only to the imperial power. Even the imperial nobles conferred by the emperor also needed to register with the noble council step by step. If the noble council did not give face to the process, the emperor would have a headache. Thinking of this, Owen looked up and understood why the noble council had the confidence to fight against the emperor and the royal family. Because it has the authority space. The temple scene in Owen's field of vision is different. It is not as simple as an ancient building complex. For thousands of years, every building and brick here has been infiltrated by faith, and then transformed into divine light by the statues of gods and cast into the sky above the temple, forming the image of a graceful and noble aristocratic goddess, protecting the temple and believers. Owen could clearly see the aristocratic goddess formed by the divine light standing above the temple, although the divine light emanating from her body stopped under the high wall of the palace. The warning was very obvious. The goddess of nobility is not a god of faith. As the protector of the nobility, her divine status is not low. Although she is not good at fighting, she will not lack faith as long as the class still exists. Not to mention that she has two gods, the god of knights and the god of guards. Belonging to God, the combat effectiveness of the trained war knights is not inferior to that of real guards. The strength of the war knights may not be considered top-notch, but each of them is an officer who is good at commanding battles. The real guards have keen observation skills and tough bodies. It is difficult for ordinary people to hide from their eyes. At the same time, they are good at defense and are also opponents that any enemy hates. With both sides united, even the royal knights would have a headache. No wonder the emperor often restrained his hands when facing nobles, especially traditional nobles. Apart from too many restrictions, the existence of the noble goddess was the biggest threat. However, this also made Owen understand that the emperor, and at least the royal family, also have a lot of trump cards. Otherwise the aristocratic goddess's divine light would not stop outside the palace. There is no such thing as kindness without reason. The only reason to know how to be measured is that you have been beaten in pain. Owen rubbed his chin. He felt that the water was too deep, and he couldn't control it. So he didn't plan to learn more about it, so as not to cause trouble. Marquis Pegasus introduced everyone like a qualified tour guide. The main body of the building complex is the temple dedicated to the goddess of nobility. On both sides are the temples of the god of knights and the god of guards. The war knights and real guards are in charge, security and inspection, behind which are the noble arbitration office and the noble council. Needless to say, the temple and the noble council don't sound like a good place. The noble arbitration office is a place to punish nobles, but it is rarely used because the nobles themselves belong to the privileged class, and there is no need to use them to kill people and destroy families. The arbitration office is not as big as the impact of not paying back the money. When it comes to this, Marquis Pegasus's expression is strangely stiff. It seems that he owes a lot of money to buy a house, and is a bit stressed. Interestingly, from the conversation of Marquis Pegasus, Owen did not find the believer's devout belief in gods, which means that he was not loyal to gods. In fact, this has something special to do with the priesthood of the noble goddess. As an aristocratic goddess, there will be no civilian believers at all. The problem is that aristocratic believers are simply unreliable, because it is purely instinctive for nobles to scheming and concealing their true thoughts. So how can they completely open their hearts and give their faith to the gods? It is not that they are unwilling, but the complex thinking they have developed since childhood makes it difficult for them to do so. After all, nobles do not have simply any existence, is just a tool for them to use. And the same is true for gods. In this case, even if the nobles forcefully hypnotize themselves, their true inner thoughts will be exposed in front of the gods. which will make the situation worse. Therefore, they simply maintain a shallow belief. That is, burn incense and worship gods when they meet, and do whatever they need to do when they turn around. Do not interfere with each other. As a true god with a priesthood, the noble goddess will have endless faith as long as class and nobility still exist. In addition, she knows that the nobility are a bunch of stuff, so she never forces it. Even so, when approaching the temple, Owen still restrained all abnormalities. After all, this can be regarded as the domain of a true god. Even if he has the authority, space and system, he will not be able to escape once he is exposed. Therefore, he followed Bergasso closely. After the death of Marquis C, he went to the noble registration office of the noble council. What is surprising is that all the staff here are young and beautiful women and handsome men. They all come from aristocratic families and have received a good education, but they have no inheritance rights. But Owen always felt like he had entered a blind date club by mistake, because their eyes were so direct. Also, how on earth did they wear clothes with so much fabric to create such a seductive effect as uniforms? In fact, Owen's feeling is not wrong, because most of the people who come here to register are young nobles who have inherited the title. These girls know what this means very well. They have no inheritance rights, and they have to get married anyway. In this case, why not find a reliable one while they are still new? Therefore, the reception work of the noble council is quite popular. Even Ferrier was surrounded by several handsome young men who did not want to work hard, making her smile from ear to ear. The first-class-looking Owen was surrounded by a group of people, making him very uncomfortable. Chapter 274 Imperial College. Because I have prepared in advance, the previous process is very fast, such as name, family, emblem, territory, vassals, etc. These are all prepared in advance and only need to be entered. What's interesting is that this is a paperless office. The staff sits in front of a machine that looks like an old-fashioned typewriter. After pressing the letters, a line of spiritual light will be generated, and then the contained information will be integrated into a metal plate and a ring. Zhejiang. This is not magic or alchemy, but a unique magical technique for convenience. This eliminates most attempts to modify information and enhances confidentiality. What's more, all the information is in duplicate, and the main body is placed in the noble council. It is extremely difficult to enter and modify it, ensuring security. The ring is a set with a metal plate and has few functions, apart from storing information. It only serves to confirm identity. Owen put on the ring. His finger hurt, and a drop of blood was absorbed. At the same time, the mental fluctuations and soul breath were recorded, which was equivalent to a triple binding. From now on, he is the Lord of Hydra, and he is the only one with the qualifications to modify family information and choose heirs. But that's the end. The metal plate was accepted by the noble council. Owen and the others' purpose of coming here was achieved, and only the formality was left. In fact, they didn't wait long. In the afternoon, the emperor, who didn't know whether it was true or not, came in a hurry. He tapped them on the shoulder with a sword in the side hall, read a few words of oaths, and then it was over. It really comes and goes in a hurry, making people feel caught off guard. In fact, this is normal. After all, they are not big nobles, and they come from the remote north. Even if the emperor is willing to hold a big scene, whether anyone is willing to come to support it is still a problem. It is better to keep it simple and save both parties trouble, although the process is a bit difficult to describe. From now on, Owen is a noble earl, the kind with real power. It's a pity that in the eyes of most nobles, they are still low-class northern nobles, let alone stepping into the top noble circle of the imperial capital. Even ordinary nobles will not easily accept them as a group of nouveau riche. Some things are not what the emperor says, so this situation will last for at least 100 years, or even longer. It will not change until the Northland develops completely, but only a few, because regional discrimination will not disappear. Completely change depends on your own strength. There is no actual improvement in status, but they still have the rights and benefits of being a noble. For example, they now have some special quotas and can recruit war knights, real guards and serving maids. These are not something that ordinary people can recruit. Otherwise, the Highway Chamber of Commerce would not have gone to such great lengths and used favors to obtain 2 defective products. Owen is very interested in these 3 professionals, but in comparison, he wants to complete the enrollment as soon as possible and enter the Imperial College to study. However, Not everyone has the enrollment quota. If he is not a noble, he probably has to. It took a lot of effort. So I didn't stay too long. In fact, the main reason is that the water in the Imperial City is too deep, and it is not a place where Owen's small body can flutter freely. So even if his hands are filled with small notes from the beautiful lady at this time, he will not be able to retain his people. At most, there will be some in the future. Take the time to have an in-depth discussion. Returning to the manor where he settled, Owen turned his head and took a deep look at the Imperial City, and then took his guide to the Imperial College without any hesitation. The Imperial Academy is actually not that far from the Imperial capital, only a few dozen miles apart, but it occupies a very vast area. In addition to an academy city, there are also multiple peripheral areas, including mountains, lakes, forests and plains, which can adapt to various teaching methods. Therefore, there are even the War Academy of the God of Knights, the Protective Fortress of the God of Guardians, and the Service Church. All the service academies are opened here, which is why Owen is not in a hurry to recruit war knights and real guards in the Noble Goddess Temple, because he prefers to train them himself. Since he chose to study here, it would definitely not be something he could complete in a short time. So Owen wanted to buy a property here, such as a manor, but he asked about the price. Let me explain first that he didn't have money. He just didn't want to waste money, so he just rented a manor to house his men. As soon as they settled down, Vanessa was about to be born. Feeling in a hurry, Owen quickly summoned Emil, who had relevant experience, as a helper. Brian and Emily were only theoretically experienced. If they were really asked to deliver the baby, I'm afraid things would change. Into an anatomy scene. Emil, who came with a potion, made preparations, but she still frowned when she saw Vanessa. Although there has been no interruption of high-concentration nutrient solution, the consumption of nurturing a legend is too great, and ordinary nutrients are not sufficient in large amounts. So Vanessa's current situation is very bad. Not only skinny but also as big as a belly. The veins all over his body were clearly visible, and his skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, which was quite scary. Anyway, the moment has come to decide Vanessa's fate. Originally, with the legendary control over the body, it would have been easy to give birth without daring to say a word. But Vanessa was too weak. If Emil hadn't brought a lot of magic potions and used medical ninjutsu to help, I was afraid that I would not be able to give birth at all and would have to have a cesarean section. Vanessa took her last breath at the moment of giving birth with a strange smile of satisfaction, which made Owen's heart tremble when he saw it. The old Vanessa died here, but the new Vanessa was reborn here, like a new reincarnation. Take her back and take care of her. She's too weak now, Owen said with a twitch when he saw Vanessa starting to learn to walk as soon as she landed. Emil nodded, stuffed Vanessa into his chest and left. Owen, who had settled his worries, was busy preparing for the entrance exam while going to the surrounding colleges to inspect the situation to see if there were any suitable students to recruit. The first is the War College. What is trained here is not traditional knights, but officers who specialize in command. Their personal strength is average, but they are very proficient in military training, command, warfare, etc. So they are very popular. Owen originally thought that the nobles would be scrupulous because the war knight was a believer in the God of Knights. But that was not the case. Just like the believers of the noble goddess, the believers of the God of Knights and the God of Guards only believe in the ideas of the two gods, not the gods themselves. So once you choose someone to be loyal to, there is no problem in letting them attack the temple, because this is God's idea and their belief. It's interesting. Owen touched his chin and said he had never seen such believers in gods. Just as graduation was approaching, the War College and the Guardian Barrier held graduation exams to open to the public, thus attracting many nobles to recruit. During this time, Owen learned that there are many types of Imperial Academy, and not only nobles can enroll. After all, although nobles have the advantage of blood, the numbers are here, and there are not many geniuses born from the huge group of civilians. Otherwise, where do adventurers come from? In this case, it is not a good idea to exclude all civilian geniuses, and it is not conducive to the infusion of new blood. Therefore, in addition to nobles, the Imperial Academy also releases some quotas for civilian students every year. Although it is difficult to be fair, at least it will not completely block the opportunity for civilians to change their destiny. Chapter 275 The Female Knight of John Academy. Owen was shocked when he came to the War College. He thought it would be a relatively boring knights competition, where two knights in full plate armor each raised their thick spears and faced gang. who would lie down, and who would be the grandson. But who would have thought it turned out to be a simulated war? In the open space in front of the college, a large area was fenced off. In addition to the open space for lining up, there were trenches, low walls, horses, arrow towers, and even a small fortress. At this time, hundreds of students guarding the fortress were acting as a group. The students at the Jean Jean Academy commanded formations to attack, and some also conducted siege drills. The shouts of killing were loud, and it seemed that they were working very hard. The reason why these guarding barrier students work so hard is not only because the wealthy Jean Jean College takes care of the food and pays them, but also because of the employment issue after graduation. There is no way. They are professional guards. To put it bluntly, they are the bodyguards and doormen of the nobles. They stand while the nobles eat. They watch the nobles take baths. And they guard the nobles' affairs. They have nothing but the nobles' cheap trust in their lives. Under such circumstances, I would not choose this major if possible. After all, even if I become a knight squire who serves people, there is still some hope of becoming a regular member of the staff. Even so, for civilians, this is already very good, because the nobles also know the importance of guarding. In addition to providing food and accommodation, they will also give rewards every now and then. Their life is still good. Otherwise, who will give them? They work hard. So even if they are not the protagonists today, they still perform very hard. They just want to be noticed by others, and then live a life without worries about food and clothing. As for the dangers of work, don't you know that life is very dangerous for civilians who are eager to stand out? The least valuable? Owen, who was wearing aristocratic clothes and an earl's badge, attracted the attention of some people as soon as he arrived. One of the female knights, who still had charm, came over first with a smile. Others who were a step slower could only curse secretly, but did not dare make a sound. These days are the most important days of the year. Anyone who dares to ruin the atmosphere is not as easy to solve as ordinary troubles, and they will have to shed their skin even if they don't die. At this time, the middle-aged female knight named Emilie had already introduced herself. She was a teacher at the War College, responsible for the auxiliary disciplines of war, and was also the manager of female students. Yes, there are female students in the War College, but the profession of knight is too physically demanding, making it difficult for women to achieve success in this profession. But just like those commoners who work hard to become guards, even the descendants of nobles don't actually have many choices. And there are always daughters of nobles who are unwilling to be canaries and choose to rely on their own efforts to fight. It's just that compared to the male students who are obsessed with head-on combat, the female students' learning direction is more auxiliary. Auxiliary logistics is equally important to war. The only pity is that not only female students choose this subject, but the main force is still male students. This leads to a very embarrassing status of female students in the academy. They are considered to have good theoretical experience. The actual combat is too stretched, so the evaluation is naturally not high. As a teacher in charge of female students, Emily was inevitably not taken seriously, so she did not miss any opportunity and took the initiative to find Owen. You must know that although Owen reveals his identity as an earl, the same title is also hierarchical. In addition to the traditional nobles with rich heritage, the imperial nobles who are not worthy of their name, there is also a kind of down-and-out nobles who have only a name. These nobles have nothing but a name, and they really only have a face in their lives. Owen is so young that it is hard for people to believe in his strength. They all mistakenly think that he is a young man who has just inherited the title and comes to show off. This is also the reason why those people are hesitant and a step slow. But Owen is really interested in the female knights of the War College, because the truly outstanding graduates will never get his turn and have already been booked. The rest are neither high nor low, and their price-performance ratio is too low. They are not as cost-effective as these down-to-earth and hard-working female knights. Seeing Owen's interest, Emily took him to see the female students who were about to graduate. In a large independent tent, the female students who graduated from the Jean Jean Academy this year are busy putting on gorgeous but thin plate armor, because soon it will be their turn to go on a horseback riding tour, which is an annual repertoire of the Jean Jean Academy. Many nobles came here because of this. Is the Academy serious? These plate armors can't even block a man's fingers, not to mention swords. Samantha, who is particularly plump, felt helpless when she saw the breastplate that was slightly deformed due to the tightness. Complained. Anna, who had her own airport next to her, stood away silently when she heard this. She was afraid of showing off some things. At the same time, she was a little hesitant to stuff something in. because these breastplates are women's. They have a certain curvature. For some people, it's so crowded that they can't breathe. But for her, if a silver coin is thrown in, it will not only make a sound, but also fall out of the trouser leg, which is really a sad reality. Thinking of this, Anna couldn't help but glance at Samantha's front armor. You obviously eat the same food, receive the same training, and sleep on the same bed. Why do you stand out so much? You haven't understood yet. To those outside, our strength doesn't actually matter. We just need to make good vases. Sharon, who was tall and leggy, said the cruel truth in a calm tone. For a moment, the whole tent was stunned. All fell silent. There is no way. Even in Owen's previous life, women were still a disadvantaged group in the workplace, let alone this class-strict world. Except for matriarchal tribes like the lizard men, it was not impossible for women like Sharon to get ahead. But it was just as difficult as reaching the sky. Even if they are recruited by nobles, they are just decorations. If they are lucky, they will serve as personal knights for their wives. If they are not lucky, it is very common for them to ride horses during the day and be ridden at night. Male knights also have the opportunity to obtain fees for meritorious service. But female knights have never heard of it. How can this not make these female students who face the cruel reality as soon as they graduate feel depressed? Lord Earl Owen, please come in. These are all outstanding students from the War College. I can guarantee that they will never lose to any official knight, Emily said confidently before entering the tent, and her voice was quite loud. At least the big tent could hear it clearly. All the female students looked at each other, packed up as quickly as possible, and showed their best side. Even Sharon, who had just told the cruel reality. Since the reality is so cruel, why don't you work hard? This is exactly what Sharon thinks in her heart. Even at certain times, she doesn't mind using other methods to get to the top. As long as she can be given the opportunity to display her abilities, she will not let it go. There are many female students who have the same idea, especially Samantha, who has a lot of money. She directly lowers the bottom line and shows off her unfathomable career line from the white collar. Only Anna puts on the board with difficulty. Cover up your ordinary side. Chapter 276 Harassment. As soon as he stepped into the big tent, Owen nodded repeatedly. This action of pushing out the chest, tightening the abdomen and raising the buttocks was very standard. And she was worthy of being a female knight. Her legs were not only long, but also round and strong. You could tell at a glance that they were good at galloping horses. A good rider. The kind that makes your waist feel sore after just looking at him. However, Owen was not here to choose a concubine. So he quickly became serious and randomly selected a few to test their professional knowledge. And most of them were able to answer fluently. It seems that although these female students have to face the cruel reality after graduation, they have not abandoned their studies. At least most of them have not. This alone is valuable for recruitment. Don't underestimate them. Every female student here has received 10 years of elite education. They are rare talents anywhere. The only limitation on them is gender. It is a pity that Owen is a Northland noble. And in the eyes of people in the Empire, Northland is synonymous with desolation and barrenness. So the Northland nobles can also be considered nobles? Even though he knew this was a points deduction, Irving still didn't make any secrets. Instead, he said it openly to his face, because what he needed were real elites. And people who couldn't make the right choices couldn't be called elites. It is no secret at some level that the nobles of the North go to the imperial capital to receive canonization. Although these female students are not valued in the circle and are marginalized, they are not considered complete outsiders. So they have heard about it. Just as Irving thought, there are many people who are raising their bottom line again with disappointment to cover their exposed career lines, showing an upright and inviolable look. Seeing this scene, Emilie hated iron. With her experience, she could naturally feel Owen's confidence in his carelessness. This was definitely not what an ordinary Northland noble could have. So she very much hoped that these female students would be able to seize the opportunity, because there are really not many opportunities left for them to choose. It's a pity that these Beachy themselves are not up to par. When they don't have a man, they are all so wild. When the male god with both good looks and potential stands in front of them, they put up their airs again. Emilie's teeth are itching at the sight. And she wants to they were tied to horses and rode wildly for 3 days and 3 nights, so that they could only sleep with M-shaped legs at night. Fortunately, the student that Emilie valued most did not disappoint her and made the right choice. Owen's frankness has discouraged many people. But those with real foresight will see opportunities in it. Such as Sharon. Sharon is one of the few students in the War College who can get full marks in a strategic subject. And she is also a woman. For this reason, people often find excuses to get into trouble. Unfortunately, she is also a master of swordsmanship. And she can beat her when her fighting spirit level is not much different. She really didn't have many, but it made her famous among female students. Because of this foresight, in Sharon's eyes, the barrenness of the Northland represents vastness, and the lack of foundation represents a lack of talents. These are all opportunities, especially suitable for female students like them who are restricted. Therefore, for Samantha and Anna winked, and the two of them immediately understood, although they didn't understand why Sharon made such a decision. Out of trust in her, Samantha and Anna decided to go forward and retreat together. The three people's progress together led several other female students to join the Hydra family, which made Emily feel somewhat relieved. The time is almost up, and the female students who put on gorgeous armors are parading through the streets, bringing a perfect end to today's performance. However, Owen has not noticed the trouble that the men he recruited will bring to him. He is currently following Emily's conversation. Do you have any idea of changing your job? Because of the gap in status, Owen did not mean to mince words and asked very directly. Anyway, success or failure is not very important. If it were other teachers, faced with Owen's tentative invitation, they might simply refuse. This is the John College. Although it is not as good as the Imperial College, it is still a first-class college. Those who can work as teachers here are all the best among the best. So don't look at the way that Emily is groveling to everyone now. When she was young, she was a rose with thorns, even more powerful than Sharon. She challenged many famous knights as a woman, and beat them until they fled. After all, if you win, you won't show your face. And if you lose, it will be fatal. It would be weird if you don't run. But because of this, her reputation was suppressed by everyone, and everyone kept silent. As a result, she clearly had everything, but never had a chance to get ahead, and finally had to come to the John College to teach. It was because of this experience that Emily understood how valuable the opportunity was. So she planned to think about it for a few days before giving an answer. Owen didn't mind this and told her current address. Just as Owen was about to leave, he suddenly heard loud noises coming from outside the big tent, including the voice of Sharon, who he had just accepted. He immediately knew that trouble was coming. After sending a message to Charles and his men who were staying outside, Owen reluctantly walked out of the tent with Emily, who had the same expression, because they both knew what the trouble was outside. After all, what kind of trouble could it be related to women? As expected, Sharon was currently being pestered by an aristocratic young man who was painted and dressed like a peacock, while Samantha, Anna and several other female students who were close friends were blocked by the other party's guards and could not get close at all. However, they were very smart. They deliberately moved in the direction of the big tent and made as loud as possible, which indeed attracted the attention of the two Owens. It's Peters, the eldest son of Count Piersa. A difficult guy. Emily knew what was going on without even looking. Count Piersa is a traditional noble whose territory is near the Imperial Academy, so his eldest son often comes here to hunt. Judging from his appearance and style, he knew that the target of this hunting could not be a wild beast. In fact, like many of his colleagues, he was targeting the female students here. If it were normal, with his family, there would not be many rejections. The problem is that the eldest son of the Count Piersa family is famous for being ruthless. He has been teased and abandoned by more than 100 female students. If it weren't for his father's influence in the local area, not a little kid. Every time I helped him clean up, he would have been killed a long time ago. You must know that there is no good student who can be a student in the Imperial Academy, regardless of the combat system or the legal system. It is really not that difficult to kill him. Sharon, you'd better agree obediently. Anyway, it won't take long for you to regain your freedom. Peter said something that even a scumbag would be ashamed of. At the same time, he looked up and down with a strange smile, which was getting more and more obvious under the exquisite plate armor. The dashing Sharon. He has seen too many women with delicate bodies that are easy to push down. And now he wants to change his taste to something hard. So he came to the John Academy. And he immediately fell in love with Sharon, the leader of the female knights. So he has been there since the end. Tangled. It's not that no one saw this scene, but they thought it was normal. So no one stepped forward to stop it. Besides, It is not cost-effective to offend the son of a powerful earl for a newly graduated female knight. Not only the nobles who were watching thought so, but also the students in the same college thought so. They would not ruin their futures for such a trivial matter. In fact, even Sharon herself thought so. Otherwise, with her strength, at such a close distance, it would only take a blink of an eye to kill the opponent. Chapter 277. Feeling more like a dude. Faced with the beautiful knight under his command being harassed by a fat-faced noble playboy, you would think that Owen would be so angry that he would directly step forward and break the opponent's hands and feet, then escalate the conflict with the opponent's constant counterattacks, and finally destroy the opponent's entire family in anger. He is not that impulsive. Not to mention that he is more interested in the playboy Peters than the beautiful knight. It's not that Irving finally broke his bottom line, or that he strengthened Yujiro Fanma's supermasculine physique in an attempt to be more male than male, but because this is the first time in his 2 lives that he has seen the legendary playboy. And it is also the first time in his life that he has seen the legendary playboy. I saw the famous harassment scene that must appear in every cool article, so I felt a little excited, and even fantasized about the next scene where I would pretend to be slapped in the face. It's a pity that Peters is a dandy, but it doesn't mean that he is mentally retarded. When Charles stood behind Owen with 10 Teutonic warriors, his attention shifted. After discovering through the badge that Owen was a noble earl finally, he bowed slightly and expressed his apology first. However, at this time, Peters did not know the relationship between Sharon and Irving. It was not until the relieved Sharon silently led several students to bypass Peters' guards and stood behind Irving that he realized that this was the female knight recruited by the opponent. Peters had no reaction when he saw this scene, and even took the initiative to talk with a smile without mentioning what had just happened. Descendants of nobles may be greedy and lustful, but they will never be fools. Weighing the pros and cons is a very important subject. Those who are unqualified will not even have a chance to go out, in case they cause trouble. I really thought that the nobles were not afraid of causing trouble. Not to mention the astonishing number of royal relatives near the imperial capital. The powerful people passing by were not easy to provoke, because countless nobles were exterminated for this. If it were not for the blood marriage between the nobles, even if they all die, they can still inherit the title and land from the side. I am afraid that many of them have been eliminated long ago. Peters was able to enjoy himself at Imperial College for so long without being locked up at home or getting into big trouble. It was obvious that his grades in this course were good. Otherwise his father wouldn't have helped him wipe his ass every time. Therefore, even if he knew that Owen was a Northland noble who came to the imperial capital to receive canonization and was not from the mainstream circle, he would not cause trouble for a mere woman, let alone use any means secretly, because the rewards are not proportional to the risks. Sharon was beautiful, but she was just beautiful. Not to mention the imperial city. The Imperial Academy alone had countless beauties waiting for him to explore. So why offend someone for a flower? The most important thing is that he is only the son of an earl, not an earl. So even if the other party is just a noble from the north, he cannot take the initiative to provoke the other party. This is a rule, and a rule of the game in the circle. As long as he is still in the circle, he cannot violate it. After a conversation, Owen discovered that Peters was indeed not a simple person. Although he was dressed too flashy, he spoke well, and was very interesting. A few of the jokes he told were very to his liking. The most important thing was that he was proficient in all the tricks of the Imperial Academy. The place? Since Owen has decided to study at Imperial College, it will definitely not be completed in a short time. During this period, he cannot just go back to the territory to solve any needs. So it is necessary to properly understand the local characteristics. In this case, having an experienced guide as a guide is undoubtedly very convenient and trouble-free. So the two have developed into fair-weather friends. Sharon on the side was a little speechless at this time. Just now, she was worried about bringing trouble to her master's family. Unexpectedly, the two of them hooked up in just a few words. This shows that the master she is loyal to is not a good person. Bird. But if Owen takes the initiative, Sharon won't refuse, because the fastest rising channel is herself. But she lacks a suitable person to get through it. There is no doubt that Owen, who has excellent looks, figure, and status, is a very suitable plumber, and few women would refuse him. Don't think that Sharon thinks so casually. In fact, most of the female knights who graduated from the War College retain their original identities because they know very well that this will be a good bargaining chip in the future and cannot be wasted on the college's male students who only have brainless thoughts. This is the consciousness they have as the daughters of nobles. And since they have chosen the more difficult path of becoming female knights, important ships must be used in key places. The two said goodbye happily. Owen took Sharon and the others back to the manor, and Peters boarded his carriage. The maid in the carriage took out the cleaning potion that had been prepared and helped Peters clean the shiny rouge on his face and the thick hair oil on his hair, revealing a fresh face. Taking off his gorgeous coat, Peters picked up the information on the side and read it carefully. The content of the intelligence was about Irving. To be able to obtain such a piece of intelligence in such a short period of time, Peters was obviously not as simple as he usually behaved. In fact, Owen's attitude of not hiding or even caring about his status as a noble in the North immediately attracted Peters' attention. So he immediately asked someone to send him relevant information. The Northland is too remote, and even Peters cannot obtain relevant information in a short period of time. Therefore, the information in his hand starts from the area close to the imperial capital. It is not of great value, but he is still keen to discover something special. Count Dekra actually brought the other party to the local secret auction. It's interesting. This is to increase the relationship between the two parties. Peters recalled the steel golem-like guards he had just met and shook his head. These are not enough. Count Dekra is not that simple. There must be a deeper reason that he doesn't know. Just for a Northland noble to have guards of this level is the biggest problem in itself. Unfortunately, the other party's territory is far away in the Northland and is beyond the scope of the family's intelligence network. Otherwise, it would be much simpler. Vanessa, I remember that the little finger of the Black Hand has entered the Northland to lay an intelligence network. Peter's mind moved. Something came to mind, and he asked, Yes, Master. Black Hand's little finger is very young. In order to open up the situation, he tried to develop the intelligence network in Northland a few years ago. Now he has achieved good results. I heard that when the special envoy entered Northland, there was Littlefinger all the way. Stay with me. Vanessa replied immediately. When you get back, contact the Black Hand people and buy information about the Hydra family. I believe they are waiting for a price. Peters knew the virtues of the Black Hand gang very well, so he gave the order. I understand, Master. Vanessa nodded and began to prepare to contact Black Hand's intelligence point in the Imperial capital. Peters is still thinking about this encounter to see if he has missed anything, which is a good habit he has developed. Vanessa, do you recognize the maid next to the other party? Peters has never seen such a tall maid before. He had focused on the Earl before and ignored this point. Now that he thinks about it, unless the other party the taste is special, otherwise there must be something special about this maid. I don't know, but I'm sure the other person is a maid. But I've never heard of such a tall maid. Vanessa was also a little confused at this time. You are also a maid. Why are you so tall and strong? Interesting. It's so interesting. Peters laughed, not knowing what happy things he thought of. Give me the qualification to be an auditor of Imperial College. I'm going to study. Peters smiled crookedly. He was back when he was popular in Imperial College. Chapter 278 No One's Life is Easy. Back at the rented manor, Owen handed Sharon and the others over to Charles and went to rest, because he needed to leave some time and space for his men to integrate. They were all people who had been there before, and he understood this. Follow me. Seal, who was dressed in a maid uniform, said to Sharon and the others with a somewhat cold attitude. Facing the unexpectedly tall Seal, Sharon always felt a little nervous. She didn't understand why she reacted like this to a maid. Only after seeing those two tonic warriors did she suddenly realize that this was caused by facing a strong person. Fear instinct. Sharon is a genius. Not only a genius in theory and strategy, but also a martial arts genius. Not only is she among the first batch of students to awaken fighting spirit, but she also possesses a swordsmanship that is enough to dominate the academy. Except for a few teachers, she has almost no opponents. She was actually afraid of this tall maid. In fact, this is because Seal is a little angry. Otherwise Sharon would not notice such a huge difference in strength. As for the reason for being angry, it is not because of competing for favor. She has no such concept in her mind, but because of Sharon and the others. It's really too weak. It was the biggest sin for the Master's Knight to be so weak. So Seal planned to give them some special training, at least to be able to take on the responsibility of protecting the Master when she charged into battle. So he took them directly to the open space behind the manor. Start sparring in pairs, Charles said expressionlessly, holding a stick in his hand. This posture immediately reminded the girls of the horror of being dominated by the instructor. What? It's just a maid. Samantha, who likes to complain, Was not frightened? She crossed her arms and said dissatisfiedly, "Samantha, shut up and start sparring." Sharon glared at Samantha fiercely, and without hesitation took out the practice sword from her waist and struck it to prevent her from saying anything she shouldn't say again. After all, he is no longer a student, but a knight loyal to his lord. As a knight, there is no reason to keep complaining. Faced with the sudden sword attack, Samantha was so frightened that she quickly let go, ignoring the big bear's rebound and shaking. She immediately drew her sword to block it. Although the practice sword was not edged, it was heavy and would be injured if struck. The others, who had always taken Sharon as their leader, took out their practice swords and started sparring with each other. Charles was silent on the side, but he kept making comments to these people in his heart. First of all, obedience needs to be strengthened. Willpower is lacking, and physical fitness is not good. Only the basic swordsmanship is pretty solid. Simply put, it still needs to be polished, meaning to grind again after beating. Thinking of this, Seal came forward with a wooden stick and spoke at the same time. "The next project is very simple. Just stick with it." The panting Samantha, who had just been beaten by Sharon, her eyes suddenly lit up. Regardless of Sharon's desperate wink, she rushed forward immediately. She had long disliked this maid who always had a cold face and put on airs, just in time to teach her a lesson. When Sharon saw this, she scolded Samantha in her heart. But as a good friend, she couldn't just sit back and ignore it. So she sighed and rushed forward. The others still didn't understand what happened. But since Sharon rushed, they rushed too, facing Samantha, who rushed towards her with a proud smile. Seal's method was very simple. Just swing the stick. As the first legend under Owen, Seal also received the most resources. But she was indeed worthy of the investment. And as the first legend to integrate ancient martial arts and fighting spirit, in addition to her powerful fighting spirit, her mastery of martial arts was also extraordinary. As usual, the stick was rounded, but it didn't make any noise at all. Moreover, when it was slapped on Samantha's face, her face was obviously deformed, but it did not hurt the muscles and bones. You can see layers of strength and strength, pointing to expand the surface. The force spread to the whole body, causing Samantha to stiffen. She was whipped around by the stick without any resistance and flew out. When she stopped, her eyes had turned white and her saliva was drooling. "Looks like he's been spoiled." Sharon and several companions behind her suddenly took a breath when they saw this. Especially Sharon. She was proficient in swordsmanship and knew better how terrible control was needed to create such an effect. The opponent was definitely a master-level master. The problem now is that you can't stop if you want. Charles picked up the stick mercilessly and beat a group of female knights who had just graduated with sticks all over the floor. He thoroughly experienced the cruel side of the workplace after entering society. "Take them back to the room and train with you from tomorrow to form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Master does not need waste," Seal said to the witch hunter who appeared at an unknown time. She found that the difference in strength between the two sides was too big, and the training effect was not good if she trained it. So she entrusted it to the witch hunter. Before the witch hunt, they were all twisted witches, and they were fanatical about Owen's belief in giving them new life. Hearing this, he sneered and carried Sharon and the others back to the room, and carefully applied some magic potion to make them recover faster. It also makes it easier for them to train these rookies harder tomorrow. Not mentioning what Sharon and the others would encounter next. After Owen returned to the room, he used a double-sided mirror to contact Maya in the north to discuss the next development direction of the territory, and then parted ways with Brian and Emil. I contacted him to learn about the progress of the research and the situation of the college. In order to enter Imperial College to study, Owen will not be able to go back for a long time. But he cannot understand the changes in the territory at all. So he needs to take some time every day to deal with these. Fortunately, there are competent people in each direction responsible for management and operation. Irving does not need to do much. He only needs to read the report to understand the situation. Putting away the double-sided mirror, Owen pinched the bridge of his nose, finished grooming under the service of the slime maid, then put on his pajamas and laid down on the bed he'd brought. After tossing and turning, Owen found that he was still not used to sleeping alone. So he decided to call Shinobu over. After all, software modification was quite exciting. But Shinobu had to be responsible for his safety. He didn't intend to make fun of his own life, nor did he want to experience it. An unexpected situation occurred when he was pulling out a radish. Although the radish would not break, it would be unbearable to twist. So Owen decided to sleep alone. But he already has the idea of finding a new maid. Even if he doesn't use it, it's good to keep it for his eyes. Anyway, as an earl, he has a recruitment quota, so there is no need to waste it. Tomorrow, he and Peters will go to the maid academy to take a look. Compared to Irving, who was fast asleep, Peters had not rested yet and was busy compiling information about Irving. The efficiency of the Black Hand is still good. The relevant information has been sent. Peters is reading it for the third time, writing and drawing on the paper to mark the key points. He looks serious like a playboy. And he is clearly a hard worker preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. College students. In fact, Peters' external display is both a disguise and a way to vent. He really thinks that nobles can do whatever they want. If you are willing to be ordinary and ignore the bites of the wolves, tigers and leopards around you, then it is okay. If you want to achieve something, it is impossible without working 10 times and 100 times. In particular, Peters' family territory is located within the circle of the imperial capital. If anything goes wrong, the family will be ruined. Therefore, as the heir, his next life has been arranged from birth. This is why he chose to be a dandy as a disguise. In fact, no matter Sharon, Seal, Witch Hunter, or Peters, no one's life is easy. Chapter 279. None are good people. It can be called a legendary development history. Peters couldn't help but say that Hydra had developed into a powerful Northland lord in just a few years, and at the same time, there was a faint feeling of envy in his heart. But as a normal thinking person, Peters will not believe in any legendary family history. It is simply an insult to his IQ. So there is definitely a huge force behind Hydra. Simply calculating how much resources it would take to grow to this size within a few years narrows down who is behind Hydra. Which is exactly what Peters is doing now. After a while, Peters couldn't help but gasp after counting the resources that needed to be consumed. It wasn't that he had never seen the world. It was mainly because his teeth hurt a little. What kind of boring person would choose to invest such a large amount of resources in the Northland? It's not that Peters' family can't afford it, but it's that they can't part with 100 years of accumulation. Yes, a whole 100 years of accumulation. The Peters family's territory is located in the imperial capital circle. Due to its geographical advantages, it does not rely purely on farming, but actively participates in various commercial activities. Therefore, its income is among the highest among the earls. After excluding the annual expenses, the remaining it would take hundreds of years for the money to be accumulated to complete the feat of building a city in the north. And it was just for building a city. Continuous investment in other aspects was still needed to speed up development. No earl family dares to gamble with a century of accumulation. They really think that the nobles just save and don't spend. In fact, there are many places to spend money, and there are really few who can leave a century of accumulation as a legacy. Therefore, unless this part of the investment will not strain the family's muscles and bones, it means that a larger body is needed to be qualified to take action. Peters estimated that even the powerful Marquis was a little reluctant. At least he had to be at the Duke level, or the Prince level to complete such a large area. Write down the powerful dukes and princes of the Empire one by one on a piece of paper. Then take out a map and compare them repeatedly to see who is closest to the north and who is most likely to spend such a large amount of money. Everyone knows that the future development of the Northland is related to the changes in the power of the Empire. The only problem is that the initial investment is too large, and it is easy to be targeted. Therefore, those who are strong cannot end under the constraints of all parties, while those who are weak are afraid that they will be eaten if they end first. Only those who are willing to take a gamble will let the side branches of the family enter the Northland. It can be said that the current Northland is in a strange state of balance. But the scale of Hydra is no longer a gamble. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a single company. Not to mention that Peter stayed up all night thinking about things that didn't exist. Owen woke up at dawn, and was still washing up when he heard a faint sound from behind the manor. Sharon had thought about her life after graduation many times. Even if she was forced to sacrifice her body to someone she was loyal to, she was still considering it. She was confident that she would succeed with her ability and appearance. But she didn't expect that she would fall behind when she first joined the job. Such an ending was just like when she first entered the Jean Jean Academy, and was beaten by the teacher to learn combat skills. She was sweating profusely, covered in dust, and her beautiful long hair turned into a mess. Her whole person was in a terrible state. Even so, Sharon did not dare to relax at all. The familiar practice sword was like a cold light under the strong swing of her arm, which was enough to cut off the wooden stakes in the air. Combined with her powerful sword skills, it was enough to defeat the war even without using fighting spirit. Most of the students in the academy, faced with a female warrior who wore a tight-fitting leather jacket and carried 2 swords on her back with a pair of strange beast eyes, could barely survive without being defeated. And she could feel that the other party was not serious. Not only did he use a practice sword, but he also did not use other methods or potions. This made Sharon, who had no opponent in the academy for a long time, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of frustration. But her opponent, the witch hunter, didn't care what the opponent was thinking. He used the powerful sword skills derived from the Witcher to press forward step by step and squeeze out all of Sharon's potential that she didn't even realize. Sharon was not the only one who suffered like this. In fact, 8 witch hunters were training these newly graduated rookies one-on-one. They had no basic skills. Putting on leather armor and picking up unedged practice swords were all kinds of practical exercises. These newly graduated female knights may have been excellent students in the academy, but they were so fragile when faced with witch hunts and were defeated. There was no way. Not to mention that every witch hunter had been strengthened and was given the template of a witcher by Owen, especially after following him in various actual battles in the mountains. Many beasts, demi-humans and lizardmen died in their hands, with all kinds of adventurers in the territory. And the secret training of the roots? Their methods are beyond the reach of these rookies. Just simple swordsmanship makes them want to die, and Sharon can barely support it. But the witch hunt recognized her potential and gave her all kinds of extras, making her unable to help but complain. We are all women, and with the distorted thinking of the witch hunter, we have no idea what it means to be compassionate, and we have no intention of being merciful. Anyway, as long as we don't die and drink a few bottles of magic potion, even if all the bones in the body are broken, we can only lie down for a day at most. Most of the day is a waste of time, not to mention minor injuries. If the bones are not broken, it is not an injury. Seeing the miserable state of these rookies, Owen had no intention of interfering. Anyway, as long as they didn't die, it would be fine. But he had to give them some sweetness to give them more motivation. This is not difficult for Owen. He re-equipped the magic sheep, mithril steel equipment, and the luxurious suit that made Sharon couldn't help but shine. All the female knights became full of motivation. And then the witch hunt continued, tortured to death. In fact, watching beautiful women rolling on the ground is quite interesting. But when the more interesting Peters arrives, Owen can only regretfully decide to watch more next time. Dear Earl, Peters, the son of Count Piersa, has come to pay a visit. Peters looks much more pleasing to the eye today. Although he has applied rouge and hair oil, he is much better than yesterday, when he was so greasy that it could be directly ignited. Obviously, yesterday's brief contact made him understand Irving's preferences, so he made changes. This was to lower his position, and also to cater to him. Based on Peter's attitude, Irving would not believe it if he had no intentions for him. But that's okay. At least Owen doesn't need to deliberately keep a distance from him to prevent it from getting oily and difficult to clean. Call me Irving. Facing Peters, who lowered his posture, Irving did not mean to step on him, but smiled and said, although he knew that the other party was not sincere at all and had ulterior motives, it did not prevent Owen from using the other party's connections to quickly become familiar with the local situation and collect intelligence along the way. In fact, no one is a good person, and good people cannot be nobles, because they are either being played to death by others, or they are playing to death themselves. It makes no difference. So Irving laughed very happily. And so did Peters. Chapter 280. The enemy has not yet arrived on the battlefield. Peters came this time because Owen mentioned the Service Academy yesterday. He remembered it in his heart, and came here this time to take Owen with him to the Service Academy. Although it would be good to take Owen to be friends with the same people, it will help deepen the relationship. In the future, they may not become good brothers who push each other's back. I am afraid that the other party will not be able to let go, so I will take it slow first and test the depth first. Therefore, the two of them get on the carriage and head to the Service Academy first. The School of Service is also a very old college and the most popular college. It mainly accepts children aged 5 or 6 and cultivates them into talents after more than 10 years of training. But just like the titles, the maids and housekeepers in the Service Academy are also divided into levels. In addition to being loyal, the lowest maid is just an ordinary maid who is good at serving. Although she is very skilled, she is not irreplaceable. It's amazing to have a powerful maid, like Maya, whose abilities are not inferior to those of aristocrats who have received elite education and have the ability to stand alone. There are fewer butlers because their abilities are more comprehensive. For this reason, Each butler must receive nearly 20 years of training and have the ability to skillfully manage castles, territories, and various affairs. They are the indispensable right-hand man of the nobles. No one can have too many loyal and capable subordinates like this. But not everyone can recruit them. There are just ordinary maids. And there are many of them. So anyone who has connections can recruit a few. And high-level maids can. No. It requires corresponding titles and identities. And the quality and quantity that can be recruited are also different. For example, Peter's father, as the powerful earl, can hire 1 butler and 4 high-quality maids for his entire life. Peter's maid was given by his father, because he is not qualified to recruit now, unless he inherits the title. So he is very envious of Owen, who is qualified to recruit. Unfortunately, he does not have the idea of fatherly kindness and son filial piety. Otherwise Owen would be very you can't help him. Owen, who was chatting happily with Peters, suddenly paused. Peters was keenly aware of this, and spoke with some confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. Just encountered some little mice blocking the road, Owen said with a sneer, and then knocked on the window. The witch hunters and Teutonic warriors, who followed him, immediately surrounded the carriage. Peter's face suddenly turned green, because he didn't think the little mouse Owen mentioned was really a mouse, and was most likely an assassin. But the reason why he looked ugly was not because he met the assassin, but because he had a headache about where the assassin came from. Assassins are not necessarily used to assassinate. In many cases, they are also a means of spying and warning. The problem is that Owen has just arrived in the imperial capital. Who will take action? After much deliberation, he has always appeared as a playboy and shown a strong desire for revenge. No matter the size, length or width, he is the most suitable one. This makes Peters' face look good. Of course, what Peters could think of, Owen could also think of. But he really didn't doubt the other party. Because if the other party did it, he wouldn't be in the same carriage with him. The main reason is that Owen has already guessed who the other party is. From the time he bought Vanessa, Owen had expected that such a day would come. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Ren to be secretly vigilant. Not long ago, Vanessa was reborn. The other party obviously knew about it through some means, but did not know the specific situation. In addition, Owen sent Vanessa to the Northland thousands of miles away that day, so he could only find himself. After this assassination, I just don't know how many people came and what their strength was. In fact, where the two of them couldn't see, the two sides were already fighting for their lives. Only peers can understand their peers better. Shinobu, who is responsible for secretly guarding his master's safety, immediately sensed the approaching murderous intent. There is an enemy. Notify the master. Inform the witch hunter. And the ninja is ready to hunt. Shinobu's eyes were extremely cold. She could not tolerate anyone threatening her master. This was the meaning of her existence. The ninjas hiding in the darkness heard the order, quickly communicated with their eyes and gestures, and then immediately dispersed and began to lay traps to compete for the upper hand. Vanessa's enemies only know that Owen is a relatively powerful Northland noble with many powerful knights. The more specific situation is not clear. In addition, this mistake made the leader furious, and he is coming in person, causing them to not bother to investigate further in order to correct their mistakes in time, and immediately gather the people around them to attack, trying to snatch the opponent away so that Vanessa could be under control again. Otherwise their end would be worse than death. Horrible. But they forgot that assassination was never a simple craft. Intelligence was half of the importance. Therefore, they ignored the preliminary investigation and fell into the ninja's death trap without knowing it. The thin, light gray, nearly transparent thread would have been inconspicuous anywhere, let alone a forest. So it wasn't until the trap was triggered that the hapless assassins discovered they had been ambushed. The well-trained assassin immediately moved his position, but it was too late. The extremely sensitive mechanism had ejected the same dark gray kunai, and also triggered a chain of surrounding traps, leaving the opponent with nowhere to escape. While several assassins who triggered the trap were sieved by the ejected kunai, the other assassins did not hesitate and immediately dispersed and tried to hide in the dark, because only in this way would they have a chance to fight back. It's a pity that they met peers who were good at cooperating and taking the upper hand. Ninja teams never act alone. They work in groups of 10, consisting of 1 chunin and 9 jinin. When necessary, they can be divided into 3 independent action teams, so they are capable of most assassination missions, especially hunting. Time, it even occupies a considerable advantage. But this time their opponents are not simple either. They are real assassins, cold-blooded, ruthless, and efficient. The two sides engage in a fierce battle around the carriage where Owen is sitting, and the slightest mistake will cost their lives. Assassins are good at sneaking and possess extremely explosive fighting spirit. After closing the distance, a sudden burst can enable them to achieve a leapfrog assassination. Ninjas are not weak, and they are also good at sneaking. Although they don't have fighting spirit, the breathing method derived from Demon Slayer is also a highly explosive skill. Both sides are facing each other head to head. It can be said that they both have the ability to kill with one strike. They are like hunters wandering in the dark jungle with shotguns. Whoever finds the other side first and launches an attack will survive. Generally speaking, the ninja team has an advantage because compared to the assassins who fight alone, they are also proficient in coordination and will not hesitate to use their bodies and lives to create killing opportunities for their teammates when necessary. However, the battle between ninjas and assassins is not the key to determining the outcome of this conflict, because the real enemy has not yet arrived on the battlefield. Chapter 281 Chapter 281 Demon Blade Moridi. Moridi rode the summoned demon horse and galloped in with rage. This time, she couldn't calm down her anger without 10 lives, because these losers lost her most hated enemy, and they also lost their limbs when the other party. In the case of serious injuries, what use are they to this level of waste? Moridi, nicknamed Devil's Blade, was one of the top executives of the original Devil's Head. Later, she fell out with other top executives because of something, and the two parties parted ways. However, when she left, she took advantage of him and took away the Devil's Head's collection of treasures. Treasure: a pair of horns of a demigod demon. This is the lifeblood of the demon head. His background cannot be compared with those powerful sections. If he loses this trump card, he will become a complete joke. Of course, he will not give up. To this end, he hired Fanny, who has just become a legendary assassin. Shaw Moridi, who was just a demon warlock at the time, was naturally no match for the legendary assassin. One of his arms was cut off in a confrontation, and he was deeply insulted by Vanessa. In the end, he had to take the risk of using reverse teleportation to escape into the abyss. When a sorceress falls into the abyss, you can imagine what her fate will be. It is no longer something that can be accommodated in a few films, and it can support an entire film industry on its own. However, I have to say that Moridi was very lucky. Although she narrowly escaped death in the abyss and suffered a lot of torture, she finally managed to come back alive. However, there is no need to say more about the hatred for Vanessa in her heart. The hatred is as deep as the sea because of her. She was prepared for this, and she even set up an assassination organization specifically for revenge. It's a pity that those idiots lost her carefully prepared enemies. How could this not make Moridi angry? As for why it is so troublesome not to kill Vanessa with one knife, it is because just killing Vanessa cannot release the countless fires of revenge accumulated in Moridi's heart. She wants the other party to fully experience what she has experienced in the abyss. After everything she has experienced, it is not realistic to throw her directly into the abyss. She might be eaten by the little devil passing by. So the noble who is more perverted than the devil fell into her eyes. So there is that option. In fact, when she heard a report from her subordinates that Vanessa was suspected of being pregnant, she got drunk happily and even planned to extend her hatred to the next generation. But those idiots messed everything up. Through the blood vengeance mark, she clearly felt that Vanessa had gotten rid of the curse she had set and was reborn. Although she could no longer sense it for some reason soon, this was enough. Enough for her to vent her anger on those losers. Huh? How dare you appear in front of me? Moridi, who was galloping on horseback, narrowed her eyes and looked at an assassin kneeling on the ground not far away. Although she really wanted the demon horse to trample this waste into mincemeat, Moridi, who wanted to know more precise information, decided to let the other person live a little longer. So she got off her horse and grabbed the other person's neck and lifted him up. She opened her mouth to ask, only to find that her subordinate, who was as frightened as a caterpillar when he saw her, turned out to be expressionless and even opened his mouth to her? Wrong. Moridi was shocked. Before she could use her strength to break the opponent's neck, she saw a cold light flash from the opponent's mouth, and a sharp sword that could extend to the stomach came out and stabbed her eyes. Even before it touched, the sharp feeling was already rushing straight into her brain. Moridi immediately understood that her body blessed with demon skin could not block the sword at all, let alone her fragile eyes. Seeking death? Moridi, who was frightened but not panicked, sneered and opened her mouth wide. Then a raging flame spurted out, instantly burning the person in her hand into a ball of fire. But her face was also covered in flames. A large cut was made, and a deep mark was left on the iron-hard forehead bone. The sword was sharper than she imagined. Instinctively throwing the pyroman aside, Moridi wiped the blood from the corners of her eyes, and then focused her gaze on the sharp sword that fell aside. Such a sharp weapon, even if it is not legendary, is almost the same. The strange thing is, where did her assassins get them? Moreover, the sword hidden in her stomach was an extremely sharp sword with an edge. Even she who had experienced the abyss could not do this job. It was estimated that only a succubus could do it. Moretti, who was full of confusion, was about to pick up the sword to check if there were any clues. The mouth of the burning man behind him was suddenly opened wide from the inside. It was as big as a swimming ring, and a man was covered in mucus. The woman got out of it in a very silky posture. It was Shinobu. At this time, Shinobu has golden pupils, purple eyeshadow, very pale skin, and a sinister aura all over his body. He is completely the female version of Orochimaru. She just used the facial erasing technique to disguise a sneak attack. Unfortunately, Moridi is no longer a simple warlock. In order to target her mortal enemy, the legendary assassin Vanessa, she made many changes. So the initial sneak attack was not successful. But she endured it. The purpose has been achieved. Before even touching the Kusanagi sword that fell to the ground, Moridi spat out a large mouthful of black blood, which was so toxic that it directly corroded the ground and tinted it. And purple poisonous smoke emitted. "I've been poisoned?" Moridi covered her chest and said in disbelief. At the same time, she instinctively touched the wound on her forehead, but found nothing abnormal. So for a while, she didn't even know how she was poisoned. However, as a warlock with demon blood, and having experienced the abyss, Moridi's resistance to toxins has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. 3 meals a day of colorful mushroom hot pot are just for appetizers. And a bucket of expired milk can be consumed even in the toilet. They don't take it even once. So although the poison is strong, it won't be fatal for a while. Besides, as a warlock, how could he not have the ability to extend his life with a few tricks? He had already activated the false life buddy fixed on his body to quickly recover. The former can graft the subsequent damage to the false life, so as not to deepen the injury, while the latter stimulates life potential and speeds up the body's recovery. These two recovery methods are commonly used by warlocks, but ordinary people cannot use them because they cannot bear it. After all, warlocks all have inhuman blood, which is still obvious. Their innate physique is far better than that of ordinary people, and they can withstand the loss of vitality. To recover from injuries, ordinary people may have to age several years to recover from a broken bone. If the injury is serious, the person will die before recovery. Unfortunately, before the injured Moridi could drink the antidote potion, Shinobu launched an attack. Wind release. Wind Kiri no Jutsu. Shinobi did not choose to continue the sneak attack, but recited a spell like a mage and released the violent wind from his hands. The wind blades hidden in the strong wind cut the ground into chaos. You can imagine what fate would happen to Moridi if she was involved in it. Therefore, she ignored the detoxification and endured the erosion of the toxins to release the pain shield. This was to save herself. The skill that turns pain into a magic shield is said to be tougher the more painful it is. But most people don't know how to use it, nor can they learn it, because if the pain is less, the thing is brittle in the membrane. If the pain is severe, there is no mood to release magic. Only Moridi, who has experienced the torture of the abyss, can use it skillfully. Chapter 282. The warlock who wants to run cannot be stopped. The ninjas in Naruto are all mages wearing ninja skins. Ninjas who have the template of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, are naturally no strangers to ninjutsu. Various powerful ninjutsus come one after another, making Moridi unable to lift her head. Come! But he was a legendary warlock after all, and had gone through the abyss to further his training. So he was very resistant to grass. Although he was struggling, he couldn't hold on. Instead, he endured the severe pain and drank a bottle of magic potion to suppress the poison churning in his body. As soon as the situation improved, Moridi's anger boiled over, and she summoned a group of demons to act as cannon fodder. Then put her hands together and started rolling fireballs. A warlock's spells all rely on feeling. If the feeling comes, he can be super powerful. If the feeling doesn't work, he will become a weak shrimp. At this moment, Moridi, who drank the medicine, felt that she was very good. The throbbing pain caused by the poison only made her angrier. She kept rubbing her hands together and released fireballs the size of wheels, which were like missiles in the air. He struck at Shinobu in arc after arc, and then watched in stunned silence as Shinobu moved around easily among the cannon fodder demons. Several fireballs missed. Not even a speck of dust on them. When did mages become so flexible? Moridi didn't associate ninja with the men who attacked her before. She thought it was a mage who had ambushed her. He was surprisingly skilled. And most assassins were not that good. Skill. At this time, it was revealed that Moridi had some depth of tolerance, and did not intend to delay any more time. After all, her mission was to protect the safety of her master, who knew if the other party had any backup plans. So the sooner the solution was better, the better. But before Rin could take the initiative to attack, Moridi lost her temper, and flames erupted all over her body, just like a fire tornado, with considerable momentum. This is the Imperial Capital Circle, and if you dare to burst out with the aura of a legendary warlock here, you are simply tired of living. The problem is that warlocks are just like this, moody and explosive at the same time. Even if Moretti has been taught a lesson by Vanessa and developed in the abyss, she still can't change her nature. After all, the demon warlock's bloodline comes from the devil, and his personality is naturally affected. There is no need to say more about the devil's temperament. So Moretti's reaction is normal. Flames burned all over her body, and the clothes on her body naturally could not withstand the high-temperature flames, and turned into fly ash. Moridi only retained a belt made of demon skin, which bound her body and also covered the key points and flaws. At the same time, it belonged to the devil. Attitudes are also beginning to emerge. Obviously Moridi has some succubus blood, but this is normal. Apart from the popular demons, the demon warlock has the most succubus blood. I am afraid this is also the reason why she can survive in the abyss. I really think that all demons are not up to human standards. With the activation of the devil's blood, a pair of small goat horns grew on Moridi's head. A flexible little tail appeared on the back of her butt, and a pair of palm-sized wings appeared on her back. And her figure became extremely plump. Obviously his demonic bloodline has been fully activated, or developed very thoroughly. In any case, after the transformation, Moridi's strength was not improved at all, and her arrogance became even more arrogant. She directly opened a portal, and summoned a large number of demons. Although they are all low-level demons, the Imperial Academy is nearby. Moridi's move immediately alarmed many people. However, it is only alarming now, and has not reached the warning line. However, it cannot be delayed for long, and it may even attract the red-coated demons. So she planned to make a quick decision. It is obvious that magic and cannon fodder demons cannot kill each other in a short time. Moridi knows this. The problem is that this is the limit. If she really dares to summon a legendary level demon or make some big move, believe it or not, she has already been locked. The legendary mage here immediately came out to teach her how to behave. So Moridi pulled out 2 scimitars and sneaked over quietly with the help of the demon's cover. At this time, Moridi's physical fitness has improved by no means, and coupled with her hard-learned assassin techniques, she is not inferior to master-level assassins at all. It is this that makes her confidently rush toward Shinobu. Shinobu's eyes were a little weird, but such a cooperative opponent was exactly what she wanted. Although the opponent's flame restricted many of her methods, she would be helpless if she had Orochimaru's template. The cutting ability of the water blade combined with feng shui is extremely amazing. The pain shield, devil skin, false life, and 3 layers of protection were not blocked by Moridi. She was almost split in half diagonally, and the canyon on her chest was crooked. However, she was stunned without saying a word and walked straight toward Shinobu. She wholeheartedly believed that Ninja was a mage. Even if he was agile, he was only blessed with the agility of a cat and the feather falling technique. Compared with a veteran like her who came back from the abyss, he was just a rookie. Then she was almost beaten by Ninja holding a Kusanagi sword. Cut to death. If the warlock wants to run away, there's really no way he can stop him. Owen shook his head and whispered. Shinobu's assassination failed. But this is not Ninja's fault. Warlocks are inherently good at teleportation. Whether summoning or expelling demons, they are essentially a form of space teleportation, or cross-border teleportation. Therefore, the more skilled the demon warlock is, the better he is at space teleportation. And it is difficult to restrict it. Even if he loses consciousness, he will spontaneously start teleporting him to a safe place. Let alone Morili, who has learned a painful lesson. So he sees the situation. When something bad happened, she immediately opened the door and left without any hesitation. Obviously, Vanessa taught her a profound lesson. But it also left Owen with a lot of trouble. Peter's looked calm on the side, but his ears were actually perked up. But Owen's voice was too low, and he only heard the word warlock. He actually provoked a group of lunatics like warlocks. No wonder he dared to openly attack an earl, even if it was just the Earl of Northland. Although the battle was over, Owen and Peter's plan to go to the service academy was also ruined because they had to follow the arriving Red Guards. Fortunately, both the assassins and Moretti were wanted criminals on the list. As the victims, they were the sons of newly canonized nobles and established nobles. Owen and Peter simply sat there for a while before being released. As for whether they were spying on him in private, they definitely were. Moretti's previous attack was just like stroking the tiger's beard and patting the tiger's butt. Although the Emperor and other big bosses would not care, the red-clad guards, who guarded the secret front of the imperial capital, could not ignore it. It's hard to catch people. And if Moretti is so easy to catch, it won't be their turn. So the best way is to monitor the opponent's target. Not only Irving knew this, but Peters also knew it. So this guy never dared to come again. And the troubles Irving faced didn't end there. The day after the attack, the owner of the manor where they rented the manor politely returned double the rent and asked them to leave, obviously not intending to be implicated. In desperation, Owen had no choice but to enroll in school early, and thus got rid of surveillance and trouble. Chapter 283. Changes in Destiny have a fixed price. The Imperial Academy is completely independent. Even the Red Guards cannot easily enter it. Even if the Emperor makes any move, he must think twice before making any move, let alone other people. Therefore, Owen did not let Ren and Seal continue to stay in the Imperial capital. Instead, let them return to the north through the port key, because he would be safe here. Suddenly there was only one person left, which made Owen feel a little uncomfortable and a little insecure. Unfortunately, this was the rule of Imperial College, because there was no identity gap here. Apart from teachers, students were students, so maids and guards were not allowed. Enter. Of course. Just listen to this. Don't take it seriously. Although maids and guards are not allowed to enter, powerful students can hire powerless students to serve as their servants and guards. And even some private problems can also be solved. Everything is so realistic. However, these are not free. After all, no one is stupid. Students who betray themselves can also gain benefits. Only in this way can they continue to study in the academy and gain the knowledge and power to change their own destiny. This is mainly because the college is only responsible for imparting basic knowledge. But advanced knowledge and the resources consumed require students to find their own solutions. The problem is that the rich and powerful students are fine, but those civilian students who have no money and no connections can think of nothing. Even if the teachers want to help, it's useless because there are too many, and they can't help it all. So in addition to betraying themselves, those civilian students, there is no choice. Fortunately, this is an academy, and those students don't dare to go too far. They hire a group of civilian students more to set off their own status. Even if it's a bit of a threesome, it's voluntary. After all, those who want to rely on their beauty to change their destiny. There is never a minority of people. Although most people are trying to get nothing, there are still some people who want to take shortcuts. Owen undoubtedly belongs to a minority. Even if he is not wearing aristocratic clothes, his temperament makes people know that he is not ordinary at a glance. So when he first arrived in the Academy City, a senior sister took the initiative to act as a guide and led him. A northerner, I got to experience the feeling of studying abroad. It's a pity that although the senior has a plump figure and a bookish look, she has an average appearance. Only the plump lips make people shine. But it is not enough. So Owen behaves very politely. With his current condition, he can no longer just turn off the lights and get away with it. He must have a complete set of white and black jobs. And he wants both body and appearance. This is your first time coming to the Academy City, Junior, the senior said in a gentle tone, making people feel at home. But she didn't realize that Owen was actually older than her. But he had ancient blood. Looks more youthful. Owen smiled slightly and nodded when he heard this, and didn't say much. The senior sister didn't mind and started to introduce the college city to him. The Academy City was originally a city of scholars, or the Imperial Library. Although I don't know why the Imperial Library was built so far away from the Imperial capital. This does not prevent it from having the richest collection of books in the entire empire. So it attracts countless outstanding scholars. It has even become a holy place for scholars. Scholars were obsessed with research and needed help from followers in their daily lives. Later, in order to improve efficiency, Scholars taught some smart followers basic knowledge, so that followers could help organize complicated documents and save more time. Later, this relationship slowly evolved into a master-apprentice relationship, allowing knowledge to be better passed on, and ultimately forming a more efficient academy city. However, the academy city has such a unique status, and even has the right to tax the territory around the academy city. This is not derived from academic status, but depends on a legend. Academy City has the largest number of legends in the entire empire. Once there is a riot, the emperor will be trembling with fear. The only pity is that these legends are not unified. Unless someone touches the interests of the entire Academy City, don't expect them to work together. Even so, each legend is not a decoration. Their mere existence is a huge deterrent. Therefore, no one dares to really offend the Academy City. Not even the emperor. Otherwise, the Red Guards, who represent the emperor's authority, will not stop in front of the Academy City. Hearing this, Owen felt that the emperor of the empire was a bit miserable. The traditional nobility was deeply ingrained and could not be offended to death. The reason why the aristocratic goddess could not be offended was because she was a god. But it was a bit unreasonable that the Academy City could not be offended. Moreover, it's just what he knows. How much he doesn't know shows how miserable the emperor is. Owen followed his senior sister to go through the admission procedures. It was actually not difficult. First of all, he had a quota as a noble. Secondly, having elf blood was a bonus. Not to mention that he was the first international student from the north. With his status and background, just one senior guide is enough. At least send a few more. The next entrance test is also very simple. It falls within the scope of basic knowledge. It doesn't matter even if you are illiterate. Those who plan to study literature will test their memory. Those who plan to study martial arts will have an easier time. Just fight with the instructor. In fact, the difficulty in entering the Academy City is getting a quota, because civilians can only enter the Academy City if they are recommended. And the recommended quotas are often in the hands of nobles and adventurer guilds, which makes it difficult for these civilians to get rid of the influence of the two even after graduation. It can be said that after graduation, you have to work hard for the other party. It's not difficult to understand. The nobles and the adventurers guild are not philanthropic. The benefits and goodwill that fall on them are actually marked with a good price. And they just need to be obedient. If you dare not accept your fate, it would be too much to ruin a person. Simple. I really thought that the protagonists in the novel, who were persecuted by the nobles and powerful forces, were all fake. In fact, the reality was more cruel than the novel, because they had almost no chance of making a comeback. They were hunted to death, and even committed suicide in despair. There were not many of them, as choice, because Owen had a senior student who was busy helping with the procedures. He had time to look at the civilian students who had not yet felt the dangers of society and still had excited expressions on their faces. Being able to be recommended all means that these civilian students have extraordinary talents. It can be said that every civilian student is a genius, big or small, and their performance in the test is also consistent with this. Some have photographic memory, some have innate sensory elements, and some are controlled by fighting instincts. It can be said that the talents possessed by these civilian students are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even Sharon, who is known as the genius of the War College, is not much better than these people in terms of talent. It's a pity that this is not the early stage of the empire. The land and interests have long been completely divided. So what if they are stronger than legends? They either join a certain force or are targeted by various evils. Let alone these civilian geniuses. They are just different people. They are just tools trained by the foreign forces. The admission of noble children to school actually means to directly recruit talents. No one is a fool. And there is no love without reason. The price for civilian students to get the opportunity to change their destiny is actually set. Chapter 280 for the senior who covers her mouth. Junior, these are this year's school uniforms. There are 8 sets in total. If they are damaged, you need to spend money to buy them. In addition, this is your student ID card, which can be used to check the courses. The senior sister thoughtfully helped Owen organize the things, which was very interesting. The potential of being a good wife and mother made Owen nod with satisfaction, planning to tip more later. Junior, do you need me to take you to the dormitory? The senior said softly. Her eyes that were not too big had a bit of water, and her most attractive plump lips pursed unconsciously. Profoundly. It was so moist that Owen was silent. And after a moment, he nodded slowly. The student dormitory is divided into 4 major areas, 2 of which are composed of independent 2-story villas. Each villa can accommodate 4 people. Everyone can enjoy an independent space with 4 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. So each independent villa, it's not wrong to say it's a small building. In addition to the pleasant scenery, the villa area also has competent guards and gardeners. And you can even hire part-time students to act as housekeepers and servants. Obviously, the academy understands nobles. However, if you want to live in such a villa dormitory, in addition to being a noble, you also need to pay a considerable additional fee. Obviously, the college city knows how to make money. The remaining 2 areas are affordable dormitories. They don't expect to make any money from the students. But the students who stay here don't expect to feel any comfort. In a 3-story rectangular building, there are 2 rooms with the same size as the toilet. There are 20 rooms on the first floor. They share 1 toilet and 1 bathroom. It's the kind of place where you can't get up in the morning and can't find a space to poop. Obviously, this kind of place is prepared for civilian students. But it is a pity that Owen did not have the opportunity to see it, because the 2 different dormitory areas are a bit far apart, probably for fear of affecting the mood of both parties. Following the senior who suddenly became writhing, Irving came to the villa area. Owen showed his student ID card. The guard clenched his fists and beat his chest, then raised the fence and watched him enter solemnly. He was indeed competent. The villa area has high walls and guards. You can't get in without the corresponding student ID card. But the scenery inside is really good. Fountains and flower beds are standard. And there is also a small lake and pier that can be used for swimming and boating. Each villa is also independent, with walls, front and backyards, and a large area. It is fully worthy of the extra money paid. The senior who helped carry things was obviously her first time here, and her eyes were full of envy. There was a map on the roadside, and it didn't take the 2 of them long to arrive at the villa arranged by Academy City. Because he arrived early, there was no one in the villa assigned to Irving. After opening the magic restricted door with his student ID, he could see the furniture and furnishings inside, although not high-end, were very decent. But in Owen's eyes, it seemed ordinary. So he had no interest in it, and randomly chose the left side of the first floor as his room. After replacing the door number with his own name, Owen opened the door. The layout inside can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Everything that should be there is there. But it is just there. If you want to be more comfortable, you have to change and add it yourself. When Owen was thinking about how to decorate the room where he would live here for a long time, the senior sister who put away his things walked over step by step with her plump lips pursed. I don't know how much time passed, but the rosy-faced senior covered her mouth with one hand and held her somewhat deformed collar with the other. She left the villa area under the usual unwavering gazes of the guards. The female students who were passing by intentionally or unintentionally were all carrying. They watched the other party leave with a mixture of contempt and envy, and then continued to pretend to be passing by, not daring to waste any time because this was the first semester and they didn't want to miss out on a new wave of financial backers. Owen, who was used to making up for the trouble later, found that he was still able to do it with ease. Although he couldn't play 10 at a time, there was still no pressure to play mahjong at a table. Owen suddenly realized what level of opponents he had encountered before. This was a little rookie who had just left the novice village and fell into the hands of the big boss in a blink of an eye. He had been chewed repeatedly for so long and still not turned into scum, which was enough to prove his depth potential from now on, as an upright and tough man who has the word durability engraved on his body. He doesn't know anything about partial armor protection, partial amplification spells, and partial shock spells. Hey, Owen stood up directly, with his back straight, and Maya and Dale would probably laugh very happily when they saw this confident look. Habitually taking out something to drink, Owen touched his chin. Through testing the senior sister just now, he discovered a lot of things. For example, the college town is indeed very civilized. The students all maintain good hygiene habits. For example, the teeth are very white, and the body is healthy. He is also very healthy. There is no tongue coating. He also bathes frequently, even if he soaks in some liquid and rubs it repeatedly until it foams. There is no dust. He is very satisfied with these 3 points. After thinking about it for a moment, Owen found a place to sit down. He first released the slime made to clean up the dust and blind spots around him, and then studied the student ID card in his hand. There are 2 types of student ID cards. One is metal inlaid with crystal, and the other is the student ID card made of crystal like the one in Owen's hand. Compared with metal student ID cards with simple functions, crystal student ID cards have multiple functions such as storage, payment, timing, communication, and video recording. However, more detailed functions need to be activated through the crystal ball in the room. Owen found the crystal ball, inserted the crystal student ID card into the slot of the base, and suddenly a projection appeared in front of him. At the top is his identity information, followed by the subjects that can be selected, the college map, the communication bar, the task bar, the information bar, the option bar, etc. It can be said that the function of this crystal student certificate is not inferior to that of a touch-screen mobile phone. The most terrifying thing is that this thing is obviously energy-producing and not very precious. Otherwise, not every noble student would have one. Realizing this, Owen's expression was very solemn. It seemed that the Empire's background was more terrifying than he imagined. Just the tip of the iceberg made him full of fear. It seems that Imperial College has come to the right place. Irving tapped his fingers on the table and whispered to himself. After he calmed down, Owen clicked on the subject, and was stunned by the sudden projection. Mage, warlock, wizard, witch, alchemist, apothecary, puppet master, summoner, knight, swordsman, warrior, ranger, hunter, assassin, rogue. These are just professions. Each profession also contains more subjects. For example, assassins are divided into more than a dozen subjects such as stealth, concealment, melee combat, poison, and intelligence. Not to mention the scientific research professions of the legal system such as wizards, alchemists, pharmacists, and puppet masters. The subjects they occupy are no longer as simple as half of the country, but 99%. We must know that the more advanced technology is, the more detailed scientific research will be. Seeing the many subjects starting in 3 digits, Owen was speechless. No wonder it's called Academy City. No wonder even the Emperor doesn't dare to offend easily. It turns out that this is the Scientific Research Center of the Empire. Chapter 285 Long Live Hydra. It seems that Imperial College has come to the right place. Owen repeated what he just said again, showing how excited he was. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and had a huge plan in mind. Long live Hydra! Owen, who had been silent for a moment, suddenly shouted to the empty room like a lunatic, with his eyes bright and frightening. The name Hydra not only represents the many sub-bases, but the old line of business is infiltration and parasitism. The mustache during World War II and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Motherfuck, have the most say. So if the Academy City is compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., Irving smiled happily. Although this is difficult, it is no more difficult than when Hydra took root in S.H.I.E.L.D. At that time, they were all prisoners, but in the end, they did not stand up and make the decision. They are definitely role models for our generation. Owen kept rubbing his nose, sweating excitedly because of his inner thoughts, which showed how excited he was. Academy City allows similar societies to exist, but it would be too obvious to use the name Hydra directly, because he is Hydra 3. This is a personality cult and can easily arouse the vigilance of others, so he would use Hydra to join the society. The condition is to record a video shouting, "Long live Hydra!" Thinking of this, Owen wonders whether he should prepare a mithril steel shield, a one-handed thunder hammer, and puppet outer armor in advance, and then take a group photo or something, regarded as the newly formed Avengers branch of Hydra. Unconsciously, the sky became dark, and Owen woke up from his sweet dream. At the same time, his stomach was already growling with hunger. Without wasting time and eating something casually, Owen took out a familiar pen and paper and started writing and drawing to perfect this wonderful idea. With his current abilities, he probably won't have much appeal to teachers. And even if he did, he wouldn't be able to touch him. Owen didn't intend to touch the nerves of the college now. Even if several teachers were not taken seriously by the college, he still didn't plan to take risks. This was the case in the Northland before. Owen tried his best to overestimate the Empire, so he developed in a very low-key manner. So he was not targeted by the Empire, and successfully blended into the Empire. Now Owen finally understands that the Empire's frontier troops are all deceptive. The Empire's real power has never been the hundreds of thousands of border troops. It is hidden too deeply. Even he has only seen the tip of the iceberg from the Imperial Academy. This is not Owen's random imagination. With the technological level of the Crystal Student Certificate in his hand, Owen would not believe it if the Empire did not have magic light cannons, golem mechas or the like. Because even for him, if he doesn't care about the cost, it won't be a big problem to produce these 2 prototypes. Let alone the Academy City where the essence of the entire Empire is concentrated. It can be said that if someone told him now that Academy City is actually a city in the sky that can fly, Owen would believe it. Therefore, even if it were to be done, it could only be limited to the students, because no matter how big the noise was, it would not attract interference from the top management of the college. But after thinking about it carefully, Owen found that he had oversimplified things. Although students are innocent, they are only relative. The environment and education that noble students have lived in since childhood make them not easy to fool. Civilian students are not fools. They may have been innocent before, but they cannot remain innocent after entering the Academy City. To be precise, Irving must come up with enough benefits and ambitious goals. Moreover, just having benefits is not enough, and he can easily be regarded as a victim and a fat sheep. Hydra has their god, the Inhuman Hive, and the goal of dominating the world. What does Owen have? After pondering for a long time, Irving decided to develop Hydra among this year's freshmen first. As his grade level increased, he would gradually expand the scale and cover it layer by layer, eventually spreading to the teacher group and swallowing up the entire college city. Of course, this process must be done very carefully. Although there are no superheroes here, the legendary strength is not weaker than those of the first-class superheroes. After destroying the pen and paper in his hand and rubbing his eyebrows, Owen stood up and stretched his muscles. He replaced the furniture in the room, then laid down on the familiar big bed and fell asleep. However, he did not leave any means behind. If Moretti really dares to sneak into Academy City and assassinate him without giving up, I'm afraid she will face a big surprise. Next, Owen selected the subjects he needed to study while decorating the room. Decorating the room was not as simple as replacing furniture and ornaments. He also carved various magic restrictions, installed golem mechanisms, and even exchanged dungeon secret rooms underground in the room to create a perfect private experimental space. It is estimated that even if there are people, he disappeared in his room, and Conan couldn't find him even when he came. In addition, during this time, Owen also followed his senior sister to take basic classes and read the books that the senior sister helped select to fill his lack of understanding of the Empire. It can be said that the senior sister's help to him was not only verbal, but also make him feel deeply cared for through personal actions. As the basic knowledge is supplemented, Owen is also playing the direction of his next learning so that he can be more efficient. What's interesting is that the college town does not restrict occupations. Instead, it is very free. You can learn whatever you want. Theoretically, an assassin wearing plate armor, a warhammer, and a staff carrying a bow and arrows could exist. And there were even more bizarre professional combinations, all depending on the interests of the students. However, this professional knowledge is only limited to the basics. Advanced courses are charged per class hour, and ordinary people cannot afford them. This is also the reason why civilian students betray themselves. So things like the senior sister are not an exception, but a common phenomenon. What's even more sad is that many people who are not good-looking and have insufficient strength are not qualified even if they want to betray themselves. If you can still spend money to learn advanced courses, then top-level knowledge really belongs to a very small number of people, because almost all top-level knowledge is in the hands of scholars and legends, and it is not as simple as spending money to obtain it. In this case, the Academy City is the only place where ordinary people can have access to top-level knowledge. But it is only possible for geniuses among geniuses. And it is only possible because if you want to learn top-level knowledge, you must obtain the recognition of academic scholars and legends. And that is to say, it must have corresponding potential. Although Owen's intelligence attributes have improved a lot, he still doesn't have the confidence to call himself a genius among geniuses. So he must find another shortcut to hide his purpose while trying to show his own value. In fact, this is not a contradiction. His purpose is to let Hydra grow with the nutrients of Academy City. Before that, he must have enough value to complete this purpose. There is nothing to talk about if there is no value in using it. So Owen chooses the subjects he is best at so that he can show off in class, attract the attention of teachers and students, and promote the influence of Hydra. Because he was busy supplementing himself, Owen didn't even know that he had 2 more roommates. He didn't meet them until he went out late. Chapter 286. Why are there so many smart people? Peters? Seeing the charming man walking down the stairs with his arms around him, Owen was stunned for a moment, and then called out his name. Irving was not surprised that the other party would appear here, because Count Pierce's territory is close to the sphere of influence of Academy City. Although he does not need to pay taxes to Academy City, he still pays a large amount of sponsorship fees to Academy City every year. So he let his son. It is not difficult to come to study. But Owen knew very well that it was probably a lie that the other party came to study in the Academy City. And it was true that he had some conspiracy against him. The legends that appeared that day could not be hidden from each other. The traces left by the battle between the two legends were as obvious as the lice on a bald man's head. Even if they were cleaned up, there would be no traces. The explosions and collisions of legendary levels had already been leaked. So Peters knew it very well. Irving has a legend on his staff. A slightly mysterious Earl of the North and a legendary Earl of the North are two different things. The latter is already worthy of him spending his personal connections to re-enter the Academy City to find the other person to deepen their friendship. Not to mention that the students in the Academy City are also waiting to be discovered. Treasure. No matter how much he calculates, he will not lose. Owen is not afraid of Peters' calculations. And he has just graduated from College Station for 2 years, and is very suitable as a breakthrough point. Maybe his Hydra plan can be cashed out and launched. In addition to Peters, there was another roommate named Cowles. He was tall, thin and looked a little shy. But he had a lingering energy and a strange smell. He also did not choose to go upstairs. He lives opposite Owen on the first floor. And he seems to have a secret. Peters happily called for delicious food and girls to celebrate. They are all aristocrats. Even though Cowles is a bit shy and seems to be not good at communicating, he is equally open to all comers when it comes to women. He is very open-minded. And he is obviously also a sweetheart. After a night of in-depth communication, although the three of them are not the same people, their relationship has still improved. At least they can talk and laugh when they meet. And they are just a few fair-weather friends. Peters, who is playful, is not eager to deepen his relationship with Irving. In his opinion, men are just like hooking up with women. They can't be too far, not too close, not too dry, and not too sticky. It's appropriate. Distance and the frequency of communication of appropriate benefits are the magic weapons to victory. But the first benefit of Peters' arrival is that Irving learned about the Academy's price list, which divides prizes based on appearance and ability. Appearance is really nothing to aristocratic students who are accustomed to beauties. It is at most a spice in a boring life. There are not many who really get angry or even fight with women. And even those who do are just as excuses. That's all. Instead, the focus of competition among noble students is on capable civilian students, who act as lords or angel investors with the ability to understand people, thereby increasing their own power and connections. It cannot be said that they bully civilian students simply to show their nobility. No, but not as much as expected. And other noble students regard them as idiots who waste resources. Of course, because of the existence of these idiots, it is easier for shrewd noble students to win people's hearts. All they have to pay is a little humility and kindness. In addition, Owen's previous idea is not unusual. In order to improve the efficiency of searching for talents, the club he envisioned is not uncommon in college towns. Sometimes I really hate why there are so many smart people. After learning about these situations, Owen gritted his teeth and said, while he couldn't help but feel frustrated, it can be said that everything he imagined in the college city is there. Even more perfect. Various benefits and slogans are shouted loudly. Even he is tempted. He wants to join a certain club to add glory. But it is a pity that the other party only accepts female students. It was a complete waste of the countless modern classic underwear styles he had in mind. Although he failed to join and was still full of frustration, Irving never gave up on establishing Hydra. He just had to wait for the opportunity. He even found his first development target, which was to get lip augmentation no matter how hard he rubs it. Senior sister. Students in the Academy City need to take an exam respectively when they are 18 and 20 years old. However, those who graduate and leave do not return with their studies completed. But those who have reached the end of their potential or are unable to continue studying after they are 20, they can still. Those who stay in the Academy City for further studies are the real geniuses. And they may stay in the Academy City as teaching assistants or even become teachers. The senior sister is 19 years old. Because her appearance and talents are not outstanding, she can only continue to consolidate and expand basic subjects, and occasionally use the money she has saved to buy advanced courses. However, this is too slow and not enough to make her 20 years old. I can still stay in College City in the future. Fortunately, the senior sister met Owen. After spending a lot of words, her lips were almost peeling. But she still managed to persuade him and received a generous grant, which increased her chances of staying in school for further study to above the 5th level. Although he paid a large amount of money, Irving will definitely not lose money. And if the senior sister successfully stays in the school, he will definitely increase his funding to help her improve to a higher level and become a full-time student as soon as possible. Let me make it clear first that he has definitely not watched too many movies like Tokyo High Temperature. He wants to experience the plot changes between teachers and students, just to make Hydra great again. When school was about to start, the last roommate moved in. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a civilian student. Peter's eyes suddenly lit up, because this kind of situation is not unprecedented. That is, special students who are rewarded by the Academy City because they are too talented. Such students were inconspicuous when they first joined the Academy City, but as they learn, their deep potential is quickly converted into strength, and they will stand out. The purpose of the Academy City is to cultivate geniuses, not to divide classes. Noble students have special treatment because they pay money. If civilian students have no money or power, but still want to eat well, drink well and sleep well, then they should work hard to show their worth. Get funding from noble students, and get rewards from the Academy City. Especially the latter. He is a genius who would not sit idly by in the Academy City. Such a super genius status is already higher than that of ordinary noble students. Even if he has received funding from some noble students before, he has the confidence to refuse. At most, he owes a favor. If the aristocratic students take advantage of this, Academy City will intervene, while other aristocratic students will at most just watch, but will not unite to protest. They still have this in mind. Ordinary geniuses can be regarded as giving them the benefits of spending money to go to school. Super geniuses, who can truly become a party's power, will not be given away easily. It's not that the Academy City is a monopoly and won't let you win over, but it won't let you use force to regain the other person before he or she has grown up. You must spend real money and money sincerely. In this way, super geniuses who grew up under the protection of the Academy City are often very grateful to the Academy City. Even if they leave, they will try their best to maintain the reputation of the Academy City and recommend outstanding students to expand their influence. Over the past thousands of years, Academy City has cultivated so many geniuses that even the most erudite scholars may not be able to explain. Most of these have become the foundation of Academy City, and they are also the foundation for maintaining the independence of Academy City without looking at anyone's face. Chapter 287 Robert, the Civilian Genius. As for why Academy City arranged for this super genius to live with them, it's probably because the three of them are special. Owen was the first Northland noble to enroll. Peters was the son of the sponsor of Academy City, and Cowles had a special heritage. So it seemed normal to add a super talented civilian student. It's a pity that none of the three Owens like this super genius named Robert. Even though he behaves very politely, the alienation and boredom in his eyes cannot be hidden from the three of them. This kind of gaze was very familiar to Peters, and he even knew the other person's psychological journey clearly. However, he still obtained the other party's information through connections to confirm his guess. Robert was a standard country boy. He didn't even have a decent name before coming to College City. Without that opportunity, he would have been no different from other civilian sons. He either farmed at home or worked as a boy. But he was lucky. When the Lord was hunting, he saw him killing 2 goblins with a hatchet without causing any harm. So he asked him to follow the hounds of the hunting team, and then witnessed him using a hatchet to kill 2 goblins. An adult forest wolf was disemboweled. Robert, who showed good talents one after another, successfully gained the appreciation of the Lord. And then he had the opportunity to study in the Academy City. In fact, this experience is nothing. There are countless civilian students with similar experiences in the Academy City. Otherwise, how would they get the opportunity? However, their excitement and expectations for the future will soon be shattered by reality. It is true that the Academy City cultivates geniuses, but it is impossible to distribute all resources equally. This is fair, but it also prevents the diamonds hidden in the golden sand from shining brightly again. Therefore, various eliminations and tests start from the first day of enrollment. The day started. It is conceivable what kind of pressure civilian students who lack basic knowledge will face in the Academy City, especially when there are aristocratic students who have no worries about food and clothing. However, as time goes by, even if the idea that nobles are superior to civilians has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people for thousands of years, as the strength of civilian students grows, the original ideas will be shaken. After all, they are very clear about the majority of noble students. Hard power is not as good as theirs. This change in thinking is inevitable, because ordinary people from civilian backgrounds and professionals from civilian backgrounds are not the same concept at all, because the latter have the ability to resist, The conflict between civilian students and aristocratic students over their ideals and identities is constantly happening in the Academy City. Some people are sinking. Some are transcending. Some are gaining. And some are losing everything. The Academy City only limits the conflict within a certain range, but has no intention of stopping it. This further boosts the confidence of talented civilian students in their struggle for power and status. Robert is obviously a supporter of this belief. As a commoner, he is not willing to be a dog of a nobleman. Every time he dreams about running in the forest with the Lord's hound, it is an inspiration to him. But at this time, his own strength was not enough for Robert to be directly on an equal footing with the noble students. So his behavior was so weird. In fact, there is another reason. Peters is replaced every day. Cowles is slightly weak. And Owen is superficial. In Robert's eyes, they are all a bunch of losers who only rely on their ancestors. Except for their birthplace and title. Except for wealth. Except for territory. Except for people. Except for... Anyway, Robert just looked down on them. If the identities of the two parties were exchanged, he would definitely do better than the other party. And he would not waste any time or let down those precious resources. It's a pity that he is still too young. And this idea cannot be hidden from Peters, Owen and Cowles. So the three of them have no idea of drawing him into a small circle and let him go alone. Before dawn, Robert had already gotten up and began to put on some old protective gear. Compared to Peters's grandiose room, Robert's room can no longer be described as shabby. Apart from the original basic furniture and furnishings, there are only his personal belongings that can only be described as shabby. This is because he is a gifted student and has a lot of subsidies. More civilian students have to spend time and money to take advanced courses while taking basic courses. As for the cost of advanced courses, they are no longer able to afford it. Even if Robert is not there, before being noticed by the Academy City, he could not take advanced courses more than a few times a year. This was also the source of conflicts between civilian students and aristocratic students. Carrying a weighted practice sword to the open space in the backyard of the villa, Robert began the boring basic swordsmanship training. I have to say that Robert's title of genius is not for nothing. Even though he has become the idol of many civilian students, and even though many noble students have offered him an olive branch, he still maintains basic swordsmanship training every day, because he always remembers the first time he came to the Academy City. What a swordsmanship teacher said to him. The swordsman teacher was also a commoner. So after seeing Robert's talent, he spoke to him specifically. In fact, those words were very simple. The swordsmanship teacher just told him clearly that with his background, it was impossible to be exposed to advanced swordsmanship and fighting spirit before he showed enough value. At the same time, he told him not to underestimate basic swordsmanship, because any advanced swordsmanship is developed on basic swordsmanship. If he wants to fill the gap with the noble students who have been exposed to advanced swordsmanship since childhood, he must invest 10 times in basic swordsmanship. Only in this way can we have hope of catching up. Robert has always remembered these words. Although the energy he invested in basic swordsmanship was not as exaggerated as 10 times, but it was 2 or 3 times more than the students of the same period. You can't tell the difference in 1 day or 2. After 3 or 5 years, it's no longer a gap, but separated by mountains. Even though students at the same time have begun to be exposed to advanced swordsmanship, Robert still has a huge advantage. He has even defeated students who use advanced swordsmanship many times with basic swordsmanship, which also allows him to invest more energy in basic swordsmanship. Because of the inspiration, Owen, who had been busy in the secret room of the dungeon all night with a touch of dark circles under his eyes, came to the window with a cup of coffee to get some air, and happened to see Robert training. Although he has not practiced combat skills much, it does not mean that Owen knows nothing about it. On the contrary, his eyesight is very good. He can see that Robert's lower body is very stable. When slashing with the sword in both hands, the starting and ending of the hand are exactly the same. It's clearly become muscle memory. You will become useless if you continue to practice like this. Owen opened the window, squinted his eyes in the morning sun, and then took a sip of coffee and said, Robert made a move, and did not say something bad or turn away directly as Owen imagined, but said after a moment of silence, The new swordsmanship teacher told you the same thing. Well, your foundation is very solid, but it is too solid for your age. This will make it difficult for you to get rid of the limitations of basic swordsmanship when you learn advanced swordsmanship. Owen also pays attention to the basics. Otherwise, he will not give up his territory. The Academy City is being rebuilt. But focusing on the basics does not mean that you have to keep spinning on the basics. even if the swordsmanship is the same. After you have the foundation, you need to be exposed to more changes. Otherwise, you will never be able to break through the cage you have created for yourself. Irving knows that heavy swords have no edge, and great skill has no workmanship. The problem is that no one can reach such a state. It's all done step by step. It's undoubtedly a dream to stand at the top based on the basics. If it's really that easy, how can you develop on the basics? Chapter 288. First hearing about the secret realm. The conversation that morning was nothing to Owen. Just a casual chat at most. But it still had a great impact on Robert, because his attitude towards Owen suddenly became different. In fact, Robert is a smart man. He regretted it after discovering that he was isolated by the three people. He was not without brains. But after being arranged by the college to the villa area to personally experience the vastly different living conditions between civilian students and aristocratic students, the heart is very unbalanced. So the attitude is too obvious. But after calming down, Robert realized that he had almost cut off his way into the upper-class circle. Yes, Robert's biggest dream in this life is to become a noble. In fact, it is normal to have this idea. In fact, 99% of civilian students have this idea. The conflict between them and the aristocratic students is not a class conflict, but a desire to enter this circle, and it is not available. Really put them into the circle, and suppress their original companions more harshly than the noble students. This is human nature. Just like everyone criticizes rich people, but they all want to be rich, because you can't experience the happiness of rich people. Robert is no exception. He is no longer the simple country boy. After seeing the wider world, who would be willing to return to the country and work as a dog for that unworthy lord? And he knows very well that if he wants to go further, he must step into that circle. Only in this way can he get in touch with more, gain more, and improve his strength faster. This is also the reason why Academy City will turn its attention to talented civilian students. It depends on whether you can understand the reason for going to the villa area where the noble students are. Robert had obviously quickly picked up on College Station's good intentions, and had been looking for an opportunity to improve his relationship with the other three. And Owen's conversation that morning was just what he needed. In fact, Robert did not choose Owen randomly. Among the three people in the dormitory, Peters was unreliable at first glance, and Cowles was too introverted. Only Owen gave him the best feeling, giving people a gentle and equal feeling. Moreover, being from a noble background in the north is more in line with Robert's ideas, because neither party is the mainstream of the college town. So the backyard is so big, he doesn't train in the middle, nor at Cowles, but just at Owen's window, not to create opportunities. Peters was well aware of Robert's little thoughts, but had no intention of exposing them. Firstly, it has nothing to do with him. Secondly, compared to Robert, whose potential has not yet been fully realized, the mysterious Owen is obviously more valuable. Thirdly, that kid has been targeted, and whether he can survive is a question. Peters did not hide this last point from Irving, and casually said it when the three of them were drinking coffee. "You mean Robert is being targeted by a duke's daughter?" Owen put down the coffee in his hand and frowned. "That's right. You'd better not get involved. Her character is the most twisted even among the eldest ladies with unruly tempers," Peters said with a not-so-good look on his face. He was obviously someone he couldn't afford to offend. And Cowles on the side also nodded when he heard the words. Apparently he had heard of it. Sylvia, the daughter of the Grand Duke of Macaron, is also a famous super genius in Academy City. There is no need to say more about family background. The big word in front of the Duke means that he is different from ordinary dukes, and is the type who can independently establish a country. Therefore, even if Sylvia calls herself a princess, no one will say anything. In contrast, although Robert is a genius student recognized by the Academy City, he is just a genius. No matter from his family, strength, or potential, he cannot compare with him. If he is really targeted, he will not resist at all. Room. "I don't think there is anything about Robert that is worthy of a Grand Duke's daughter's time." After a moment, Owen shook his head and said, "It's not that Irving underestimates Robert. He does have good talent and potential. But he only has it, and there is still a long way to go before he can realize it. So what if his potential is fully realized? At most, he is a master swordsman. This is still the most perfect situation. Generally speaking, the high-level peak is probably the upper limit of his life. It is not that valuable at all. Worthy of a Grand Duke's daughter. Spend effort to win over. If it were a few years ago or next year, Robert would certainly not be a big deal. But this year is the Secret Realm competition that happens once every 10 years. Anyone who has confidence in himself will not miss this opportunity. Peters gave Irving a thoughtful look. Said, apparently mistakenly thinking that this was the purpose of his coming to the Academy City. Since Irving pretended not to know, Peters introduced it in detail himself. Secret Realm? Owen really didn't know that there was a secret realm hidden in the college city. However, if he was the protagonist, since he went to school here, it would make perfect sense for the college to hide a secret realm. And he could guarantee that there would be a secret realm in the secret realm. What precious treasures are there waiting to be discovered? Because it makes perfect sense. The Academy City will open a secret realm every 10 years. And 10 keys to the secret realm will be left inside. Those who find the keys will gain the right to enter and exit the secret realm freely. Sylvia targeted Robert just to increase her power. After all, the secret realm was very large and dangerous, and the power of one person was limited. So the more teammates she gathered, the greater the advantage. Unfortunately, Peters doesn't know what is in the secret realm. He only knows that it is very dangerous. But it also has great benefits. Many students who have successfully kept the key and grown up have become legends. Otherwise, how could it have such great appeal? Even the daughter of the Grand Duke was moved. Cowles, who specially rushed to enroll this year, also doesn't know much about the secret realm. He was arranged by his family, but he has a good attitude and believes that participation is the most important. The best is to gain something, and forget about it if you don't. After hearing about the secret realm, I have to say that Owen's heart was moved. Although the danger was great, it was only great. With preparation, he could successfully escape even if he encountered someone he couldn't defeat. So he planned to sign up. I didn't expect to need to test the qualifications. No wonder the daughter of the Grand Duke targeted Robert, because ordinary people were not even qualified to participate. For Irving, it is not difficult to pass the test. But what is difficult is to expose that side of himself. Because he has too many trump cards, and he can just pick one out at will. If the legend is not revealed, he will kill at will in the Academy City. In the end, Owen decided to use his identity as a puppet master as his first vest. He didn't dare to adjust the puppet library first to make it easier to use in battle. Puppet master is the first extraordinary profession that Owen chose. It consumes the most time and energy. He even does some things to pass the time when he is bored. Therefore, the inventory is quite objective. But there has never been much room for display. Now that there is an opportunity to display it, it is quite good. Excited? Chapter 289, entering the secret realm for the first time. The test will be held at the end of the month. And there are still about 10 days left, which is enough for him to complete some adjustments to the puppet. Due to the upgrading of tools, Owen has basically reached the conditions of the early Iron Man. Many parts only need to be designed to be automatically produced and assembled. Therefore, the number of puppets is more than he imagined. But it is also quick to adjust. Plus the dungeon secret room below the room is becoming more and more complete. And Owen just put together a set of puppets to deal with the secret trial before the end of the month. Looking at the puppets of different heights, fatness and thickness in front of him, Owen felt a sense of accomplishment. It's almost time! Owen put away the puppet, took out his wand and used it to clean it up, changed his clothes and headed to the testing site. The test location was located in a relatively remote semi-basement martial arts training ground. There were not as many people coming and going as expected, because there were actually very few people qualified to participate in the Secret Realm tournament, except for gifted students who will be notified by the Academy City. Only aristocratic students can participate. The former are based on their strength, and the latter are based on their financial resources. Both are needed by the Academy, and it is fair. In addition, the test he had been looking forward to for a long time turned out to be a voluntary contract of life and death. Simply put, as long as he signed it, his death in the Secret Realm was in vain, and the Academy City did not need to bear any responsibility. Dare to sign is courage, and courage is the content of the test. It was just a fool, and Owen was speechless. In addition, this martial arts training ground is actually the entrance to the Secret Realm. When the time is up, the Secret Realm space will fold with this space. At that time, a space master will use magic to transfer everyone's anchor point to the Secret Realm air. Using the power of space completes the transmission. Once inside, Owen realized that he was wrong. There were actually not many people inside. There were almost 1,000 people inside. Many people had already formed preliminary small groups and had clear divisions of labor. If it weren't for the fact that there were many Lone Rangers, he might have already feeling the pressure. Just as Owen was looking around, he unexpectedly met an acquaintance. Robert. He was standing behind a girl with a dark Gothic style. It could be seen that his face was not very good looking. And he looked at Owen with a look that was a little share sympathy. Owen's face didn't look good either, because he could guess who the girl was, and could see that she was coming for him. The dark makeup and the pure black lace skirt did not make Sylvia look any less beautiful. Instead, they added a bit of strong death temptation, as if she knew it was poisonous and couldn't help but get close to her. But her figure made her look a little bit canyon, although it's not a good thing or a bad thing. At most I put 2 poached eggs close to the body. 10 stacks together can't compare to the amount of the senior sister's side. This poached egg lady is Sylvia, the daughter of the Grand Duke, a madman who is obviously of noble birth, but obsessed with darkness and death. If it weren't for her super talent, even her father wouldn't be able to stand her. Irving also can't understand why the other party likes this. It's no wonder that Peters is full of fear when talking about the other party, because the other party is simply a madman, and nothing he does is surprising. Putting a hand on his chest, Owen bowed his head and gave a slight salute. Although he is an earl, the other party's father is a Grand Duke. This gift is not for the other party, but for the other party's father. I heard you have good taste, Sylvia said, staring at Owen with squinted eyes. As soon as Owen heard this, he knew that Sylvia was targeting him because of Robert. He immediately rolled his eyes secretly, but he still spoke politely and modestly, trying to make the other party give up. It's a pity that the other party is not big-minded, so Owen can only hold his nose and stand with Robert in the end. It's not that he's afraid of the other party, but the main reason is that the destination is the same, so it doesn't make much sense to fall out directly. Besides, we're just traveling together. When it comes time to let him die, will he be willing? Even so, Owen still sighed and began to feel that participating in this secret realm competition was a wrong decision. However, since it was a major event that echoed throughout the Academy City, long live Hydra, he gritted his teeth and endured it, let alone the gathering in the secret realm, recruiting the most elite students in the entire academy. Not too many. Just 10 or 8 as a team is not a loss. With her strong background, Sylvia quickly gathered a group of people in this way, and similar scenes continued to play out on the scene. After all, she was not the only one with strong background and strength. The whole scene is like a big fish eating a small fish. But this time it is not eating, but acting as cannon fodder. Everyone knows this kind of thing. The civilian students are willing to come because they want to gain wealth and wealth, so they have no intention of resisting. As a result, the crowd becomes more and more distinct, and there is no room for the Lone Ranger to survive. Irving has been observing, trying to find a suitable development partner. But as for Robert beside him, he has given up. Although he wouldn't kill the other party's whole family just because of such a trivial matter. Don't expect him to have a good attitude. It would be good if he didn't do anything behind his back. Robert was somewhat self-aware, and did not dare to say anything. After all, what he did was not authentic. Fortunately, he is not the kind of person who makes me feel guilty when I look at you all day long because I owe you. So I'm sorry. I could only kill you first to save myself from continuing to feel uncomfortable. Master Marvin, the strength of the students this time seems pretty good, a mage said to Master Marvin, who was in charge of this secret realm transmission. Well, the strength is pretty good, but it's a pity that luck is more important in the secret realm. Archmage Marvin sighed, because he also participated in the secret realm competition, and was only one step away from success. Unfortunately, he fell short in the end due to luck. Knowing that this past mage did not dare to speak further, he pretended to be busy checking the magic circle. He would use it soon, but he did not dare to be careless. In case of an accident, so many treasures in the Academy City were lost. Even if he dies, he will be pulled up and slapped in the mouth. After repeatedly confirming that no one chose to quit, the building was immediately closed. Archmage Marvin began to use his mental power to guide magic to activate the magic circle in the building, because he had to send away so many people in one breath. Even if there was a magic circle, he was under great pressure. When a legendary mage who is generally not good at space comes, he will have to scramble for a while. Otherwise the Academy City will not send him, a great space mage, to take charge of this matter. With the control of Archmage Marvin, the space in the building began to distort, and the colorful secret space unfolded. Everyone present was swallowed in one breath, including the examiners, but in the end only the students were teleported away. Archmage Marvin, who had just tried to control space and enter the secret realm, sighed, knowing that he could never go back to the past. Not everyone can enter the secret realm. Only young people with potential can enter it smoothly. Like Marvin. Even if he is an archmage, he has no way. Owen was no stranger to time travel, and his ancient bloodline allowed him to recover immediately. However, the space in the secret realm was very chaotic, causing him to feel dizzy all the time, like motion sickness, so he was not conspicuous in the crowd. After he recovered, Owen understood why he felt this way. The so-called secret realm is a garbage dump of space debris. It is full of chaotic and overlapping spaces. It is like the mirror space cast by the Supreme Mage in the movie you watched in your previous life. If you take a wrong step, you will step into another space. What will you encounter? No one can say for sure. Owen is curious as to whether the college town can really create such a space. Chapter 290 Layers upon Layers. Owen is trying to narrow the scope of his perception because he is too sensitive to space. In his eyes, this broken place is like a glass plank paved with broken glass. Not only does it hurt his feet if he takes a wrong step, the feeling and the illusion that I will fall into the abyss at any time. In fact, this is not an illusion, because the secret realm is composed of space fragments, and the fragments cannot fit together perfectly. It is normal to have gaps. But if you fall in, the end result will be similar to falling into a kaleidoscope. It's not just the eyes that are confused, but also the position. Without positioning, it is impossible to determine where you are. You must know that the secret realm has more than one level. Even Irving was dizzy by the chaotic superposition of spaces, let alone other people. Even Archmage Marvin, who is proficient in space, fell in without preparation. Coming back depends on luck. It's really a troublesome place, Owen Rechton said. The high spatial perception made him feel more and more spatial confusion. He had to further compress the perception range and reduce the impact. Otherwise, let alone fighting for a while, he would become a walking person. Question. It doesn't matter to others. Even those who are talented in space can only have a vague sense of it. This is an advantage. Unlike Owen, who can see too clearly and is more easily affected. While Owen was trying to reduce his perception, everyone had slowed down and was observing the surrounding situation, marveling for a while. The place where Owen and the others settled was a piece of sand. Looking further ahead, they could see all kinds of terrain, and they didn't interfere with each other. It was like they were chopped up and then spliced together randomly. The most outrageous thing was that the space was still moving slowly, waiting after reaching a certain limit. It suddenly changes like changing faces, disappears without a trace, and is replaced by a new space. In other words, the secret realm is like a Rubik's Cube that changes automatically. No one knows what will happen next second. If students like Irving and the others had not been displaced from space, they would have been expelled over time and would automatically return to the Academy City. Otherwise, coming here would simply be a bunch of meat buns beating dogs with no return. However, this method has limitations. If you go too deep into the secret realm and are blocked by layers of space, you will be left here forever. This is not a special case. This happens in every secret realm competition. The main reason is that the higher the space debris, the heavier it is, and will gradually gather in the depths of the secret realm. Therefore, if you want to obtain better and more precious things, you must continue to go deep into the secret realm. The problem is that it is difficult to grasp the boundaries, resulting in going too deep. And the situation of being unable to return happens every time. Everyone knows that wealth can be found in danger, and there are many people who are willing to fight for hope. Everyone knows the basic situation. Some small teams chose to leave immediately, and in the end only the 3 largest teams were left, including Sylvia. Originally, Irving thought they would communicate with each other, or at least speak harsh words. However, the 3 parties ignored each other's presence. Each took out their props and threw them into the nearby space gap. The shapes of these props are different, but the function is the same. First, it uses space vibration to tear the space gap, and then uses the weak characteristics of the space gap to open a temporary portal. It's fast. The space gate won't last long, and those who fall behind will just wait to die, Sylvia said coldly, and then walked into the portal first. Robert didn't know what the clues were in the opponent's hands. Follow closely behind. Owen also didn't hesitate much. With ancient bloodline, he didn't need to consider the danger when traveling through space. Even if he was involved in the turbulence of time and space, he would be sure to escape. A mere gap in space would not stop him. Forward. But as soon as he entered, Owen's expression changed a little. The space passages in front of him were twisting and turning, getting darker and darker as they went in. This made even a veteran like him want to stop moving forward. It was too dark. The edges are all rolled up. In my wild thoughts, I didn't know how many layers of space I had crossed for a moment. It was obvious that I had exceeded the limit and went too deep into the secret realm. When he walked out of the space channel and opened his eyes, Owen knew that he had guessed correctly. The deeper you go into the secret realm, the lower the brightness of the surrounding space becomes. And the core is called the Eternal Night Zone. The brightness of the place where they were before was about the same as in the afternoon. Very bright. But here it was almost dusk, with blood clouds covering the sky and the ground, making people feel vaguely uneasy. It seemed that Sylvia's words were all lies. In fact, those who followed were the ones whose lives depended on her, while those who stayed behind got rid of this thoughtful master. Unfortunately, Owen couldn't warn the latecomers, so after a while, people kept coming from behind. But not everyone followed. And there were also many smart people who took the opportunity to leave. After all, everyone knew what Sylvia and others were doing by recruiting them, and no one believed that they could get benefits by working hard. So they would not be so naive. In the end, only about 20 people followed, all of whom were obviously interested in wealth rather than life. However, the number was significantly lower than Sylvia expected. Therefore, her face was a little gloomy. But she did not burst out. It seemed that she had a big agenda. The students who chose to follow now have discovered the problem and immediately regret it. They just want to take risks, which does not mean they want to die. It's a pity that there is no turning back arrow. No matter how uneasy I feel, I can only continue to follow Sylvia. Only in this way can they have a chance to return alive. But an ominous premonition has enveloped their hearts. No one is a fool. Sylvia couldn't have tricked them here for a hike. In all likelihood, she was. Needless to say, everyone knew what it was. So although they continued to surround Sylvia, they seemed even more enthusiastic. It's interesting, isn't it? Although they wanted to do this to Sylvia first and then do that, in reality, they could only make themselves feel at ease by licking harder, as if the licking was comfortable. And the other party, they will be merciful when selling them. Sylvia is like a lion who doesn't care what the rabbit is thinking. She has no interest in the performance and thoughts of these people, and directly leads everyone on a more dangerous path. Everyone looked at each other, but there was no way to retreat behind them. So what could they do but follow closely? The road in front of us is very strange. Like using the light of a flashlight to illuminate it in the dark. The road gets wider and wider, and it doesn't seem very long. But it feels like there is no end. Owen didn't dare to let go of his spatial perception. But he knew clearly that the road in front of him was also a kind of spatial passage. But it was stretched. Owen had some guesses about this. He had learned from Peters before that some people find very valuable things in secret realms. But they don't have enough time. So they leave clues and props to future generations. This is how they pass from generation to generation. Keep exploring and eventually get the treasure you want. Chapter 291: The Castle and the Undead. As soon as they walked out of that weird road, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they were startled by the eerie old castle surrounded by bats. Most of the secret realms are filled with various natural environments, and you will encounter goblins, ogres, and other monsters. But it is not that there are no buildings. But you have to be careful once you encounter them, whether they are ruins or something. They often represent danger, let alone the castle in front of you that almost has the word Haunted Mansion Paradise on it. Why is there such a strong rancid smell? There were rangers among the students, and they consciously walked at the front. At this time, a small wind blew, and they smelled the smell coming from the castle, and they almost vomited on the spot. However, the rancid smell not only brought nausea, but also unknown dangers. So the students' faces became serious. Instead, Sylvia showed a smile, which made Robert beside him tremble a little. But I couldn't do anything. So I became more and more confused. Everyone, get ready for battle. There were many students with amazing intuition. At this time, they had noticed that the situation was not good and began to remind the students around them. But their reminders only made the atmosphere more tense, because Sylvia didn't say a word, and Robert acted as a cold-faced loyal dog. No one stepped forward to organize the battle. The other students did not have enough prestige, so they could only recruit familiar people to form their own team. Needless to say, the effect was better than nothing. Everyone who felt the danger became vigilant and took weapons in their hands. Owen was no exception and took out a puppet. The triangular eyes full of wickedness, and the mouth full of fangs that extend from ear to ear, paired with a high-end tuxedo, an elegant top hat, and a black umbrella in his hand. give people a very weird feeling. Both elegant and evil. Even if it's a bit scary. I can't help but take a second look. It looks like a villain full of evil charm and fairy tales. The most important thing is that it matches the spooky castle in front of me. Many students unconsciously stayed away from Owen, fearing that he was an undercover agent sent from the opposite side. Otherwise, no one in their right mind would create such a puppet. On the contrary, Sylvia nodded slightly and agreed with his aesthetics. Because it was very dark here, Owen and the others did not notice that there were cemeteries of all sizes around them. At this time, the cemetery near them was like a wake-up bell. And the undead, who had been sleeping restlessly, got up one after another and moved around. Stiff muscles and bones surrounded them. It's the undead! A ranger with half-elf blood discovered the enemy immediately, and reacted very quickly to shoot the arrow in his hand, accurately hitting the target. But the result made his face look even more ugly. The undead look like their skin is rotten. But in fact, they are much tougher than ordinary people, under the influence of the power of death. It is difficult for swords to pierce, let alone arrows. And the undead, which are harmless in themselves, are almost immune to bows and arrows. It's okay if they are inserted all the way, unless they are so powerful that the undead's body is shattered. Otherwise, they are just an extra decoration. So if there is no other way in the next battle, all the shooters will be almost useless. The undead surrounding them from all directions made the students almost despair, because there were so many of them. There were almost hundreds of them densely packed. Damn it! Who brought the holy water? A swordsman professional student also saw this scene. At this time, he lowered his head and looked at the carefully maintained stainless steel sword in his hand, and shouted with both weakness and despair. After all, he is also a student in the Academy City. As long as he is not a scumbag, he can learn information about most monsters from basic subjects, including the undead. So they knew very well that if there was no targeted means, the solution could only be solved by completely destroying the body of the undead. If you are unlucky enough to encounter a ghost, you can only rely on the casters among your teammates to be powerful enough. The problem is that although they are known as geniuses, they are limited by their age. At present, they can only activate fighting spirit and master magic power. They can deal with ordinary enemies, and they can even cooperate well. However, they can face the near-immortal bodies and the undead that they don't know what to fear. It is inevitable to be in a hurry. It's not an academy test right now. If you fail, you'll have to retake the exam. If you neglect it, they will have nothing to do in the future. Fortunately, someone actually prepared holy water. These people hurriedly applied the holy water to their weapons and breathed a sigh of relief. Only Sylvia frowned in disgust. The effect of the holy water is not permanent, and it will be troublesome if it dries out after a while. In addition, the speed of the undead is not as slow as expected. In order to ensure that the formation will not be disrupted, the students of the melee profession rush forward to fight. I have to say that although there is some lack of experience, the courage is still commendable. The weapon smeared with holy water dissipated the power of death from the undead, making the rotten skin and flesh soft again. With a sword strike, pus splashed everywhere, and the rotten smell almost turned into a thick mist and was applied to the face, making a group of students who had been enthusiastic just now turn pale on the spot. Many of them slashed and sprayed on the undead's face, and then watched helplessly as the fun they sprayed fell into the undead's open mouth. It can be said that it has no lethality and is extremely insulting. In other words, the undead are generous and still take their time. If it were a human warrior, they would definitely spit on your face whether you believe it or not. This disgusting scene gave up the idea of Owen getting involved, and he was still observing because he had not yet figured out what Sylvia was doing. The Academy City acquiesces in treating students as cannon fodder in the secret realm, because these students need more resources if they want to grow, and it is obviously not possible to rely solely on the Academy City. In this way, gaining rewards through those noble students and taking risks has become the best choice. As for the dangers encountered in this process, they are a normal price, and everyone is prepared. But it doesn't mean that someone like Sylvia has an ulterior motive to trick everyone to death without paying any price. The Academy City allows some casualties, but it will not tolerate this situation. Otherwise, if we continue to learn this way, how many students will be left? Therefore, even though Sylvia is the daughter of the Grand Duke, she must give the Academy City a satisfactory explanation. Yes, I'm just explaining that as long as the price is right, Academy City will not pursue it. It is a cruel fact, but very realistic. All life is marked with a price. Sylvia from the famous brand is very expensive. but others are very cheap. Even so, the asking price of the Academy City is not low. After all, it is not only a matter of human life, but the most important thing is that the prestige and face of the Academy City are affected. This is relatively expensive, even if the daughter of the Grand Duke wants to pay a price that satisfies the Academy City. It's very painful. It may even affect your status in the family. And the price is high. But Sylvia still did it. And the only reason was that the gain was greater than the effort. So the question is, what is in the castle in front of her that makes Sylvia choose to take a gamble? And with Owen's strength, the castle in front of him actually put a lot of pressure on him. You must know that Owen is no different now than before. He has been accumulating progress points since the north. He has now completed an exchange of 50 progress points and multiple targeted exchanges. In addition to not reaching the legendary level, he is not comparable to ordinary professionals in any aspect. So places that can make him feel pressure, even if they are not legendary, are not far off. Chapter 292. Have you heard of Hydra? While everyone was busy dealing with the undead, Owen's appearance of being a normal person was a bit too conspicuous. But it wasn't that he was too lazy to even act. Princess Sylvia, you really didn't hide your murderous intent at all. You poked me in the back. Was it because I wasn't good enough? Or did I offend you somewhere? Although Irving didn't know why the other party turned against him. This was naked. His murderous aura made his stomach hurt. So how could he pretend not to know? So he simply made it clear. No. You performed very well. So much so that I want to make you a collector's item. Sylvia bit her nails too hard. The ends of her eyes were raised. The corners of her mouth were pulled down. Her nose was wrinkled. And her expression was distorted. She looked like a ghost. Her fingers were even bitten. And blood dripped down her wrists onto her skirt, adding a few darker colors to her black skirt. One look at it showed that she was seriously ill. And even a psychopath had to be treated. She gave way. I guess this collection is the kind that can't breathe. Your hobby is really disgusting. Irving actually heard that some nobles like to collect specimens of handsome people, and even retain some functions. Who would have thought that Sylvia had such a hobby at such a young age? You look good, but your talking mouth is annoying. I have decided to make you into a toilet, and put it together with my favorite toilet made by the maid. Sylvia smiled maliciously, and at the same time, she stretched out the tip of her pink tongue and licked a wound on her fingertips. The stinging pain made her face become even redder, and her legs clenched and rubbed together, as if she was enduring something. You really have a strong taste. Owen grinned and said with disgust. As soon as he finished speaking, Owen opened his mouth. He always felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. But now was not the time to think about it. So he pretended to be inscrutable and said, I'm very curious about what Princess Sylvia relies on. The poor woman in the shadow who is about to be assimilated by the power of shadow. Or Cowls. At this point, Owen turned his head and looked somewhere. Seeing that he was seen through, Cowls took off his hood and walked out of the darkness. Still smiling slightly shyly. But now his face was no longer healthy and rosy, but pale as he was approaching death. Compared with the dead, come! He will just gasp. Even so, Cowls still exuded waves of death in his hands, awakening more undead around him, and did not stop even if this would cause a more serious burden on his body. At the same time, a woman who looked like Sadako crawled out from the shadows under Sylvia's feet. Her long messy hair fell down to cover her face. She was thin and wore a torn white dress. Her bare hands and feet were covered with scars. Still wearing rusty shackles, is more like a prisoner than a guard hidden in the darkness. And he looks even less like a living person. There is a feeling that the other person will blend into the shadows if he is distracted for a moment. The things in the castle are so important that you are willing to destroy two people with master-level potential. Owen's sigh was not without reason, because neither Cowls nor that woman had bad potential. Even better than Robert. But it's a pity that some kind of secret method was used to forcibly redeem the potential, although doing so quickly increases the strength. The price is that the lifespan is halved, and there is no chance of breakthrough. However, he can reasonably enter the Academy City and enter the secret realm. This shows that the other party has a big plan. Otherwise, genius does not grow out of the ground. Especially a genius of this level is a rare heritage for any force. You dared to come to the Ghost Castle without knowing anything? It seems that I think highly of you. So you should just be my collection, so that you can keep your beautiful face. Sylvia mockingly said to Owen said. After hearing what the other party said, Owen understood what was going on. It was Peters who was in trouble. This guy was the son of a powerful earl, and was somewhat of a figure in College City. However, he ended up spending his connections chasing Owen to College City. And he was joking on the surface. But in the eyes of aristocratic children like Cowles, the other party placed his position very low. But he just pretended to be very good. In this case, no one would believe it if Irving was fine. What's even more coincidental is that as a freshman, Owen actually chose to participate in the Secret Realm tournament. In Cowles' eyes, he was obviously an object of suspicion. After learning about this, Sylvia tried to contact him, and Owen joined her team. So he became murderous. This series of coincidences left Owen with no idea of explaining it, because he wouldn't believe it, let alone a noble who would rather kill the wrong person than let go. Seeing that Owen still didn't feel nervous at this time, Sylvia felt that something was wrong. But at a critical moment in the plan, this unstable factor must be resolved first. It's really a headache. No one told you that this way of speaking is like writing the villain on your face. Owen was disgusted with Sylvia's unconcealed behavior of her evil deeds. So he laughed and said, "Arrive. What else gave you the illusion that I am a good person?" Owen disconnected the silk thread connecting the bowler hat puppet, straightened his clothes, and tilted his head slightly. "What? Kill him!" Sylvia felt more and more uneasy. So she didn't care much and gave the order directly. Robert rushed forward with a wry smile. And Cowles also drove the undead forward. The shackled woman had submerged into the shadows again at some point. And even the surrounding students were hesitant to take action. Facing the siege, Owen smiled meaningfully. And the Demon King's aura, which had not been used for a long time, but was reborn after being strengthened again, was activated. As the Demon King's aura turned on, Owen's originally handsome and gentle facial features suddenly became ferocious. His red eyes were full of death and killing. His crooked smile suddenly increased his momentum. The extremely evil arrogance turned into reality. And the black-red flames were filled with unknown colors. And the curse spreads around itself, centered on itself. Not to mention the students. Even the undead were trying to escape in panic. "Who are you?" Sylvia's face changed. She clenched her hands tightly. Her sharp nails immediately pierced her palms. And blood dripping with traces of black energy dripped down. Strangely, black thorns quickly sprouted where the blood dripped, gradually climbing up Sylvia's white calves. But she was used to it, and still focused all her energy on Owen. "Have you ever heard of Hydra?" Owen smiled evilly. Casting spells without a wand. Casting spells silently. And burning a powerful fire spell. The black thorns spreading from the ground turned into ashes before they could wrap around Owen's body. The shackled woman who sneaked behind him through the shadows and tried to attack him was even more unlucky. After being infected by the fierce fire, she screamed and kept going deep into the shadows, trying to relying on the stronger power of shadow to extinguish the terrifying flame that was about to ignite her soul. Chapter 293, on the verge of breaking out. Owen, who chose not to pretend, felt as if he had been holding it in for a long time. Although he did not turn it on directly, the combination of the Demon King's aura and the fierce fire should not be underestimated. For a time, the black and red Demon King's arrogance echoed with the increasingly fierce fire, and the monstrous flames evolved. Countless monsters and monsters appeared, raging towards the surroundings as if they were alive, with a tendency to devour everything. This is really not a joke. The aura of the primary Demon King is nothing. At most, it can exert strong pressure on ordinary monsters, and has no real lethality. However, after the last enhancement, many of Owen's skills have exceeded their original upper limit. Following the framework, the Demon King's aura evolved into the power of the Dark Lord. Now that the power was gradually released, even Owen was shocked. The characteristic of Lihua is that nothing can burn, and matter, energy, and even the soul cannot escape, and it will spread rapidly without restraint. A real spark can start a prairie fire. Even after it expands to a certain extent, it can evolve into countless. It's like a monster with life. If it weren't for being in a secret realm composed of countless fragments, Owen wouldn't dare to act like this. Even so, Owen's every move caused huge damage. Terrifying monsters surged in the waves formed by the fierce fire, devouring whatever they came into contact with, scaring the students who barely retained their ability to move and running out desperately, without any resistance. Nothing happened. It was too late to run, and the undead being targeted by the Demon King's pressure could only lie on the ground and be turned into ashes by the fierce fire. At this time, no matter how hard-headed he was, he knew where to run. "Okay, very good. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Let's experience the pain together." Facing the surging fire, Sylvia knew that this operation had failed. So she no longer endured it, and suppressed it in her body all year round. The power also begins to be released. The magic and curse flowing in the blood merged and turned into thorn seeds called pain, which spread all over the body in the blink of an eye and began to grow rapidly. For a time, dark thorns took root in the internal organs, entangled on the bones, grew in the flesh and blood, and stretched the body wantonly, bringing unimaginable pain to Sylvia. And pain was power to her, because she was pain, which, a large amount of blood spilled on the ground where Sylvia's skin was torn by dark thorns. The blood fell to the ground like seeds and took root. A large number of dark thorns grew and spread at a terrifying speed, turning into iron thorns in a very short time. The steel bar-like thorny jumble collided fiercely with the surging fierce flames. The dark thorns are not just plants, but a mixture of magic and curse, which can make even monsters transformed by fierce fire feel comfortable. But coincidentally, the Demon King's arrogance and Lihua also contain powerful curses. The two sides are at odds with each other, and are incompatible with each other, constantly eroding each other's territory. No one expected that Sylvia, who had taken off her disguise, turned out to be a witch. Even Owen was surprised. The witch is born to be a legend, but the price is eternal damnation. For example, Owen's mother was a rebellious witch. Her curse was that of a rebel. According to the prophecy, she would betray the witch clan and cause a devastating disaster to the witches. So she was driven out with excuses in the first place. Sylvia's curse is pain, and the dark thorns are transformed by her magic and curse. These thorns are in her body, her blood, and her soul. So she will bear the pain of thousands of needles every moment. She couldn't die even by committing suicide, because the curse of pain was accompanied by immortality. So no matter how painful she was, she couldn't die. The most frightening thing is that the curse on Sylvia is not really helpless. In fact, before the curse is not strong enough, a legendary mage can seal the curse at a certain cost to prevent her from continuing to suffer pain. It's just that the curse that will be strengthened as her magic power grows will need to be continuously strengthened in the future, which will consume a lot of resources. But it is definitely affordable for an archduke. The question is, what are the benefits to the family, compared with a daughter who needs to constantly consume resources to stabilize the seal, but cannot provide value? The Grand Duke needs a pain who can bring more deterrence. So Sylvia's future full of pain and despair is decided. Not to mention Sylvia's tragic life. The scene caused by the two of them is simply a fight between gods and mortals suffering disaster. Now the students don't care about the danger of running around, if they are really affected by the two, let alone leaving a whole body. The soul is gone. It's a pity that these students don't know that this is just the beginning. Both of them have been holding back for a long time. They can't stop the release. They can only release it while adapting to their soaring power as quickly as possible. In fact, the two are quite similar. Sylvia doesn't need to practice at all. The physical pain, mental pain, and the pain caused by her family make her magic power that feeds on pain grow day by day. And the more it grows, the more painful it becomes. The more painful it is, the faster it grows, just like a snowball. Therefore, although she is not old, her pure magical power has reached legendary levels. And this is not her limit. Owen's power is about the same as Bailei's, and he also doesn't have many opportunities to use it. If the scattered power hadn't been integrated some time ago, I'm afraid he would have chosen to hold it in and then summon people instead of doing it himself. Therefore, the momentum of both sides continued to rise, but neither of them had any intention of taking action immediately, letting the released forces collide with each other. If it were any other legend here, I'm afraid he would laugh out loud with envy and hatred. The momentum of the two was indeed amazing, and their strength exceeded what many legends had accumulated in a lifetime. But the method they used was similar to using a gold brick to hit someone with a brick. No matter what, the strength of the two people is still growing. The collision becomes more intense, and the momentum becomes more and more powerful. As the power continued to be released, the dark thorns continued to squirm on Sylvia's body like a snake. Even the heart was pierced and entangled by the thorns. Every heartbeat was a burst of pain, and the dark thorns entered the third. In the second stage, a special toxin that intensifies pain begins to be released. Soon the toxin spread throughout the body along with the blood flow, causing the pain to increase tenfold. Even Sylvia, who had long been accustomed to pain, fell into madness in an instant. Now only release, only venting. Could she not stop completely crazy? The intensification of pain caused the outward magic power to become more and more turbulent. even distorting the surrounding space and tearing the earth apart. At the same time, blood with strong magic power and curses rained down on the ground, turning into seeds of pain and growing. More thorns representing pain have occupied a radius of several hundred meters, and are approaching in the direction of Owen. And Owen is not bad either. The powerful ancient bloodline not only brings him huge potential, but also a steady stream of powerful magic. Even he himself has no idea how powerful the magic is that can break through time and space. On the attribute column, the data is just his normal state, and does not represent his explosive state. At this time, under the pressure brought by Sylvia, the ancient blood in his body began to boil, and the surrounding space was constantly tearing and healing, sometimes folding and changing like a Rubik's Cube. The momentum of both sides gradually reached its peak, and there was only a spark away from a complete outbreak. The war was about to break out. Chapter 294 Blood Disaster. The ever-increasing pain that seemed to have no end made Sylvia's mind a little blurry. Even if she was a witch and would not die, there was a limit to her endurance. So she took action first and used her ultimate attack. Under the infusion of terrifying magic power, the dark thorns that were originally swaying like seaweed instantly hardened and stood straight. At the same time, they became harder than steel. They withstood the fierce fire and penetrated into Owen's domain. The monster started fighting. The monster transformed by Li Hua has no entity. Even if it is torn to pieces, it can be reborn in the blink of an eye. However, the magic and curse of the dark thorns are infecting it, making Li Hua no longer pure. Even the monsters infected by Li Hua are no longer pure. The expression of pain caused Owen to take a deep breath. The secret which really couldn't be judged according to common sense. The monster transformed by Li Hua is considered a kind of elemental creature. It can make elemental creatures feel pain. This is simply not something that magic can do, unless it is a law. Owen gritted his teeth, feeling a little regretful. He was a little bit embarrassed this time, and he thought he could finally show off and get slapped in the face. But he didn't want to pick a hard target and stab his mouth. Although he learned a lot about the witch from Emil, he didn't know the true nature of the witch, and neither did Emil. I'm afraid only his cheap mother knew. If you continue to fight without understanding the depth of the opponent, you may cause the opponent to explode one after another, and instead knock yourself to the ground and rub yourself repeatedly. By then, it will no longer be a matter of shame. Look at Sylvia's crazy look now. It would be like to be cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts in the opponent's hands. The problem is that the fight is now in full swing. Even if Owen wants to stop, Sylvia, who is in high spirits, will not agree and will become even more powerful. When Owen hesitated, his momentum naturally dropped by 3 points. And when he saw the advantageous Sylvia, he took advantage of the situation and attacked fiercely. Finally, Sylvia's pressing step by step made Owen angry. We are all young people. Why should I let you? Besides, he is a big young man. He is full of blood and his brain is full of blood. Who cares about the consequences? Go ahead and hack him. Let's talk about it later. Broken to pieces. The divine blade is invisible. The heart is cut out. Avada Kedavra. Owen rolled up his sleeves, took out the Elder Wand, and first gave her a set of spells that perfectly reflected the sharpness of his tongue as foreplay. With many blessings, the curse, which was originally suitable for children to read the lethality level, showed its terrifying side. With one shot of shattering bones, it exploded a 10-meter wide hole in the dark thorn jungle as solid as steel. Within this range, all were shattered, and Shinfeng Wuing was like a sickle, easily cutting through the dark thorns blocking the way, allowing the next 2 magic spells to successfully hit Sylvia. From this, we can see how inexperienced the two are. Sylvia was hit by the curse so easily, and Owen was so confused that he used Cruciatus and Avada Kedavra. The pain caused by the crucifixion did not even make Sylvia aware of the true effect of this spell. Instead, she felt refreshed and more magic power emerged. Although Avada Kedavra is an instant death magic, as a cursed witch, she also has the attributes of pain and immortality. One bite of a big melon will only cause her to bleed a little. Not as much as her aunt. Looking at Sylvia, who was getting more energetic, Owen was suddenly speechless. When the opponent is perverted enough, even he, who is almost perverted, has no good solution. After thinking about his own methods, unless he revealed his trump card level, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent. Even a stalemate would be difficult. Don't forget that Irving is so powerful right now because he is in the explosive stage. But everyone should know that a man's explosive burst is generally not very long. Usually only a few seconds. just like the sprint in the last section of a 100-meter race. Completely. I was out of breath and had to wait for a long time afterward. Irving's ability to continue to explode for such a long time is already a gift. But now Owen feels a little powerless. The power of the Demon King has begun to decline, and the spread of the Lihua has reached its limit. He is now trying his best to restrain it. If it really gets out of control, it is impossible to ignite the entire secret realm. But what kind of consequences will it cause? And Gigi. So for the sake of safety, Lihua cannot get out of control. The problem is that although both of them are half-assed, the momentum they erupt is not comparable to that of the legends. They are afraid that the dead will be awakened, let alone the half-dead. Owen's movement suddenly stopped, and he turned to look at the castle. Sylvia didn't know what nerve she had touched. She rarely woke up and looked at the castle as well. But her face was even more ugly. "The blood disaster has awakened," Sylvia said through gritted teeth, and at the same time glared at Owen fiercely. If it hadn't been for him, the family's decades-long plan would have been successful this time. Who would want to fall short and return the blood? The disaster awakened her in advance, and even her father, Grand Duke Macaron, would be in a panic if the Academy City was alarmed. "Now it seems we have a common enemy." Owen didn't want to fight with Sylvia anymore, because there was no benefit at all. As for the hatred between the two parties, although the other party wants to kill him, he hasn't succeeded yet. Besides, there are too many nobles stabbing each other. If everyone really wants to be serious, they are probably busier than the dwarves in the medieval Warhammer. A book of hatred that is not thick enough will probably be too busy. It won't take long. So as long as there is no success, everyone is still good friends on the surface. Cooperate when they should cooperate. At most, they can use maces when they should add insult to injury. By the way, they can squat at the mouth of the well to solve the memory problem, so that the other party can be infamy for eternity. After waking up, Sylvia, who was deeply educated by the aristocracy, will of course not continue to act on her own initiative. She can be willful, but that is only for people who can be crushed to death easily. Owen is too mysterious, and with the strength he just showed, looking at the other person, the relaxed look on her face showed that this was far from the other party's limit. Not even her father would make such an idiotic choice to offend such a person. Blood Calamity, the ancestor of the blood race in another world. A powerful demigod. The ghost castle was used to seal his cemetery, but it is now ineffective. Sylvia said the information she knew with a solemn face. Owen groaned, feeling that his recent luck had been too bad. First he was chased by a demon warlock. Then he met a witch looking for trouble. And finally a demigod ancestor of vampires appeared. Is the feng shui of the college town not good enough? Or does the imperial horoscope conflict with him? Owen couldn't understand why he had been living in the north for so many years, and it was so difficult to even meet a high-level professional. He met two legendary and half-gods just a short time after arriving in the Empire. The most troublesome thing is that the awakening blood disaster, no matter from his nickname, race, or current situation, has no reason to let them go to their door. Although not all demigods are powerful, and some cannot even defeat legends, a vampire demigod obviously cannot be classified as weak. The combat power of the vampire itself is not weak, and his vitality is more tenacious. No worse than the immortal body of a witch. It would be even more outrageous if it were a demigod. Even Owen didn't want to encounter such an opponent. Chapter 295 4 Monsters. Owen didn't want to fight. He just wanted to go home and squat, for fear of colliding with some great god if he continued to swim. However, he didn't know what was triggered by the battle between the two. The space fragment where the ghost castle was now completely divided. If this is all, Irving can leave at any time. The problem is that this place is located in the center of the secret realm. I don't know how much space debris is squeezed here. If the space debris where the ghost castle is located is stretched for a certain distance, it will cause greater damage to the surrounding space debris. Pressure. So the flow of time and space accumulated between the fragments is filled up. Due to excessive backlog, the flow of time and space here is very viscous. After wrapping the space where the ghost castle is located, it looks like unsolidified amber. Although Owen, who possesses ancient blood, has the ability to escape, he needs time to break through the siege of time and space amber. The time spent during this period must not be given by the vampire demigod. Although the opponent has not fully awakened, he has to guard against it. Moreover, when faced with the attack of the vampire demigods, Miss Sylvia would not come to help, and adding insult to injury would be the most likely possibility. Miss Sylvia is not unprepared for plotting against a vampire demigod. Irving turned off the Demon King's aura. restrained the fierce fire he unleashed, and filled himself with magic potion to restore his condition. It was not that Sylvia couldn't see the form clearly. She also restrained her outward magic power, calmed her tortured nerves, and then told some of the information she knew. From what the other party said, Owen learned that this vampire demigod was not the only one. The Blood Prince of Blood Calamity, the Skeleton King of White Bones Arakawa, the U Queen of Song of Eternal Night, and the Zombie King of Rotting Swamp. These 4 demigods are monsters that came with the fragments hundreds of years ago. Among them, the Blood Prince was the most unlucky. As soon as he arrived, he was sealed by the other 3 and thrown into the depths of the secret realm. Then Queen Yu disappeared, and a war broke out between the remaining 2 and the Empire. In the end, after paying a huge price, these princes were killed. 2 demigods were sealed in the south and north of the Empire. That's right. Such a monster was sealed further north in the Northland. Not many people knew about this, because the battlefield was restricted to the secret realm and did not affect the Empire. However, as the main participants in Academy City, the royal family and the major nobles still retain relevant intelligence and information from the past. After all, they have contributed, and they naturally have the right to know and the right to restrict other people's right to know. Facing the mysterious Owen, in order to show her sincerity, Sylvia really didn't have much reservation. Even her family took advantage of the Academy City's once-a-decade secret realm competition to spend decades to find and get through to the secret realm. I've already talked about sealing the Blood Prince's castle road. Hearing the other party's important mention that Northland had also sealed a monster, Owen knew that he couldn't just walk away. And he also understood that he was being plotted by the other party. However, he had a way out and a trump card, so he didn't panic. After all, he would be at a disadvantage if he really upset the table. It's definitely not him. You spent so much energy to find the Blood Prince. You couldn't be doing it just to wake the other person up. In fact, Owen could figure out what they were going to do with his buttocks. Isn't it about taking advantage of the other person's seal to seize the other person's power? Regardless of the origin of a vampire ancestor or the divinity possessed by a demigod, it is a temptation that no one can resist. Not to mention spending decades. Hundreds of years are worth it. It's just that the power of a vampire ancestor is not so easy to capture. If a witch like Sylvia hadn't appeared in this generation, I'd probably have to continue preparing. The opponent's origin is half for each person. If there are 2 points of divinity, they will be divided equally. If there is more or less, we will discuss replacing it with the origin or treasure. Sylvia's dress was destroyed, and she would have to fight again soon. And she was too lazy to get a new one, just wrapped around her body with dark thorns. As for the skin and flesh pierced by the thorns, the pain was not enough to make her frown. Okay, then let's wake up the Blood Prince. Owen thought for a while and said. In fact, he didn't care about those benefits. But Owen then remembered that he could still fight monsters and upgrade. It was rare to encounter a high-level copy, and it always felt like a waste if he didn't clear it. Compared with Owen's indifference, Sylvia felt that she could not see through the other person more and more, and even found it incredible, because she found that the other party did not care about the origin and divinity of a vampire ancestor. Either the other party is an idiot who doesn't know the value, or he just doesn't like it. The former is obviously impossible, as is the latter. Sylvia began to regret her previous recklessness, but it only lasted for a short moment. As a witch, after experiencing endless pain and despair, don't expect her outlook and thinking to be normal. Compromising with Owen is just because the aristocratic education she received told her that doing so was the most beneficial. In fact, if there was a chance to destroy the family, she might be happy to be the first to do it. If Irving is really that strong, Sylvia doesn't mind cooperating with him. She will be the insider, and he will be the outside enemy. They will completely clean up the dirty family, just like cleaning maggots from a rotting corpse. With one finger. Just crush it. Thinking of this, Sylvia couldn't help but burst out in joy, leaving Owen on the side a little confused. But considering the identity of the other party, it's not surprising. Witches are inherently emotionally unstable and prone to extremes. And witches are even more outrageous. They are not prone to extremes, but like to go to extremes, and are even full of self-destructive tendencies. Because only in this way can they feel happy and have a sense of existence. If Sylvia hadn't been restrained by her family in various ways since she was a child, she would have killed herself long ago. I really thought that witches were all good girls. Robert! Cowles! Gather the people who are still alive and try to stay away from the castle. Owen thought about how to fight for a while, and said casually, when he saw the disgraced two men sneaking over. Robert and Cowles looked at each other, and saw that Sylvia was still staring at Owen and giggling without any objection. So they nodded in resignation, and went back to make arrangements. Seeing the scene of the battle just now, the two of them didn't even dare to have any objection. Although everyone is young, the gap between the two sides is wider than that between humans and dogs. With the strength Irving showed before, there is no need to target them. If they are affected, they will die. As for resistance, the idea is ridiculous. The students who were still alive were more obedient than the two of them. They ran faster than each other. They didn't even care about resenting the casualties caused by the previous battle between the two, let alone scolding the two who had fought life and death before. In the blink of an eye, they shook hands and said goodbye. And we are all smart people. If you are dead and resentful, you have to consider reality when you are alive. At this time, even if you run in front of the other party and curse a few words, it will have no meaning except to satisfy your appetite. Now try to survive first, and then see if you will be silenced. If not, see if there is any compensation you can get. However, judging from the reminder to stay away, it is unlikely that they will be silenced. It is estimated that there will be compensation afterwards, but I don't know how much it will be, and I am looking forward to it. After the trap was gone, Owen woke up Sylvia, and the two walked towards the ghost castle while trying to ask for more information. Sylvia didn't know if she had taken the wrong medicine just now, but she answered all the questions he asked. Even the questions he didn't ask came out suddenly, including many secrets and clues about the Grand Duke of Macaron in a previous life. If these things were exposed, it is estimated that the other party's family property would be directly reduced in half. Owen didn't think that Sylvia suddenly became stupid. That is, she had other ideas. As for what those ideas were, he hadn't figured it out yet. But the days are long. Let's deal with the Blood Prince first. Chapter 296 Moon Spirit Marrow Liquid. Open the Alejo Cave! Owen drew out the Elder Wand and fired it at the city gate. Thanks to various amplifications, the several-ton copper-clad ironclad city gate slowly opened under the influence of magic power. Madam first, Owen said to Sylvia with a decent smile. He was an old gentleman. You are such a lovely little gentleman, Sylvia said with a smile. And then the dark thorns wrapped around her body grew violently, stretching out more than a dozen tentacle-like thorns, forcing the city gate to be completely opened. The roaring sound made Owen frown, which showed that he was still angry because he said it nicely. It's not very polite to treat your master like this. It's not gentlemanly enough. Owen looked around and found that there were not hundreds of swordsmen jumping out. So he said with a sigh of relief, Ha ha, master? They're just prisoners, Sylvia said with a sneer, and then walked into the castle without hesitation. After a while, there was the sound of whips, which made Owen's eyelids jump. Owen first put on an armor to protect himself to prevent accidental injury, and then walked into the castle cautiously with the Elder Wand in one hand and the unicorn sword in the other. The castle is full of undead, but they are not the cheap ones outside, but more powerful skeleton knights. The skeleton knights were all true knights during their lifetimes, although they had lost their flesh and skin. Their bones, which were constantly tempered by the power of death, were as strong as fine iron. Together with their almost instinctive fighting skills, they were not comparable to ordinary undead. At this time, it was even more so in ancient times. They formed a square formation on the flat square inside the castle, and charged towards Sylvia. Sylvia did not open her weapon loudly, although her body was surrounded by dark thorns. The area covered was only 10 or 20 meters, which was far less powerful than before. Owen drank several bottles of magic potion, and he still feels a little weak. It's not impossible to explode again, but it's just a bit reluctant, and it might hurt his body, so he will try to avoid it. As a witch, Sylvia is better than Owen, but she knows better how powerful the Blood Prince is, so naturally she doesn't dare to waste her power, let alone Owen. She needs to reserve some strength to deal with the possibility of someone coming from behind. Gun him. Owen, who is being guarded, is also wary of Sylvia. After all, the other party is a witch. He doesn't even believe in his own mother, let alone the witches outside. So he also doesn't intend to expose more of his power. Instead, try to use magic spells to solve the problem. The magic system of Hogwarts is actually very interesting. It seems that there is no shortage of wands, spells, and gestures. It is very formal and very magical. But in essence, it is an idealistic distortion of reality. In theory, as long as the will is strong enough and the spirit is strong enough, The wand and the magic spell are not important. The spirit guides the magic to distort reality and cause the desired effect. The most awesome thing is that this kind of power is very comprehensive, almost omnipotent. Even if it lacks destructive power, it is filled with a powerful fire spell. Therefore, although many other power systems have been obtained one after another, each of which is more powerful than the Hogwarts curse, Owen has never given up research, and even used the Hogwarts curse as the main body to integrate it into other systems. System idea. Because he left the territory some time ago and exchanged for 50 progress points. He had a lot more progress points in his hand. Therefore, he not only exchanged for the Elder Wand, but also exchanged many powerful magic spells from Hogwarts. Just for this purpose. Prepare for future integration. Transformation spell. Owen's appearance gave the skeleton knight a new target to attack. But he just pointed at the stone slabs on the ground with the Elder Wand. And a dozen stone soldiers came to meet them. Facing the stone soldiers, the skeleton knight let out a silent roar. And the soul fire burning in the hollow eyes of his skull surged. The power of death wrapped around the knight's spear, and it easily pierced the stone soldier. And because the knight's spear moved further back, the thicker it gets, the more it breaks the stone soldiers into pieces and scatters them all over the ground. Like a plaster statue hit by an 8-pound hammer. Owen frowned and clicked the Elder Wand, and large and small pits suddenly appeared on the ground. But the skeleton knight seemed to be cheating. If this was not a square, I would not have just jumped over the wall to show him. As for the trap. What kind of trap? The skeletal warhorse grinned, mocking silently while jumping over all the traps as if performing a graceful dance. Even the way Sylvia looks at him is wrong now. Even if everyone has reservations. Your reservations are too much. She has dismantled a dozen skeleton knights. Looking at your posture. Is it difficult? Do you want me to help you? Owen was a little embarrassed. Originally, the magic spell was not so weak. After all, he not only had the Elder Wand, but also had many attribute blessings. However, he used it too poorly. He could only use 3 points out of 10. This made it appear that he had gone too far. No wonder Sylvia looked at him with a strange look. Owen coughed lightly and found that there was really no good way to use magic spells alone. Because the skeleton knight was too flexible. After all, he had no flesh and bones. With the blessing of the power of death, he dare not say that he was as light as a swallow. It's really hard for most people to lock it down. There is no bullet time here. And the memoirs are enough to write a book. Reality only passed for a moment. And Owen just hesitated for a moment when the skeleton knight ran up to him. Owen sighed lightly, knowing that he still lacked a lot in combat. So he simply showed a little more of his abilities. When the skeleton knight approached Owen 10 meters, and the knight's spear couldn't wait to pierce him. A lot of mercury-like liquid flowed from Owen's body. This thing is a new type of puppet he made by imitating the moon spirit essence ceremony of the moon world. It is a liquid alloy composed of mercury and mithril. It also integrates an intelligent core and an energy core. Even if no one is commanding it, it can still exert its liquid terminator. The ability is even more amazing after being infused with spirit and magic power. The gushing moon spirit liquid quickly protected Owen. And the skeleton knight's spear, which could easily penetrate the plate armor, barely penetrated an inch into the mercury wall. Hearing the clanging sound outside, Owen knew that he was surrounded by skeleton knights. So he shook his wrist, and then waved the Elder Wand. Under the influence of the transformation spell and magic power, the moon spirit marrow liquid suddenly became like a sea urchin. Countless spikes pierced through the plate armor of the skeleton knights, passing through the gaps in the bones to secure them firmly. No matter how they struggled, they could only let the bones fall. The sound of the collision was louder. Owen stretched out a hand and shook it lightly. 7 or 8 skeleton knights, including their men and horses, were immediately minced. Then he and Sylvia cleaned up all the skeleton knights who had given them embarrassment. Chapter 297 Eternal Night Opera House. As a place to seal the demigods, isn't the defense too weak? Moreover, a castle was specially chosen for the sealing point. Is this for fear that others will not be able to find the right place? Kisan's feet were slowly falling under the influence of the power of death. The reorganized skeleton knight. Owen complained. Sylvia didn't know how to answer Owen's complaint, because if she thought about it, she would do the same thing. For example, she had thought about turning her father, mother, brothers and sisters into undead, and sealing them in the castle. In the deepest part, I just go and see them when I'm bored. Now that I think about it, it's really unnecessary. Ahead is the Eternal Night Hall, and the Blood Prince is sealed in the deepest part of the Eternal Night Hall. Sylvia changed the topic and pointed to the cathedral-like building in front. Eternal Night Hall. I remember you said that one of the 4 monsters is called the Song of Eternal Night Queen. Who is this hall related to? Owen tapped the palm of his hand with the Elder Wand. Stopped and said, That's right. And the family's explorers stopped at the Hall of Eternal Night before. I suspect that the Queen of the Netherworld is there. Sylvia said the most terrifying fact in the calmest tone, causing Owen to turn around and want to leave. A sealed demigod? With his trump card. It is impossible to say that he can catch him easily. But if there are no accidents, the success rate is still very high. If it were a demigod with full status and able to move freely, Irving might die before even showing his trump card. It's just a guess. If it's true, I can't take the information back, Sylvia said after seeing Owen turning around. If it were before the fight between the two broke out, Sylvia would have had a 30 to 50% chance of achieving her goal with her family's years of preparation. But now she is not even 10% sure. So she must rope an Owen, who even she can't see through. Act as insurance to increase your strength, even if there are more opponents competing for the spoils afterwards. It won't matter, because only if they succeed can they have the opportunity to distribute the spoils. Otherwise, there will be no trouble if there is no heir. Besides, she had no intention of giving all the spoils to the family. Of course she could eat as much as she could, and it didn't matter to her if one more person came to eat. Owen hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go. This decision was made because we were facing a ghost demigod whose shortcomings were as prominent as his advantages. With Owen's background, it would be difficult to win, but it would be even harder to kill him. The two walked into the mysterious Evernight Hall. The dim hall was filled with the smell of decay. Under the weak candlelight, they could see the mottled walls and incomplete floors. The decoration is even more outrageous. Although it is arranged as an opera house, it looks a bit difficult to describe due to the lack of materials. The stage was made up of coffins dug out of the city, because the contents inside were not thrown away. Hands stretched out from time to time, and the cheering group swayed to the rhythm, which was quite atmospheric. The curtain was sewn from the deceased's clothes, which had probably been ripped off by force, so it was full of resentment. There were often ferocious faces protruding from the torn cloth, uttering silent curses. Under the stage, broken tombstones covered with moss-formed seats. They were cold and slippery. After sitting for a long time, they either had diarrhea or had a cold. However, they were still full of zombies, who were listening to the opera obediently, with expressionless faces and dull eyes. At this time, the stiff skeleton band began to accompaniment, making a squeaky and bone-breaking sound. Although it was rhythmic, it sounded even more uncomfortable. The ghost succubus with a resentful face was in charge of the backup dance. Just one glance showed that she was unwilling to do it. She floated around in a perfunctory manner, and was not as serious as the square dance ant. Only the female lead singer devoted herself wholeheartedly, and sang very seriously. But she looked a bit younger. At most 6 or 7 years old. She was so absorbed in her singing voice, that even Owen and Erwin didn't know that they had come in. Or maybe they knew. He didn't want to interrupt his performance. Owen found a place to sit down, and quietly enjoyed the performance. Sylvia, who loved the death wind, had no immediate plans to take action when she saw this. She sat next to him, and enjoyed the song and danced together. They looked like a man and woman on a date, because of his age. Although the other party sang very seriously, his faint milky voice was obviously not suitable for opera, and could easily cause drama. However, Owen still listened very carefully, because the language used by the other party was very strange. Not any language he was familiar with. But he could sense that there was something extraordinary contained in it. After pondering for a moment, Owen chose to activate the mystery and wisdom techniques to find out. But his pupils instantly dilated, as if he was looking directly into the void or seeing death. And his own vitality was also affected by the mysterious power. Start to drain. At the same time, the female lead singer of Ghost couldn't help but glance at Owen. After seeing his state, her eyes lit up, and she sang more seriously. Sylvia also noticed something was wrong with Owen's state. But what did it have to do with her? Her expression was very indifferent. When they are strong, they are allies. When they are in trouble, don't expect her to lend a hand. So they are still addicted to singing, and even have the urge to dance on stage together. The opera ended, and the curtain fell. At this time, Owen's condition was extremely bad. He had turned into a mummy. His hair was yellow and fell off. His eyes were dry and sunken, and his body was like bacon. But his heart was still beating tenaciously, even if it was weak enough at any time. We'll stop, but still maintained the last glimmer of vitality. Under the threat of death, the ancient blood was forced to retreat into the heart and force the heart to beat. But this would not last long. In other words, there was not much time left for Owen. The question is, will Owen die? Of course not. How could a person who is so afraid of death dare to wander around without 3 or 5 sets of insurance? As his vitality was about to be cut off, a golden seed-like light spot appeared on Owen's forehead, and his heartbeat increased. At the same time, nearly a massive amount of vitality poured into his heart, causing the ancient blood to continuously split and replace the long-dried blood in his body. Mortal blood nourishes the body, allowing him to escape from his mortal body and evolve towards a higher level of life. The external manifestation is that her hair has completely fallen off, replaced by long silver-white hair like moonlight. Her ears have begun to become longer and more pointed, and her facial features have become softer, and her whole person is like having 10 layers of beauty. All this was completed in a very short period of time. In fact, both the ghost and Sylvia had time to interrupt, but both parties had a tacit understanding and did not make any moves, because there was an incredible person standing behind Irving. The whole body is shrouded in a hazy silver mist. He wears a gorgeous hooded robe with mysterious patterns. There are tree-like golden patterns on his forehead. His long ears and white hair give his handsome face a transcendent beauty. He holds a hand in one hand. The oak staff wrapped with vines holds an unpredictable crystal ball in one hand, and there is a golden ring composed of countless golden gears suspended behind it. It looks like a scholar exploring mysteries and a god walking in the world. The most important thing is that he looks exactly like Owen, but his temperament is different. He is more rational and colder. This is the patron saint, the ancient sage, created by Owen's god-invoking guardian spell. Chapter 298 Queen Yu. With the completion of physical evolution, Owen's consciousness also began to recover, and under the influence of the golden seeds, he quickly adapted to the changes in his body, without a trace of jerkiness, and was extremely smooth. When the golden seeds disappeared, Owen fully woke up. The first thing he noticed was the changes in his body, and then he discovered the patron saint standing behind him. Owen doesn't care much about the changes in his body. He just wants to optimize his life form, as long as there are enough progress points, or as long as he is willing, not to mention strengthening the beauty. The gender and race can be changed. In other words, he is afraid that once the bottom line is breached, it will be out of control. Owen does not dare to completely let go. After all, it's just fine as a plug. If it's changed to a power strip and you get used to it, then it's really hopeless. The main reason is that Irving is not very confident in his integrity and bottom line. He is not a strong-willed leader. If he is really addicted to it, it is probably impossible to expect him to wake up. In addition to the changes in his body, Owen was more concerned about his patron saint, and he didn't expect to be able to scare him. The ancient sage was summoned by Owen through the god guard. It can be said to be the projection of his soul, or the light of his soul. However, the original Patronus that Owen summoned at the beginning was not visible at all, and it only changed after exchanging the seeds of the golden tree. Owen's power system is too many and too chaotic. Although the accumulation is staggering, it can never be unified, resulting in a broad range of skills, but no mastery. But after he had the golden tree seed that could serve as the core, his originally scattered system finally had a node of communication. And then it gradually came together. The ancient sage as a spiritual projection is just the beginning, and the devil's aura that breaks through the limitations is nothing. As the seeds of the golden tree take root and sprout, Owen's changes will only become more obvious. And this is just an insignificant part of the golden tree seeds. The golden tree seeds worth 50 points of progress value are not that simple. The golden tree originating from the Elden Circle has incredible abilities such as absorbing the source, weaving laws, granting blessings, responding to prayers, etc. It can be said that it is a special god. This is just the beginning. The golden tree still has the potential to grow into a world tree. In theory, as long as enough sources are fed, and the golden tree perfects the rules, it is possible to grow into a world tree. Therefore, Owen planted it in the authority space. When it is gradually improved, it may not be impossible for the authority space to become a real world. After Owen stood up, he did not put away his patron saint, but looked at the young-looking female ghost with some amusement. This was probably the queen of the Song of Eternal Night. But this ghost, I am afraid it is pronounced young. Who would have thought that a demigod ghost could actually take the form of a young girl? But if you really treat the other person as a child, you may die without knowing how. This conservative estimate must be thousands of years old. Although Queen Yu is a demigod, Owen doesn't have much fear, because his patron saint can restrain this kind of spirit. Even if he can't defeat it, he still has the trump card of power. Once unfolded, 10 abyss demons are waiting for the other party to perform. If one fights 10, the dragon mother will be happy to improve the food. In fact, having a patron saint is enough. Although the current patron saint is not in full condition, the display alone is enough to make Queen Yu dare not act rashly. "Let's talk," Owen said with a smile, confident and unfazed. Killing is only the last resort. Although it is the most direct, it is usually only used when there is a large difference in strength. When they are really evenly matched, few people are willing to start a fight because the chance of dying together is too high. Originally, Owen and Sylvia were not in the eyes of Queen Yu, even if their battle outside the castle showed destructive power beyond the ordinary legend. It was still nothing to her as a demigod. But Owen's patron saint made Queen Yu redefine okay for him. In addition, Sylvia's identity as a witch is also the reason why Queen Yu is willing to talk. Simply put, these two are not easy to mess with. Even if she is demigods. If we really fight, there is a risk of overturning. The most important thing is that there is no need for direct conflict between the two parties, because Queen Yu knows very well what they are here for. And this is also good for her. "We can talk." Queen Yu nodded and responded with kindness. She had lived for so long and was tired of fighting. It would be best not to fight. What Owen is most interested in is the origins of the Ghost Queen and the others. They are 4 demigod-level undead. The world they live in must be terrifying. In fact, it is really scary, because the world where Queen Yu lives has an undead god system, which causes the undead to spread everywhere. It is too strong and leaves no way to survive, forcing the living in that world to adopt drastic measures of dying together. So their world had exploded, and the remaining strong men, regardless of the undead or the living, drifted into the endless void in the complicated eyes of each other, waiting for the decision of fate. Although the fragments of the world can be used as a shelter in the void, they are not permanent. If they do not encounter other worlds, the few remaining sources of their origin will gradually be exhausted, then crumble bit by bit, and finally melt into the void. The 4 Yu Queens were very lucky, and the fragments they were in were very similar. So they worked hard to transfer the origins of the 4 fragments into one fragment, and finally survived until they encountered another world. Because of their experiences in the previous world, the 4 undead demigods each had different ideas. The Nether Queen just wanted to enjoy peace. The Skeleton King wanted to continue studying the mysteries of the undead. And the Zombie King had the easiest thing to do. Just find a comfortable place to sleep. Only the Blood Prince suffered from stress trauma syndrome, frantically pursued strength, and tried to devour the 3 Ghost Queens and become the new god of the undead. Naturally, the result was that the other 3 teamed up to give it a violent beating. And then it was sealed and guarded by the quiet Queen Yu. "He's completely crazy." After saying this, Queen Yu couldn't help but sigh. A wind of death came towards her. It felt so exciting. If it weren't for the fact that Owen and Irving were not ordinary people, their souls would have flown away. How crazy! Owen really didn't know how a vampire could be crazy. He who was originally elegant and focused on appearance turned himself into a complete monster. Queen Yu said with a complicated expression, as she recalled the original situation. "In other words, the Blood Prince really succeeded in swallowing part of the origins of the 3 of you." Owen felt that it was a bit tricky. Although the vampires are powerful, they are not invincible. However, if they acquire the characteristics of the other 3 undead, even if they are not invincible, they cannot be treated as ordinary vampire demigods. "Yes, and as time goes by, he will gradually absorb all the origins of the 3 of us, and eventually turn into a monster that no one can predict," Queen Yu said helplessly. They discovered this at the beginning and even tried to divide the Blood Prince. But it was useless. The Blood Prince himself was the strongest among them. Otherwise, even if he was unprepared, he would not be able to seize the origins of the 3 of them in one go. Now it was even more unreasonable. If they hadn't taken advantage of the Blood Prince's origin conflict and were unable to resist, they wouldn't have been able to seal the opponent so easily. Chapter 299 Blood Pool Domain. Where is the seal of the Blood Prince? Although Owen has not yet made up his mind to confront the Blood Prince, it does not prevent him from asking casually. "In the realm of his blood." Queen Yu reached out to the stage, and hundreds of coffins moved and folded one after another, forming 4 walls like a cube game, revealing a 10-meter-wide blood pool under the stage. Without the suppression of the coffin, the originally calm blood pool suddenly became violent. Countless corpses of the undead emerged, struggling to crawl out of the blood pool. but they were stuck to the sticky blood. It's like pinching the rotten meat that has long been rotten and infested with maggots in the plastic wrap. Although more maggots and rotten substances are squeezed out, they are still unable to completely burst out. It is more like a pimple that has been squeezed in half and still shrinks back. Just looking at it is harmful to the soul. But except for Owen, who felt disgusted, Queen Yu and Sylvia remained calm. Sylvia even got closer and took a closer look, because this was a rare opportunity. "This is the realm of demigods. It's really amazing," Sylvia said with some sigh. Even from such a distance, she could already feel the blood in her body stirring, and she felt like she was freed from the constraints of her body. You must know that she is a witch, and her blood not only contains powerful magic, but also a terrifying curse. Even so, she cannot avoid being affected, which shows how powerful the demigod realm is. This is still a sealed state. If the seal is released and the territory is fully expanded, the Blood Prince can turn a city into a sea of blood in a very short period of time, leaving only mummies on the ground, even if he stays put. In contrast, although the pitch-black thorns released by Sylvia before were very powerful, to put it bluntly, they were just pseudo-domains. They were more about creating an environment suitable for their own abilities through the release of energy, which could barely be regarded as the prototype of a domain. The real realm depends on the demigods. That is the realm space that belongs entirely to the individual. It can erode and distort reality. Even legends will be affected if they enter. Over time, they will inevitably change into the shape of the other person. This is the truly terrifying thing about the realm place. Therefore, only the realm can fight against the realm. And the Evernight Hall is the realm of Queen Yu. Only here can she suppress the Blood Prince and be unable to break through the seal. No wonder she has stayed here. But it can only be suppressed. The Blood Prince is too powerful. This was the case when the three of them worked together to seal the Blood Prince. Otherwise, it is hard to say who suppressed whom. After the initial perception, Sylvia decided to test it out. So countless dark thorns extended from her body, crisscrossing over the blood pool, trying to suppress the emerging undead bones back, and absorb a little energy from the blood pool to see if she can weaken the Blood Prince. But these undead souls look ordinary. But they are able to destroy dark thorns that are stronger than steel. And the blood pool is even more powerful. Even the witch's unique curse cannot penetrate deeply, and can only float on the surface and fade quickly. Although the first attempt was frustrated, the curse of the blood pool was also difficult to spread to Sylvia. Whenever the blood spreads upward along the dark thorns, the dark vines would automatically turn into fly ash. So the curse of the blood pool could only be renewed. Return to the pool. This is also the reason why it was not until Sylvia's generation that the family decided to take action against the Blood Prince. Because ordinary people were not even qualified to take action. Even a legend. Unfortunately, Sylvia, who has not yet truly entered the legendary realm, is too weak. Unless she is willing to plunge into the blood pool and deceive the opponent with a witch-level curse, there will be nothing she can do. In addition, even external attacks will not have any effect. Because although the Blood Prince is crazy, he is not stupid. He puts the power that cannot be fully absorbed on the outermost edge, causing any attack against him to pass through first. At this level, and the more he attacks, the faster he absorbs it. So sealing is the best way. "Don't you need a trump card?" Owen asked curiously after seeing Sylvia stop her hand and make no further moves. "It's useless." Sylvia shook her head and said very calmly. It seemed that she didn't really care about the failure of this operation. Owen scratched his head. I'm afraid Sylvia's family didn't expect that the Blood Prince would be able to successfully devour part of the other three undead demigods' origins, making the preparations useless. Now unless it is a targeted attribute, or directly destroys the Blood Prince's power, no method will work. The attributes targeted are easy to deal with. No matter how strong the Blood Prince is, he is still within the range of the undead. So any holy power can cause damage to him. The question is, just as water can defeat fire, what effect will holding a glass of water have on the volcano? Without the self-sacrifice of the demigod-level priests, there is absolutely no way to defeat the Blood Prince. Even if there were, the chance of completely annihilating the Blood Prince would be less than 3 levels. As for the Blood Prince breaking the seal, none of the 3 top demigods would even think about it. Otherwise, the 3 Queen Yu Queens had nothing to do at first. So instead of washing the Blood Prince and dividing it up and eating it, they stayed here to wait. I can't celebrate the new year. It's not just because of his lack of strength, but also because he was seriously injured after being attacked by the Blood Prince. As long as the Blood Prince can be eliminated, you can do whatever you want. And I can even cooperate with you. Queen Yu knew that the two of them were not in the same group, and thought they were worried about each other, and did not want to show their true trump card. So she said calmly. She was really fed up with the crazy will of the Blood Prince, and even her favorite opera could not proceed smoothly. She wished that these two people could quickly solve the hidden dangers. Sylvia thought for a moment, took out a black broken blade from somewhere, and said, "This is the witch's blade. It can enhance the witch's power. But it's not enough." This is true. The quality of the witch blade is not low. Even if it is only half of it, it is still at the legendary level. Combined with Sylvia's pure witch power, it is enough to pose a threat to the Blood Prince, who is in a sealed state. It is precisely what the family has prepared for her. Trump card. The premise is that the original Blood Prince is not the current enhanced version of the Blood Prince. No wonder Sylvia doesn't take action. When Owen saw that these two people were not taking action, he became a little bit ready to make a move. His only concern now was that an important trump card would be exposed. But thinking about the speed at which his strength was growing, Owen decided to take action, because the Blood Prince actually seemed quite greedy. Owen did not directly expand the authority space. This naked method of showing it was not advisable. Instead, he used the authority space to give him the ability to distort reality to shield the space around the blood pool, and then use the enhanced ancient power. Blood disrupts time and space, and finally space is expanded to cut and transfer it. The blood pool was not without resistance during the whole process. The problem was that although the scope of Owen's distortion of reality was not large, the intensity was not low. Even in the realm of demigods, he could not break free in a short time. It's even more free when you get to the authority space. The authority space originating from the true God is not something that the realm of demigods can resist, let alone a bunch of tricks in the space. Even if the Blood Prince breaks the seal and runs out, he can still control it again. He is autistic. Even Queen Yu couldn't think of seeing through Owen's tricks in such a short period of time. He covered up the space of authority to the maximum extent to prevent exposure. Although she couldn't see it through, the fact that he could deal with the Blood Prince so easily undoubtedly proved how terrifying Owen's trump card was. So Queen Yu became more polite, waving her handkerchief like a madam and saying, "Come and play, guest." Chapter 300. Hydra in love with each other. "I've been bothering you for a long time. It's time for me to leave," Irving said pretentiously. What else could Queen Yu say to this? She could only send the two of them away with a smile, and then immediately packed up the Yongya Hall. Without wasting a moment, he ran away immediately. Queen Yu, who has lived for thousands of years, is not stupid. The other party can easily take away the Blood Prince. Not to mention that although the other party's eyes do not reveal murderous intent or greed, they are like those who want to collect toys. The idea is very obvious. She doesn't want to be caught and played with at her old age. So if she doesn't run away at this time, she will have to wait for the other person to come to visit her again. Owen, who knew nothing about it, was watching Sylvia's expression because she was acting so strangely. After the Blood Prince was packed away by Owen, it was obvious that Sylvia's mission had failed. But she did not feel disappointed at all. Instead, she felt a little relaxed. This made him very puzzled, because this man was also AS. But if you think about it, if you dare to weave thorns into clothes and wear them, you might as well be M in disguise. Sylvia is so relaxed because her goal has been achieved. Because after returning, the family will definitely ask her about her trip. At that time, whether Owen is willing or not, he will be listed as an enemy by the family unless the family completely understands the other party. How terrible is it? And this process requires many people to die and a lot of hatred to be made. Although the family will definitely take the initiative to ease the relationship after suffering enough losses, Sylvia will not give the family a chance. As soon as the time comes, she, the mole, will immediately become the leader and completely bury the family. Hell, so she did not deliberately conceal her intentions, and even frankly admitted the various reactions that the family was likely to make next. Just as Sylvia expected, Owen didn't react much after hearing this. Even if he was about to become the enemy of an archduke, his expression was only boredom, not fear. But that's more interesting, isn't it? Sylvia, who had been acting very normal just now, showed an evil smile, showing her true nature as a witch. She was even a little impatient. Owen couldn't help but complain that it's no wonder people in the world don't like witches and are afraid of witches. To be honest, their emotions are too unstable and too extreme. Although Sylvia's family has its own reasons for seeking death, it cannot hide this fact. It seems that the territory will strengthen the little witch's psychological courses. "Have you ever heard of Hydra?" Owen suddenly said to Sylvia in a mysterious manner. as if he would pull back his windbreaker to reveal a stack of CDs or 3 hairy legs when he followed. It completely failed him now. Her prosperous appearance was stunned by her performance, which was 3/3 wretched. "The strongest monster in the swamp?" Sylvia said in a strange tone. "But does Hydra need to be so mysterious?" "No. Hydra is an organization and a belief. In the organization, everyone is a family that loves each other, just like 9 heads in one body, with the same interests." Owen felt like the wolf who deceived Little Red Riding Hood. Just like Grandma. Anyone who graduated from kindergarten will not believe it. But Sylvia didn't care what Owen said at all, let alone a family. As long as she could achieve her goal, she would be happy. So she readily agreed to join Hydra, and made it clear that she would sacrifice her whole family for Hydra's cause. They didn't hesitate to do anything, which moved Owen to death. He originally thought that Bella, who wanted to bury her father in the wilderness with her own hands, was invincible. But he didn't expect that Sylvia was braver than her, and wanted to send the family on their way. If all members of Hydra have such an awareness in the future, there will be no need to worry about the great cause failing. Owen thought with a smile that the only problem now is that he has not yet decided what Hydra's great cause is. After agreeing with Sylvia on a time to meet next time, the two separated and went to find the key to the secret realm. However, Owen turned around and ran to the ghost castle, trying to capture the rare ghost girl, but naturally found nothing. Looking at the empty ghost castle without even a ghost, Owen couldn't help but sigh. Although he did not conquer the glittering ghost girl, it does not mean that Owen has no other gains. For example, this piece of space fragment is currently ownerless. This space fragment is the ark that carried the 4 undead demigods across the void. Not only is it of high quality, but it also retains a lot of its origin, making it very suitable as soil for nurturing the seeds of the golden tree. For the seeds of the golden tree to take root and sprout, the amount of energy required is terrifyingly high. And 1 blood prince alone is simply not enough. This high-quality space fragment is the best choice right now, since golden tree seeds are not picky eaters anyway. It just needs the authority space to help package it so that the golden tree seeds can be absorbed easily. If it were outside the secret realm, Owen would really not dare to do this. After all, the authority space is the authority of the true god. Even if it is a fragment, its value is enough for the noble goddess to snatch it regardless of face. So being sneaky is of no use at ordinary times. But if you come here in a big way, I'm afraid all kinds of monsters will be attracted. And Owen's small body can't handle it at all. But it's different here. The layers of space debris in the secret realm are enough to block all the fluctuations in the authority space. At least to delay it until he completes the devouring. Thinking of this, Owen fully expanded his authority space for the first time, and saw invisible fluctuations spreading in all directions with him as the center. The whole world seemed to be rendered full of unreal feelings, as if it were covered with a layer of tulle. At the same time, a blood pool, 10 abyss demons, a golden light spot, the dragon mother, and a big sword appeared next to Owen one after another. "Invoke the gods to protect you." The ancient sage, Owen, who had activated the mystery and wisdom skills one after another, still felt tremendous pressure and had to continue cheating. With the system in place, Irving usually doesn't feel too much pressure when using the authority space. But now, he is not simply unfolding it, but also uses the power of the authority space to wrap up and devour the space fragments. The operations involved cannot be solved by just eating. His mortal body simply couldn't bear it, so he had to resort to a patron saint. Sure enough, as soon as the patron saint appeared, Owen's pressure was reduced a lot. But he knew that it was too risky to completely let go of his authority. So the faster the better. Under the operation of the ancient sages, the authority space barely exerted its original capabilities. And then the abyss demons as devils helped sort out the turbulence in the space around them, while the dragon mother expanded her own divine domain to help suppress the blood that began to become a little restless. Pool, working together will undoubtedly speed up the process of devouring space debris. At the same time, Owen also realizes the benefits of doing so to the authority space. The authority space is actually not complete. It is only a partial fragment of the authority left by the god of reality and illusion. However, with the golden tree seeds that can absorb the origin and continue to grow, this fragment has the possibility to become complete again. At present, the two complement each other. The authority space covers and controls, and the golden tree seeds absorb and transform, absorbing and assimilating this space fragment with an ability that Owen is currently unable to understand. Owen only knows this ability instinctively, and this is the first time he has seen it. It feels like the world has become two layers. One real and one illusory. Now the real has become illusory. And the illusory has become real. And even for a while, he couldn't figure out which one was real and which one was fake. After all, Owen is still a mortal being. Not even a demigod. Which limits his vision and perspective. Just like an ant cannot understand a smart machine. He cannot fully understand the operation of the authority space. Fortunately, for him, as long as it can be used, a deeper understanding is not what he needs to consider now. Chapter 301 Getting Smaller. After the space debris was swallowed up by the authority space, it dissipated without a trace in the blink of an eye like an illusory bubble. Owen was unexpected and felt tremendous pressure, because the vacant part was immediately filled with surrounding debris. It's like Mount Tai is pressing down on him. So if he doesn't run quickly, I'm afraid there won't even be any residue left. And there won't be any space to dig him up. Owen was anxious and immediately used the traveling ability brought by the ancient blood. But the surrounding space was too chaotic. The colliding space fragments produced huge spatial fluctuations. And the squeezed space-time turbulence was even more chaotic. Even after purification, the ancient blood is difficult to escape for a while. Owen, whose face turned green, ignored his tiredness and activated the wisdom and mystery skills again, summoning the ancient sages. Then expanded the space of authority to suppress the turbulence of time and space within a radius of 100 meters. And then held the golden tree seeds in one hand to absorb the turbulence. Holding the hunting god's great sword, he split the barrier and escaped into the sky before the surrounding space fragments closed together. Owen, who had just escaped, didn't dare to stop at all, because the huge space fluctuations caused by the collision of space debris behind him were spreading throughout the secret realm. Many fragile space debris were shattered one after another, causing the space fluctuations to continue, one after another, without running away. If he stayed far away, he might be involved in the turbulent flow of time and space. If he fell into the void, even he wouldn't be able to survive. Fortunately, Owen was lucky. He ran in the direction of the seal, and did not run in the wrong direction. The space here is more stable. In addition, there is a flow of time and space between the space fragments as a buffer, which will not continue to strengthen. In the fragile after the space was almost shattered, the space fluctuations began to subside. However, the continuous activation of various amplification states before has put Irving in a very bad state. And now he is forced to continue to explode, causing his body to activate its self-protection mechanism. If he were a normal person, he would probably die suddenly. But after the ancient blood affected the body's evolution, Owen's protection mechanism was a little different. In order to prolong the nutrients needed for the rapid operation of the brain, the body automatically reduced consumption in other aspects. But this is far from the case. Not enough. So the body chooses to eat itself. It is not as simple as consuming fat and muscle. But the body degenerates to a younger stage. At this stage, the muscle mass is greatly reduced. The bones become less hard. But the reaction is faster, more flexible, and the body consumes less. It was lower, which was perfect for the current situation. So Owen unknowingly became smaller and smaller. And he didn't realize anything was wrong until his pants were all gone. Finally safe. Owen looked at himself again and was dumbfounded. At first glance, I could tell that he was a young man in his 20s. But his appearance was a bit better. Now he has been doubled up. His age is about 10 years old. And he can be considered a young man at most. Owen couldn't figure out for a moment whether time had reversed on him, or whether he had evolved a second time. In any case, he had become smaller. Who can bear it when a big rooster turns into a little chicken? Fortunately, after being tested by Nguyen Bao Bao, he will grow up as time goes by. But it will be very slow. The expansion spell that he had planned not to use again was tried. Owen changed his clothes with a dark face, and continued walking towards the outskirts of the secret realm angrily. He never expected that his body had degenerated so completely, and that the supporting facilities could not keep up. Yes, no spells will work. I don't know if it was the compensation given to him by fate. When Owen was seriously considering the issue of driving a big car or a small car, he actually picked up a secret key. The function of the secret realm key is similar to the login password in Anchor. You can freely enter the secret realm through the seal, and reduce the spatial rejection encountered in the secret realm, extending the stay time. If ordinary students get it, they can get the best adventure copy, which can not only get them exercised, but also gain valuable experience. If noble students obtain it, they are fully capable of developing it and obtaining inexhaustible resources. It can be said that getting a secret key is a chance to change your destiny and bring great luck. It's a pity that others can't make it. The students who were still struggling were expelled from the secret realm in advance because of the space fluctuations that destroyed the temporary space shield on the body's surface. This time, there were only 6 secret realm key holders in the secret realm competition. It is not that similar situations have never happened, but they happen often. Some of the space debris are automatically broken when their source is exhausted, and some are crushed due to other reasons. Once this happens, there will always be large and small space fluctuations. So the Academy City, I don't doubt Owen. I can only say that the college participating in the Secret Realm competition this time is unlucky. These are just minor episodes. Not even the troubles caused by the Sylvia family can distract Irving, let alone the spatial fluctuations that are limited to the Secret Realm and the upcoming Secret Realm competition. He is now busy dealing with the Blood Pool. To be precise, it was the Blood Prince who had escaped from trouble when the space fragments were swallowed before. The Blood Pool was also affected by the pond fish, the seal, the domain, and the origin that the Blood Prince could not absorb were all eaten by the Golden Tree seeds, which actually allowed the sealed Blood Prince to escape. The Blood Prince, who revealed his true appearance, has a real personality, although I don't know what he originally looked like. His eyes are now burning with soul fire. His blue-gray skin looks a bit rough, and his whole body is covered with twisted bone spurs. These all prove that he has become a complete monster. This is the price of greed. He swallowed part of the origin of 3 undead demigods in one go, trying to become a god in one fell swoop, but ignored that although they were all undead, they had different races. After all, could ghosts and zombies mix together? Maybe he knew, but wanted to take a gamble. But obviously the Blood Prince lost the bet. The Blood Prince, who woke up, was a little dazed at first, and then found out that the unabsorbed origin had been taken away. He suddenly became furious, and the anger caused his little reason to burn instantly. He roared angrily, and at the same time, scarlet blood appeared out of thin air, and quickly spread to the surroundings, soon to form a blood field. But at the moment when the Blood Realm was about to be formed, a large number of corpses and ghosts emerged. But the two sides did not merge together. Instead, they clashed with each other and caused the realm to collapse. Chapter 302. The line of fire is thin, but hot to the feet. Is this because of the source conflict that led to the failure of domain construction? From a god's perspective, Owen rubbed his chin and tried to analyze the domain where the Blood Prince collapsed. Unexpectedly, he was actually allowed to understand Ersan. After all, it all happened in the authority space. In the process, not even the slightest change can be hidden from his perception. If he was a genius, I am afraid he would have learned it by now. Even so, it would be a great gain. However, Owen did not let the Blood Prince run amok in the authority space. At this time, most of the abilities of the authority space were suppressing the origin of the previously absorbed space fragments. If he failed, he would not cry. Following Owen's operation, 10 abyss demons arrived on the battlefield in the blink of an eye, and started with a series of fireballs. Dozens of fireballs fell from the sky like meteorites, and the power of the explosion when they hit the ground was comparable to that of a missile. They blew up the Blood Prince, who was still in an incompetent rage on the spot. Moreover, because the consecutive fireballs landed in front and back, the explosions also bullied each other, causing the Blood Prince to die. Like a rag doll, it was struck by the air waves and swayed randomly in the air, unable to land for a long time. This wave of fireballs didn't do much damage, but the enraging effect was overwhelming. The Blood Prince let out an angry roar as soon as he landed on the ground, and his eyes sprayed fire for more than 3 feet. Even a demigod exaggerated and could see the blood. How angry is the prince now? But it was useless. The abyss demons were named demons, but they were actually devils. It was unrealistic to expect them to fight against the angry demigods like Taihanen. With the authority and space granted by Owen, 10 abyss demons flashed throughout the process, coming and going. Like the wind is no longer enough to describe it. Just like the 4th generation of Hokage using Flying Thunder God, the reactions and combat experience of the abyss demons are beyond the comparison of mere mortals. Even if the 4th generation cheats, he is still alone. Here are 10 abyss demons flashing, beating the Blood Prince to the point where he can't find the north at all. He can only be incompetent and furious. But from time to time, the abyss demon flashed in front of him and struck him on the forehead with a huge sword. No matter how hard he was, his brains were almost gone, and he fell to the ground in a short time. However, This can only barely kill ordinary demigods. Although the Blood Prince was cut to pieces, his Tianling cap was flipped over, his brains were knocked out, and his consciousness was even thrown into chaos. As long as the essence and blood of the ancestor of the Blood Clan was not exhausted, he is immortal. Coupled with external stimulation, the origins of the other 3 undead demigods in his body have reached the limit of fusion, causing his physique to become stronger. The scattered bone spurs also fit the body, and tend to form bone armor. At the same time, he would also use Ghost Step from time to time. If he was not still unconscious, it would not be a problem to kill 1 or 2 abyss demons while he was not prepared. When Owen sees that it's not going to work, if he continues to attack, he might be overturned by the Blood Prince. If the authority space absorbs the space fragments it just swallowed, it will be easy to suppress a Blood Prince. The problem is that there is not much power to deal with it now. Just maintaining a stable space for both sides to fight in it is already good. I haven't seen him Even the Dragon Mother didn't dare to use it. It seemed that he could only take action in person. Owen stretched his small body and prepared to enter with confidence. Owen, who was hidden in the cracks of space, elegantly took out the Elder Wand, and like a top conductor, cast spells on the Blood Prince. So the Blood Prince's body was stiff and unable to move. His legs were closed and he couldn't take a step. His vampire tusks turned into ivory. All kinds of situations continued. That is, he couldn't die by relying on it. Even if he was cut into 10 pieces and 8 pieces, he turned into blood and water can bring life back to life. I even tried chewing a big melon, but it still had no effect. Because even a demigod possesses immortal divinity and has strong resistance to instant death. Owen frowned and took the risk of using the fire spell. Who would have thought that the Blood Prince turned into countless bats? And the fierce fire could only ignite part of them, and the rest would be fine when they regrouped. Seeing the Blood Prince becoming more and more conscious as he fought and his fighting instinct gradually reviving, Owen knew he couldn't delay it any longer. Once the opponent regains consciousness, even if there is no improvement in strength, the 10 abyss demons may not be an opponent. The reason is very simple. In the hands of a chef, a knife can only be used to cut vegetables. In the hands of a master, chopping people is like cutting vegetables. The Blood Prince is not weak. If it were other demigods, who were surrounded and chopped down by 10 abyss demons playing Flash, they would have been finished long ago. The immortality of vampires, the power of zombies, the armor of bones, and the flash of ghosts. Even if these were given to an ordinary person, they would be killed indiscriminately under the legend, let alone a demigod. That is to say, the Blood Prince was taken advantage of because of his confusion and rage. So he must not be allowed to regain his consciousness. After thinking for a moment, Owen summoned Blood G Angel. As a former devil, and now a blood monster, she is completely the nemesis of the Blood Prince. The only problem is that Angel's strength is not legendary yet, and she cannot pose a threat to the Blood Prince at all. But her intelligence does. Sure enough, after understanding the current situation, and she smiled lightly, because the general trend was on her side, and it was difficult to lose. Joining forces with 10 legendary demons, and she used a secret technique originating from HL, and stunned the Blood Prince to be sealed. And the power used did not exceed the upper limit that the current authority space could bear. At this time, a dark iron rope extended from the hands of the Abyss Demon to tie the Blood Prince tightly. Owen saw the opportunity, and appeared directly in front of him, with the hunting god's sword in his hand, and stabbed the Blood Prince with a metal rod-like sword. King's Heart. Infinite black flames like fire spurted out, and all the orifices in Blood Prince's body were spraying fire. If it weren't for the support of divinity, even the ashes would not be scattered on the spot. Owen took half a step back without leaving a trace. It wasn't because he was afraid, but mainly because he forgot that the Blood Prince was a male. He not only had to guard against the flames from behind, but also from the front. After all, although the line of fire was thin, it burned his feet. The poor Blood Prince did not regain his consciousness until his death. His body was incinerated by black flames, and his origin was swallowed up by the seeds of the golden tree. It can be said that there was no trace of his death. Owen was happy. After receiving sufficient supply of origin, the golden tree seeds began to take root and sprout, and unknown changes occurred in the entire authority space. In order to prevent this change from being destroyed, and to prevent it from being noticed by the outside world, Owen immediately closed the authority space, and quietly waited for the result. Knowing that it was not a short-term matter, Owen did not stay in the secret realm any longer, and returned directly to the Academy City through the secret realm key. However, He forgot that his appearance had changed so much that he was almost arrested by the teacher in the academy's city. The teachers in the college town thought that Owen was an intelligent race in the secret realm who had cracked the key and used it to cross over, and they were immediately eager to try it. Fortunately, Owen showed his noble metal in time. The metal from the temple of the noble goddess could be used to prove his identity. Academy City did not dare to open its eyes and tell lies, and could only watch with regret as he updated his identity information. Chapter 303: The Attraction Brought by Bloodline. After completing the identity update, Owen always felt a little uncomfortable. The looks around him gave him the illusion that he was in a gay group, as if he had become a monk and everyone wanted to learn from him. In fact, this was not an illusion, because time was too short, and Owen did not realize how amazing his changes were. Although he doesn't show any abnormality at present, you can tell that he is extraordinary just by his appearance, because his whole body seems to be shining, attracting everyone's attention. This is the brilliance originating from a higher level of life, and it is also the instinctive desire of living creatures to make up for their own shortcomings. Otherwise, the teachers in the Academy City would not have guessed that he was a student and still wanted to take action. And it would not be because of the interest. For many people, bloodline itself is an extremely precious wealth. The higher the level, the more so. It is not uncommon for a powerful bloodline to multiply into a powerful family. This is the case for most traditional nobles. Therefore, those who are capable will try to seize Owen's bloodline, and those who are not capable will also try to improve their family's bloodline by learning from twists and turns and slippery roads. It can be said that Owen has become a hot commodity in the college town, and within a day, Owen's information will appear in front of many big figures, including the royal family, nobles, legends, and major organizations. Owen, who has not yet realized this, is looking at the other returned secret realm key holders after dealing with the teacher's inquiries. But he doesn't know that he is more attractive than those people. The last 5 students who came back also held the key to the secret realm, except for Sylvia, who looked indifferent, and an ecstatic civilian student. The remaining 3 were the leaders of the 3 largest groups at the time, and their expressions were also the ugliest. But when you think about it, it's not surprising. Sylvia came with a mission, and so did they. There is more than one place like the Ghost Castle in the depths of the secret realm, and there is also more than one place like the Sylvia family that has spent decades plotting. However, failure is just what Sylvia, who is naturally rebellious, wants to do. We cannot accept those who come with a mission. The props used to go to the destination and the trump cards specially prepared were all valuable treasures with a price but no market. However, they used them without making any progress or gains. How could they explain this to their families? Although they have obtained the key to the secret realm and can enter the secret realm at any time, if they want to go to the depths of the secret realm, they have to wait for the secret realm competition that occurs once every 10 years. Otherwise, why would they spend such a high price? However, Academy City doesn't care about this. The opportunity is given, and it's up to you whether you can seize it or not. It was soon announced that this session of the Secret Realm competition was over. Regardless of whether it started or ended, the Secret Realm tournament gave Owen a sloppy feeling. A contradictory feeling of attaching importance to it, but not caring about it. It seemed that as long as the goal was achieved, he didn't know what the goal was. Obviously there are many secrets hidden in the college city, but Owen is not in a hurry to explore. A city that has existed for hundreds of years has countless secrets in itself. Not to mention that this place is so special. Although Owen had changed greatly, Sylvia still recognized him, smiled slightly, brought Robert and Cowles who came back alive to him, and stood behind him respectfully, just like a maid, serving him attract more eyes. But Owen didn't feel happy. Instead, he felt like he was being roasted on the fire. After all, Sylvia was the daughter of a Grand Duke. The Emperor was not qualified to let her be a maid. So he was deceived? Owen, who had not realized that the problem was with him until now, returned to the dormitory helplessly with countless eyes on him, only to be laughed at by Peters. Peters really wanted to laugh. After all, although we are not the same people, nor are we good brothers who know each other well, we are good friends who play together, exchange experiences with each other, and know their strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, he knows better the power of reverse growth to a young man. How cruel is a strong man who has eaten meat. The mind thinks but the body doesn't. This contradiction is enough to make people pervert. However, Owen's bloodline awakening was indeed beyond Peter's expectations, and he was also shocked by the high quality of the opponent's bloodline. Peters, who is very aware of the value of blood, already has the idea of deepening his relationship with Irving. But the previous method is probably useless. Even if the other party wants it, he can't afford it. And he can't even see the girl's face when he raises his head. This was indeed the case. Owen was indeed very depressed. And it was no use calling his senior sister over even if he didn't give up. She struggled, and he felt uncomfortable. In desperation, he could only focus all his time and energy on studying. Sure enough, pornography, gambling and drugs are the biggest obstacles to human progress, Owen said with a self-deprecating smile, and decided to stay away from gambling and drugs in the future, and be a good student who studies hard. When you are smart enough, learning will no longer be a painful torture. Fortunately, due to the cheating of the system, Owen's IQ has exceeded 99% of people. He is incomparable to super geniuses. Ordinary people, a genius can only look at his back from a distance, which makes learning a pleasure. As the holder of the Secret Realm key, Owen can attend all advanced courses for free, and can even audit legendary classes, but only once. However, Owen has no intention of getting into contact with legends now. Instead, he asked his senior to make a course schedule, listen to the classes in order, and then decide which one to study in depth. There are many advanced courses, even excluding martial arts such as swordsmanship, writing, and assassination. There are still so many knowledge-based subjects that even the evolved Owen feels dizzy. It is simply not possible to be a genius in all subjects. After giving up his greedy thoughts, Owen decided to focus on the puppet discipline. This was the first power system he came into contact with, and has always been obsessed with. Academy City classifies puppets as a branch of Golem, divided into puppet masters and puppet makers. According to the senior sister, puppet master is suitable for those who are not talented enough but have some resources, such as businessmen or students from minor noble families. The puppet maker is suitable for ordinary students with low magic power, strong hands-on ability, and little money in their pockets. Generally speaking, puppetry is a profession with a low entry level and a low upper limit. You specialize in puppetry? Since the two of them were not distracted, Owen asked somewhat unexpectedly, as this was the first time he knew about his senior's major. Well, puppet maker is still very suitable for ordinary students. It's not difficult to get started, and the resources consumed are barely affordable. The most important thing is that it can be sold for money. Although the senior sister didn't know why Owen would choose puppetry, she accepted the money she had to pay enough service. She still understood this, so she told him her experience. The senior's background was average, although her father was a manor owner with a small amount of assets. As a daughter, she was destined not to receive much support. There is no problem in completing basic studies, but if you want to obtain enough knowledge to change your destiny, you must pay a price for more advanced knowledge. Fortunately, she met Owen, and she didn't know who took advantage of the whole process of giving. After receiving funding from Owen, the senior can not only take advanced puppet making classes, but also learn puppet operation, gaining more chips to change her own destiny. The only distressing thing is that more people have been asking her for seeds recently. Thinking of this, the senior sister couldn't help but look down at Owen and felt that this business was not easy to do because the seeds were not yet ripe when she tried. Chapter 304 Alchemy and Puppet. There are many professions in the college city, and most of them have specialized teaching points. Especially for the popular professions, there is a complete building complex to accommodate many branches and students. Unfortunately, the puppet master does not live up to the expectations. Not only does it belong to the branch of the alchemy golem, the upper limit is still low, but students with some strength and potential will not choose this profession. You can imagine its status. Not to mention that it is located at the edge of the entire building complex. It is still a very old building. Moreover, the building lacked maintenance. If I didn't mention it, it would be hard to believe that this building with its doors and windows almost covered with vines was a puppet classroom. Owen did not go directly to the puppet classroom, but asked his senior sister to lead him around the alchemy department. After all, in his plan, after mastering the puppetry in the Academy City, he would learn golems and alchemy. Upon hearing Owen's request, the senior's expression changed slightly, but when she saw Owen's whole body glowing, her heart rested in her stomach. Only when he came to the alchemy department did Owen understand where the senior sister's nervousness came from. Alchemy is a very large, very high-end, and very profitable department. It attracts a large number of students every year. The senior sister was attracted by the money and scenery of alchemy at first, so she resolutely threw herself into the big pit of alchemy. And then she found out that she needed to only by using money to climb out of the pit. Can you see the threshold? If you want to cross the threshold and reach the peak, there are no gold mountains, silver seas or gates. It can be said that every qualified alchemist must consume gold equal to his own volume, let alone ordinary students. Even noble students will feel distressed if they invest so much. Of course, this does not mean that civilian students have no chance at all, as long as they show enough talent. There are many people who are willing to invest money. It's just that money is easy to get, but not easy to pay back, because the money invested cannot be paid back with money. For someone like my senior sister, who has no obvious talent and no outstanding appearance, no one is willing to help her even if she goes all out. She really thinks that rich people are fools and can't walk around with women. If she is so simple, her money has long been someone else's. Thinking about this, Owen watched as he walked, while his senior followed closely behind him, just like a maid. The biggest feature of the alchemy department is that everywhere is full of traces of alchemy. From the moving suspended stairs between buildings to the automatic watering machines in the flower beds, they are all products of alchemy. There are also tall golems placed everywhere, which fluctuate from the magic power they contain. From the looks of it, it's obviously not a show-off. The biggest characteristic of alchemy students is their arrogance. Whether they are aristocratic students wearing alchemy equipment or shabby students holding a stack of books, they always look down at people. This is something we are used to, because students from other departments come to buy alchemy equipment every day, and are even willing to pay a lot of money to customize it. This has been the case all year round. So it is strange that students from the alchemy department are not arrogant. However, arrogance also depends on the target. Someone like Owen is the center of attention no matter where he is. Even the senior students around him take advantage of it. No one scolds or casts disgusting looks, which makes her a little uncomfortable. The materials, runes, synthesis, structure, and the rooms that were more like classrooms than laboratories made Owen couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of the alchemy department. Although the alchemy department is good, it is only good. Owen is more concerned about the puppets now. So he stopped and told his senior sister, "Let's go and see you next time." "Okay." The senior nodded quickly, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable staying here, stepping into the remote path. At the end is the puppet classroom. When she saw the green puppet teaching building, the senior sister immediately breathed a sigh of relief, skillfully dodged the hanging vine leaves, opened the door and walked in. Because of his ancient bloodline, Owen didn't hate plants. But when he saw the thick layer of plants covering the outer wall of the teaching building, he still couldn't accept it. He could only comfort himself that he shouldn't just look at the surface. After entering, I discovered that the dilapidation here was not fake at all. There were no various mechanisms or exquisite puppets inside. Apart from the decoration comparable to that of a ghost castle, there were only low-pressure students who lowered their heads and played with their figurines. Compared with the arrogant alchemy department students, most puppet department students are very low-key and reserved, and most of them are addicted to their own world. Even if this world is small and barren, it was obviously not the first time for the senior sister to come here. She took Owen to a classroom. There were really few people, and even the classroom that could only accommodate 50 people was not full. Moreover, everyone was full of geekiness. Even if the class was about to start, they were still busy. Where to play with the figures in your hands? Owen frowned, but still found an empty seat to sit down, and the senior sister sat next to him, and at the same time took out a figure from her bag. Only then did Owen realize that this was not a figure, but a puppet. Of course, a serious puppet will not be so small, but training students does not need to be so wasteful. It is enough to make it as big as 2 palms. In this way, the materials of 2 or 3 normal puppets are enough for all students in a class. Greatly reduced costs. Just then, the teacher came. It was the first time that Owen had seen this type of teacher. She was obviously a pretty beauty, but she had undergone extensive body modifications. Although it was limited to the left half of her body, half of her skull was replaced with metal. It can be seen that the transformation of her body has already involved her brain. So the mechanical eyes, mechanical arms, mechanical legs, and the humming fan under the metal ribs are nothing. However, there was obviously something wrong with her transformation. Her expression was stiff. Her movements were a little uncoordinated, and even her voice had a hoarse metallic sound. With this old-fashioned classroom, it was like dragging a student on stage to perform vivisection during her follow-up. Although Owen doesn't like human body modification technology, he has done considerable research on the Space Marine project. However, the main person in charge is Brian. This person's own transformation is perfect, and he is short of mechanical ascension. Therefore, he has a lot of research on this person. The puppeteering teacher named Carla is very interested. In fact, Kara is also very interested in Owen. After all, surrounded by a group of low-pressure otaku students, he is as hard to ignore as a flashlight, especially his strong life source, which makes her almost dry core become more active. Point. Kara inserted the prepared lesson into the projection crystal ball in the classroom, played the main points of the lesson in a loop, and then asked the students to follow the instructions. She would only speak when answering questions. Of course, if the question asked was too stupid, don't expect any answers. Compared to the senior student, who was familiar with the situation and started to do it, Owen's attention shifted to the projected teaching materials. The continuously looped clips showed all the key points of this lesson. Irving compared these with the system he mastered and found that the system he mastered was more detailed. Of course, the teaching materials in the classroom cannot be the real top technology in Academy City. But the foundation is common, and Owen's eyesight can see the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. Although it is not as good as the puppet system he has mastered, it does not mean that the puppet technology in Academy City has no merits. So Owen takes it very seriously. When Owen was reading the textbook, he didn't know that he had become the target of everyone's observation, because he was so good-looking that even if he wore a pair of wide glasses to hide his appearance, he still attracted attention as if he was shining. That is to say, most of the students in the puppet department are relatively shy. Otherwise, they would have been doing things around Owen, such as kissing, hugging, lifting him up, etc. It would be better if he could be kidnapped and fed with lollipops. Male students are you getting excited? Owen's appearance transcended his gender, and since he looked less than 10 years old, his gender was not very obvious. So he naturally attracted a group of male students. Fortunately, with Carla, a Terminator-type teacher, no one dared to take action no matter how much they were ready to take action. Chapter 305 Miss Kara. When the time was almost up, Carla, as a teacher, reviewed the students' works one by one. Although she talked about the key points, she did not go into details. So whether they could understand it or not depended on each person's understanding. In fact, this is the case for advanced courses, because the teachers of advanced courses are all elites with high achievements in a certain field. They come to teach in exchange for more research resources, not to teach and educate people. Therefore, although they have a high level of knowledge, they won't hide anything. But don't expect them to teach you step by step. Not to mention that in their opinion, idiots are not worth wasting time, with the exception of geniuses. Did you do this? Even though she knew it was impossible to fake it, Kara still asked. But before Owen could answer, she took apart the figure she had just made. It's not destruction, but disassembly from the outside to the inside. After a while, all the parts are neatly placed on the table. This action attracted the surrounding students. When they lowered their heads and looked down, they were immediately amazed. After all, they were all knowledgeable. From all angles, each part is processed perfectly, and the structure has also been partially optimized. This is not something ordinary students can do. They must understand it thoroughly and have their own ideas. There are no advanced courses for several years. Have you ever considered learning more about puppets? I can be your teacher, Kara said, staring at Owen with the same face as the battle-damaged version of the Terminator. Let's communicate first, Owen said with a smile. The meaning was obvious. If you want to accept me as a student, you can, but let's see how good you are first. Okay. Kara glanced at Owen with her red mechanical eyes and nodded expressionlessly. It would be more interesting if she had more chainsaws in her hand. Let the senior sister go first. Owen and Kara go to her office. Walking on the road, Owen looked up and carefully observed Kara's back, especially her hips and back. Sure enough, as the intact half moves around, the hip muscles contract and relax, rising and falling. But the other side does not. Although the structure is, well, optimized, similar to a cart and shaft, it still belongs to machinery. And the combination of machinery and flesh is not. It's so easy. So it's normal to have uncoordinated movements. What's even more terrifying is the impact on the internal organs and bones. Owen is sure that the other party's exhaust pipe is crooked. If she still retains it, Kara didn't know whether she felt Owen's gaze or not. She probably wouldn't care even if she felt it. Firstly, Owen was young, at least in appearance. And secondly, with her body structure, no matter how tough a man looked at him, he would have to lower his head and shrink back. Tail. Kara's office is not upstairs, but in the basement. Although the lighting and ventilation in the basement are not very good, the area is large enough. And most importantly, it is very suitable for doing some shameful things. Stretching out a finger, the nail popped open to reveal a key with a complex structure. Then he inserted his finger into the keyhole and turned it 3 times to open the door lock. Withdrawing her fingers, Kara pushed open the old but very heavy metal door in the basement. However, the lack of maintenance made the door shaft make a harsh friction sound. Owen suddenly frowned, and his long ears trembled. Owen walked into the basement and didn't care that Kara closed the door casually, but took a look at the situation inside. It was worse than Owen imagined. It was more like a warehouse than an office. There are many sturdy shelves here, stacked with cheap materials and tools for teaching. Only a space at the very back is reserved for Kara's personal belongings. A single bed stained with oil stains. At first glance, you can tell that it is filled with the smell of singles or engine oil, but it is not clear whether the oil stains on it are from maintenance of parts or because of oil leakage from the exhaust pipe. Anyway, even if the room, there were no chairs inside, and Owen didn't even plan to sit down. In addition to a bed, there is also a wardrobe that is obviously made of wooden boards and a desk filled with drawings. The most valuable thing is a set of multifunctional workbench. The metal platform with slots and guide rails can process most metal parts, and multiple robotic arms hang down from 2 gantry crane-like metal frames above the platform, allowing for further precision processing and assembly. Unfortunately, there are only 5 new floors, although most of this type of equipment requires years to run in and eliminate stress. If the time is too long, various wear and tear will be inevitable, so the processing accuracy of this equipment may have been reduced a lot. "Are you making spines?" Owen asked casually, lowering his head and fiddling with a few familiar parts on the metal table. "Yes, it's my research. Artificial spine." Kara paused after hearing this, but finally raised a finger and pointed it at Owen. But with a click, her finger was twisted by invisible force. "What kind of power is this?" Kara's mechanical eyes shrank, and after repeatedly replaying the scene and still finding nothing, she asked, "You must know that Kara's mechanical part is not only used to maintain life and move, but also has many runes with demon-breaking effects engraved on it. Basically, primary magic is almost ineffective, and advanced magic is rarely this quiet." This aroused her curiosity. "Psychic power is not a powerful force, but it is relatively rare. Telekinetic power is another manifestation of mental power, but it is difficult to convert the mental power in this world into telekinetic power, because when the spirit is strong enough, it will turn into magic power. The two are similar but different. So Owen's telekinesis works very easily." Kara tried to repair the damaged mechanical finger, but the damage was so severe that it had to be replaced in its entirety. So she gave up. When Kara tried to repair her finger, Owen did not stop her, nor did she stay idle, but looked at the drawings on the desk. "Integrate all the mechanical parts of the body through the mechanical spine, and finally form a balance with the remaining body. It is a good idea, but it cannot be realized." Owen could easily see Kara's idea, but shook his head and gave a surprising idea. A desperate assessment, to which Kara did not refute. "Your body is reaching its limit, and that's why you took the risk and planned to attack me," Owen said calmly. "This is a college town. If teachers can attack students at will, it would be a very scary thing. After all, there are many noble students here. If you control them, you can completely influence their families and even steal the wealth of the other family. Therefore, the Academy City has extremely strict regulations in this regard. Once a similar incident is discovered, even the legendary teacher will face serious criticism and will no longer be allowed to contact the students. Someone like Kara would probably be scrapped. But Kara can't wait any longer. The qualified students are all treasures from other departments. She doesn't even have a chance to make contact with him, let alone take action. Therefore, Owen can be said to be her only chance. Only by successfully integrating Owen's blood can she strengthen her body. The origin of life will undergo the cruel transformation surgery that follows. Owen didn't care about Kara's silence or acquiescence, but moved on her and even touched her. Chapter 306 Hydra Interest Group in Puppet Class. Kara's body was in very bad shape. The skin on the flesh and blood parts was rough and dull. Many capillaries were blocked and turned into black meshes. There was pus seeping into the places where they were connected to the mechanical parts. You could even smell the rot emanating from them. Stink. Owen frowned, but still endured his nausea and opened the SHL of the torso, revealing the mechanical parts inside. For some reason, Kara didn't stop Owen's movements and allowed him to do something to her. This is interesting. Irving doesn't think that the little tricks she just used can scare a ruthless person who dares to change herself into this. Besides, as a teacher of puppet class, does her trick only have one finger? Artificial heart. Blood filter. Are these using magic potion instead of hormones? With so much loss of intestines, it is indeed crooked. The more Owen disassembled it, the more excited he became, and he even took out the baby warmer for scanning. Owen prefers this more elegant method to inserting his hand into Kara's body, mainly because the pus seeping out is so disgusting that even if it is cleaned up, it is not psychologically acceptable. The appearance of Juan Baobao confirmed Kara's suspicion just now. She turned off some targeted equipment in her body and completely showed her inner self to Owen. But this does not mean that Kara will become at the mercy of others. The mechanical modification of her head is still a restricted area. Owen even guessed that the opponent's mechanical eye must have been specially modified and might be able to shoot a finger of death. There may be similar ray magic coming out. A sound wave device that can release the howl of a banshee may be installed in the mouth. And poisonous needles may even be sprayed out of the nostrils. After completing the scan, Juan Baobao projected Kara's body structure. And Owen, who turned on the wisdom technique, quickly absorbed and understood the contents. Although she teaches puppet classes, Kara uses more alchemical techniques to transform herself. After all, only alchemy can maintain her broken body to this day. Unfortunately, her skills were not enough, and she did not have the ability to ask the legend to take action. As a result, her situation became worse and worse, and now it has reached an unsustainable level. Otherwise, she would not choose to risk taking action against Irving. However, Kara did not take action against Owen to kill people and seize his bloodline. It was not because she couldn't bear it, but because it was unrealistic. You can tell by looking at Owen's bloodline, aura, and attire that he has power and status. There are many such students in the college city. Who doesn't have a few life-saving trump cards? If he really wants to make a move, he will succeed without knowing all the opponent's trump cards. The rate is not even on the 3rd level, unless the person taking action is a legend. So Kara was gambling on a chance of survival. And it seemed like she was winning. Since the other party came to take the puppet class, he was indeed interested in a being like her. Even if he only regarded her as a toy, he had to fix her before he could play with her. Come with me. The equipment and materials here are too poor. Irving reassembled the dismantled Kara and said with some unfinished thoughts. Of course Kara, who was counting on Owen to save her life, had no objection. She rolled up all the drawings on the table and followed her to the villa area. After returning to the room, Owen relaxed a lot, handed the coat he took off to the slime maid, and then said to Kara, who was staring at the slime maid, "Go to my private laboratory." After saying that, the tight ground beneath his feet began to sink, and he entered Owen's carefully built underground laboratory. It was similar to a laboratory in a castle. It was divided into working areas, storage areas, living areas, and garden areas, covering hundreds of square meters. Kara was stunned. She knew that Owen was a freshman this year. You had only been here a short time, and you had already dug such a large space underground. If you were given a few years, wouldn't you have to build an underground city under the college city? Owen didn't care what Kara was thinking at the moment. He just asked her to lie down, and then started various more detailed tests. After detailed examination, Owen discovered that Kara's transformation of herself was not completed at one time, but could be seen to have continued intermittently for many years. The most interesting thing is that the part of her body she lost was caused by a separation operation, which means she is conjoined. Instead of asking Kara where her other half was, or why she was like this, Owen began to transform her. The T-virus enhances its activity. Biochemical organs are transplanted. And finally it is mechanically modified. Kara's situation was very bad. Even Owen spent a lot of money and called Brian and Emily online to form a scientific research team to save her life. However, if he wanted to improve it further, he still needed to. It takes time to observe improvements. After completing the transformation, Kara consciously placed herself under Owen. Even though she was a teacher and Owen was just a student, none of this mattered. Owen gave her hope of living and becoming whole again, and she would do it at any cost. As a member of the puppet class, I hope to make progress together with other students. To this end, I plan to set up an interest group for puppet masters. I hope the teachers can help spread the word. After Owen cleaned himself up, he changed his clothes and said to Kara, as she was getting familiar with her new body structure. As ordered, Carla put one hand on her chest and bent down to salute. Her firm look made Owen wonder whether he was just talking about setting up an interest group or a killer organization. In fact, there is no difference, because the emblem of the interest group is a hydra with obvious puppet and golem style. Owen has now understood that there are too many people staring at the powerful aristocratic students and talented civilian students in the Academy City, not to mention absorbing them. Just contact will attract too many eyes. Coupled with his current radiant appearance, it is really eye-catching. So after coming to the puppet classroom, he had new ideas. A remote classroom, a low-key student, a teacher who changes into his own shape. Is there any more suitable place for Hydra to start? The only problem is Kara. Owen can't guarantee her loyalty, even if her life is in his hands to some extent. Therefore, Irving does not plan to reveal his purpose now, but to do it bit by bit, starting with interest groups. Kara is not the only teacher in the puppet class. She is responsible for teaching puppet making, and another younger teacher teaches puppet manipulation. It's just that compared to the lifeless Carla, the other teacher is more ambitious. Except when you can see him during class. He spends the rest of the time performing his puppet skills in the alchemy department, intending to attract more students to take the puppet class. To put it bluntly, he looks down on the ordinary students in the puppet class who have no money, power and talent. He wants to recruit some noble or talented students, so that he can increase his influence in the academy and live a happy life of promotion, salary increase and marriage to Baifume. It's a pity that the students are not fools, since they can have a brighter future. Why bother to ask for trouble to learn inferior things? Therefore, Owen's arrival made him unbelievable. And then, he was ecstatic. He was like the butler of the puppet classroom for the first time. Come to Owen and provide the most considerate service. Chapter 307 Immigrants Sent by the Empire. Dear Student Owen, the procedures for renting the venue and forming a study group have been completed. Please take a look. As a teacher, Brody handed Owen the procedures that he had prepared all morning. She also looked like she was afraid that he would be dissatisfied. And even Kara, who knew this person, couldn't stand it. Irving didn't care about Brody's character. His ability and attitude were worthy of praise, so he nodded to express his approval. This girl suddenly smiled like a chrysanthemum and was about to become Irving's personal figurine of Kara. It means that even so, he still looks down on this person. After looking at the procedures, Owen was not very satisfied. But that was all. The puppet classroom is not big, with 4 classes on 2 floors, divided into manufacturing and manipulation. The downstairs is the basic class, and the upstairs is the advanced class. In fact, there are not many people in total, mainly because only the advanced class is stable. Most of the basic classes are short-lived. After all, there is really no future in this profession. Those who can think of it must leave. So the teaching building has not been expanded. The classroom is definitely not available for Owen. So the only option is to use the basement. The puppet class has 2 basements. One is a warehouse for storing materials, and the other is a venue for practicing puppet battles. It is also the office of the 2 teachers. Owen was speechless about this. He didn't even have a separate office. And the puppet class was miserable. Despite the misfortune, Irving cruelly deprived the 2 of them of the right to use the basement. From today on, after the 2 basements are opened, they will become a dedicated venue for the puppet class Hydra Learning Interest Group. Of course, Owen is not a devil. He hired 2 teachers as assistants to the Hydra team and generously allowed them to continue to work and live in the basement. Brody was grateful for this. But Kara didn't care. After the transformation, her body has more mechanical parts, and her dependence on food, clothing, housing and transportation has been greatly reduced. She is only a few steps away from drinking engine oil. Although the basement can be used casually, it is really unbearable for Owen because of its age and disrepair. Brody originally planned to invite a decoration team to come over, but considering that this place would be Hydra's initial base camp, Owen decided to do it himself, which was also a test of his recent changes. Standing in the center of the basement, Owen carefully constructed the alchemy array, and the magic rays gradually formed complex plane patterns. The more advanced the alchemy array, the more complex it is, without assistance and without cheating. Irving rarely uses the 3-dimensional alchemy array because he cannot guarantee the success rate. After the construction of the flat alchemy array was completed, Owen began to slowly unfold it, rebuilding the structure of the basement within the scope of the alchemy array, eliminating hidden dangers, removing moisture, making the space larger while also building some compartments. Then pipelines were laid. Water and ventilation were provided. And some equipment was added to give the entire basement a brand new look. It was no worse than an ordinary classroom in the alchemy department. Owen even provided free drinks and snacks. With such good conditions, coupled with 2 teachers' propaganda to join, no one can bear it. No senior student in the entire puppet class can resist the temptation. And all join the puppet class Hydra learning interest group. Ordinary students also want to join. But Owen will not accept random people. Only those approved by the teacher are eligible. In this way, the Hydra that Owen longed for planted a small seed in Academy City, waiting to take root and sprout. There is no rush to promote the concept of Hydra now, because Owen has not compiled it yet. So let the 2 teachers take charge first to increase the sense of belonging to Hydra. And this is not only a test for the new team members, but also a test for the 2 teachers. Because Hydra only has 3 requirements. Loyalty. Loyalty. And the most special thing is loyalty. Any disloyal behavior will be recorded by Owen in a small notebook. And when he finds an opportunity, he will send ultramarines to purify these residues. Owen looked forward to their performance. But he would not put too much energy on it. He took a trip to the secret realm, while the authority space had not yet completed its evolution. After all, he had the key to the secret realm and could not waste it, because the seal was closed. Even if he had the key, he could not enter the depths of the secret realm. Owen could only explore the periphery of the secret realm. Although he encountered some monsters, he gained very little. It's not that the secret realm is lacking in resources, but that it's useless to him now. No wonder that among the few people who obtained the key to the secret realm, except for the civilian student who was very happy, the rest seemed indifferent, because their backgrounds did not require them to bother with these readily available things. It looked good to invest in development, but in fact it's a waste of time, and the harvest is very little, unless you can go deep into the secret realm. But this will touch the ceiling barrier set up by the Academy City, and it will be difficult to explain at that time. It's nothing to Owen, because the seal can't stop the travel ability brought by the ancient blood, and it won't even be noticed. Unfortunately, due to his shrinking body, Owen's new adventure career ended before it even began. However, Owen would not waste the resources of the secret realm. He built a portal close to the depths of the secret realm and let in the idle adventurers in Green Shade Town. The complex and dangerous secret realm is simply a paradise for adventurers. The continuous development of the territory attracted too many adventurers, and the problem of nowhere to release the pressure was immediately solved. Owen even found a way to avoid the surveillance of the Academy City and return to the territory. After seeing Owen, even the professionally trained Maya couldn't help but lower her head and twitch. Dale's eyes were shining, and she hugged him fiercely, letting him pull the object that put huge pressure on her head and tried fighting for a breather. He refused to let go. It wasn't until Owen tried to open his arms to grasp the key point that Dale let go of him with a moan, allowing him to land on his feet. Owen began to regret coming back, but after being away for so long, he had to come back and take a look. Although he has been away for a long time, as before, the territory is still the same with or without him, and the speed of development is still amazing. How long has it been since then? The population has actually increased by 20,000 people? Owen was really shocked. It was clear that the rebellion had ended, and there were still dozens of northern lords intercepting his territory. Even if there were, the riders can't reach him. So where do these people come from? Immigration assigned by the Empire, Maya said with a strange expression, because the Empire's move was a bit unexpected for her. Population is the least valuable thing to the Empire, whether it is for encouragement to explore the Northland or as a reward for going to the Imperial capital to receive canonization. The benefits are real, and Owen's territory still gets a large share, because other northern nobles could not feed so many people, and these immigrants could not be sent back. They could only give them to Hydra at a cheap price. What surprised Owen even more was that these immigrants were not serfs and rioters, but upright farmers and civilians. They also attracted many businessmen, down-and-out nobles and wandering knights, greatly enriching the territory's talent pool. It can be seen that the previous turmoil in the Empire did not completely solve the problem of population squeeze. Otherwise it would not be so generous. Chapter 308 Division of Forces. Forget it. The increase in population is also a good thing. Besides, the main reason I came back this time is to show you how much development value there is in the secret realm. Owen recounted the events in the Academy City in detail, and also asked Juan Bao Bao to play a lot video. Maya was the most outstanding graduate of the School of Service that year, and knew a little about the college city. She couldn't help but feel emotional when she saw the familiar scenery again after so many years. However, compared with her current life, the past was nothing to mention. Because from the beginning of the existence of the service church, no service mate has ever been able to reach her current position. As soon as Owen finished speaking, the way of thinking derived from Juga Kongming's template set off a storm in Maya's mind. Countless inspirations and ingenuity broke out. Hundreds of plans were continuously summarized and streamlined. And finally 3 strategies, upper, middle and lower, were left for Owen to choose from. Owen rolled his eyes, pretending that he had never seen the 3 kingdoms. So he chose the best option without hesitation. Little did he know that Maya had predicted his prediction. As soon as Owen nodded, she started writing the plan neatly. In fact, the best policy is very simple. Leave everything to the adventurers. And all the territory has to do is control the access and logistics. As long as these 2 points are in hand, no matter how much profit the adventurers gain, the territory will never lose money. Especially with Brian, Emily, Emil, Owen, Dragon Mother, Flame Queen, Strength, Bloodline, Equipment, Treasures, and Faith. It can be said that the territory can provide everything you want for adventure. The only difference is at what cost. In addition, the longer you stay in the territory, the deeper the assimilation will be, and the adhesion to adventurers will be very high. Therefore, the number of adventurers in the territory is increasing. The Magic Horn Tree Forest and the mountains of the other world are no longer enough. Completely digested, the appearance of the secret realm can be said to be very timely, able to release the energy that adventurers have no way to vent. Owen's decision made Green Shade Town the focus of territorial development in the coming time. The Interior Department headed by Maya would be busy for a long time to improve the plan. But he had nothing to do. Where is Vanessa? How is her development recently? Owen suddenly remembered the legendary assassin he bought from the secret auction. So he asked. Now her growth rate has slowed down, and she only looks like she is 8 or 9 years old. However, as long as she has enough nutrition, her growth rate is twice that of a normal person. She will not stop growing rapidly until her body function is about to reach its peak. The entire territory, everything about the situation was in Maya's mind. So she answered Owen's question without thinking about it. It's okay. Anyway, the territory has no shortage of combat power, so there's no need to worry. However, the territory doesn't support idle people. Let her go to a magic school to be a swordsmanship teacher, Owen said casually. Even if a legend is not at the top, being a teacher is still more than enough. What's going on with the teacher I poached from the War College and those female knights? Owen continued. Knight Emily has good talents. She is temporarily serving as the logistics director. I plan to arrange for her to be Howard's deputy. Now that the army is getting larger and larger, a more complete logistics department needs to be established. As for those female knights, the outstanding ones can serve as mid-level officers after training in the army for a period of time. And the rest can also serve as junior officers. But these all require your appointment. Maya pulled out a stack of documents that needed to be signed and handed them to Owen. Owen reluctantly took the documents and looked through them. In addition to some appointment letters, there was also a reform plan for the military department. Although it was integrated and improved on the existing basis, Maya had no right to implement it without his permission. After taking a look at it, Owen very much agreed with Maya's proposal. Before going to the Empire, Owen was still hesitant about forming an all-firearms army. After going there, he completely gave up the idea because he could not measure the overall strength of the Empire by the strength of the Empire's frontier troops. Even now, Owen is still exposed to only the tip of the iceberg of the Empire. Just a secret realm represents endless resources and land. And this is just a trial place prepared for students in the Academy City. God knows what else the Empire hides. Therefore, even if he raises the level of firearms in the territory to the level of World War II, the effect will not be very great, because the users are too fragile. And there are too many means of mass destruction to deal with the mortal army. Just teleportation and poison. No matter how many mortal armies are enough to kill of. Trench barbed wire and fire coverage can at best deal with ordinary professionals. But there are too many ways for masters or legends to deal with it. Besides, it is simply unrealistic to raise the level of weapons to World War II. It is not that they cannot be manufactured, but that it is difficult to mass produce them on a large scale. To put it bluntly, war is won by dropping ammunition. Whoever drops more ammunition in a short period of time will win. Modern warfare only improves the hit rate, but the essence is still the same. It can be said that in a real war, a small number of high-precision advanced weapons are not as effective as thousands of cathartic ammunition. Based on the territory's population and industrial base, it would have to increase at least 10 times to reach this level. Only in this way can a relatively complete military-industrial system be formed. But we also need to consider how to resist the destruction of hostile forces. Because if it is large in scale, it cannot be hidden at all. And it is even more difficult to prevent. It is very likely that a flash and magic will be in vain for a few years. Therefore, Maya divides the territory's military force into 3 levels: mortals, elites, and legends. Mortal refers to the military department headed by Howard, a large-scale army mainly composed of cold weapons and mixed firearms. Elites are special units such as ultramarines and witch hunters created by Owen. They are not many in number, but they can defeat an army if used well. Legend is the deterrent force dominated by SEAL and others. Without their existence, there would be no need for conventional war. Based on this division, Maya did not choose to blindly expand the number of troops in the territory, because the temporary transfer of civilians to the musket militia was enough to make up for the training problem with enemy soldiers. After all living beings are equal under the gun. After receiving a shot, they train for 3 days to follow. 3 years of training makes no difference. Doing so can also reduce the ratio of military to civilians in the territory, without affecting the production and development of the territory. The only problem is that elite units cannot be mass-produced so far. Even if there are corresponding unit buildings, the territory does not have much population that can be converted. Owen still needs to use progress points to redeem them. The maximum cost of progress points is less, but it needs to be scaled up. Anything less won't solve the problem. Not to mention legends. Each legend is not just about accumulating resources. Without enough characteristics, even if it is strengthened to a legend, it is just a legendary soldier and cannot display the true strength of the legend. These things can't be rushed. Irving is now investing all his progress points in improving the Authority Space and Golden Tree, leaving no room for building high-end combat power. In any case, the current conventional forces in the territory are enough to deal with various situations in the Northland. If the power of the entire Northland can be integrated without using extraordinary combat power, the Empire's frontier troops can even touch it. Chapter 309: The Updated Dungeon. Owen, who thought he had nothing to do, was stunned when Maya treated him like a ruthless stamping machine, going up and down, ups and downs, becoming more and more helpless amidst the banging sounds, and finally found an excuse to escape. Owen, who was lucky enough to be able to walk out on his own, was still a little uncomfortable. He squeaked, as if he missed the tonic soup made by Dell. Unfortunately, with his current physical condition, he would definitely get angry after drinking, and he had no way to vent his anger, so he had to find something to do by himself to distract from the evil fire he was holding back. Owen thought about it, and decided to go to the underground city first to see the roots and the scientific research center of the territory, and then go to Greeneen Town and other branch cities to inspect them all, so that he could have an idea. After all, the territory was developing too fast. If you don't patrol it every once in a while, you might even feel unfamiliar with your own territory. Before he took 2 steps, he met Seal, who was already waiting outside. Owen was not surprised, but he remembered another thing. So he spoke. The territory has opened a passage to the secret realm. You, Bella, or others can go there at any time. It doesn't matter what you gain. It's enough to hone your combat skills and gain some experience. Owen can't let a bunch of masters stay in the territory. It just so happens that the secret realm is very suitable for them to go. That is to say, Owen's ancient blood can bypass the seal. Otherwise, it would not be so convenient. Even the Academy City that guards the seal has to be opened once every 10 years according to the space fluctuations. We dare not send out legendary level combat power for fear of affecting the seal. The stability can only allow students with fresher life energy and easier acceptance to enter. Seal nodded, because Owen went to school in the Academy City, and as a personal guard, she couldn't go with him. It would be boring to stay in the castle all the time. It was better to go to the secret realm to hone his combat skills, so that he could better protect his master. Returning to the castle, he first enjoyed some delicious food, then took a bath and changed clothes. It wasn't until he woke up that Owen entered the dungeon. The roots are developing faster and faster, and have expanded their sphere of influence to the borders of the Empire. This is mainly due to the intelligence network and connections of the Black Hand. Otherwise it would not be so smooth. But Little Thumb faintly noticed something, and stopped coming to Beicheng. Even the intelligence center he established in Beicheng was subject to some restrictions. Sam was unmoved by this, and allowed his little finger to test him. Because he would never have thought that all the personnel in the intelligence center he established in Beicheng had been assimilated. So he felt nothing wrong even though he felt nothing was wrong. No evidence could be found. And the several test missions arranged were completed very well. Even if it was a death mission. This made Little Thumb wonder if he had a split personality. Because there was a good leader. The development of the routes was very smooth. And Owen just walked around and went to the second floor of the dungeon. Although the industrial area was moved to the second floor of the ruins, the second floor of the underground city was not abandoned. Instead, it became more and more complete. It was mainly aimed at manufacturing high-precision bionic puppets and equipment. It can be said to be the high-tech production center of the territory, because the requirements for processing precision are very high. There are only spirits here, because spirits are more obedient to orders and have stronger processing capabilities. For this reason, after the progress value reaches 50, the system can exchange for the 1st to 4th level troops and buildings of invincible heroes. Owen also upgraded the original spirit workshop to a spirit manufacturing factory, which can recruit high-level spirits. If ordinary spirits are high-level mechanics, then high-level spirits are the 8th level fitters in teleportation. Theoretically, as long as there are enough high-level spirits, rocket engines can be rubbed out. So the second floor is now divided into 3 areas. The core area is mainly responsible for high-level spirits. They imitate the production and assembly of intelligent cores, energy cores, and high-precision parts. The second area is in charge of ordinary spirits. They produce minor parts and are also responsible for assembling important parts of equipment and puppets. The third area is the assembly line, where high imitation puppets are responsible for assembling and molding. These high imitation puppets are actually variants of the T-600. They use the mechanical skeleton of the Terminator series, and the intelligent core and energy core imitated by advanced monsters. Therefore, their performance is limited. This is also the reason why there are no T-700 and T-800, because the imitation of the two cores is not smooth, resulting in the inability to exert the performance of the latter two. It is more cost-effective to switch to the cheap and large-volume T-600. Even so, the T-600 is enough. They are not only responsible for assembly, but also responsible for the security of the dungeon. Equipped with firearms, it is difficult for even professionals to break through the defense line formed by them. After studying in Academy City, Owen found it difficult to decide whether the T-600 would be a puppet or a golem. But it would be fine if it was easy to use. Due to upgrading, the previous steam-powered puppets have been eliminated and are now sealed in a warehouse. Irving took them away with him and planned to take them back to College City for recycling. The third floor of the dungeon is the core area of the entire territory. It not only stores the Flame Queen's host and database, but also concentrates the most powerful scientific research talents in the entire territory. As soon as he entered, Owen saw a row of biological transformation chambers. Brian, who had transformed himself into a suspended mechanical barrel, was observing the changes in the experimental subjects. Owen did not disturb Brian, but connected to the Flame Queen's database through Nguyen Bao Bao to check the transformation project. Ultramarines 127 optimization experiments. Irving called him crazy, but after seeing the results, he fell silent. The Ultramarines used the Teutonic warriors as samples. After the T-virus tyrants strengthened their vitality, they performed organ transplants, nerve reinforcements, muscle fibers, and bone density. Now it also involves the endocrine and digestive systems, making them closer to the interstellar warriors. These transformations are so cruel that even the Teutonic warriors, who are said to be the pinnacle of mankind, must be strengthened by the T-virus tyrant before they can withstand it. Even the strengthened Teutonic warriors would be unbearable if high-level potions were not used at all costs during the transformation process. But what he got in exchange was a terrifying body that was indescribable in words. Even Owen felt dumbfounded when he saw it, because this was not just a simple battle power, but an all-round evolution. Today's Ultramarines are 2 meters tall, weigh 350 kilograms, and have a strength of about 3 to 5 tons. Their reaction speed has long exceeded human limits. Their endurance depends on their own energy reserves. Their physical strength and injuries recover very quickly, and every day they are injured. Both of them are weapons masters, but they are relatively inferior in skills and spirituality. But they are definitely the ones who can survive the battle of life and death. Such monsters are equipped with ever-improving power armor, chain swords and bolters. Apart from legends, they have almost no opponents. Even so, Owen still told Brian to take it easy after he finished his observation, and not to treat the soldiers in the territory as guinea pigs or expendables. However, what Owen didn't expect was that Brian, either out of increasing the success rate of the experiment or simply imitating Owen's story about the Space Marines, actually got the Ultramarines to believe in him, and even created an armor-conferring ceremony, which involved ringing a bell. The second or third time made him quite speechless. But I have to say that the effect is really good. Fanatic belief and calm thinking make these monsters more terrifying. Chapter 310 The Economic Pillar of Green Town. Compared to Brian's uncomfortable experiment, Emily's experiment was even more outrageous because she really succeeded in cloning herself. As soon as Owen came to her experimental area, he saw more than a dozen Emily larvae of different ages, wearing a white coat. She was busy conducting experiments. It was obvious that she had not only completed self-cloning, but also solved the problem of memory transmission. Owen considers himself a scientific researcher now, but after witnessing all this, he feels deeply grateful that he is not perverted enough to integrate into their group. These two are probably not ready to be human at all. Compared to the two people who are gradually leaving the human realm, the Flame Queen has much less to worry about. In addition to busy improving the database, she also provides computing services to Maya, Brian, Emily, etc., who have permission, thanks to the stable supply of magic power, the Flame Queen's analysis of the knowledge system of other worlds, and the integration of the technology system and the magic system. Although the progress in these two aspects has been small, it has been steadily advancing. Otherwise, the territory's technology would not be updated. It will be so fast. The only pity is that there are still too few talents in scientific research in the territory. After all, not everyone can engage in scientific research. Even if Brian is now able to multitask, Emily's completion of self-cloning will only increase the progress of her own research, rather than fully blossom. This made Owen more determined to establish Hydra in Academy City. Only by absorbing nutrients from Academy City can Hydra grow stronger and eventually feed back the territory, surpass the Empire, and break out of the world. After gaining a lot of inspiration here and collecting some interesting technologies and knowledge, Owen decided to go to Green Shade Town to inspect the situation of the adventurers, inspect the Magic Academy, and also meet his witch mother to ask questions. I have a question about the witch and the hidden power of the Empire. I hope I can get an answer. When Owen emerged from the fireplace of the Big Tree Cave Tavern in Green Shade Town through the Flow Network, he found that the place was much deserted. But there were still many drinkers here playing Wait to Kill Time. In addition, the variety of food and waitresses in the tavern has been greatly enriched. Many beast-like demi-humans from the mountains have chosen to settle here. Owen even saw a lady he had seen in a special alley in Glen Town, when serving wine to the guests. The professional smile, and the appropriate twerking and swaying of the hips all show the word professional. And there are really some people who are so good at it that they have no resistance to furry beast-like demi-humans, including some female customers. Are they trying to masturbate? Although he felt that the two parties would have a common language, his appearance was not suitable for talking about such a topic at the moment. Owen shook his head and walked out of the Deshudong Tavern, just in time to see the portal in the square in front of the door preparing to teleport. Because it uses the invincible teleportation technology, the transmission cost between the two portals is very low. Like traveling to an adjacent secret space, hundreds of people can be teleported in a day. However, in order to save costs to the greatest extent, there is generally one round trip per day, with no more than 50 people each time. Just like a shuttle bus, it can meet the needs of adventurers. After all, the adventure does not end in a short time. And it is new. The adventure environment takes a lot of time to explore. So unless you plan to take a break, you won't choose to come back. So you don't need to worry about these problems in the short term. The adventurers who returned were all slovenly, like wild boars that had wallowed in the mire. So the first thing they did when they came back was to go to the public bathhouse to wash off all the dirt. Even those who were injured, they would go there with a bottle of fresh water. Anyway, nothing can stop them from throwing themselves into the hot water. Especially the female adventurer, who is even more impatient, her legs flying very fast. When you enter the bathhouse, you first take off your entire set of clothes and put them in a basket. The bathhouse staff will take them out to beat and wash them for the women outside. They usually charge a fee per piece. If they are damaged and repaired, there will be an additional charge, as long as they are not too unlucky. Most returning adventurers have bulging pockets and do not care about the small amount of money. After soaking in hot water and getting a massage from the slime maid, they feel even more comfortable and generous. It can be said that they are the best in Green Shade Town. The economy is driven by risk-takers. After cleaning up, the adventurer's second stop is often not the De Shidong Tavern, but a place where pink lanterns are lit. Owen couldn't help but follow the adventurer to the Dream Demon Pavilion to have a look. He's a good guy. He's a big taxpayer. Otherwise, no one else would be able to handle the amount of customers. Nova, the unlucky demon sorcerer who was hunted down, is living a very nourishing life now. It can be seen from her plump figure. The kind that makes water flow when squeezed. Or the kind that is mixed with honey and is so sticky that it becomes stringy. And now she doesn't work alone. In addition to the top star Oppo, she also summons many succubi to come and do odd jobs. Therefore, even if she opens a branch here in a special alley in the valley town of Gunshan across the way, she still firmly captures the bulk of the customer flow. There is no way. The succubus is really understanding. No matter whether the customer is a man or a woman, whether he likes a man or a woman, he will receive perfect personal care from the inside out. The quality of the service can be seen from the fact that there is never a single negative review. If the hardware conditions didn't allow it, Irving would have to learn a lot about him. And don't be merciful just because of his delicate appearance. It's a pity. After gesturing that he could only perform the height of 2 mountains above his head, Owen shook his head and sighed, then turned around to get down to business. He was out of sight, but out of mind. Green Shade Town has always been in charge of the former Goblin General, and now the evolved form of the Wild Beast General. At first, it was allowed to grow wildly. Later, it got on the right track after obtaining the Liao Hua template. Now, various developments are in a good shape and can be balanced. The construction of the ruins shows that Liao Hua is not only a pioneer, but also has a good way of governance. And he can easily capture a small town. Owen, who was very satisfied with this, did not seek speed, but chose to take a sheep cart and slowly go towards the ruins along the field avenue. This road, forcibly carved out of the Devil's Horn tree forest, must rely on super farmland to maintain it. Once the super farmland is removed, the seemingly half-dead Devil's Horn trees on both sides of the road will immediately come to life and extend the thorns, eventually making it impassable. However, such a dynamic appearance also makes Owen feel confident to start various industrial applications of the magic horn tree, because it has been proven that this energy source is renewable. Of course, Owen still knows that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Not only has he retained a large number of seeds of the magic horn tree, but he has also tried to plant them on Hydra Island and in the mountains. Thanks to the unique fertilizers from the system Super Farm, initial results have been achieved. However, in order to prevent it from affecting the local ecology, it has been restricted and has not been expanded. Otherwise, it will only be a matter of time before it turns into an alien magic horn tree forest. Although it only takes a few years to increase the output of the magic horn tree, Owen strictly prohibits the export of anything related to the magic horn tree. The most strict one is the black gum worm that relies on the sap of the magic horn tree. This thing is strategic materials. Chapter 311. Don't look at it yet. Chapter 311. Orcs and Goblins team. Before he reached the place, Owen saw the scattered bunkers and turrets around the ruins. They were densely packed like pimples on a young boy's face. There were also replanned plant fronts. At a glance, it reminded people of the words defense and defense. If it weren't for the fact that all the people recruited by the system were extremely loyal to him, Owen would have doubted whether General Wild Beast had any intentions of rebellion. However, the advantage of doing this is that the territory has an extra escape route when it is really necessary. Relying on the ruins transformed into a war fortress, there may not be no chance of a comeback. Owen's arrival immediately alarmed the Wild Beast General, but he still followed the same old welcome pattern and simply skipped it directly and entered the ruins, saying that nothing could be better than seeing it with his own eyes. Because there were no civilians in the ruins, the Wild Beast General simply remodeled it according to the fortress model. In addition to replanting the plant front, he also built many bunkers and turrets, plus the strong orc core, the wild orc core, and the goblin mechanical core, giving him a complete combat capability. It is not inferior to Beicheng, and even its defense power is higher than it due to its unique geographical advantages. Not bad. Owen felt insecure and was very satisfied when he saw how tightly defended this place was. General Wild Beast also looked honored and led the way more happily. Most of the area on the first floor of the ruins has been restored, but most of it has been sealed after the restoration, because the place that can accommodate tens of thousands of people is too big to be used at all. In addition to rebuilding a part as a defense, only part of the area is reserved for barracks. The three major corps are stationed here. Among the three major corps, the Orc Corps is the main force, with a number of 300. They are all monsters transformed by the T-Virus Tyrant. However, they have not undergone subsequent adjustments and transformations. Therefore, although they are powerful, they are not perfect and cannot even use power armor. As for the reason why there is no further transformation, it is because of the racial restrictions of goblins. That's right. The 2-meter-tall green-skinned muscle monsters in front of Owen's eyes, almost as thick as the width, are goblins. And they are goblins summoned by the system's monster summoning technique. Only such goblins can perfectly integrate with T. The virus is transformed by the Tyrant. It's a pity that the goblins have such poor foundations. And the Tyrant transformation has reached their limit. And they even have to make some choices. Brian used the Flame Queen to calculate that any excessive transformation would break the current balance, either reducing intelligence or shortening lifespan. It's just right now. They are strong enough and know how to use weapons. Although they are stiff-minded and lack flexibility, they can be used as an attack force because they really don't know how to retreat without orders. Equipped with composite armor, battle axes and bolters, the orcs, who looked like small hulks, stood neatly in a square formation. Their aura almost distorted the air. You could tell at a glance that they were ruthless and hard. Very good. I'll give you the authority to open the secret realm portal, so you can train well. Owen nodded with satisfaction and said, there are portals not only in the square of Green Shade Town, but also in the dungeons and ruins. It's just that it can't be activated without him in use. I am willing to die for the Demon King. The recognized Beast General and the Beast Man behind him hit their chests with their fists in unison, and the thunder-like sound scared Owen's eyelids. Not bad. I look forward to your performance. Owen chuckled and hurriedly continued to visit. But he didn't know what his decision had brought to the secret realm. Compared with strong orcs, who are very disciplined, wild orcs are not good. They are strong, but their overdeveloped muscles seem to occupy brain space. These have one horn, stooped back, and 2 thick arms. The gorilla is a red-skinned muscle monster with scarlet eyes, exposed fangs, and drooling, giving people the feeling of being extremely dangerous and about to go berserk at any time. This is indeed the case. Although the orcs strengthened by the horned goblins are stronger, they are not stable enough. Their IQ is also weak. They cannot even use weapons, and their armor will be torn apart unconsciously. So they only made 100 of them. And they must use calming medicine regularly to make them behave like babies. Otherwise they will be more harmful than a powder keg. Fortunately, these wild orcs are strengthened by the horned goblins that have been assimilated by the system. Although it is difficult to execute the orders accurately due to their IQ, they will not harm their companions. However, if a real fight arises, don't expect them to notice the problem of accidental injury. Next is the Goblin Mechanical Corps. It is a corps rather than a mechanized force. It has the largest number of people, up to 1,500. It is mainly composed of hobgoblins, with strong manual skills, and strong bugbears. It is divided into infantry battalions. The Tank Battalion, Artillery Battalion, and Logistics Battalion are equipped with large-scale mechanized equipment and firearms and ammunition. And their combat effectiveness is amazing. This was mainly due to the improvement of the industrial area on the 2nd floor of the ruins, which allowed the equipment of the Goblin Mechanical Corps to be updated at such a fast speed. And its combat effectiveness was not improved at all. Unfortunately, we face the same problem. Users are not strong enough and are easily targeted. At the same time, race issues need to be taken into consideration. If such an army composed entirely of foreign races appeared on the territory of the Empire, it would definitely attract a lot of unnecessary attention and even blows. Thinking of this, Owen gave up his plan to let this force show up, and continued to let this force be responsible for the defense of the ruins, and then came to the industrial area on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the ruins is dominated by goblins. Although goblins rarely do the work themselves, they are the indispensable brains here. It's just that although these smart little guys are good at making inventions and creations, they are a bit unreliable. However, with the addition of the skilled hobgoblins and the hard-working bugbears, it is easy to produce chemical reactions. Now the territorial steam industry has been initially completed. A foundation construction. Big steaming machines can be seen everywhere here, with gears and levers rumbling day and night. The hobgoblin, with a towel tied around his neck and wear-resistant overalls, a grease gun and a big wrench in one hand, was busy keeping these big guys running smoothly. The bugbear's shovel flew with great strength, and poured the magic horn tree blocks into the furnace to turn into surging steam power. To be honest, if it weren't for the many special plants planted on the first and second floors of the ruins and the ventilation system being improved, this place would be a no-go zone for living people. However, the pure industrial beauty still shocked Owen. He could see the high-quality iron ore produced in the buffalo collar being transported to the steelmaking plant through underground tunnels. After injecting black glue and combustion accelerant into the burning magic horn tree blocks, the suddenly increased high temperature quickly fuses it. And then the hard-working hobgoblins and bugbears cast it into the necessary gears and accessories. After simple polishing, it can be assembled into a new machine, which is faster than a hen laying eggs. This is not the point. The point is that these goblins have actually developed steam tanks and are now overcoming the problem of steam helicopters, which almost shocked Owen's jaw. Chapter 312: The Blood and Hatred of Kara's Sister and Brother. In fact, a steam tank is nothing, because the related technology has long been mature. It is just a chassis with a steam engine and riveted iron plates, and then mounted with a small cannon and machine gun. Although there is only one small beam tank that has been finalized, it can be used to deal with ordinary armies. After all, there are definitely not many ordinary people who can destroy iron plates with cold weapons. At least they must be professionals. In addition, the roads from the ruins to Greeneen Town and Greeneen Town to North City have long been repaired and are worthy of mass production. Owen took note of this and continued reading. The steam tank was okay, but the steam helicopter was a bit beyond Owen's expectations. At the same time, he also understood the purpose of building a platform where the entrance to the ruins was divided into a basin. It's a pity that the goblin's thinking is too out of the box. The design machine works as a whole, but there are constant minor problems. It depends on the hard-working hobgoblin to constantly maintain and repair it. The problem is that if a steam tank breaks down, it can be repaired on the spot. But what about the steam helicopter? Seeing the scattered piles of steam helicopter wreckage lying aside, as well as the goblin pilot lying there groaning with broken legs and arms, Owen quickly stopped the next crazy goblin wearing a tank hat and carrying a parachute. Drivers, let them upload the relevant data to the Flame Queen's database, and the Flame Queen will make reasonable calculation modifications. At least the appearance cannot be like a shoebox. Flying bricks with great force is really not such a way to play. Then the core components are handed over to the monsters to make them to reduce the failure rate. Owen really doesn't want to see the steam helicopter become disposable. No matter how rich he is, he can't afford it. The large-scale use of steam machinery has put the territory's productivity in a state of excess. Fortunately, North City is now called the center of Northland, attracting a large number of merchants and Northland lords. Purchasing supplies and goods from the North City is much more cost-effective than transporting them from the imperial border. At least there are not so many checkpoints to collect taxes along the way, so the supplies are effectively converted into money and people, while also expanding their influence. The development of the first and second floors of the ruins exceeded Owen's imagination, and the third floor was no less impressive. Emily arranged for several clones to be stationed here permanently to repair and maintain the magic well and some fixed facilities. After the transformation, it has been able to keep pace with territory system is compatible. It's just that this place is used as a preparatory experiment center, so it is not fully activated. On weekdays, only Emily's clone is here to study cloning technology and try to clone itself. Owen did not stay in the ruins for long. After inspecting all the branch cities, he quietly returned to the Academy City through the secret realm. However, he did not expect that his toys would be broken after he left for only a few days. It's just for fun, and it's so tattered that I really think I'm dead. Seeing the severely damaged Kara, who was twitching and leaking engine oil, Owen would be lying if he said he wasn't angry. After all, Kara played a big role in his Hydra infiltration plan. Who did this? Owen turned his attention to Brody, who suddenly looked panicked. Although he was unwilling to get involved in this matter, he was obviously not allowed to back down now. In fact, they have been tied together since Owen established the Hydra Interest Study Group in the puppet class. At this time, retreating, unless Brody can directly transfer to another department to become a teacher, would be tantamount to completely isolating himself. Her brother did it, Brody swallowed and said. Seeing Owen frown, he simply told the whole story. Kara actually didn't tell Owen the truth at first. Not only was she not conjoined, but she also had a distinguished family background. She was the descendant of a master alchemist. It could be said that she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was destined to have a bright future. provided that she didn't do anything else. Die. When she was young and playful, she dragged her younger brother into the laboratory where her father strictly prohibited entry. And she ruined everything. The out-of-control synthesis experiment turned the father, who was trying to protect his child, into a composite of flesh and metal. Kara, who was lucky enough to survive, also bonded with his brother's flesh and blood, turning into a monster. After her grandfather, the master of alchemy, arrived in a hurry, he was also unable to deal with this situation, because Kara's father had completely lost his human form and turned into a fusion of flesh and blood that even he could not explain, with no choice but to save the siblings first. But because many organs are fused, if you want to separate two people, you must give the main organs to one party, which means you could only save one. The mother who had just lost her husband had to make a cruel decision in desperation, giving up one child to save another. In the end, the grandfather completed the separation of the two siblings and took away Carla, who could only rely on instruments to survive. But all this is not over. The desperate mother finally chose to end her life, watering the seeds of hatred with vital blood as nutrients, so that the seeds named pain and hatred eventually grew into thorns. Entangled in the world she witnessed with her own eyes. All in my brother's heart. Driven by pain, Carla's younger brother Carl fully developed the talents and potential of the descendants of the master alchemist. Perhaps due to the alchemical accident when he was young, he has a unique talent for material synthesis and became an academician at a young age, a disciple of a legendary alchemist and a professor in the alchemy department. If this life continues, although Carl's heart will be painful, it is not a bad thing. At least it will inspire him to continue moving forward on the road of alchemy. But Kara appears. Kara, who lost almost half of her body, did not die. With the help of her grandfather, she lived to adulthood. However, it was her fault that caused the accident. So although her grandfather saved her, he was unwilling to do more. So Kara only she was able to transform herself because she wanted to use the rest of her life to compensate her brother. So after she was able to act, she went to work in the college city. But Kara didn't know what her appearance meant to her brother. Carl originally thought that his sister was dead. So although the thorn in his heart called pain existed, it was rootless because he had lost the object of his hatred. But the appearance of Carla obviously broke all the psychological defenses Carl had built for himself. The first time it collapsed. It was also at that time that Kara realized that she had done something wrong again. And it was so wrong. She ruined her younger brother's life. And then ruined his younger brother's life. She filled his heart with despair and pain with her own hands, turning him into a monster in human skin. The strong guilt made Kara want to die in Carl's hands. But Carl was unwilling to kill her because it was too cheap for her. Now Owen understands why the puppet class is in such a bad state, and why Kara is acting so strangely. Now Kara wants to die, but doesn't dare to die. The fact that she doesn't dare to die doesn't mean that she is afraid of death. In fact, death is a kind of relief for her. She really thought that the combination of flesh and blood and machines was a cool thing. But in fact it is a constant torture. Every day her flesh and blood protested. Her bones groaned. And her internal organs wailed. The so-called life was just an illusion maintained by external objects. In fact, she should have died long ago. Otherwise, why didn't Carl, who hated his sister so much, not kill her? Chapter 313, Super Supporting Brother. Demonic Sister Kara. Although Kara longs for peace after death, she is not sure what will happen to her brother after her death. Because she is Carl's only relative and only enemy. She is the obsession for survival and the carrier of hatred. Kara knew very well that if he lost her, the hatred and despair in Carl's heart would get out of control and destroy himself. So she must live until Carl is willing to grant her death. Owen was speechless after hearing this. What kind of ghost story is this? At the same time, Owen also significantly removed Kara's role from Hydra's infiltration plans. Originally, he thought he could subdue Kara by maintaining Kara's life and further transforming her. But now it seems that he might as well forget it. It's just crazy. He wants to run Hydra, not open Gotham Psychiatric Hospital. Unfortunately, the matter did not end there. A rectification notice for the puppet class brought by Brody made Irving's face even more ugly. Banned the independent teaching qualification of puppets, merged into the Alchemy Golem department, and accepted the guidance of Professor Carl. You can use your toenails to figure out who did this kind of thing that harms others, but does not benefit oneself. The question is this a good thing? Of course not. If they really had this ability and qualifications, would Brody and those students still come to the puppet class? They've all run away a long time ago. And you can't even keep them. Okay. Academy City never forces students to take a course, but depends on your ability, such as money, resources, and talent. So after receiving this notice, even Brody, who wanted to go further, didn't dare to go, because he knew very well that once he was admitted to the alchemy department, Carl, as a professor of the alchemy department, could do whatever he wanted with him. Don't say such nonsense that there is no hatred between them. For Carl, everything related to his evil sister needs to be purified. Kara can't be counted on. Now we have to think of a way to solve this crisis, Owen said angrily as he sat there. This unreasonable disaster simply made him not know what to say. He had obviously chosen the most biased and least favorable option. It's a humble class, but you can still encounter such a bloody thing. Maybe this matter needs to be solved by Kara. Brody thought for a long time and suddenly said, Huh? Tell me. Owen suddenly became interested and pointed to the sofa beside him, asking Brody to sit down. Brody organized his words and expressed his thoughts, which made Owen stunned. He didn't expect that there is a talent like you in the organization. In fact, Brody's method is very simple, arousing Kara's desire to survive and fighting spirit, becoming the big devil that my brother can never defeat. Not only Kara's physical eyes, but also her mechanical eyes froze, showing her inner shock. The hatred in your brother's heart can never be eliminated. You have to admit this, Owen said calmly, and Kara nodded sadly. And you are the only bearer of hatred in your brother's heart, Owen continued. Although Kara did not speak, she nodded. This is why she wanted to survive. So it's wrong for you to want to die in the hands of your brother. Owen's words made Kara raise her head and look at him without speaking. So Owen continued. You are free. But where is he? His heart has long been filled with hatred. Do you think that if you die at his hands, he will be able to let go of hatred and live a good life? No. The moment he killed you, his heart was empty. I won't have any desire to live anymore. Irving made it clear. In fact, this is not Kara's concern. Otherwise, why would she be so entangled? Dying but not dying. Leaving but not daring to leave. Carl is not the only one who is suffering. So give him a goal that can never be surpassed, and let him work hard to chase it throughout his life. Owen continued to bewitch, and it felt a bit like the temptation of the devil. As long as you are strong enough and act strong enough, he will work hard to kill you. Fight. Get to know more partners. Everything is to defeat you. Owen opened his arms and said with an exaggerated expression, In the process, I will gain friendship, love, and other things by the way. Maybe I will start a family, give birth to a child or something, and continue to seek revenge from you. Owen intentionally or unintentionally said what Kara was most concerned about, and his eyes suddenly became bright. Seeing that Kara looked like she had been successfully brainwashed, Owen wanted to give himself an award at this moment. This eloquence must be at the level of a gold medal lecturer. There is no problem in hanging a sign as a psychological expert. In fact, if these words are just out of your head, they really don't sound wrong at all. But you don't need to think about it carefully. Anyone who can think about it will know that there is something wrong in these words. The question is Kara considered a normal person? She doesn't even have a complete brain. So she firmly believes in Owen's words. This is mainly because Owen's words are completely based on what she knows and thinks, and they are perfectly in line with her hope of silently sacrificing herself to achieve her brother's success. So she will not and does not want to question it. It can be said that even if Owen tells her now that what he just said is false, she will turn these words into truth. Seeing Kara, who was full of desire to survive and eager to transform herself, Owen secretly complained that he had personally cultivated a super brother-supporting demon, and that he really planned to transform into a demon and use physical and psychological dual offenses to help his younger brother. While Owen was transforming Kara, he asked Brody to organize a protest against the merger of the puppet class. It is useless for a teacher to protest, but Owen is the first Northland noble to enroll in the school. He is also suspected to have a high-level bloodline and holds the key to the secret realm. So the weight of his words is extraordinary. In addition, the Hydra Interest Study Group established based on the puppet class has several heavyweight students joining it, such as Sylvia, Peters, Cowles, Robert, etc. Even the alchemy department cannot handle it too casually. This matter, however, there was a legendary alchemist standing behind Carl. Although he would not speak out for such a trivial matter, he still had to give some face. So he finally came up with a plan. Each side would have 2 teachers and 3 students, using the skills of alchemy and puppets. A duel is carried out in this way. and 3 out of 5 rounds are the best. As expected? Owen said with a chuckle after hearing this. No one is offended. No one is favored. Everyone relies on their own abilities. This is the mature and prudent way to deal with the situation. And it is also the opportunity Irving needs. Make a list of whatever materials you need. It doesn't require you to win. At least don't lose too ugly, Irving said to Brody, who has been working hard during this period. Thank you, Master. I will do my best next time, Brody said happily. He was working so hard just for the benefit. Fortunately, this young master not only had the brains and ability, but also was generous and well-connected, and had many rare materials. Now he could take the opportunity to perfect his work. The puppet was cheap, but just like the golem. The stone was carved with a golem, and the one made with mithril was also a golem. The gap between the lower limit and the upper limit was astonishingly large. Even if Brody is the teacher of the puppet class, it would take him more than 10 years to gather the necessary materials. But now he only needs to run errands, which shows the importance of holding the right thigh. Chapter 314 Iron Overlord Obadi. The news of the duel between the puppet class and the alchemy department has spread. The students in the alchemy department are curious, but the students in the puppet class are at a loss, and can even be said to be panicked. The puppet students are very self-aware. They know that they are incomparable to the alchemy department students. They usually choose to take detours even in class. Now that they suddenly know that they have to duel with each other, they are confused at first, and then panicked. Many people are thinking after quitting the Hydra Interest Study Group, even though the treatment here is good, with low-cost materials, teacher guidance, and free drinks and snacks. The long-term fear of the alchemy department still makes them think of escaping first. It wasn't until the addition of several new members that people's hearts were stabilized. The 2 secret realm key holders, the 2 genius students, even one of them is the son of the Earl. This lineup is enough to stabilize people's hearts. Not to mention the 2 secret realm key holders. One is the powerful Earl, and the other is the daughter of the Grand Duke. Even if it is a legend, it must be given some face. After all, the legend is not about cultivating immortals, and cannot be separated from the ordinary world. The legends are all giving face. Why would the puppet students dare not to give face? What's more, leaving at this time is no longer a matter of escaping from the battlefield. It is 100% that they will be resented. Will they be able to take advantage of them? So at least on the surface, the Hydra Interest Study Group can be regarded as united, and everyone shows a unanimous attitude to the outside world. But after all, it is a duel between the puppet class and the alchemy department. Sylvia's majors are not suitable for each other, so she has to rely on Kara, Brody, and the puppet students to deal with the duel in a month. Brody has his own design, and Irving can support him with some materials. Just don't seek victory, and don't lose too ugly. Kara is the key point, because many people in the alchemy department know what happened between her and her brother Carl. If she takes the lead, it will be okay no matter what the outcome. But in order to achieve the achievement of supporting her younger brother, Sister Mohin, she must undergo a complete transformation. Even if Owen brings Brian, Emily, and the Flame Queen together, it cannot be completed in a short time. Time is very tight, so it cannot be divided. Too much energy was given to those 2 students. Of the 3 student places, Owen occupied one, and the senior sister was also taken up, leaving the remaining 1 place for a little fat guy. The senior sister uses the puppet given to her by Owen. She just needs to spend time getting familiar with it. As for the little fat guy, his name is Obadi. He looks old, but he is a bit greasy at a young age. His face is shiny all day long. His hair is limp, and he has a fat belly. Even if he is the son of an earl, I don't have much of a reputation, and I don't have much talent in fighting spirit magic. I somehow managed to get into the puppet class. Not to mention, my stubby fingers are unexpectedly flexible in this area, and I have found a sense of presence here. It's the biggest thing in my life. My only wish is to make a perfect doll made with my own hands. Owen met Obadi, who signed up for the duel. He was speechless after hearing his wish. However, his ability is not bad. After all, compared to other puppet students, who are constrained by the shortage of materials, Obadi, who has a good father, has more resources. So although the wish is a bit weird, it doesn't seem right. As a normal male, compared to the Terminator or something. Of course a cute doll made is more suitable as the target of desire. Not to mention that Owen is a pioneer in this aspect, and is Maya's personal secretary. The robot puppet made Ram, and the plant biochemical made Lulu. who is Dell's assistant, are all his masterpieces. As a senior in a certain field, Owen deceived Obadi, who only had rich theoretical experience. In a few words, especially after taking out the slime maid, Obadi looked at him like a god. At this point, Owen's first loyal little brother in College City appeared. For the first task given by the boss, Obadi was very attentive. He gathered all the people in the Hydra interest study group with the drawings. As the richest man in the puppet class, he had this appeal. Now everyone shares wheel and woe. And the materials are free. And Obadi also provides overtime pay. I am suddenly very motivated and do my best to build his puppet. In this duel between the alchemy department and the puppet class, no one will die. But if he loses, he will never show his face. Obadi, who has been looked down upon for so long, suddenly cheered up and bought a lot of delicious food from his own pocket as a motivation for the team members. Rewards. A bunch of puppet students who had fought such a wealthy war were all as if they had been given blood. Some of them didn't even go back to their dormitories, but brought bedrolls and made beds in the basement. They had food and accommodation here. If the basement hadn't been renovated by Owen and had a toilet and bathroom, these people would probably stink. But the result was gratifying. It didn't take long before the thick metal frame made of mithril steel had completed the main structure. It was fixed in the open space by brackets and chains, which looked slightly spectacular. At the same time, relatively complex parts were processed by dozens of puppet students, who were repeatedly pondering over and installing them according to the drawings, and then continued testing and running in. After all, lack of experience, just understanding the theory and drawings was not enough. Many problems could not be solved. It can't be seen at all after running for a period of time. Fortunately, the drawings given by Owen were quite mature. The related technical difficulty was not too difficult, and the error tolerance rate was high. It was enough to serve as a test for these puppet students. The only aspect that requires more and cannot be careless is the power backpack. Owen, who packed up many puppets in the territory and took them away, directly disassembled a ready-made one for them, so that the remaining work was to build and run it in. Although he prefers doll maids, Obadi was equally excited when the heavy-duty puppet named Iron Overlord gradually took shape. After all, in addition to beautiful figures, otakus also have no resistance to Gundam-type models, so the control equipment has just been installed. Okay. He couldn't wait to start testing. According to the separation between the golem and the puppet, the one that can move on its own is the golem, and the one that needs to be controlled is the puppet. Therefore, no matter how much the Iron Overlord looks like a steel golem, as long as it needs someone to control it, it is a puppet. However, Iron Overlord's control method is different from that of ordinary puppets, because the control system is inside. Obadi forced himself into a black silk tights, because it was thin and elastic enough. Even the dots and folds were clearly visible, which made him blush. Fortunately, his belly was big enough, and he was able to hide it without revealing too much. This allowed Obadi to save his face, and hurriedly got into the cockpit despite everyone's surprised gazes. This tights is no ordinary tights. It is filled with puppet-specific silk threads, which can perfectly feedback muscle movements to the Iron Overlord. Not to mention that as a puppet master, Obadi also masters the skills of magic manipulation. So when necessary, when the time comes, he can also turn the Iron Overlord into as flexible as a human being. The only pity is that unlike other aristocratic children, who have at least received basic martial arts training, Obadi has been fat and clumsy since he was a child. So he is very resistant to exercise. As a result, even if the Iron Overlord's flexibility improves, he cannot play his role. Fortunately, the drawings given by Owen have many improved versions. The dozens of puppet students may not be at the genius level, but there is no big problem in adjusting and combining them on the existing basis. So they are specially designed for Obadi. He has developed a fighting method that focuses on resisting beatings first and then dealing damage, completely abandoning flexibility and speed, which are of no use anyway. Chapter 315 Hydra Cadre Kara. Owen didn't have the extra energy to pay attention to the actions of Obadi and others, because Kara's transformation was nearing completion. The physical part that was originally preserved as much as possible has been reduced again because it is no longer necessary. The previous damage has damaged the recovered vitality again. Even if it is forcibly activated and the cells divide rapidly, it will only accelerate aging. So it is simply changed. He skillfully removed the head, then removed the skeleton and internal organs, replacing them all with metal and biochemical ones. If not, Kara, who is not a warrior, will not be able to withstand the fierce battle, and a single collision will completely disintegrate her. However, of course, normal flesh and blood cannot be attached to the metal frame. Irving used the Terminator T-800's flesh and blood cultivation technology, using Kara's flesh and blood as a model to cultivate flesh and blood tissue like a leather sheath, and infused it to the metal frame through a synthesis furnace. Come on! You can't see it at all unless you dig it open. And because of the use of special biochemical technology, this layer of skin has its own blood circulation, powered by the mechanical heart in the body. What's even more brilliant is that the mechanical part can control the temperature to make the skin secrete sweat. And even due to normal metabolism, dirt will be produced and requires regular bathing and cleaning. But what makes Owen most proud is the touch system, which can perfectly respond to the touch of flesh and blood to the brain. In other words, as long as this layer of skin exists, Kara can feel touch, temperature, pain. These can all be truly reflected to her. Theoretically, with the new exhaust, she could live a normal female life, maybe even happier, because the sensitivity is adjustable. If Obadi knew about this technology, he would go crazy and even kowtow and call daddy. He would have to ask Irving to build one for him. It's a pity that Owen is busy making weapons and has no time to take care of his little brother's happiness. Because of the existence of bionic flesh, Owen did not choose built-in weapons, because this would destroy the integrity of the new skin. As for using the natural sockets of the human body, Owen considered it, but finally gave up the idea because the bottom line was still there, and could only use a more troublesome design, which cost him a lot of energy. Weapons are only one aspect. In order to better show the evil style, more effort must be put into the styling. In addition to adding an eye patch to the specially reserved mechanical eyes, the black leather swimsuit of early female villains is a must-have, plus spiked rivets, skull chains, fishnet stockings, high heels, leather whips. All the S elements are directly highlighted. Children's channel, the kind that are not allowed to be broadcast. In line with Owen's specially adjusted body curves for Kara, with long legs and long black hair. Where should I stop? Hydra Cadre! Viper Lady Kara! Come and see me! Kara, who was dressed in S, flicked her whip, trembling forward and back, and she was full of villain elements no matter where she stood. In order to be more realistic, Owen also specially asked Robert to hire a dozen students from the martial arts department. They were all wearing tight leather jackets and hoods. They stood behind Kara like minions, screaming and raising their hands. Just make random gestures. Owen, as the designer, felt embarrassed when he saw the scene. But Kara remained indifferent. Her expressions and movements were extremely natural, and she was obviously completely immersed in the role. The dozen or so students who acted as minions were also extremely embarrassed. But they were given too much money, and they could also customize equipment at cost price. So after everyone looked at each other, they swore to keep this secret and never reveal it to anyone. Reveal the identities of their Hydra soldiers, and punish anyone who violates their oath. There is no other way. If it is really exposed, let alone the right to choose a mate, I am afraid it will take a lot of courage to even stay alive. Therefore, Hydra's covert infiltration is inexplicably achieved, because you can know who the Hydra cadres are. But the Hydra soldiers in the background are too mysterious. Even if they are caught on the spot, they would rather be beaten. Even a pig's head won't say a word. What kind of loyalty is this? In fact, if you don't tell the story, your brothers will take care of everything behind you. If you tell them, don't blame the brother for turning against the other person and stabbing the brother in the back. After all, who hasn't touched the dark history? I really want a person's life to be worse. There are many ways to die. Owen, who was unaware of this, was still busy finishing things. It wasn't until Brody personally came over to inform him that the duel was about to begin that he suddenly realized that the time had come. The puppet class was mobilized in full force. There were 100 people there, but compared to the thousands of alchemy students, they were too insignificant. The venue for the duel was provided by the alchemy department. It was in the open space in the middle of the teaching building, surrounded by flower beds. On the ground in the middle was a pattern representing the alchemy formation. The place was not small and could be easily moved around. What Irving didn't expect was that in addition to teachers and students from the alchemy department, it also attracted many people from other departments, including many teachers. Obviously, this matter was quite a big deal. I didn't expect that even this gentleman would be alarmed, Brody suddenly said excitedly. Owen looked up and saw a group of people coming in separate layers. The outermost circle was a circle of students who were noisy, but did not dare to approach. There was a gap in the middle. The outer circle of the inner circle was an assistant teacher who had temporarily transferred to work as a bodyguard to separate the crowd. Further inside are teachers and professors. The layers are clearly defined. And the whole group is like a middle-aged man in the middle supported by green leaves. This person is obviously a big shot. Otherwise, how would he get this core treatment? Legendary alchemist Kevin Flynn. Owen knew him. The teacher of Carla's brother Carl. And one of the only 2 legendary alchemists in the alchemy department. In addition to students, the college town also has teaching assistants, teachers, and professors. Teaching assistants are informal. They generally serve as assistants to help with tedious chores. The teacher is the one who can lead a class. And the professor has made considerable achievements in a certain field. And the higher he is, the more he becomes a legend. Even though the Academy City does not have many restrictions on the legend, the 2 sides are more mutually beneficial. So the appearance of this person makes things start to become a bit interesting. To say that the other party came to stand for Carl. Even Carl himself did not believe it. Legend's firm will and pure belief cannot be erased even by death. Carl's incident is unforgettable to ordinary people. For Legend, he doesn't even raise his eyebrows. Instead, he thinks it is a good training. It is not at all will intervene. Not even ask. Otherwise, as long as he shows a hint of such intention. There are many people who are willing to help his students solve such a small problem. No matter what. This person came anyway. And it came out of nowhere. But it made Owen more vigilant. Standing in the open space. Without saying a word, Kevin Flynn activated the alchemy array on the ground. Which many students thought was just a simple pattern. Under his control, the open space seemed to be cut by invisible threads, turning into standard stones of the same size suspended in the air, and then overlap with each other to form a semi-underground style dual field. It is not small in scale, and looks quite formal. Then Kevin Flynn entered the venue with teacher students from the alchemy department, and then people from other departments. The scene was quite lively, except for the popcorn-happy water seller. Ha ha! Is it a big deal just to watch the fun? Irving shook his head. The appearance of a legend made him feel a little troubled. Alchemists are not good at fighting, but they are best at positional warfare, especially when standing on a well-constructed alchemy position. 3 or 5 legendaries may not be able to break the opponent's defense. Obviously, the building complex where the alchemy department is located is a terrifying place. Chapter 316 Dual Ground. It's our turn, Owen said after seeing the staff in place. Ms. Viper Kara nodded, pulled off her cloak, revealing a costume that required parents to accompany people under the age of 18. Then she waved her hand, and dozens of carefully selected, muscular men wearing tight black leather jackets and hoods appeared. They are bulging, not only big, but also rampant, swaying their arms and running rampant. No one knows who they are with the hoods on anyway, even if they cause trouble. Who will be serious with them, and a bunch of gangsters. The boss will step in to smooth things over. If you are not fair, the worst thing you can do is leave and find another way to make a living. And you will not be the younger brother to anyone. At this time, the duel arena was bustling with activity. The duelists from the alchemy department had not yet entered the arena, and the puppet class had not yet shown up. They were discussing who would appear, and how long it would take to decide the outcome. No one was optimistic about the puppet class. How long does it take to win? Even the teacher thinks so. So he is very relaxed. The only pity is that although one of the 2 big guys from the alchemy department showed up, they had no chance to show their faces, and could only watch the 2 masters and apprentices chatting. The young man standing behind Kevin Flynn is Carl. If he didn't have such a gloomy expression, he would be a handsome guy. Unfortunately, the faint dark circles under his eyes, the cold eyes, and the lips that are tightly pressed together like blades make him look like no strangers allowed in. Carl, you are still young. You need to experience the beauty of life in time. I think Professor Mia is good. With that appearance and figure, she is one of the best even in the college town. And although she is good at human body training, she has not done anything to herself. The teacher can guarantee this. In the eyes of outsiders, Kevin Flynn, who is always serious and aloof, is like a talkative, nagging and wanting to help his disciples solve lifelong problems, different from the relationship between students and teachers. As a disciple, Carl has the right of inheritance. To a certain extent, the relationship between the 2 parties is closer than that of father and son, because the disciple inherits not only wealth, but also ideas and knowledge. To a certain extent, as a disciple, Carl is the continuation of Kevin Flynn's life. It's a pity that his disciple is good at everything, But he is extremely misogynistic. If he didn't like men too, he would definitely be even more worried. Kevin Flynn knew that the key was Carl's sister Carla. The lives of these two siblings were simply tragic. But just like Owen, even as a teacher, he couldn't get involved. In desperation, he just took some time to come over. He was just afraid that things would get worse. But Carla's appearance was the first time he had seen her in more than 200 years of life. Seeing his sister holding a whip and wearing a swimsuit and leather jacket, surrounded by a group of perverted men in tights, Carl couldn't keep his cold expression anymore. His eyes widened at that time. And he even ignored that the other party's appearance had recovered. In any case, Kara, who appeared in the cold and bad sister style, has achieved her purpose of appearing. Not to mention the male students who are whistling all the time. Even many female students have strange eyes. Actually, your sister is quite beautiful. Maybe I can help you make peace, Kevin Flynn said involuntarily. But after noticing the knife-like look in his disciple's eyes, he coughed lightly and stopped talking. At the same time, the alchemy team, which had been prepared for a long time and was waiting for the finale, also entered the venue. You actually coaxed that old guy's treasure into here. You are truly worthy of being my disciple. After seeing the appearance of a student from the alchemy department, Kevin Flynn suddenly became energetic and patted Carl's hand hard. Shoulders, then said, "By the way, if that old guy comes, remember to say I'm not here." After Kevin Flynn finished speaking, he didn't care about Carl at all. He stepped forward to increase his volume and started presiding over the duel. From this point of view, this person is not such a boring person. Alchemy department, Teacher Blaze, Teacher Victor, Student Tren, Student Minas, and Student Cortana. Puppet class, Teacher Kara, Teacher Brody, Student Barbara, Student Nobody, and Student Owen. The duel list is displayed in the sky above the duel field in the form of a projection, indicating that the two sides will face off against each other, and there will be exciting duels between generals. After a brief discussion, the two teachers from the alchemy department decided on the candidates to send. After hearing his name, Turin took a deep breath, and then patted the armored golem beside him. Feeling the shock of the thick steel, he felt much more at ease. The armored golem is one of the most common golems. It usually appears in the form of a knight in full armor. It is similar to a puppet, but it is actually a kind of golem. When it encounters an invasion, it will actively attack the enemy. If the owner is in danger, they will also step forward to block them. Many nobles will place a few in their own castles to protect the treasure house. Compared with other types of golems, armored golems are more flexible due to their hollow heel joints. Turin, who is good at this type of golems, also wanted to test the opponent. It can be seen that even if the alchemy department teacher in charge of the team he was also cautious when facing the notoriously poor puppet class. After all, if he lost, he would be really embarrassed to show off to others. Let senior sister fight. Owen just glanced at it and determined the candidate to fight. Neither Kara nor Brody had any objection to this decision, especially Brody, who had a flattering face, and Owen didn't dare to look at it, afraid of going up. Okay. The senior took a deep breath, and the already abundant capital began to develop spectacularly. Owen, who had a deep understanding of it, couldn't help but look sideways. Unfortunately, the current model does not match. If the screws used in cars were placed on an aircraft carrier, I would be afraid will fall in. Not to mention Owen, who was still in a random mood. The senior gave herself a final boost of encouragement and then went on stage with the equipment and puppets that Owen had prepared for her. The senior's ability is actually not bad. Maybe not comparable to a real genius, but among most students, their intelligence is at the upper level, and they are very talented in fine control, which is why she chose the puppet class. In response to this, Owen made a set of equipment for her, which was similar to the shape of a bronze holy garment. A headband, gauntlets, leggings, belt, and breastplate. These formed a whole, which could expand the senior's mental power and stabilize the magic power output, and also has certain combat capabilities. At this time, she was carrying a very special puppet, which looked like an imitation of some kind of monster. It had a very weird long head, especially the smooth, round and long back of the head, which was impressive. But compared to the somewhat funny head, the body of this puppet is completely built for killing. The thighs are thick and powerful, but they fall silently. Although the upper limbs are thin, the sharp hooks make people dare not be afraid at all, just by looking at it, let alone the long and sharp tail like a soft gun. You can feel the amazing penetrating power. It's interesting. It's such a special puppet. The world of Warcraft it imitates is also very interesting. It doesn't look like a normal creature. Nor does it look like a product of transformation. It's really interesting. It seems like looking at the imitated biological prototype. Kevin Flynn originally thought it was a boring duel. But he didn't expect that it would keep bringing surprises to him. First the disciple's beautiful sister. Then the precious disciple of a certain legendary mage, who was abducted by the disciple through unknown means. And then this very strange puppet. I really look forward to what interesting things will happen next. It seems that this time, I came to the right place. Chapter 317 Armored Knight vs Puppet Alien. The duel is divided into two modes. One is the safety mode. There is a 2-meter wide defensive array on both sides of the venue. As long as you stay inside, you are safe. However, it is equivalent to imprisoning yourself inside, and you can only control or direct. Unable to personally participate in the battle. The puppets and golems on both sides can fight each other. Or they can be used to destroy the defensive formation. As long as the first layer of defensive formation is broken, it is equivalent to winning. The other is the free mode. With no restrictions on means and methods until one party admits defeat or loses the power to resist. But everyone is an extraordinary professional. And their methods are ever-changing and difficult to prevent. For example, there are poisons that can kill instantly or even dissolve the soul. Therefore, even if the legend is in charge, we can't say it is 100% safe. What's more, the legend is still an alchemist. Even more so, it is unreliable. So those who choose free mode are confident in themselves and are not afraid of death. Obviously, the senior sister and Trent did not belong to the latter group. They walked into the defenders honestly and activated the double-layer defense before ordering the golems and puppets to enter the venue. Although Terran's golem is a fairly popular armored golem, after being carefully crafted by him, ordinary items cannot be compared with it at all. Not to mention the material of the golem. Just the combination of the inside and outside of the magic patterns is enough. Doubles the combat power of the golem itself. So he chooses to charge at the beginning. The armored knight holds the sword against his chest with both hands. This is a standard charging action for knights. Combined with strength, weight and speed, it has very terrifying penetrating power. Even if it is used by an ordinary knight, it is enough to nail the opponent's body and horse. On the ground, it was used by more powerful golems. Its power was no longer aimed at a single target, but more like a destructive move aimed at buildings. Facing the menacing armored knight, the senior was a little nervous, but her own personality kept her calm, and she knew very well how rare this opportunity was. So she was forced to calm down. The alien looks like a killing machine, but in fact it is not best at facing gang head-on. So under the control of the senior sister, the alien disappeared. Is it invisible? It's not a special ability. What's interesting is that this technique is a bit special. As a legend in alchemy, Kevin Flynn dare not say that he is omniscient and omnipotent. But he is involved in most fields, even if he has not studied it specifically. But by analogy, he knew more than an ordinary alchemist. So he could see the general idea at a glance, and became more interested. Turin was stunned and immediately ordered the golem to enter a defensive state. Although the golem does not need to be controlled every moment like a puppet. Necessary and accurate commands can make the golem play a better role. And this is not a violation. The armored knight, in a defensive state, begins to search for enemies. As a golem, that does not need to rely on eyes. The armored knight will use more unique methods to find enemies. The most commonly used one is magic wave, which functions like a radar. Although the range is limited, it can, even if it becomes invisible within the detection range, it cannot be hidden. It's a pity that Owen didn't take this into consideration. As an assassin-type alien, the body coating not only has the ability to distort light and change color, but also absorbs magic fluctuations. Of course, this is not a panacea. High-intensity magic power fluctuations, as well as fluctuations integrating mental power, can break the invisibility state. The problem is that the armored knight is a human shield-type puppet, which enhances defense and strength. Detection is really not its strong point. Therefore, although many people present noticed the alien's movements, they were unable to remind them due to the rules. Even Terran could only act in a hurry. Seeing that the alien's invisibility was effective, the senior sister breathed a sigh of relief and began to try to launch an attack. As the air became partially distorted, several lines of fire appeared on the armored knight's back, which were scratched out by the alien's sharp claws. Unfortunately, the sharp claws that could disembowel a heavy infantryman could only leave inconspicuous scratches on the armored knight's armor. Have you helped strengthen it? Kevin Flynn could tell the materials of both sides from the harsh scratching sounds. So he immediately understood that his disciple had given a lot of benefits to the students who participated in the battle. And it seemed that the strengthening material was only one of them. Carl did not answer. Although he despised the puppet class, he still made a lot of preparations due to the caution of an alchemist. Material enhancement was only one of them. The other method was an enchanted ruby. He originally wanted to save it as his trump card, but now he had to use it in advance. Tren took a deep breath and activated the enchanted ruby embedded in the core of the golem. The blazing fire suddenly turned the armored knight into a flame knight. The flames distorted the surrounding air, forcing the aliens who were very close to appear. After all, invisibility is very sensitive, and drastic temperature changes are obviously not suitable. Moreover, the senior sister's manipulation is not skilled enough. Otherwise the invisibility would not be interrupted so easily. The sudden flames and the invalid invisibility made the senior a little panicked. But the relatively experienced Tren seized this opportunity very well. Immediately changed the armor knight's mode, caught the revealed alien and attacked fiercely. The sword in the armored knight's hand is not sharp, and the thick blade makes the blade more like an obtuse angle. However, this does not hinder the power of the sword. At least the blade will not be broken when it is chopped on the stone. The 1.5 meter long broadsword was wielded by the armored knight like a tiger, and hit the alien body mercilessly. Every time, there was a harsh steel collision sound, which knocked the alien staggering around and made the senior even more panicked. In fact, many onlookers discovered that the situation was not one-sided, especially the relatively knowledgeable alchemy golem and puppet students. Even though the armored knight could smash rocks with every blow, the damage to the alien puppets was not as great as it seemed. So powerful. It's really an excellent work. Some kind of light and tough mithril alloy SH.L. Hooklock structure links an excellent inner skeleton can quickly disperse the impact force suffered by the local area. Just like a snake. That is, the young student is not completely familiar with this puppet. Otherwise it will be a regular duel. Kevin Flynn expressed unabashed admiration. The alchemy department teachers and professors on the side did not refute because of the issue of face. Because it was too obvious. Even they could not open their eyes and tell lies. Not to mention that the puppet class is also a part of the alchemy department. Regardless of winning or losing, it is a good thing for the alchemy department. The higher the status, the more so. Soon Tren also discovered this. The strange puppet looked like a slime fish. It seemed to be swaying left and right after being chopped. But the place where it was chopped would quickly transfer the impact force away. Following the link, the SH.L armor is weakening layer by layer. And except for inconspicuous small pits, it is unable to cause effective damage to the internal core. This is a puppet. If you want to win with such a negligible accumulation of damage, how long will it take to fight? Chapter 318 Iron Overlord applies to fight. At this time, the senior sister finally calmed down. The moment the armor knight's heavy blow landed on the alien's waist, she cleverly used the impact force and used the alien's interlocking special spine to pour the superimposed force into the body. On the moving tail. At that moment, the tip of the tail blade, which was accelerating and swinging, cut through the airflow like a four-edged armor-piercing cone, and hit the armored knight at a speed that could not be caught by the naked eye. Even if the armored knight's material had been strengthened by Carl, he still had no resistance when penetrated by such concentrated power. The special tail blade was like a hot table knife stuck in butter, easily penetrating the armored knight's thick shoulders, armor, and caused serious tearing to the surrounding metal armor, nearly scrapping the entire arm, due to the damage to the shoulder structure. Even if the armored knight's core was not injured, one of his arms was disabled, and only a few parts were connected to the main body, which was obviously unusable. Such exaggerated destructive power caused the onlookers to burst into an uproar. Golems have always been famous for their strength and defense, far more exaggerated than knights of the same level. But they were shattered so easily. If it were them, they would be killed 100% instantly, and not even a whole corpse would be left behind. How could this not make their hearts skip a beat? If this blow had hit the core, the outcome of this duel would have been decided long ago. Unfortunately, the senior's mastery of the alien puppets was not enough, and there was a slight deviation, resulting in the outcome not being determined immediately. Tren's expression changed, and he broke into a cold sweat. He underestimated the opponent's attack methods, and the tail swinging back and forth was not that simple. What most people pay attention to is the tail blade that can easily penetrate the armored knight. As the maker of the armored knight, Tren is very clear about how strong the current armored knight is. and it cannot be penetrated by simple sharpness. This is indeed the case. The entire abnormally shaped spine and tail are a whole body, several meters long, and the structure is very special, which allows the force to be transmitted smoothly, especially when it is transmitted toward the tail end. The special structure will at this moment lock layer by layer. The power is transmitted without any loss, and even continues to expand. When it reaches the end, it has far exceeded the upper limit of the power that this puppet can exert. Just like a whip, the longer it is, the faster the tip of the whip will be when swinging, and it can easily burst the air and make a crisp sound. If the whip were replaced with a tail connected to a metal spine, the power would be unimaginable, and Trin suffered from this disadvantage. However, this move has a little more limitations, especially in the charging stage, where you need to shake your head and tail to accumulate strength, which can be easily interrupted. The senior can use the power of the opponent's attack to reduce the forward swing, which has to be said that she has some talent. The armored knight was not a human being. He was severely injured but did not hesitate. His intact arm grabbed the alien's tail that had not been pulled out. Before Trin could give the order, according to the original setting, the enchanted gem in the core of the body immediately shattered. An alchemy fire spurted out. At the same time, the armored knight's visor opened, and the alchemical fire that could melt gold and iron was about to spray all over her body. But the senior sister noticed it in advance because she felt familiar with it. Besides, the other party has a trump card. But it's not like she doesn't have one. If the other party knows how to sneeze, so can she. Opening his mouth and flicking his tongue, the long and thick tongue like a cannon popped out instantly under the action of intracranial pressure, shattering the helmet of the armored knight in one bite. The unfettered alchemical fire spurted along the neck armor towards the sky for several breaths before stopping. At this time, the armored knight has been completely scrapped, and its internal core and magic circuits have been melted away. Years of hard work were all scrapped in the blink of an eye, leaving Trin dumbfounded on the spot. It's easy to say no matter what if you win. But if you lose now, who will you ask for reimbursement? Not to mention that Trin, whose face turned like a lone star from the sky, was just as if his whole family were dead. Picking up the still warm remains of the armored knight, the second duel continued under the words of Kevin Flynn, who was gradually becoming interested. After taking a look at Trin's devastated back, Owen spoke to Brody. Contact him after the game and ask him if he is interested in joining Hydra, since this person can be selected to participate in the duel. Even if he is not the top student, he is at least a first-class student and is worth wooing. After all, there are really not many good people in Hydra nowadays. Brody nodded understandingly, and then prepared for the second duel according to Owen's decision. Minas, the second student from the alchemy department, has quite a reputation, so Owen has relevant information about him. He is one of the few students who is good at using alchemical objects to fight, and his own fighting power cannot be underestimated. This can be seen from the selection of the second fighting mode, but it is still not enough for Owen to deal with him. Finally, it's my turn to appear. If Iron Overlord applies to fight, he will definitely win. Wearing something like a tights modified from black stockings, Obadi stuck out his fat buttocks and climbed into Iron Overlord confidently, and then he slapped his chest hard to show his confidence. But the 3 layers of trembling fat made the puppet student responsible for the final inspection change his face. For the sake of money, they gritted their teeth and quickly completed the inspection, and then immediately closed the cockpit door with force. Depending on the posture, if possible, they would like to weld the door shut. Minas didn't take Obadi seriously at first, because he knew the nobleman's shame. But when he saw the Iron Overlord taking heavy steps on the field, his expression changed a bit. This guy won't sell his castle. Right, Midas murmured to himself, because the Iron Overlord was in a hurry and was not coated. It showed a smooth metallic color, so he could tell at a glance that the entire puppet was made of mithril steel. In fact, let alone Minas, even Kevin Flynn's eyelids twitched, and the onlookers were in an uproar. Mithril is known as a universal fusion agent and is widely used in the fields of alchemy and magic. Even adding a little bit to weapons and armor can improve their performance and gain enchantment properties. It is a well-deserved top-quality magic metal. Of course, the price is also very in line with the evaluation. The price comparison with gold is purely an insult to mithril. If the alchemist knew that the price of mithril was the same as gold, Noli would probably go crazy. In fact, the price of high-quality mithril steel is equivalent to gold. Although the mithril steel used by Iron Overlord does not reach this quality, it is not just mixed with a little mithril. Let's put it this way. The tail blade of the opposite sex that can easily penetrate the armored knight can only penetrate a little bit. But it can't penetrate the door. This shows how insane the Iron Overlord's defense is. At this time, Midas still had reservations, and immediately activated the alchemy mechanism backpack behind him. As the backpack unfolded, a set of light armor similar to what the senior wore quickly covered his body. At the same time, for spider-like folding claw blades also bounced out of the backpack, supporting his body, and moved quickly around the field. Chapter 319 I Give Up. Obadi, who is sitting in the cockpit, is wearing special thick glasses, which can connect his vision with the Iron Overlord, and also have more functions. For example, in his sight at this time, although Midas has been he was moving quickly, but a circle of light was always locked on him, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Obadi chuckled and pushed the power lever upwards. The pointer representing the power of the power backpack on the instrument panel immediately began to move, crossing the numbers one by one and starting to approach the red area. Feeling the increasing power, Obadi held the thumb of the joystick to open the safety, and then put his index finger on the trigger, ready to shoot in a manly manner at any time. Turn on the shooting assist mode! The long-lost enthusiasm made Obadi roar loudly. And then the shooting assist system was turned on. The Iron Overlord stood firm like a crouching horse, with steel cones popping out of his wide feet to fix them, and his arms folded in on both sides of the abdomen. Two 10mm 3-barreled steam nail guns began to rotate. As the robotic arm swings, two red dots appear on Obadi's goggles, constantly trying to lock on Midas, who is caught in the aperture. As long as the red dots coincide with the aperture, it means that he is being targeted by the machine gun. Then we will see how many rounds can I hold. Although Midas didn't know this, as an outstanding student of the alchemy department, he was still aware of it. After all, there are guns and artillery in the world, and it is not that no one in the Academy City has tried to perfect them, and the complex mechanical structure is determined by the SHL. Loading bullets is nothing to an alchemist. However, after calculating the upper limit that the firearm could reach, these people unanimously gave up on continuing the research. Because although magic and materials can theoretically accumulate unlimited power, the cost performance is too low, and it does not have the value and significance of promotion. So in the end, it all fell into place. Even so, it doesn't mean that no one knows. Especially as a student of the alchemy department, he knows very well how powerful the modified guns are. So his movement speed is faster and more difficult to figure out. Normal humans only have 2 points of focus: to exert force, change direction, and stop. They all rely on their feet, or at most their hands, even if they are abnormal and the hardware cannot keep up. Males cannot rely on that thing to break. But Midas is different. The 4 powerful mechanical feet are 4 points of force that can be changed in any direction. As long as the power is strong enough, any coquettish movement can be used. This causes Obadi's neurological reaction to be fundamentally different. Unable to keep up, he was unable to lock on for a long time. Instead, he was approached and slashed several times by the opponent. The 4 mechanical legs are very sharp, but the problem is that they cannot cut the Iron Overlord at all. This thing is not a purely technological product, and many problems were taken into consideration from the beginning of the design. There are no exposed pipelines at all, and the joints are hidden under the armor. Nas tried alchemy potions again. Corrosion, freezing, fire, and smoke, all to no avail. The biggest damage caused by physical damage to the Iron Overlord made of mithril steel is to reduce the gloss of the metal surface. High temperature and smoke are like drizzle to the cockpit in life support mode, with constant temperature and internal oxygen supply. Even if the Iron Overlord is thrown into the void, and Obadi cannot die until the energy is exhausted. Being beaten passively all the time made Obadi furious. He pulled the trigger regardless, and the high-pressure steam that had accumulated for a long time continuously sprayed out sharp spikes along the barrel. This type of warhead is specially used to break armor. Even if it is full-plate armor, the knight was hit with a hole as big as a bowl, hitting the masonry with every shot, and a crater was created with every shot, and gravel was flying everywhere. So Midas had to spend more time to avoid it. The most important thing is that the rate of fire of this thing is very fast. Although it does not reach the level of thousands of rounds per minute, the rate of fire of the 2 miniguns together easily exceeds 1,000, posing a great threat to Midas, and he can dodge for a while. Unfortunately, he took a few shots. The finger-thick nails were driven by high-pressure steam, and their lethality within the effective range was not inferior to that of warheads driven by gunpowder. But when they were about to hit the target, They suddenly stopped for an undetectable moment, and suddenly gained a lot of kinetic energy. It slightly deviated from the original trajectory due to invisible influence. The light armor on Minas is not just a decoration. It can not only open up the magic shield, but also deflect the force field. It can provide effective protection in both long-range and melee combat. Therefore, although the magic shield is penetrated, the nail is not stabbed. Didn't take a direct hit with the help of a deflection field. But even if it was just scratched by the nails, his light armor still suffered a lot of damage and had some cracks. Obviously, the main function of this armor was to stabilize the magic output, not to block the gun. What's worse is that the partial damage to the light armor caused some problems with the magic circuit. Although he adjusted to the backup line in time, the magic output was still affected. What's more terrible is that because the magic power was interrupted for a moment, his movement, there was a slight lag. Oh body, who was so irritated by the opponent's flexible dodge. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned on the fire coverage mode without hesitation. Two steam-nailed guns sprayed raindrops called spikes freely, like water splashing, and the shoulder armor opened to reveal two fully automatic grenade launchers. And bombs and landmines also popped out from the legs. In the blink of an eye, the whole thing, the dual ground, turned into a fiery battlefield. Hell, I give up! The embarrassed Minas shouted loudly without any sign of stubborn resistance. He had a lot of useless cards, but he knew that even if he used them, they would be useless. If he ended up like Tren, it would be too late to regret. So he gave up decisively. As soon as Minas finished speaking, an invisible barrier protected him and moved him to a safe area. Even the two teachers couldn't say anything about Midas' surrender, because the Iron Overlord was too tough. And although the weapons and equipment were not mainstream, the destructive power was not fake. Even if they came on stage, they would have to avoid the edge temporarily. Otherwise they were bombarded indiscriminately, and they were not sure whether they could survive. In this case, let Midas continue to fight. If there is a slight mistake, there will be casualties. At that time, the two leaders will not be able to survive. The problem is that they have already lost 2 games, winning 3 out of 5 games. If they lose another game, they may not even have a chance to play. However, after seeing the small figure of the last student, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Professor Carl had the foresight to invite this person. Otherwise it would be really difficult for them to explain. Carl, it seems that we underestimated the puppet class. Or we underestimated the new student. As a legendary alchemist, Kevin Flynn has a bunch of experiments in his hands. He doesn't have much time to pay attention to the affairs of the alchemy department on weekdays. Not to mention the transparent puppet class. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't understand it at all. So he knows very well that the puppet class is of little value and is dispensable. The current changes are all because of the new student. Now let me see what surprises you can bring, Kevin Flynn whispered to himself. At this moment, the duel in front of him was no longer a simple pleasure, but a change that required his attention. A change that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Chapter 320 Elegant Duel. At this time, the only remaining student in the alchemy department had already entered the stage. She was a little Lolita, who looked to be no more than 7 or 8 years old. She looked like she would be carried away when she saw it. But there was no student or teacher present. People dared to underestimate her. If Sylvia is a popular figure who enrolled this year, then this is a veteran figure in the college town. Despite her fresh and delicious appearance, she is actually older than many teachers. But as a rare elf royal family, her growth cycle is longer than ordinary people imagine. And the average person's life is not enough time for her to replace her teeth. In fact, this person does not belong to the alchemy department. Because although she is taking classes in the alchemy department, her teacher is a legendary mage. So she should belong to the mage department. But Carl paid some price and persuaded this person. But whether he would be troubled by some legendary mage who was careful to protect the calf afterwards, you can tell just by looking at Kevin Flynn's eagerness to draw a clear line. I thought it would be a boring duel, but I didn't expect to meet an interesting opponent. Cortana wrapped her fingers around her long, light golden hair like the sun, swirling it around and around, always making it silky smooth. A pair of big golden glass-like eyes were half closed, just like a lazy cat. Even so, her exquisite facial features are like the most perfect work of art in the hands of gods. No matter what kind of expression she is, it is enough to make people indulge in it. Not to mention that her whole body shines with the radiance of life belonging to higher organisms. This is a level of life and potential that legends would envy. Owen's expression was a little strange at this time, because the opponent looked a bit like him. But this did not prevent him from entering the field. A Lolita and a young lady were standing in the duel field. They looked weird. Moreover, they both had extraordinary elven blood, were equally beautiful, and were equally special. The whole duel field was quiet for a while. Good day to the third princess of the Kingdom of Light Elf, Cortana Chinhue. Cortana gracefully held up the corners of her skirt and bowed slightly. Hydra 3, Earl of Northland, Owen Hydra. Good day. Owen put one hand on his chest and bowed slightly in return. Owen did not expect to meet an elf princess from another world here. As for why, he was sure that the other party was an elf princess from another world. Firstly, there was no so-called light elf in the Empire, let alone a kingdom. And secondly, he had heard of it. The bird of prey adventurer team that Owen met in the valley town in the mountains of the alien world. Vice Captain Bai, that strange elf with blonde hair and big boobs, came from the Kingdom of Light Elf. But has there already been a royal family of elves from another world coming to study in the Academy City? Owen thought with some sigh in his heart. In fact, this is not surprising. Although there are not many cross-border teleportation arrays, there are always some that can still operate. So it is not incredible that visitors from other worlds will occasionally appear. Although Cortana didn't know why the other party introduced him as the Earl of the North. It didn't matter. The elf blood of the same royal family couldn't lie. So it was rare for her to take it seriously. Although they didn't say it explicitly, neither of them had any intention of entering the defensive formation. And they didn't seem to intend to follow the duel rules. The Staff of Morning Light. Cortana took out an exquisite staff that was more than a foot long and introduced it. Looking at the finely carved runes and the high-purity mithril, you knew that the quality of this staff was not low. Let alone the high-purity magic power, as big as an egg, is embedded in it. Even if it is not a legendary staff, the quality is not far behind. The Elder Wand. Owen pulled out a slender wand that looked very strange to outsiders. But the alchemists present would not judge an item by its appearance. They were keenly aware that this was an item that was not inferior to the legendary mage's beloved disciple. A special staff created by the pseudo-legendary staff Dawn. It was obvious that the two were planning to start with magic, which obviously did not comply with the dual rules of the alchemy department and the puppet class. However, no one cared about this at this moment, and they were all watching attentively. Guardian of Light, Stone of Glory, Arrow of Light. Cortana waved her staff symbolically, and countless light spots lit up around her, forming a shield. 90% mage. Armor protection. Many obstacles. Transformation spell. Not to be outdone, Owen protected himself first, and then clicked the bricks under his feet. 7 or 8 bricks rolled and turned into a stone wolf, grinning like a real wild wolf. They bowed to each other again to signal, and then waved their magic wands and staffs in unison. The stone wolves were running wildly. Light arrows were flying, and the battle became intense almost instantly. The stone wolf is not slow, but it is a stone after all, so its agility is a bit poor. So it cannot dodge the surprisingly fast light arrows. Every time it is hit, cracks will appear on its body. But as long as the magic power of the transformation spell is not exhausted, even if the stone wolf is broken into pieces, it will recover again. Cortana tapped her finger lightly, and the pyroxene surrounding her turned into meteors with a foot-long tail flame and flew away one after another. Although the stone wolves tried their best to dodge, they were still unable to dodge. 3 stone wolves were shattered on the spot, and the fragments were covered with quietly burning flames, making it difficult to recover. Compared with light arrows that focus on penetration and high temperature, the attack of pyroxene is heavier and more powerful. Although the temperature of the attached light flame is not high, it is still good at limiting some opponents with good self-healing ability. The intertwined light magic and wizard spell made the students and teachers present feel dumbfounded. The power was not great, but the ease with which they swayed it was something they could not achieve in their lives. This was the gap in talent. The warm-up is over. After all, it is a duel between the alchemy department and the puppet class. It is not good to deviate from the main point, Cortana said in a happy mood. God knows how long it has been since she met such a good opponent, so it was rare for her to think of business. That's right. We can communicate with each other later, but fight now. Owen nodded, put away the Elder Wand and said, to be honest, judging from the attitudes and expressions of these two people, it didn't look like a duel. It was more like a noble lady and a noble gentleman dancing and discussing poetry at a banquet. In fact, this is indeed the case, because this duel is entirely held by Carl for his own personal vendetta. Who among the participants will fight for it? Even if they give money, And Cortana cannot be bought with money. Cortana elegantly displayed her carefully crafted golem. A 3 to 4 meter tall heavy oak guard. A strong jungle hunter with a bow-back sword. And an elegant and gorgeous flower dancer. A 3-in-1 defensive and offensive auxiliary. Oh, and also took out his top hat. Endure the killing. And the monk in response. Among them, the monk is a new puppet that he has already thought of, but has not perfected until recently. In some aspects, it is more thoughtful than the alien, because it is a puppet that can do martial arts.